Lin Yi traverses a world where games and reality intertwine. Monsters rampage. Deities and demons vie for dominance, and humanity's existence hangs by a thread. In this realm, every individual has the opportunity to change their profession upon reaching adulthood. Lin Yi, hailed as a prodigy, has unfortunately become nothing more than an unremarkable mage. This evokes a sense of regret among the masses. Yet, only Lin Yi comprehends the truth. He has awakened a talent that guarantees him maximum proficiency. Any skill he masters reaches its zenith instantaneously. The Fire Dragon, maxed out. The Great Ice Freeze, maxed out. The God of Thunder's Apocalypse, maxed out. In a world where the path to skill enhancement is more arduous than climbing to the heavens, Lin Yi's abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Until one fateful day, gazing at the demon lords, Lin Yi grinned and declared, "Fear not, this is merely a small fireball." In an instant, the tiny fireball soared through the sky, reducing the abyss to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 1. An ordinary mage awakens a max-level talent. In Huaxia, Jiang City, at the Interstellar Science and Technology University, the Awakening Square buzzes with energy. A throng of students gathers, their attention rapt. Even luminaries from society have arrived, eager to witness this grand event. Today marks a momentous occasion. The awakening of professions. A century ago, when games fused with the real world, this place became the epicenter of the era of universal professionals. At this moment, Lin Yi stands tall at the forefront of Class 5. Despite being a distinguished newcomer, an undercurrent of anxiety stirs within him. Countless expectant gazes converge upon him, their whispers a cacophony of speculation. "Look, that's Lin Yi. I've heard he excels in elemental analysis and has mastered shadow magic. Even advanced theories of space are within his grasp." A group of girls huddles together, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "He's so handsome, and his talent is simply extraordinary." Didn't Principal Chunyan mention that Lin Yi is likely to awaken as a special mage, perhaps even a hidden profession? I too wish to become a mage, but ordinary mages are too weak. Their spellcasting is slow, energy consumption high, and defense lacking. Sigh, we're all merely here to serve as background. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Lin Yi remains unfazed. The soul mutation brought by his journey has bestowed upon him an unparalleled memory and comprehension. Over the years, he has consistently outshone his peers, earning the title of Jiang City's genius. Many esteemed figures have publicly praised him, asserting that he will awaken a special profession with an unfathomable future ahead. Beside him, Wang Dong gently nudges Lin Yi and whispers, "Hey Ge, the awakening ceremony is about to commence. Are you nervous?" "It would be wonderful if I could awaken as a warrior." Wang Dong's eyes shimmer with dreams, a longing shared by many students. Professionals hold a revered status in society, belonging to a privileged class. Statistically, the chance of any individual awakening as a professional is approximately 30%. Professionals are primarily divided into two categories: combat-oriented and support-oriented. Combat professionals include mages and warriors who directly engage in battle, while support professionals consist of alchemists and enchanters who provide assistance and logistical support during combat. Both types of professionals play crucial roles within a team, and their synergy is essential for achieving optimal results. Lin Yi pats Wang Dong on the shoulder and smiles. "Don't worry, your swordsmanship and melee skills are top-notch. Becoming a warrior is a certainty." Wang Dong nodded repeatedly, yet a hint of envy lingered in his gaze. "You truly are remarkable. Ige, you will undoubtedly awaken as a high-level mage, starting from a point far above ours. Look at that fellow." Li Kuang's jealousy is evident on his face. In response, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly. Li Kuang hailed from an illustrious lineage, his father being a formidable golden-tier professional. The hierarchy of professions ascends from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and divine. Although Li Kuang possessed resources unattainable by ordinary individuals, he consistently found himself overshadowed by Lin Yi in various aspects. With a piercing gaze fixed on Lin Yi, Li Kuang scoffed, "Do not celebrate too soon should your awakening fail. You will find it impossible to rise again in this lifetime." Li Kuang harbored his own schemes, knowing that even if his awakening fell short, he could still leverage his family's influence to undertake a second-class change through the profession book. He was acutely aware that Lin Yi came from a single-parent household, with his mother merely a temporary worker at a convenience store, managing to sustain their lives on a meager salary. That the failure in Lin Yi's awakening would deliver a crushing blow. Contemplating this, Li Kuang's spirits inexplicably lifted. That moment, the awakening formation was completed. Principal Chun Yan's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. "All first-year students, are you prepared? The profession awakening ceremony is about to commence." As his words fell, the atmosphere surged to a peak, with everyone unable to contain their excitement. One by one, students began to step toward the awakening platform. First year Class 1, Li Chong, profession awakening failed. Before long, the ceremony had quietly progressed for some time. However, the number of those who failed was noticeably greater than those who succeeded. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his focus unwavering on the awakening formation. First year class 2, Lu Wanqing. With that resounding call, all eyes converged upon her. She, alongside Lin Yi and Li Kuang, was heralded as one of the 3 great talents of the new cohort. Lu Wanqing stepped into the formation, her exquisite features betraying a hint of anxiety. In an instant, the formation erupted in a blinding radiance. A vibrant green longbow materialized, coalescing into shimmering particles that fused with her being. Wow, she has awakened a special profession storm archer. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the students below. Principal Chun Yin, a smile gracing his face, expressed his delight. Student Lu, you must strive even harder in the future. I hope you will become a powerful professional, safeguarding the people of Huaxia. Lu Wanqing's face radiated joy as she nodded repeatedly. Despite his illustrious background, achieving success on the very first attempt is undoubtedly the most favorable outcome, especially in such a unique profession. The awakening ceremony continued, one name after another being called forth. Class 13, Li Kuang. Fire Mage. Li Kuang's result was commendable, though he did not awaken a special profession. He still qualified as a high-ranking mage. However, he found little satisfaction in it. The inability to awaken a special profession left him feeling resentful. He stormed away. His gaze inadvertently met Lin Yi's, as if he sensed mockery emanating from his counterpart. In truth, Lin Yi was merely focused on the awakening array. Do not revel too much, perhaps your outcome is not as favorable as mine. Li Kuang muttered a curse as he passed by Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi did not even lift his eyelids in response. This only fueled Li Kuang's ire, darkening his expression further. Class 35, Wang Dong. Berserker. Upon uttering this, a heavy sword merged with Wang Dong, bringing forth a radiant smile. Not only did he successfully awaken, but he also attained a high-ranking profession. Ha ha ha. Wang Dong laughed heartily, embracing Lin Yi warmly. Class 35, Lin Yi. In an instant, all eyes converged upon him, including those of the esteemed figures from the profession association. Lin Yi's reputation had already spread far and wide, drawing many to witness this moment. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently toward the awakening array. In that fleeting moment, a brilliance more dazzling than Lu Wanqing erupted, completely obscuring Lin Yi's figure. Within this radiance, one could almost discern the outline of a tome of knowledge. Could it be a hidden profession? Chun Yan's heart raced, filled with astonishment. The other students gazed on with envy, while Li Kuang's jealousy boiled over, his eyes nearly aflame. Then, the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated, ultimately merging into Lin Yi's being. In the void, 2 unremarkable white characters emerged. Mage. Chun Yan was left utterly speechless, muttering, "How could this be? Such a stunning spectacle could not possibly denote a mere ordinary mage profession, let alone one that was not even a high-ranking profession." The prodigious Lin Yi, burdened with countless expectations, ultimately awakened as merely an ordinary profession. Although the awakening array could not err, the reason for such an astonishing phenomenon remained a mystery to all. An ordinary mage naturally failed to capture excessive attention. Despite the disappointment swelling within him, Chun Yan announced loudly, "Lin Yi, your awakened profession is mage." At that moment, Lin Yi stood frozen, gazing at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi profession, mage level, LV101000 talent. All learned skills automatically reach maximum. Level, skills, fireball, meditation, stealth. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi experienced a profound realization that it was clear now that the astonishing phenomenon had not stemmed from a profession awakening, but rather from his unique talent. Chapter 2. Lu Wanqing's Intentions, the Arcane Scroll. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart soared with elation. The disappointment of transitioning to an ordinary mage dissipated in an instant. In this realm, practitioners can elevate their levels by vanquishing monsters. However, the advancement of skills is not a trivial matter. It relies solely on one's comprehension of their vocational abilities. The foundational cap for skills is set at 10 levels, with reaching level 5 being an exceedingly rare achievement for most. Ascending from a novice to a black iron practitioner entails overcoming one of the thresholds, enhancing one's innate basic skills to level 3 or above. This formidable challenge has deterred countless individuals. Those with slightly lesser perception might toil for over a decade without breaching the level 3 barrier. Consequently, true powerhouses are as rare as phoenix feathers. To a certain extent, individuals capable of elevating their skills beyond level 5 are far more rare than those with hidden professions. Yet Lin Yi soared, achieving an extraordinary level 10. Moreover, a fully leveled skill adeptly compensates for all deficiencies associated with the mage profession. The disparity between level 1 and level 10 is tenfold across all metrics, including mana consumption, attack potency, casting speed, and cooldown time. The implications of this are self-evident, surpassing any hidden profession in terms of sheer prowess. Furthermore, as long as Lin Yi's strength remains formidable, he may one day seek opportunities to elevate his mage status to even more prestigious tiers. Contemplating this, a smile of confidence graced Lin Yi's lips. At that moment, Chunyan, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Lin Yi, are you all right?" Lin Yi returned to the present, replying with a grin, "Principal, I am perfectly fine." He resolved to keep his secret concealed for the time being. Chunyan nodded, relieved. "That's good to hear. There are many paths in life. Even without a special profession, one can achieve greatness." "I understand," Lin Yi responded, gradually stepping out of the ritual circle. The once admired genius, ultimately awakening as merely an ordinary mage, faced an undeniable disparity. Who would have thought it would turn out this way? One might wonder, given Lin Yi's previous outstanding accomplishments, if they were all a facade. It is quite possible, otherwise. How could he fail to awaken even a higher profession? Whispers of skepticism and derision swirled around him. So-called geniuses are only fit to be ordinary mages. Not even as strong as I am. Li Kuang guffawed heartily, finding solace in Lin Yi's failure, perhaps due to his own unfulfilled aspirations of awakening a special profession. After all, Lin Yi's plight was even more dismal than his own. Lin Yi cast a disdainful smile, his gaze revealing a sense of indifference. He knew that it would not be long before individuals like Li Kuang would appear as inconsequential ants before him. Should the day ever come when we confront each other on a narrow path in the outside world, I must ensure that Li Kuang comprehends the true essence of strength. However, most do not mock Lin Yi, for he is known for his helpful nature and has cultivated a vast circle of friends. Those who take delight in his misfortune are often of questionable character. At that moment, Wang Dong expressed his concern. "Ego, are you truly all right?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, reassuring him, "Fear not, I am not so easily defeated." Just then, Lu Wanqing approached gracefully, her words filled with encouragement. "Lin Yi, I believe that even as an ordinary professional, you can become immensely powerful. Please, do not give up." Her long-held affection for Lin Yi was palpable in her words. As she spoke, a shy blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly beautiful. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Rest assured, I will never give up." Lu Wanqing gazed at Lin Yi's confident smile, captivated by his presence. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly covered her face as she left, fearful that lingering any longer would compel her to confess her feelings. Observing Lu Wanqing's bashful demeanor, the surrounding students were filled with envy. Wang Dong grinned and teased, "Ego, she is a storm archer. If I were you, I would simply rely on her." Lin Yi gently shook his head, his tone nonchalant. "Let us not jest. With my maximum level innate talents, it is only a matter of time before I become one of the world's top experts." At that moment, Chun Yin announced the closing remarks of the ceremony. "Students, the awakening ceremony has concluded successfully. 1 week from now, all awakeners in Jiangxing will participate in a unified trial. Notable figures will be present to witness the event. Starting tomorrow, the school will open special dungeons prepared for newcomers, free of charge. I look forward to seeing everyone give their all and bring glory to the Starry Technology University." Once these words were spoken, the students' fervor ignited instantly. Many began forming teams. Aware that although the school's dungeons ranged from levels 1 to 5, the challenges should not be underestimated. Typically, teamwork yields the best results. For these novices, even a level 1 monster could pose a significant challenge. Yet, Lin Yi was different. He possessed maximum level foundational skills. Thus, he politely declined Wang Dong's invitation to team up, eager to return home and share the news of his successful advancement with his mother. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood. "Mom, I'm back." In the kitchen, a woman emerged, concern etched across her face as she asked, "Child, how did the awakening go today?" Yang Mei's eyes were filled with anxiety, fearful of hearing unfavorable results. Which mother does not harbor great expectations for her son? Lin Yi smiled, his lips curving upward, and declared, "Of course I succeeded in awakening. I am now a mage." A glimmer of joy flickered in Yang Mei's eyes as she replied, "Being a mage is wonderful, although it is not a special occupation. Casting spells from a safe distance is quite secure." As an ordinary person lacking abilities, she did not grasp the intricacies of such matters. Merely becoming a professional was sufficient. Though ordinary individuals and professionals inhabit the same world, the chasm between them is vast. Observing the strands of gray hair creeping into his mother's temples, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow and silently resolved to help her find a class change book once he gained strength. He yearned for her to become a professional too, even if only in a supportive role, to extend her lifespan and bolster her health. Afterward, the mother and son enjoyed a simple dinner of home-cooked dishes, relishing the moment as they softly exchanged mundane conversations. Following the meal, Lin Yi intended to return to his room to plan for tomorrow's outdoor leveling. "Xiao Yi, wait a moment." Suddenly, Yang Mei called out to him, then retreated to her room to fetch an iron box. "This is left for you by your father." Lin Yi was taken aback. "My father?" Since arriving in this world, he knew little beyond his father's name, Lin Junnan, and only sensed a deep affection between his parents. "My father, did he not?" Faced with Lin Yi's confusion, a shadow of sadness passed over Yang Mei's face. He was also an incredibly powerful professional, even mightier than gold-tier professionals. Anger flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he could not help but inquire. Then why has he not returned after all these years? Why has he neglected you? Yang Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she explained, I do not know whether he is alive or dead. I only remember that day he left in a hurry, saying he had an important mission at the border. Please do not blame your father. He left this for you, hoping you would become a mage. This was also the reason I encouraged you to study mage courses. Seeing his mother's frail and sorrowful demeanor, Lin Yi instantly quelled his desire to press further for answers. Soon after, Yang Mei retired to her room to rest. Since his mother was reluctant to elaborate, the truths behind it could wait to be uncovered in due time. After all, so many years had passed, and Lin Yi was in no rush. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the iron box in his hands, and gently unlatched it, slowly lifting the lid. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a parchment scroll. The class change scroll for the arcane mage. Chapter 3. Venturing alone into Wulong Town, rapidly leveling up. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his eyes locked onto the class change scroll, filled with fervent anticipation. It is no exaggeration to assert that the arcane master stands as the progenitor of all mage professions. Legend has it that there once existed a cadre of formidable arcane masters, beings who stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods, capable of obliterating demons with but a mere flick of their fingers. However, this vocation is not devoid of its challenges. The difficulty in mastering its skills is extraordinarily high, and the breadth of knowledge it encompasses is vast beyond measure. Even the luckiest of individuals, upon acquiring the coveted class change scroll and transforming into an arcane master, would find the path to leveling up akin to scaling a mountain. With each advancement in level, the potency of their skills multiplies several times over, even tenfold, a feat unparalleled by ordinary professions. It is precisely due to the immense complexity of this path that the simplified role of the mage eventually emerged. Yet, before Lin Yi, this conundrum is of no consequence. Blessed with innate, maximum-level talent, he can effortlessly master any skill that comes his way. Elated, Lin Yi anticipates that once he attains the status of a golden class practitioner, he will be able to transition into an arcane master. And that day is not far off. With his prodigious talent, his rate of advancement is sure to astonish all. Lin Yi carefully secured his class change scroll and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, he exclaimed, Mom, I'm heading out. To which his mother, Yang Mei, replied with concern, Be careful on the road. I will, he reassured her. With her worried gaze following him, Lin Yi stepped out of his home. He had fabricated an excuse about venturing to the novice dungeon at school to level up, claiming he would not return for the week. In truth, his destination lay in the wilderness. With a whoosh, after paying 100 coins for teleportation, a brilliant white light shot skyward. In an instant, Lin Yi and dozens of others were transported to Wulong Town, a frontline bastion bordering the wild. Here, a multitude of practitioners entered and exited the wilderness, honing their skills and hunting monsters in search of treasures and gear. The throngs of people created an electric atmosphere, with warriors wielding greatswords, mages clutching staffs, and archers shouldering longbows. Some even displayed characteristics of other races, such as cat ears or rabbit tails, the result of bloodline fusion. Lin Yi, momentarily dazzled, strode purposefully toward the outskirts of town. His immediate destination was the village of Confusion, where the monsters were all at least level 5, perfect for his current training needs. As he walked alone, he attracted many curious glances. Look, another fresh-faced lad, unafraid of the tiger, eager to rush into the wild and meet his demise. Perhaps he is a practitioner of some formidable special class? What do you know? Can't you see the mage emblem on his hand? Clearly just an ordinary mage. The practitioners murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with derision. Mages have long been perceived as possessing weak survivability, especially when it comes to novice practitioners. Even mages of black iron or even bronze rank often require the protection of warriors. Lin Yi's solitary venture into the wilderness is indeed a perilous gamble. Yet, he remains unfazed by the idle chatter surrounding him, resolutely forging ahead. His innate talent is beyond the comprehension of these ordinary individuals. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonates from behind him. Little brother, would you care to join us? Lin Yi turns to see a smiling maiden beckoning him. By her attire, it is evident that she is a priestess. Clearly, this kind-hearted girl wishes to extend her assistance to Lin Yi. Before he can respond, several youths nearby express their discontent. Jia, we are on a quest to find the Bloodmark Wolf King. How can we bring along such a burden? Indeed, he is unaware of his own limitations. How many times can you possibly save him? By Jia, you are simply too kind-hearted. In a moment of exasperation, By Jia retorts, Why are you all like this? Lin Yi offers a gentle smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I am perfectly fine on my own. With that, he strides purposefully towards the village of Disarray. Having no intention of forming a party, teamwork would dilute his precious experience points. To expedite his leveling, solitary combat is the true path. Do mages possess poor survivability? Not for Lin Yi. With his level 10 evasion technique, he can withstand up to 500 points of damage. Even if confronted head-on, he can manage with ease. Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, the maiden by Jia sighs repeatedly, silently wishing for his safety. As Lin Yi delves deeper into exploration, he eventually encounters his first adversary. The Kino Goblin. Before him stands a creature clad in green garb, its face contorted in a horrifying grimace. Roar. The Kino Goblin swings its hefty club, lunging fiercely at Lin Yi. To test the efficacy of his evasion technique, Lin Yi does not evade. Instead, he swiftly recites the incantation in his mind. In an instant, a radiant shield of white light materializes, enveloping him entirely. Bang! The goblin's powerful strike, infused with an astounding 130 points of damage, crashes into him. Yet, Lin Yi stands firm as a rock, utterly unyielding. Remarkable. Lin Yi bursts into laughter, marveling at the prowess of his evasion technique. Fireball technique, activate. He then flicks his fingertip, and a blazing fireball, the size of a basketball, emerges in response. Boom. The colossal fireball tears through the air, leaving a charred trail in its wake. Ultimately, it detonates upon the Kino Goblin's face, sending sparks flying. This devastating blow obliterates the creature's health bar entirely. Hiss. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed upon the charred remains of a corpse, utterly disfigured by flames. He deeply appreciated the astonishing destructive power of the max-level fireball spell. With a base damage of 200 points, combined with a threefold critical hit to the vital head area, it had effortlessly obliterated the level 5 Kino Goblin. Defeated level 5 Kino Goblin, gained 79 experience points. Lin Yi couldn't contain his smile. His rate of advancement was a stark contrast to his classmates still honing their skills in the novice area of the school. There, slaying a common creature might yield only 1 or 2 experience points. The true journey of cultivation was just beginning. A spark of eagerness flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Having tested his skills, he could not afford to waste any more time. Boom, boom. Fiery orbs erupted in rapid succession, vanquishing every perilous existence. Defeated level 5 Flame Goblin. Gained 75 experience points. Defeated level 5 Frost Goblin. Gained 72 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar surged rapidly with each kill, the speed of his leveling up astonishing. Such efficiency surpassed that of others by 100-fold. Whoosh. A radiant white light suddenly enveloped Lin Yi, signaling his ascension in level. Name, Lin Yi. Class, Mage. Level, 2, 37, 2000. With this elevation, the power of his fireball spell doubled, now inflicting 400 points of damage. Should he trigger a critical hit again, surpassing 1,000 damage would be within reach. To inflict 1,000 points of damage during the novice phase was simply incredible. If he were to share this, few would believe it. Upgraded, Lin Yi's monster-slaying efficiency soared to new heights. Attacks that once required precise strikes to vital areas for a one-hit kill could now be achieved even with non-lethal hits. Boom. Even more intense fireballs rained down, reducing the goblins to ashes. If not for the need to seek out new targets, Lin Yi's pace of leveling could have been even swifter. Defeated level 6 Blue Goblin. Gained 81 experience points. Defeated level 7 Red Goblin. Gained 84 experience points. Whoosh. Moments later, Lin Yi was once again enveloped in a shining white light. Ascending to level 3. In just half a day's time, he had risen 2 levels, while his peers might have just accumulated a mere handful of experience points. The gap between them akin to a chasm. Haha, onward he goes. Lin Yi licked the corner of his lips, retrieved some rations from his backpack, and took a few bites before re-entering the fray. The sensation of his power steadily ascending was truly exquisite. On this day, the goblins of the Village of Chaos encountered an unprecedented nightmare. Reckless fireballs erupted incessantly, claiming life after life. Lin Yi's experience points surged visibly with fervor. In a dazzling display of white light, his level skyrocketed to 5. In just one day, he achieved what would take an ordinary person several months to accomplish. For most, combat was far from the effortless and poetic experience Lin Yi enjoyed. The expenditure of energy was immeasurable. Level 5 attained, new skill unlocked, Arc Shock. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming joy within. For a mage, reaching level 5 was a significant milestone. The Arc Shock skill, his first area attack ability, was now at his disposal. At that moment, a series of roars echoed around him. Countless green eyes, at least dozens of them, glimmered menacingly. They were all goblins. Chapter 4. Slaying Elite Monsters for Equipment. Just in time. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth as he declared, now that I possess Arc Shock, my efficiency in hunting monsters will soar. Area skills were always formidable weapons on the battlefield. With a level 10 Arc Shock, he could simultaneously strike 15 targets, accumulating damage close to 10,000. Coupled with the paralysis effect that weakened his enemies, his control over the battlefield would increase exponentially. Without delay, Lin Yi began to chant the incantation for Arc Shock. With a crackle, a bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, tore through the air with a deafening roar. The goblins sensed the scent of death and emitted low, anxious growls. In an instant, The azure lightning shot forth like an arrow, crossing several meters to strike down one goblin. With a crackling flourish, the electric arc danced wildly, deftly leaping toward another goblin. In a heartbeat, that goblin was engulfed in darkness. The terrifying damage reduced numerous goblins to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. The remaining few were left barely clinging to life. With a resounding boom, 2 fireballs erupted forth, sending them into another realm. Defeated a level 5 goblin, gained 37 experience points. Defeated a level 6 goblin, gained 41 experience points. Defeated a level 5 goblin, gained 32 experience points. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement, as his experience points skyrocketed like a rocket in flight. Even without the additional bonuses from defeating higher-level foes, the speed at which he acquired experience remained astonishingly gratifying. At this rate, he could potentially level up again by the end of the day. Lin Yi relentlessly harvested the lives of the goblins, casting fireballs and electric arcs in a mesmerizing dance of death. Throughout the chaotic village, the wails of goblins echoed, instilling fear in many explorers who dared to approach, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of white light flashed. Level up to 6. In just one day, he ascended from level 1 to level 6, a rate of advancement that could only be described as miraculous. Others were likely still languishing around level 1. Even if Lu Wanqing awakened as a storm archer, she would barely reach the threshold of level 2. In comparison, the disparity was striking. Lin Yi's leveling speed was nothing short of overwhelming. Lin Yi licked his lips, expressing a hint of regret. What a pity, I haven't encountered an elite monster today. Otherwise, I might have obtained some excellent equipment. Just then, a towering goblin, wielding a massive axe and standing a staggering 3 meters tall, appeared before him. Following closely were a dozen goblins, gathering around. Giant Goblin. Level 7 Elite Monster. Health 9,310. Skill Heavy Axe Chop. An elite monster. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, my equipment has arrived. With that, he waved his arm lightly, and a shimmering layer of white armor enveloped him. Zing! Instantly, blue electric arcs danced through the air, causing a dozen goblins to collapse in unison. Ever since Lin Yi leveled up, the power of his electric arc had matched that of his fireball, reaching an astonishing damage output of 1,500 points. Roar! Witnessing this scene, the giant goblin became infuriated. Its large eyes filled with malice. With a massive battle axe in hand, it swung down with overwhelming force towards Lin Yi. The air whistled ominously under the weight of the blow. Despite the heavy pressure, Lin Yi felt a thrill of shock, yet the damage posed no significant threat to him. Now, his shield and armor could provide a staggering 3,000 points of damage reduction, rendering him fearless. The sharp axe could not penetrate Lin Yi's white light armor in the slightest. With a focused gaze, Lin Yi recognized that the moment for counterattack had arrived. Buzz! A fireball, the size of a basketball, suddenly materialized out of thin air. Boom! Lin Yi braced himself to absorb the impact of the heavy strike, all to deliver the fireball directly to the giant goblin's face. Even with its formidable magical resistance, the strike caused it to lose a third of its health. The explosion of the fireball sent the colossal goblin staggering backward, its form swaying unsteadily. Zzz. The crackle of electricity flashed once more. Arcs of lightning, as thick as a human arm, danced around the giant goblin, emanating a dazzling brilliance. 2,143. The surrounding smaller goblins could not escape their fate, each one reduced to charred shadows. The colossal goblin roared in fury, yet the paralyzing effect of the electric arcs began to take hold, causing its movements to slow significantly. 2 fireballs struck in quick succession. 2,417. 2,351. The 2 critical hits brought the colossal goblin's health to 0 instantaneously. Such a spectacle, if witnessed by outsiders, would leave them utterly astounded. Defeated a level 7 elite colossal goblin, gained 671 experience points. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed another electric arc, clearing away the remaining goblin horde. With anticipation, he approached the corpse of the colossal goblin. Beneath the body, 2 dark glimmers flickered. Lin Yi bent down and picked up 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of gloves and a pair of boots. Gale gloves, grade, black iron. Attributes, strength 5. Attack speed 1. Exquisite leather boots, grade, black iron. Attributes, agility 5. The equipment level corresponds to the profession, ranked from low to high. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, divine. At the black iron level, these items are already quite commendable. Many practitioners at the black iron tier possess not a single piece of black iron equipment. In this world, high-quality gear is a rare resource, although not specifically for mages. Enhancing strength and agility is still immensely beneficial, especially with the added attack speed. After all, attack speed is a universally advantageous attribute across all professions. The colossal goblin's tusks are also valuable, worth at least 40,000 huaxia coins. To put that into perspective, Lin Yi's mother works tirelessly for a month to earn merely 2 to 3,000. Yet, through the hunt of a single elite goblin, he accrued 40,000 huaxia coins. This value only accounts for the materials. Considering the equipment, it is worth at least several hundred thousand. This exemplifies the vast disparity between practitioners and ordinary individuals. Naturally, not everyone possesses the formidable strength of Lin Yi. Elite goblin monsters are not easily dealt with. The stronger the practitioner, the easier it becomes to earn wealth. In the eyes of certain esteemed professionals, money is merely a series of fluctuating digits in an account. They are more inclined towards barter transactions. Having equipped himself with new gear and gathered his materials, Lin Yi was poised to depart. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Having slain an excessive number of goblin slayers in a short time has incited the wrath of the goblin lord. Please retreat immediately. A palpable aura of menace spread through the jungle. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. With his current prowess, a goblin lord was indeed a worthy adversary. For him, this was not a crisis, but rather an opportunity. He resolved to take the initiative. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles and, following the wave of energy, boldly plunged deeper into the jungle. He sought to seize the advantage. Chapter 5. Bountiful Gains, a Midway Ambush. Meanwhile, 3 other professionals who had yet to leave keenly sensed this unusual occurrence. The leader was a young man, a level 11 Black Iron warrior, followed by a level 10 Black Iron mage and an archer. An unmistakable thrill flickered in the leader's eyes. It was a goblin shaman, and someone had managed to provoke the lordly creature. Among the group, the slightly portly mage quietly suggested, "Brotherly Xiao, shall we engage in a game of mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in the shadows?" Facing the goblin shaman of lordly caliber, the trio could easily handle it together. How could they let such a splendid opportunity slip by? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Li Xiao's mouth, his voice laced with frost. "Action! Let us execute this swiftly and decisively." In this realm of dungeons, conflicts among professionals were commonplace. The strong survive while the weak are eliminated. It was an ironclad law. On the other side, Lin Yi moved with agility, his feet encased in exquisite leather boots. His speed seemed greater than ever. Shortly, he navigated through a dense patch of grass, and his vision cleared. Nearly 100 goblins encircled a campfire, roaring in fury. At the center stood a goblin cloaked in dark robes, wielding a mysterious staff, chanting incantations. Goblin Shaman. Level, 8 Lord Creature. Health, 18,471. Skills, Fireball, Ice Arrow. As expected of a lordly creature, its health was twice that of the previous elite monsters. Lin Yi gazed at the horde of goblins, a fervor for battle igniting within him. First, he would deal with the minions. With a crackle, a flash of lightning turned a dozen goblins into charred remains. The experience bar surged wildly, numbers soaring rapidly. A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as he taunted, "Foolish creatures, come chase me if you dare." As the words fell from his lips, Lin Yi swiftly turned and delved into the ruins. A piercing shriek erupted from the goblin priest, its eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. In an instant, the entire tribe was enveloped in a crimson glow, causing the goblin forces to surge violently towards Lin Yi's position. With unwavering composure, Lin Yi unleashed another arc of electricity, sending another wave of goblins crashing to the ground. Soon, all the minor foes were vanquished. At this moment, the goblin priest descended into utter madness, raising its staff high and murmuring incantations. A searing fireball hurtled towards Lin Yi with ferocity. "Excellent. I too can conjure fireballs." Lin Yi chuckled, flicking his fingers. Empowered by the wind gloves, his casting speed surged remarkably. In an instant, a fireball was formed, striking first. The 2 fireballs collided, erupting in a violent blaze that ignited the surrounding ruins, transforming them into a sea of flames. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Yi scoffed, "Truly worthy of a lord-level monster. Yet my fireball can be cast in a heartbeat." As the cooldown for the fireball ended, another orb struck the goblin priest, dealing a staggering 937 points of damage. Despite the goblin priest's considerable magical resistance, the impact was significant. "Arc of electricity," he called out, inflicting 1127 damage. Simultaneously, the paralysis effect took hold, slowing the goblin priest's movements, making even the act of raising its staff cumbersome. Lin Yi alternated between fireballs and arcs of electricity, visibly diminishing the goblin priest's health. 998. 1574. 1896. At last, the goblin priest shook off the paralysis, unleashing a translucent ice arrow that struck Lin Yi's armor with force. The dull thud echoed as the resilient white armor shattered the ice arrow. Although the damage was greater than that of the fireball, it failed to penetrate his formidable protection. Lin Yi's shielding spell was too powerful, capable of withstanding up to 3,000 points of damage. The goblin priest emitted a series of anguished wails as its life force steadily dwindled. Finally, with a colossal fireball exploding above its head, the creature met its demise on the spot, defeated the lord-level goblin priest, earning 2,785 experience points. Level up to 7. Surrounded by a radiant white light, Lin Yi ascended once more. Eagerly, he approached the remains of the goblin priest and promptly picked up an ancient bronze artifact. Goblin's grievance staff, quality, bronze. Attributes, spirit 10. Magic resistance 10. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Lin Yi's eyes. This was truly tailored for him. Subsequently, his gaze wandered, scanning the other spoils. Heavy steel sword. Grade, black iron. Attributes, strength 10, attack speed 1. Worn bracers. Grade, black iron. Attributes, magic resistance 5. Rare mage robe. Grade, black iron. Attributes, magic points 100. Magic defense 5. These 3 items, the bracers and robe, were perfectly suited for his needs. As for the heavy steel sword, selling it would effortlessly yield 150,000 huaxia coins. However, what quickened his heartbeat was not these pieces of equipment, but rather the skill book lying quietly at the bottom. Ice arrow technique. Lin Yi brought his hands together, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light, surging into his mind. With the activation of his talent, the ice arrow technique instantly reached its maximum level. The single target power of this ice arrow surpassed that of the fireball. With his current 100 points of spirit, a single arrow could inflict 2,000 points of damage. Even a black iron class practitioner standing before him might not be his match. Lin Yi composed himself, preparing to bend down and retrieve the goblin priest's eyeball. This was a rare material, highly sought after by many enchanters, and it held significant value, comparable to a piece of black iron equipment. In order to purchase a modest home for his mother, Lin Yi was in urgent need of a substantial sum of money. His mother had toiled for most of her life. It was time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Just then, a fierce shout echoed from afar. "Boy, don't move." Li Xiao and his 2 companions rushed over. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy. Although they had not personally vanquished the goblin priest, possessing the equipment still rendered their objective accomplished. After all, at their level, slaying the goblin priest would yield little experience points. Li Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his voice cold and firm. "Boy, I advise you to refrain from any rash actions." With that, he scanned the surroundings warily, checking for any other potential dangers. Lin Yi, still young and merely a novice practitioner, could never hope to defeat the goblin priest alone. The stout, rotund mage lowered his head, chanting an incantation as a circle of pale white light radiated outward from him. "Boss, there's no one around." Lin Yi discerned the greed and murderous intent in the eyes of the 3 men, and suddenly it dawned on him. Indeed, in the wilderness, one must be more wary of humans than of monsters. Lin Yi's eyelids drooped slightly, concealing his anger, while he feigned an expression of innocence. "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender all my equipment," Li Xiao said with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I guarantee by the honor of the Li family of Jiangqing, as long as you hand over your equipment, we shall not harm a single hair on your head." His gaze fixated greedily on the staff in Lin Yi's hand. "My cousin Li Kuang is a fire mage. That bronze staff would be perfect for him." Lin Yi was taken aback. "The Li family of Jiangqing? What is your relation to Lord Li Haishan?" Though the Li family did not rank among the 4 great families of Jiangqing, Li Haishan, as a golden tier practitioner, held a respectable status. "He is indeed my uncle," Li Xiao replied, a flicker of arrogance flashing in his eyes. "Enough with the idle chatter. Throw the equipment over here." Lin Yi lifted his chin, his eyes filled with a chilling menace. "So, you are Li Kuang's cousin? In that case, I shall have no qualms about my actions." "What?" A sense of alarm surged within Li Xiao. At that moment, a blazing fireball materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the short, stout mage with astonishing heat. Lin Yi had a clear target in mind. The stout mage, as a support character, posed a considerable nuisance. Eliminating him first would make dealing with the remaining 2 far simpler. He had feigned compliance merely to lower their guard. He had no intention of continuing the charade any longer. Chapter 6. Annihilating Li Xiao and his companions, earning 1 million. As the fiery orb rushed towards him, the stout mage's expression tightened in panic. "Brother, come save me," he shouted. Before the words left his lips, he frantically waved his hands, attempting to cast a defensive spell. However, the typical casting speed of an ordinary mage could not possibly match Lin Yi's swiftness. "Stop!" Li Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "You are quite bold." Yet, it was already too late. Lin Yi had intentionally feigned weakness, leaving them unable to assume even the most basic defensive stances. Boom. The searing fireball exploded upon impact with the stout mage, charring his entire body black. A ghastly dent marred the center of his chest, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck down. 3,481. A mere level 10 mage was exceedingly fragile, lacking any protection. His health was even inferior to that of an 8th or 9th level goblin. After his successful strike, Lin Yi exhaled a silent sigh of relief, a cold smile creeping across his face. Upon witnessing the rapid demise of the stout mage, Li Xiao realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. He swiftly turned to the female archer and commanded, "I will engage him head on. You flank him from the side to provide support." With a fierce roar, Li Xiao activated his charge skill, enveloped in a faint glow. His speed surged to its utmost limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The female archer reacted with remarkable swiftness, her longbow glinting ominously in the sunlight. After a fleeting moment of confusion, both individuals promptly executed the most rational response. Ordinarily, A mage would find themselves in dire straits upon being approached. Yet, was Lin Yi an ordinary mage? Whoosh. In the next instant, a radiant white armor enveloped his entire form. He disregarded the charging Li Xiu entirely, lightly waving his staff. In the terrified gaze of the female archer, a robust arc of electricity coalesced instantaneously. Crackle. The electric arc, undeniably the swiftest of spells, struck the archer in the blink of an eye. A brief, anguished scream echoed as the fierce bolt pierced through her neck, cleaving her head in twain. 3179. Lin Yi's expression remained tranquil, yet a chill crept into Li Xiu's heart. The successive demise of his comrades drove him to a furious roar. Prepare to die. The double-edged strike. At last, Li Xiu reached Lin Yi. It must be noted that a level 11 Black Iron Warrior possesses a base attack power of 3 to 400, coupled with equipment and skill enhancements. A single blow could exceed 2,000 damage, a strike sufficient to obliterate any fragile mage. Yet, before Lin Yi's shield and armor spell, such damage seemed trivial. Bang. However, Li Xiu felt as though he had struck an impenetrable fortress, with no indication of penetration whatsoever. How could this be? He was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary mage. A cold smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he deftly used the recoil from the double-edged strike to swiftly create distance. With a flourish of his staff, an exquisitely frosty ice crystal arrow formed instantaneously. Ice arrow technique. Whoosh. This arrow, second only to the electric arc in speed, represented Lin Yi's most formidable single-target skill at that moment. Terror filled Li Xiu's eyes as he bellowed, block. The ice crystal arrow, unstoppable in its trajectory, pierced through Li Xiu's skull despite any attempts at defense. 3765. Li Xiu's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, Lin Yi exuded an astonishing power. A novice adventurer had slain a Black Iron professional. Even a newly promoted Black Iron warrior was equally impressive. The entire confrontation unfolded with rapid ferocity. From Lin Yi's ambush to the demise of 3 individuals transpired in mere seconds. Lin Yi scoffed, disdainfully remarking, with such meager skills, you dare to attempt robbery? He then began to meticulously search the bodies. After a thorough looting, Lin Yi found himself in possession of 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Indeed, the swift method of murder and plunder proved far more efficient than grinding against Lord-level monsters. Lin Yi concentrated intently as he began to examine the attributes of the equipment. Refined steel sword, grade, Black Iron, attribute, strength 7. Crimson belt, grade, Black Iron, attribute, health 120. Storm ring, grade, Black Iron, attribute, attack range 1. Magic ring, grade, Black Iron, attribute, mana 120, recovery speed 0. 1 seconds. A surge of joy filled Lin Yi's heart. He had unexpectedly come across 2 pieces of Black Iron equipment that he could utilize directly. Furthermore, one of them was quite remarkable. Indeed, it seemed these individuals were not as destitute as he had presumed. A single piece of Black Iron equipment could be valued at tens of thousands of huaxia coins. Once he had organized his belongings, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, observing the sun on the verge of disappearing. A sudden tightness gripped Lin Yi's heart. If he did not retreat promptly, he might encounter formidable monsters. Moreover, the obscured vision at night would be exceedingly disadvantageous in combat. With this in mind, Lin Yi hastily selected a few valuable materials and exited the village of confusion. Before long, the surrounding light began to brighten. As he drew closer to Wulong Town, the number of returning adventurers increased, each exuding an aura of lethal intent, their garments stained with blood. Everyone maintained a respectful distance, their eyes filled with vigilance. The bulging backpack on Lin Yi naturally attracted many glances, yet the onlookers merely assumed this novice had carelessly collected a few worthless trinkets. The entrance to the town lay before him, and the adventurers collectively exhaled in relief, their faces radiating the joy of having survived a perilous ordeal. Suddenly, a delighted female voice rang out from behind Lin Yi. Little fellow, you actually made it back alive. He turned to see Bai Jia and her companions, who appeared somewhat disheartened. It was evident that their recent venture had not gone smoothly. This party comprised entirely of Black Iron adventurers, totaling 6 individuals with a balanced array of professions. Lin Yi smiled and said, I had some luck. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia suggested once more, why not join us tomorrow? You've experienced the dangers of the wild. Not every excursion will be as fortunate. She gazed at Lin Yi, seemingly seeing a reflection of her younger brother in him, as they bore a striking resemblance. Many years ago, her brother had ventured into the wilderness alone as a newly minted adventurer and had since vanished without a trace. Nearby, several young men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as one urged, Jia, let us hurry. What do we need this rubbish for? There's much to attend to tomorrow. Lin Yi did not even cast a glance at those individuals, merely offering a smile to Bai Jia. Thank you for your kindness. With that, he quickened his pace to depart. Bai Jia watched Lin Yi's receding figure, gently shaking her head with a sigh, a tinge of sadness swelling within her. Truly as stubborn as his brother. The other youths snorted disdainfully. What a worthless mage. yet he carries himself with such airs. At this moment, Lin Yi had far more pressing matters on his mind, namely, to swiftly convert today's gains into huaxia currency. He moved with purpose, weaving through the streets of Wulong Town. As night fell, all adventurers returned from the wilderness, ready to celebrate. Various taverns were ablaze with light, the sounds of laughter echoing faintly. In the depths of an alley, a heavily made-up woman beckoned gently to a man. After enduring life-and-death trials, it was indeed necessary to unwind occasionally. However, Lin Yi's intentions did not lie with such establishments. Before long, he halted in front of an opulent building, Wanbao Pavilion, the largest commercial empire in Huaxia. It amalgamated functions such as auctions, rare item trading, and intelligence exchange, with whispers of an official backing. Most crucially, the prices here were fair. Although slightly lower than the black market, it offered safety and reliability, alleviating fears of being tracked after transactions. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Upon entering Wanbao Pavilion, a black-stocking bunny girl approached, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. I wish to sell some equipment and materials. With that, Lin Yi lifted his backpack onto the table with a thud. The heavy sound drew the bunny girl's immediate attention. Her eyes brightening. A major deal has arrived. Please hold on a moment. I will process your items right away. While waiting, Lin Yi savored the complimentary black leaf tea, reputed to be imported from the elven race, a generosity only displayed by Wanbao Pavilion. All right, the total value of your equipment and materials is 980,000 huaxia coins. To round it off, here is 1,000,000 huaxia coins. As soon as the words left her lips, the bunny girl respectfully presented a black card. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his heart racing with exhilaration. 1,000,000 huaxia coins. His mother, Yang Mei, earned merely 2,000 to 3,000 a month. It would take her 30 to 40 years to save such an amount. Yet he had obtained this vast fortune in just a single day. However, Lin Yi did not accept the black card immediately. Instead, he continued to inquire, do you sell skill books here? Chapter 7, Skill Delay Technique, Level Up. Certainly. The bunny girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Please, follow me. With that, she led the way, guiding Lin Yi to a hidden repository of tomes. In the room, an array of skill tomes lay scattered, inviting Lin Yi to peruse their contents. Titles such as Magic Bolt, Earth Spike, Windblade, Detection, and Delay captivated his attention. One after another, presenting a dazzling spectacle. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming desire to acquire them all. Yet, the question loomed, which one to choose? Each tome held considerable value, approximately 600,000 huaxia coins each, compelling him to make a painful decision. In terms of offensive capabilities, he already possessed both single target and area skills, along with defensive techniques like shield armor. What he lacked, however, were control skills. With this consideration, Lin Yi's gaze settled on Delay. This skill, at the first level, could reduce an enemy's movement speed by 5, which was quite commendable. I shall purchase Delay, he resolved without further hesitation. He then spent another 100,000 huaxia coins on 5 small life recovery potions. Small life recovery potion, effect, restores 300 points of health. Although their necessity was uncertain, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Ultimately, the remaining 300,000 huaxia coins remained in his black card. Lin Yi chose not to spend further and turned to leave, intending to retain this sum in case of unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that his mother's life would not be excessively burdensome. Despite Lin Yi's confidence in his abilities, it was always wise to prepare for the unexpected. Meanwhile, outside a certain chamber in the Wanbao Pavilion, a charming girl with short hair gasped in surprise. Is that Lin Yi? His fleeting figure left her uncertain. This young lady, possessing beauty comparable to Lu Wanqing, was none other than Cheng Muqing, the treasured jewel of one of the 4 illustrious families of Jiangqing. Cheng Muqing shook her head, murmuring, it can't be him. I heard he only awakened as an ordinary mage. What could he possibly be doing in Wulong Town? As her thoughts meandered, a middle-aged man emerged from the room, wearing a smile. Miss, there is indeed a black iron-level dungeon in the Swamp Plains. However, the entrance is not fixed and requires some time to locate. Some dungeons exist stably, while others are randomly generated. They are teeming with numerous minor monsters, and more importantly, they invariably contain elite and boss monsters. For the strong, it is a veritable treasure trove. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Cheng Muqing's eyes upon hearing this unexpected news from the Wanbao Pavilion. If she could conquer this dungeon, her powers would surely soar, potentially reaching the black iron level. In the upcoming trial competition a week later, she would undoubtedly outshine that girl from the Huang family. Cheng Muqing nodded solemnly and issued a directive, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. You must immediately organize the team. I shall personally lead the expedition into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had nearly been recognized by Cheng Muqing. At this moment, he had settled into an inn in Wulong Town, quietly resting. With a gentle tap on the delay spell skill book in his hand, radiant light swirled around him, elevating the delay spell to its maximum level. The spell's effect would have the enemy's speed for a duration of 3 seconds, providing Lin Yi ample opportunity to obliterate his foes. Mastery of diverse skills was essential for facing future challenges. After calling his mother to assure her of his safety and perusing the monster compendium for a while, he succumbed to a deep slumber. After a day of intense battles, he was indeed fatigued. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Wulong Town buzzed with activity once more as Lin Yi packed his belongings and departed the town. His objective was the marsh plains, where even the weakest wild wolves had reached level 8, perfectly aligning with his current leveling needs. Soon, he encountered his first target, a level 9 Gale wolf. For most mages, defeating it in a one-on-one confrontation would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, Lin Yi clearly did not belong to the ordinary ranks. Slow spell activate. As the incantation left his lips, a grayish-white halo enveloped the Gale wolf in an instant. Its speed plummeted, moving as sluggishly as a snail. A smile crept across Lin Yi's face. This technique was indeed formidable. Following this, a fireball spell decisively ended the encounter. 2,457. Defeated a level 9 Gale wolf. Earned 135 experience points. Lin Yi licked his lips, exclaiming with excitement, I will surely reach level 10 today. With just one more Black Iron Orb, I shall ascend to the rank of Black Iron class. Although the Black Iron Magic Orb was highly valuable, avenues for acquisition were not lacking. Firstly, one could purchase it at a cost of approximately 2 million on the market. Secondly, participating in trials held by the Adventurers Guild could yield rewards for exceptional performances. Thus, Lin Yi remained unhurried. As long as he accumulated sufficient experience points, advancing to Black Iron would be a mere formality. Continuing onward, Lin Yi leaped and maneuvered across the plains, systematically dispatching wolves. The record log updated incessantly, with his numbers steadily climbing. Defeated a level 8 Wild Wolf. Earned 97 experience points. Defeated a level 9 Gale Wolf. Earned 126 experience points. Defeated a level 9 Bloodstripe Wolf. Earned 143 experience points. As the last Bloodstripe Wolf collapsed under the onslaught of an ice arrow, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from Lin Yi. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leveled up to 8. Behind the colossal rock, 3 blood-patterned wolves revealed themselves, their bodies adorned with a faint crimson hue that exuded an air of mystery. Among them, one wolf stood out, robust and powerful, reminiscent of a young bull. Colossal blood-pattern wolf. Level 10 elite monster health. 13 for 116 skill. Bloodthirsty charge. Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, and he chuckled. It seems my fortune is indeed remarkable. I have encountered another elite monster. How? The colossal blood-pattern wolf detected Lin Yi, unleashing a deafening roar. The 3 wolves lunged at him with astonishing speed. Lin Yi, wearing a tranquil smile, elegantly waved his staff, a grayish-white halo locking onto the wolves. The slow spell manifested once more. The agile blood-pattern wolves were immediately hindered. Their speed halved. Ziz. The tip of Lin Yi's staff crackled with electricity, and he deftly manipulated the arcane energy. Arc lightning. In an instant, the wolves were obliterated. 2,148. 2,371. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Only one remained. Seizing the opportunity while the slow spell still lingered, he conjured an ice crystal arrow that coalesced in the air. Whoosh. The slowed colossal blood-pattern wolf could not evade in time. The ice arrow detonated above its head, scattering shards of ice and severely wounding it. 4,163. With a single strike, nearly a third of the colossal blood-pattern wolf's health was diminished. How? In the next moment, the colossal blood-pattern wolf finally shook off the effects of the slow spell. Its eyes bloodshot, it entered a bloodthirsty state, enhancing its strength and speed. However, Lin Yi's battle acumen was far more seasoned. After releasing the ice crystal arrow, he swiftly retreated. Fireball spell, following closely. Boom. The searing fireball erupted upon the blood-pattern wolf, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. 2,156. Inflicting damage was not the ultimate goal. Driving back the colossal blood-pattern wolf was paramount. Lin Yi increased the distance once more, just as the slow spell finished its cooldown. The grayish-white halo enveloped the colossal blood-pattern wolf's feet once again, causing its recently regained speed to plummet. How? The colossal blood-pattern wolf howled in rage. But it was futile. At that moment, it could only await its demise. Whoosh. 2 ice crystal arrows pierced through the wolf's eye sockets, flesh and shattered ice exploding in a gruesome display. 3,021. 3,149. In the next instant, the colossal blood-patterned wolf's health plummeted to 0. Lin Yi gazed at the colossal corpse of the blood-patterned wolf, 2 resplendent glimmers catching his eye as he bent down to retrieve them. Once again, he had acquired 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Chapter 8. A chance encounter with Bai Jia, a rescue in the nick of time. Swift blade, grade, black iron. Attributes, agility 6, attack speed 1. Blood totem ring, grade, black iron. Attributes, spirit 5, spell vampirism 4. After examining the items, Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement. The swift blade, a weapon favored by assassins, may not serve him directly, but it could be sold at the treasure pavilion for an estimated profit of 4 to 500,000. The blood totem ring, however, delighted him even more. Though its spell vampirism of 4 might seem modest, Lin Yi's formidable attack power meant that a single arcane strike could inflict cumulative damage exceeding 10,000, allowing him to recover several hundred health points in an instant. It is worth noting that even with the blood belt equipped, his total health was a mere 500 points. What a thrill! Lin Yi stowed the swift blade safely and promptly slipped the blood totem ring onto his finger. After tending to the massive blood-patterned wolf's pelt, he resumed his quest for experience points. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Fireball and ice arrow alternated in rapid succession, harvesting the lives of the ferocious wolves. Killed a level 9 Gale Wolf, experience gained, 69. Killed a level 10 blood-patterned wolf, experience gained, 101. Suddenly, a vibrant white light enveloped Lin Yi. Level up to 9. He had ascended yet again. Reaching level 10 would unlock a new skill. Onward he pressed. Lin Yi nibbled on some jerky and dove back into battle. It seemed that the blood-patterned wolves were multiplying. What could be the cause of this? A fireball obliterated a blood-patterned wolf, and Lin Yi felt a stir of concern. Could a lord-level beast be emerging? He had heard tales of the blood-patterned wolf king during his time in Wulong Town, but many had sought it in vain. Intrigued, he cautiously advanced. Ahead lay a small valley, resembling a gourd from a distance. As he approached, the sounds of ferocious roars grew increasingly distinct. Within the valley, a fierce battle was unfolding. Healing spell. Bai Jia chanted incantations, casting several beams of green light towards her teammates, providing them with much-needed healing. Yet, her own condition was precarious, her mana nearly depleted. Surrounding her were 3 lifeless bodies, charred and grim, a scene of utter devastation. Opposing them was a well-equipped squad of 6, mockingly fixated on Bai Jia and her companions. Leading the charge was a young man clad in purple, his gaze fixated on Bai Jia, brimming with avarice. With a swift whoosh, an arrow, trailing remnants of its passage, shot forth, piercing the throat of a young assassin within Bai Jia's ranks. Blood erupted, staining the leather armor a vivid crimson, and in an instant, he fell lifeless to the ground. Despicable. Bai Jia seethed with rage at this scene. They had initially tracked the blood-patterned Wolf King, only to be ambushed by the opposing squad. Now, only Bai Jia and her captain remained. The successive fall of her comrades felt like daggers to her heart. Observing this, the young man in purple chuckled. Do not resist futilely. Surrender your equipment, and I may consider granting you a swift death. You. The captain gritted his teeth. The blood-patterned Wolf King belongs to you. Just let us leave this place. If you deliver her to me, I shall ensure your survival. The young man's words were met with the light, mocking laughter of his companions. As long as their master was pleased, they too would partake in the spoils. Bai Jia trembled slightly, the gaze upon her evoking profound discomfort. Captain, I just want to survive. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. The captain, who once pursued her, was now intent on delivering her to the enemy. The betrayal of a comrade stung deeper than the prospect of death. Do not blame me. The warrior captain shut his eyes tightly and charged at Bai Jia, sword raised high, intent on subduing her. For a priest, facing a warrior left little room for defense. Bai Jia reversed her staff, aiming it at her own neck. She would rather shatter than be dishonored. Yet, in that precarious moment, a chilling breeze brushed past her ear. What was that? An ice crystal arrow whizzed by, aimed directly at the warrior captain. Bai Jia's benevolence had stirred a flicker of goodwill in Lin Yi's heart, prompting him to intervene. This sudden turn of events caused the charging warrior captain to widen his eyes in shock. At the brink of life and death, his momentum could not be halted. Lin Yi's eyes glinted with lethal intent. The mockery he had endured from this young man, now compounded by his betrayal, was utterly contemptible. In the captain's horrified gaze, the ice crystal arrow pierced through his throat, leaving a gruesome wound. Just as blood was about to gush forth, it was instantly frozen by the frigid air. A level 12 black iron warrior, despite his superior physique and decent equipment, had a mere sliver of health, barely exceeding 3,000. Cough, cough, cough. The captain of the warriors clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground in agony. The manner of death, pierced through the throat, appeared particularly tragic. Lin Yi had a singular goal, to protect his equipment as best as he could, for it represented his invaluable treasure. This series of actions unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no one capable of reacting in time. To eliminate a level 12 warrior in a single blow, one would require at least the strength of a level 16 or 17, wouldn't they? In the black iron profession stage, with each level gained, the main attribute increases by 100 points, illustrating the vast disparity in power. Lin Yi gradually stepped into the gaze of the crowd, their eyes brimmed with astonishment. So young, merely a novice? How could this be possible? Could he be the fabled hidden profession? A novice capable of annihilating a black iron professional? Apart from the legendary hidden class, they could conceive no other explanation. Even a second-rate special profession could not achieve such astonishing results. A shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers, and they could not help but marvel at the young man before them. He was nothing short of a prodigy. The mage insignia adorning Lin Yi was entirely overlooked by the crowd. They found it hard to believe that he was merely an ordinary mage. Some extraordinary artifacts could alter a professional's outward information, and the charade of a wolf in sheep's clothing was not uncommon. Meanwhile, Bai Jia was left utterly astounded. She gazed at Lin Yi's handsome visage, her mouth agape in sheer disbelief. "It's you." Bai Jia recalled having invited him to join her party. A hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. With such extraordinary power, did he still require her assistance? Amidst her shock, she had yet to regain her composure. At that moment, Lin Yi's gentle voice broke through the tension. "Come hide behind me." Lin Yi's gaze swept over the 6 individuals before him, most of whom were around levels 11 or 12, with only one at level 13. Although they were stronger than Li Xiu and his companions, Lin Yi felt ample confidence to confront them. After all, in low-level areas like the marsh plains, high-level professionals were a rarity. The young man in purple assessed Lin Yi, his eyes filled with trepidation. "If you wish to take her away, please feel free." Lin Yi's displayed prowess rendered the young man reluctant to act rashly. To be able to dispatch a level 12 black iron warrior with ease, he feared he would not withstand even 2 blows. Yet, Lin Yi would not depart easily. He had distinctly heard that the blood-patterned Wolf King was concealed deep within the valley. Such a coveted reward from a lordly monster could not be relinquished without a fight. Subsequently, Lin Yi spoke in a chilling tone. "You would do well to leave. Or else, death awaits." The young man in purple turned pale, his rage boiling over. "You are being utterly unreasonable. Do you think we are soft persimmons?" Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. Before them, a formidable blue arc of electricity, as thick as an arm, coalesced at the tip of Lin Yi's staff, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Crackling ominously, the terrifying azure lightning descended, inflicting severe damage upon the rear of the squad. The initial fury they felt swiftly transformed into paralyzing fear as they sensed the chilling breath of death within that electric glow. The figures of the priest, archer, and mage collapsed in an instant, with the acrid scent of scorched flesh permeating the air. The remaining 3 members reacted with remarkable agility, employing acceleration skills to swiftly distance themselves and deftly evade the onslaught. After all, the arc shockwave, being a fundamental skill, had a limited range for jump attacks. Yet for Lin Yi, the priority lay in eliminating the support roles, which was already sufficient for his purposes. With a cold smirk, Lin Yi brandished his staff once more, vowing to obliterate that insolent boy. "Damn it, I shall tear him to shreds." The young man in purple, consumed by rage, hastily commanded the remaining warriors and assassins to charge fiercely at Lin Yi. Chapter 9. Total Annihilation, in search of the bloodstained Wolf King. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed, devoid of any sign of tension. With the threat of support eliminated behind him, the 3 adversaries appeared to him as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Delay technique. With a commanding shout, a grayish-white halo rippled outward. The swiftest among them, the young man in purple, found himself ensnared as if by invisible shackles, his eyes wide with disbelief. A heavy pressure descended upon him, making each step a monumental struggle. Another warrior grit his teeth, pushing forward with all his might, while the assassin silently slipped into the air, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind Lin Yi. With a mere flick of his staff, Lin Yi conjured a blazing fireball that erupted forth. The warrior's body was instantly engulfed in searing heat, the moisture evaporating from his skin, transforming him into a desiccated husk. Another member fell from the ranks. The young man in purple's pupils contracted sharply. The mage before him was far more powerful than he could have ever imagined, having dispatched 4 of his companions in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the hidden assassin was swiftly closing in on Lin Yi's back, the dark dagger poised high, ready to strike. Seeing this, Bai Jia urgently called out, "Be careful." The battle unfolded with such rapidity that she had just bestowed a 5-point mental boost upon Lin Yi when she witnessed the assassin's ambush. A sinister smile curled upon the assassin's lips as he hissed, "Prepare to meet your end." Backstab. However, all of this was anticipated by Lin Yi. This was merely a tactic to lure his foes into revealing their vulnerabilities. Buzz. A thick layer of white luminescent armor enveloped Lin Yi, ensnaring the assassin's dagger in a shroud of light, rendering it immobile. Lin Yi smirked, declaring, "Now, you cannot escape." The assassin, gripped by sheer terror, beheld an icy arrow coalesce before him, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Whoosh! The crystalline arrow sliced through the air, piercing the assassin's eye and striking his skull directly. In an instant, the eyeball shattered, and before blood could spill, it was frozen into shards of ice. An astonishing damage output of 3,795 erupted, leaving the assassin unable to even utter a cry as he succumbed to his fate on the spot. At that moment, only the young man in purple remained in the arena. He felt the weight of Lin Yi's gaze and shuddered involuntarily. "Flee!" The young man in purple swiftly turned and desperately retreated. Yet, how could Lin Yi allow him to escape so easily? Zzz. An arc of electricity surged forth, the paralysis effect rendering the young man's movements rigid while inflicting considerable damage. 1679. His life force halved in an instant. Delayed spell. A gray-white halo descended once more, plunging the young man into utter despair. He realized that under such a slowdown effect, escape had become an impossibility. "Spare me." The words of supplication had scarcely left his lips when a searing fireball hurtled toward him. Boom. In an instant, the explosion's flames robbed him of his voice. A staggering 2,973 damage. The young man's limbs were blown apart, scattered across the battlefield. Bai Jia, her eyes wide with shock, rubbed them in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of the scene. Thus, their entire forces were annihilated. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yi had relied solely on a mental enhancement, never even having the chance to cast a healing spell. Could this truly be a mage? She gazed at Lin Yi's silhouette, her mind brimming with confusion. Undoubtedly, he had shattered her conventional understanding of mages. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. Lin Yi, however, paid little heed to Bai Jia's astonishment and admiration. His decision to rescue her was primarily a result of that unintentional act of kindness outside the small town. In this moment, excitement radiated from Lin Yi as he began to rummage through the corpses. Before long, an array of diverse equipment lay before him. 12 pieces of black iron gear and 18 pieces of novice equipment. Lord's Cloak, grade, black iron attributes, agility 5. Movement speed 1, enchanted ring grade, black iron attributes, casting time reduced by 0.2 seconds. Among the spoils, there lay 2 pieces of black iron equipment, precisely what Lin Yi needed. Most astonishing to him, however, was the enchanting ring. For other mages, a reduction of 0.2 seconds in casting time might seem trivial, merely affording a slight increase in speed. Yet for Lin Yi, whose fundamental casting time was already under 1 second, this 0.2 second diminishment yielded remarkable results. Once adorned with the magical ring, his casting speed approached instantaneous, and his combat prowess surged dramatically. Lin Yi secretly reveled in his fortune. Indeed, plundering and pillaging proved to be quite rewarding. Subsequently, he stowed the various pieces of equipment into his backpack. After retaining 2 pieces of black iron gear for himself, he realized that selling the remainder could fetch at least 2 million. And deep within the valley, there lurked a bloodstrider wolf king. With this thought, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Bai Jia. Witnessing Lin Yi meticulously gather the equipment, Bai Jia felt a wave of envy wash over her. This collection was worth more than what many would earn in a year, or even several years of relentless grinding. At that moment, as Lin Yi finished his task and turned his attention to her, a radiant smile blossomed upon Bai Jia's blood-streaked face. "My name is Bai Jia, and I am truly grateful for your rescue." Upon uttering these words, a tender blush of shyness began to blossom within her heart. "No need for gratitude," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "I am Lin Yi. Could you kindly inform me of the Bloodstrider Wolf King's exact location?" Although he was aware it resided deep within the valley, the vast expanse made it too time-consuming to search aimlessly. Upon hearing his inquiry, Bai Jia promptly responded, "It's in a cave within the valley. We previously scattered tracking powder on it, and I can lead you there." Originally, the Bloodstrider Wolf King had been stationed at the valley's entrance, but due to the conflict involving Bai Jia and her companions with the purple-clad youth, it had slipped deeper into the recesses amidst the chaos. However, Bai Jia hesitated slightly. "Are we really going just the 2 of us? Perhaps we should return to Wulong Town and gather a few teammates?" It was not that she doubted Lin Yi. His showcased combat abilities were indeed impressive. Yet, as a mage, he might struggle with sustaining damage. Logically, a few warriors should stand at the forefront, with a priest to provide healing, while ranged classes dealt damage from the rear. Even with such arrangements, unforeseen events could often arise, as the strength of a lordly creature was formidable, beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Lin Yi resolutely shook his head. "No, just the 2 of us will suffice." What nonsense. Returning to recruit allies would only squander time and necessitate dividing the loot. He had no intention of engaging in such trivialities, for he was brimming with confidence in his own strength. Taking on a lordly monster single-handedly was well within his means. Soon, Bai Jia ceased to speak further, leading Lin Yi deeper into the valley. The valley was enveloped in an eerie silence, with scattered trees embellishing the landscape. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, bringing with it the unique and refreshing air characteristic of the marshy plains. Upon entering the cave, Bai Jia lowered her voice, cautioning that the blood-striped Wolf King was known for its stealthy nature, particularly preying upon solitary adventurers. Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect that without Bai Jia's guidance, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate the lair of the blood-striped Wolf King. A flicker of firelight erupted from Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Before long, they arrived at the innermost recess of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as a massive wolf, adorned with blood-red stripes, rested within. Its fangs gleamed with a sanguinary light, unmistakably indicating that it was no ordinary foe. Blood-striped Wolf King. Level, 10 Elite Monster. Health, 39, 175. Skills, Bloodlust, Swift Assault. Summon. Bai Jia marveled inwardly at the formidable health of the beast. Although this was not her first encounter with the blood-striped Wolf King, she still felt a jolt of awe. A wave of trepidation washed over her. Could the 2 of them truly prevail against such a creature? In stark contrast, Lin Yi exhibited no fear. Instead, He radiated excitement. The more powerful the elite monster, the more valuable the loot it would yield. With a subtle glance, Lin Yi signaled Bai Jia, who understood immediately and began to chant an incantation. Spirit enhancement. A faint blue light enveloped Lin Yi, boosting his spirit by 10. A smile crept across Lin Yi's face. Having a priest nearby was indeed advantageous. His spirit now reached 120, significantly elevating his damage output. Stay back and protect yourself, Lin Yi advised softly, his gaze fixed on the slumbering blood-striped Wolf King, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ice arrow technique. Instantly, an arrow imbued with a chilling essence coalesced. Under the enchantment of his magical ring, Lin Yi's casting speed was astonishing, leaving Bai Jia in awe. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being sliced through echoed as the ice crystal arrow traversed dozens of meters, embedding itself deeply into the Wolf King's abdomen. 379. The ice arrow detonated, creating a gaping wound that exposed bone. The significant damage caused Bai Jia's eyes to widen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom such a powerful attack emanating from a novice adventurer. A howl erupted. The blood-striped Wolf King, severely wounded, jolted awake from its slumber. Its blood-red eyes fixed upon Lin Yi and Bai Jia, seething with rage. Chapter 10. Controlled Leveling, Obtaining Lightness Technique. Howl. The blood-patterned Wolf King raised its head to the heavens, emitting a roar that shattered eardrums. Whoosh. A fleeting blood-red shadow flickered through the air, its sharp claws glinting ominously. A typical 12th level Black Iron warrior would surely meet a bitter end under such a ferocious assault. Bai Jia's complexion paled slightly, betraying her anxiety. Lin Yi's gaze remained composed as he lifted his staff. The gray-white halo danced around his wrist, suddenly manifesting beneath the Wolf King's claws. Delay spell. In an instant, the blood-patterned Wolf King's speed faltered as if burdened by a 1,000-pound stone. Arc of electricity. A flash of lightning struck its old wound at the waist, tearing it open anew. 3,357. Although not as lethal as the ice arrow, it still held remarkable power. Fireball spell. Lin Yi murmured the incantation, and the fireball blazed, raising the temperature within the cave. The flame struck the same wound, instantly charring flesh. 3,519. With merely 3 spells, the Wolf King lost over 10,000 vitality points. Bai Jia watched in astonishment. Such a feat, in the past, would have required their entire party to fight bloodily for an hour. Suddenly, the tide shifted. The Wolf King not only regained its speed, but also entered a bloodthirsty mode. In the blink of an eye, it lunged before Lin Yi. Bai Jia, flustered, instinctively covered her mouth, fearful of distracting Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi remained confident, exuding an air of certainty. Under Bai Jia's enhancement, the shield armor could withstand 6,100 points of damage. Even in its frenzied state, the blood-patterned wolf could not hope to breach this impenetrable fortress. Bang! The blood-red claws, accompanied by a tempest, struck down heavily. Yet, it was as if they had collided with a rock, forcefully repelled. Bai Jia silently praised the feat. How impressive! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi retreated and shouted, "Fireball spell!" The fireball exploded, forcing the Wolf King back. At that moment, the delay spell had cooled down. The gray-white halo reappeared, enveloping the Wolf King's feet. With sheer force, Lin Yi stood as formidable as an entire squad. In the blink of an eye, the blood-patterned Wolf King's health plummeted to 30%, its injuries worsening. It howled, raising its head to the sky as a blood-red magical array materialized around it. Subsequently, one after another, blood-patterned wolves leaped forth from within. It was the Wolf King's summoning skill. Witnessing this, Bai Jia once again bestowed Lin Yi with a mental enhancement. For there was no other recourse. After all, Lin Yi remained unscathed, rendering healing spells unnecessary. As 10 blood-patterned wolves emerged, they surged forward, providing the Wolf King with a moment of respite. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with disdain as he lightly waved his staff, blue light flickering. Instantly, arcs of electricity danced among the wolf pack, inflicting massive damage. In an instant, the wolf pack was reduced to ashes. For others, this might pose some trouble. But for Lin Yi, it was merely a trifling matter. Slaying 10 blood-striped wolves granted him 500 experience points. It appeared that his ascent to level 10 would occur even more swiftly than anticipated. The readily available blood-striped wolves saved him the trouble of searching. Lin Yi gazed at the blood-striped Wolf King, his eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to scrutinizing a pig destined for slaughter. You enjoy summoning, do you? Then come forth. Summon again. Fireball. The flames erupted, grazing the side of the blood-striped Wolf King and leaving a charred mark. He purposefully aimed at Askew, merely to entice the Wolf King to continue summoning. Before long, the blood-red magic circle reactivated. Another wave of 10 blood-striped wolves surged forth, charging at Lin Yi. A surge of joy welled within him as he unleashed an arc shock, effortlessly amassing 500 experience points. Come forth, come forth. Summon more for your master. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Bai Jia was utterly astonished. Lin Yi had begun to utilize the blood-striped Wolf King for a form of captive training. Is this truly happening? A Lord-level monster can be played with in such a manner. She felt that what she witnessed today far surpassed the cumulative experiences of the past 2 decades. Crackling. The arc shock flickered brilliantly, bestowing 500 experience points upon Lin Yi. His experience soared rapidly. Ultimately, a brilliant white light erupted from him. Level increased to 10. New skill unlocked, Swamp Domain. After a series of bloodstriped wolf summons, Lin Yi finally broke through his bottleneck. Given the ongoing battle, he refrained from hastily checking the details of Swamp Domain. After all, it was not immediately applicable, and there was no need to rush. Summon more wolves for me. Don't think you can feign death to avoid it. Lin Yi urged the now emaciated bloodstriped wolf king loudly. He did not wish for such a thrilling leveling experience to conclude abruptly. Thinking of his classmates, most of whom were struggling between levels 1 and 2. While he was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a black iron practitioner, he felt a surge of pride. Another fireball detonated beside the wolf king, the sparks nearly igniting its fur. At that moment, a deep terror flickered in the eyes of the bloodstriped wolf king. Howl! The blood-red magic circle materialized once more, and the wolf king's size visibly diminished. Summoning the bloodstripe, wolves consumed not only magical energy, but also drained its vitality. It had truly reached its limit. Lin Yi's gaze subtly shifted as he unleashed a powerful arc of energy, earning a mere 300 experience points this time. After the level up, the experience gained from the blood-marked wolf had noticeably diminished. He pressed on. However, despite Lin Yi's relentless efforts, the blood-marked wolf king ceased to summon any further minions. Observing the trembling wolf king, a flicker of compassion flashed in by Jia's eyes. The plight of this blood-marked wolf king was indeed heart-wrenching. As a lord-level creature, it had not only lost its freedom, but also resembled a sow on the verge of giving birth. Even the last vestiges of its utility had been thoroughly extracted. Well, it seems you have truly reached your limits. Lin Yi shrugged, and realizing its value had waned, he decided to grant it a merciful end. With 3 spells cascading down upon the wounds of the blood-marked wolf king, the damage erupted. 3,354, 3,127, 4,936. In an instant, the wolf king's health was obliterated. Lin Yi even perceived a glimmer of relief in the wolf king's eyes as it departed this world. You have slain a level 10 blood-marked wolf king, earning 3,951 experience points. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, but what thrilled him even more were the various glimmers surrounding the wolf king's carcass. Among them, a bronze hue was discernible, and not just a single item. Wolf King's Robe. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit 5, Mana 300, Magic Resistance 40. This black robe, adorned with blood-red patterns, far surpassed the rare Mage robe Lin Yi currently donned. He hastily donned it, instantly enhancing his already handsome visage, making him even more alluring. Bai Jia, standing nearby, found it difficult to avert her gaze. Then, Lin Yi turned his attention to another piece of equipment, which also turned out to be of bronze grade. Blood-marked ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit 5, Spell Power 20. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. This blood-marked wolf king was indeed an excellent lord monster. It not only provided an opportunity for leveling up, but also gifted him equipment. It truly deserved an award for contribution. If the blood-marked wolf king were aware in the afterlife, it would likely be furious enough to rise again. In addition to these 2 bronze items, the remaining 4 were of black iron quality. Lin Yi examined them one by one and found a pair of shoes with quite impressive attributes. He immediately equipped them, resulting in a slight enhancement to his strength. Among the remaining 3 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 were temporarily useless, while 1 was a black iron staff. Noticing Bai Jia's envious gaze, Lin Yi smiled and directly handed the staff to her. This black iron staff was undoubtedly superior to the novice staff she currently wielded. Is this, for me? The unexpected surprise made Bai Jia's voice tremble slightly, revealing her extraordinary excitement. Take this, it is rightfully yours. Without Bai Jia, he might not have located the bloodmark wolf king. The joy of sharing surpasses that of solitary enjoyment, and Lin Yi has never been a selfish individual. Thank you. Lin Yi. Gratitude filled Bai Jia's eyes. Had it been someone else, they might not have distributed such benefits to her. After all, Lin Yi's prowess far exceeds hers, and the power of allocation naturally rests in his hands. Lin Yi did not elaborate further and continued to examine the final spoils. Lightness technique. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he eagerly clasped the skill book in his palms. With a flash of radiance, the skill book melded into his consciousness. The lightness technique was instantly learned and elevated to its maximum level. Effect. Movement speed increased by 100 for 5 seconds. The effect was simply unparalleled. Chapter 11. Acquiring Purple Orchid Grass. Entering the secret realm of the instance. Lin Yi's figure unfurled, the lightness technique reaching its zenith. His speed akin to that of a phantom assassin. Thus, his ability to control the battlefield would be significantly enhanced. And there is also the newly unlocked skill. Swamp Domain. Lin Yi suddenly smacked his forehead, hastily reviewing the details of this new skill. Creates a swamp area with a 50-meter radius ahead. Enemies ensnared within will be bound. Moreover, movement speed reduced by 85, lasting 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled, Once an enemy steps into this swamp zone, it is as if they are rendered immobile. 5 seconds, for him, is ample time to execute 2 arc strikes. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced in future team battles. My confidence will be greatly bolstered. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had quietly undergone a transformation, no longer the novice fresh from the wilderness. Even among the ranks of Black Iron professionals, he could be considered a formidable force. He promptly opened his personal profile. Level 10, 4,791, 10,000. Attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 140. Stamina 70, Agility 75, Health 800, Magic 1650. If Bai Jia were to see Lin Yi's panel, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame. All his skills were at maximum level, glistening brilliantly, and his equipment consisted entirely of black iron quality, adorned with 3 pieces of bronze gear. It is worth noting that those at level 12 or 3 typically possess only 1 or 2 pieces of black iron equipment, with the remainder still clad in novice attire. It is precisely for this reason that they wander in the likes of Confused Village, a low-level wilderness area, hoping to encounter elite or boss monsters in hopes of acquiring better gear. In stark contrast, Lin Yi's configuration would undoubtedly evoke envy from others. After a moment of admiration, Lin Yi closed the panel and bent down to begin the dissection of the Bloodstriped Wolf King. Bai Jia, understanding the unspoken rules, wandered around the cave. Refraining from any inappropriate thoughts, the pelt and claws of the Bloodstriped Wolf King were invaluable, top-tier materials. Today, Lin Yi could be said to have struck a rich vein. Coupled with the equipment he had previously gathered, the total value soared to 3.5 million. Purchasing the Black Iron Pearl was now a trivial matter. Having dealt with the spoils of the Bloodstriped Wolf King, Lin Yi was about to beckon Bai Jia to leave when a startled exclamation from her pierced the air. Lin Yi, come quickly. Lin Yi's spirits lifted, and he hurried over. The flames dancing between his fingers suddenly expanded, illuminating the dim cave. Before Bai Jia stood 2 small grasses, swaying gently in the breeze, radiating a soft purple glow. Purple orchid grass contains potent life force, ineffective for professionals. For ordinary individuals, consuming it can cure all ailments and restore them to optimal health. After awakening, a professional's physical condition reaches its zenith and continues to strengthen with level advancement, with some even maintaining eternal youth. Unless subjected to consecutive severe injuries, their bodies do not deteriorate. However, ordinary people are not so fortunate, as diseases continue to plague them. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. This purple orchid grass would be the perfect gift for his mother. Shall we each take one? After all, it was Bai Jia who discovered them. And I only need one. Sounds good. Bai Jia readily agreed, and the 2 of them carefully harvested the grasses, storing them carefully in special bags. Just then, a soft white light emerged as the soil on the stone wall suddenly fell away. How could there be light in such a dark cave? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Speaking cautiously, step back a bit. Bai Jia retreated, and Lin Yi whispered an incantation, conjuring a massive fireball that illuminated the cave as bright as day. The fireball struck the stone wall with a resounding crash. Debris cascaded down like rain, and the white light intensified. Lin Yi unleashed another fireball. Boom. The frail stone wall finally crumbled, and a rich white light surged forth. Uncontrollably, the 2 gazed towards the source of the light. Before them hovered a radiant vortex, approximately 2 meters in diameter, seemingly possessing a magnetic pull. Lin Yi and Bai Jia exchanged glances, their delight palpable. A secret realm. The experience points here were incomparable to those of the outside world. Not only were there elite monsters and bosses, but successful completion promised generous rewards. Yet, therein lay great peril. Ordinary individuals who rashly ventured and often faced dire consequences. Whenever news of a secret realm's entrance leaks, various factions swarm to seize it, regarding it as an invaluable treasure and engaging in fierce competition. Lin Yi, wielding a staff, gently touched the ethereal white glow before him. In an instant, a deluge of information surged into his mind. Level 15 Black Iron Secret Realm, one of the entrances to the Dark Altar, difficulty rating, challenging, limited to teams of 6. With a maximum level of 12. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Jia's eyes. This was indeed a challenging Black Iron Secret Realm. Secret realms are categorized into 5 levels based on difficulty: ordinary, adventurous, challenging, monarch, and hell. The challenging level already represents a formidable trial, given Bai Jia's previous team. Even the ordinary level posed a significant challenge. Lin Yi was equally taken aback, yet soon a fervor ignited in his gaze. Difficulty signified greater value. Shall we venture forth together? All right. Bai Jia bit her lip, though initially hesitant, her resolve soon solidified. The memory of Lin Yi battling the blood-patterned Wolf King remained vivid, filling her with confidence in him. It is settled then. We shall depart at once. Concerned about being preempted by others, Lin Yi swiftly stepped into the white glow, instantly enveloped by a sensation of dizzying rotation. Meanwhile, within the hidden woods of the marsh plains, adventurers flocked in droves, forming clusters. At the center stood Chung mooching alongside a middle-aged man. The surrounding onlookers had been cleared, no one daring to approach, a testament to the formidable influence of the Chung family. At this moment, the two gazed eagerly at the white glow ahead. The long-coveted secret realm had finally manifested. The intelligence from the treasure pavilion had proven reliable. This million was well spent. With this secret realm, it would not be a problem for the young lady to ascend to the black iron rank within a week. Perhaps, she might even advance further. Typically, powerful players escorting newcomers face severe experience penalties. However, within secret realms, this circumstance significantly changes. Cheng Muqing's face shone with excitement. The prospect of surpassing Lu Wanqing filled her with a smile. As daughters of the four great families of Jiangcheng, their competition was relentless. However, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The Dark Altar? Limited to 6 under level 12? Cheng Muqing was taken aback, soon receiving a system notification. Regardless, let us enter and see. I possess a teleportation talisman provided by my father. Safety is assured. The middle-aged man nodded and then instructed, Lei He, Wu Ji, you four shall accompany the young lady inside. Remember, there is another entrance to this secret realm. If we encounter others, our foremost duty is to ensure the safety of the young lady. Indeed, Lord Qingda, the four young men, each at the 12th level, responded with utmost respect. Their professions varied and well-balanced, not lacking in unique vocations, showcasing formidable strength. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Muqing stepped into the halo first. A flicker of concern crossed Qingda's eyes as he commanded in a grave tone, maintain a vigilant watch around us, allowing no one to approach this place. Understood. Lin Yi, unaware that Cheng Muqing had also entered the same secret realm, regained his footing after a bout of dizziness. He found himself amidst a foreboding and dense forest, where ghostly flames danced, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Those of timid disposition would likely be terrified to the point of losing their senses. Unintentionally, Bai Jia grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly, her heart racing, cheeks slightly flushed, only to shyly release it moments later. Lin Yi smiled inwardly as he checked the log information. You have entered the Dark Altar secret realm. Please thwart the demonic Mage Cassio's sacrificial ritual. A demonic mage? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Yi's eyes. If it were a mage-type boss monster, it might drop powerful mage gear. Thus, he led Bai Jia, preparing to traverse the eerie forest. The scale of the black iron level secret realm was limited, making it relatively easy to locate the boss monster, provided they first cleared the smaller foes along the way. Swish, swish, swish. Strange sounds echoed through the woods, causing Bai Jia to instinctively clutch the hem of Lin Yi's garment. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, as a white luminescent armor enveloped him. Before long, a series of skeletal knights came into view. They wielded bone spears, their eye sockets ablaze with a pale flame, looking particularly menacing atop their skeletal steeds. Upon reaching level 10, the monster's strength underwent a significant transformation. Lin Yi's expression grew serious. The true test was about to commence. Chapter 12, A Path of Swift Slaughter. Cheng Muqing in peril. Lin Yi swiftly made a decision. These 8 skeletal knights must not be allowed to charge forward. Otherwise, it would present a troublesome predicament. Intruders, meet your demise. The skeletal knights parted their jaws slightly, emitting indistinct low growls before launching themselves forward with ferocity. Yet, Lin Yi's movements were even swifter. Swamp domain. Whoosh. A vibrant green light surged forth, striking the ground where the 8 skeletal knights stood. In an instant, the earth within a 50-meter radius transformed into a bubbling quagmire. Gurgle. The swamp could evidently not bear the weight of the skeletal knights. Their charge was abruptly thwarted, and the skeletal steeds began to sink into the mire. A satisfied smile graced Lin Yi's face as he beheld the newly unlocked marsh domain. Its effects truly remarkable. Without hesitation, he waved his staff with a flourish. A robust arc of lightning surged forth, striking the struggling skeletal knights. The damage inflicted was astonishingly higher than before, as lightning magic naturally possessed enhanced efficacy against undead creatures. The damage numbers leapt: 3965, 4173, 4051, 4227. Bai Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. In just this single round of attacks, the cumulative damage had surpassed 20,000. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Gazing at the skeletal knights floundering in the mire, Bai Jia felt momentarily dazed. What kind of marsh domain was this? Its vast range was astonishing, and its duration was remarkably prolonged. She looked towards Lin Yi's composed silhouette, as if witnessing the birth of a god among mages. Fireball. Ice arrow. Lin Yi did not pause, alternating between single-target spells to maintain his relentless assault. The crystalline arrow struck true, annihilating one skeletal knight in an instant. Although the fireball's damage was somewhat lesser, it did not hinder the overall outcome. For the cooldown of the arc of lightning had concluded. Zing. The electric light flickered, the pale bones of the undead unable to withstand such a ferocious, thunderous onslaught. The high damage values continued to emerge. 3861, 3613, 3972. With 2 arc strikes, all skeletal knights were utterly vanquished. The combination of the marsh domain and the arc of lightning was so powerful that even Lin Yi was left astounded. Kill level 15 skeletal knight. gain 873 experience points. Kill level 15 Skeletal Knight, gain 912 experience points. Just from these 8 Skeletal Knights, Lin Yi's experience bar had been filled to capacity, even overflowing. Oh, what an exhilarating experience, Lin Yi mused, though a twinge of regret soon followed. After reaching level 10, if he failed to advance to a black iron profession, slaying monsters would no longer yield any experience. This was to prevent anyone from grinding experience in low-level areas indefinitely. Returning now to purchase the promotion gem would surely be too late. What if someone else got there first? Well, if it must be wasted, so be it. Acquiring treasures from slain monsters was still a worthy endeavor. If he could obtain a black iron gem from these creatures, it would be absolutely perfect. Lin Yi approached the remains of the Skeletal Knights, and one piece of black iron equipment shimmered enticingly. Skeletal Lance, grade, black iron, attributes, attack power 35. In Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, the secret realm of the dungeon was remarkable, as even the lesser monsters could yield black iron equipment. This skeletal lance was worth at least 500,000. Lin Yi's backpack was nearly overflowing, so he entrusted it to Bai Jia for safekeeping. Although Bai Jia was unable to assist in combat, she proved to be exceptionally competent as a mobile storage unit. Subsequently, the two continued their descent into the depths. The ghost fire forest was eerie and terrifying, yet to Lin Yi, it appeared to be a treasure trove at every turn. Swamp Domain, Arc Shock. The combination of area control and mass damage was simply unstoppable. These formidable level 15 skeletal minions stood no chance against such an onslaught. Bai Jia was dazzled. The young man before her was formidable to the point of instilling fear. Lin Yi once again vanquished 2 waves of skeletal knights. He had a premonition that this haul might reach tens of millions. Pressing onward, Lin Yi and Bai Jia harvested 3 additional waves of skeletal knights. They arrived at the center of the forest, gradually approaching the mysterious altar. Lin Yi could sense the dark elements in the air were steadily increasing. "Miss, you go ahead." At that moment, a distant cry caught Lin Yi's attention. It was another group of adventurers. Were they engaged in battle with a boss monster? Let us investigate, Lin Yi decided. And Bai Jia followed closely, stealthily making their way towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing had just stepped into the secret realm when she was besieged by a horde of skeletal knights. To make matters worse, a demonic sorcerer named Cassio was nearby. Even though her 5-member team was exceptionally skilled, they found themselves in dire straits at that moment. Under relentless magical assaults, team members fell one after another. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Muqing swiftly produced a random teleportation scroll. Grabbing the unconscious Lin Yi, she fled from the hellish battlefield. Unfortunately, they were randomly transported to the very heart of another group of skeletal knights, and their situation was precarious. Cheng Muqing felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Must they resort to a golden teleportation scroll? Though the golden scroll could directly transport them to a safe zone. The thought of retreating in such a disheveled state was unbearable. Was there no other way? Her mind raced, and with time running out, Lin Yi was on the verge of collapse. In that critical moment, out of the corner of her eye, Cheng Muqing spotted 2 figures stealthily approaching from a distance. Shrouded in dimness, she could not discern their features, only that they were 2 adventurers. Perhaps the explorers at another entrance could collaborate. Cheng Muqing's eyes brightened, and she called out urgently, "You too. I am Cheng Muqing from the Cheng Group in Jiangcheng. Please assist us in repelling these skeletal knights, and there shall be ample rewards afterward." At the moment she revealed her identity, her heart raced with anxiety as she awaited a response. To her astonishment, it was her. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. It was Cheng Muqing, the prodigious young lady from Donghai University in Jiangcheng. It was said that she had awakened as a holy priest, possessing formidable support abilities. Lin Yi pondered whether to offer his assistance, for he was not the type to be immobilized merely by the sight of a beautiful woman. At that moment, Cheng Muqing's cries for help grew increasingly urgent. Only through collaboration could they hope to navigate the secret realm. "Speak your needs," she implored. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, "Do you possess a black iron pearl?" Cheng Muqing nodded eagerly. Her companion Lin Yi in a dire state. Although she was unsure why he required the pearl, now was not the time for negotiations. "Yes, I can provide it to you immediately after the battle." Lin Yi's heart brimmed with joy. It seemed fortune had favored him effortlessly. Without further delay, he made a swift decision. "All right, have your companions fall back." He then signaled Bai Jia to retreat with the equipment pack. Channeling his thoughts, the staff in his hand radiated an eerie green glow. Whoosh! A streak of green light cleaved through the night sky, striking the feet of several skeletal knights. Instantly, the area transformed into a bubbling mire. Glub, glub. Those once menacing skeletal knights found themselves ensnared in the quagmire. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi dashed back to Cheng Muqing's side. The two gazed at the swampy expanse, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is astonishing. However, the shock was far from over. Lin Yi's internal mana surged, and colossal arcs of electricity seemed to materialize from thin air, striking the skeletal knights with pinpoint accuracy. Crackle! In an instant, damage values soared wildly. 3,792, 3,918, 3,356, 3,547. The electric arcs leaped between multiple targets, accumulating over 40,000 points of damage. Chung Muqing stared in disbelief. She had never witnessed such a formidable electrical assault. Lin Yi's magical spectacle continued to unfold. Fireball, ice arrow, waves of high damage spells bombarded the foes, leaving the pair momentarily dazed. Chung Muqing even began to question if these skeletal knights were real. Soon after, Lin Yi's electric arcs prepared for another onslaught. Crackle. The terrifying electric discharge erupted once more, nearly obliterating all the skeletal knights, leaving only a few struggling to survive. Chung Muqing was utterly flabbergasted. Who on earth was this? The cooldown time for skills. Why is it so swift? Do not dawdle. They are emerging from the swamp. Go and hold them back. With warriors charging ahead. Lin Yi naturally did not need to step into the fray personally. Lin Yi, invigorated, immediately surged forward. As the distance closed, Chung Muqing's surprise reached its zenith upon recognizing the two figures. Lin Yi, how could it be you? Chapter 13. The Revelation of Bronze Equipment. Ascension to Black Iron Mage. Chung Muqing rubbed her eyes, as if to dispel an illusion. Yet the person before her was undoubtedly Lin Yi. She recalled that enigmatic silhouette at the Wanjia Pavilion. I did not missee. That truly is Lin Yi. But how is this possible? He has only awakened for 2 days. Even for a hidden class, he should not be this formidable. Chung Muqing felt her understanding of the situation completely overturned, not forgetting to stomp her feet in agitation. Lin Yi, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile faintly. Chung Muqing, do not be dazed. Your bodyguard is on the verge of collapse. Lin Yi, with a tumultuous heart, fought valiantly on the front lines, only to find the young lady behind engaging in silent communication with someone. Chung Muqing snapped back to reality, her staff shimmering with light. She softly incanted a spell, and a healing spell blossomed upon Lin Yi, its effect rivaling that of a level 11 healer. Lin Yi's gaze brushed over Chung Muqing, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. This young priestess indeed possesses some skill. Bai Jia was also not idle. Her healing spell descended, stabilizing Lin Yi's condition considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi turned his attention forward, casting his eyes upon the Skeletal Knight Captain. Skeletal Knight Captain, level 15 elite monster, health 61,354, skills, undead charge, bone spear pierce, arcane shock. Lin Yi softly murmured an incantation, the tip of his staff glowing with blue light as it struck the remaining skeletal knights. The remaining skeletal knights were instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, only the Skeletal Knight Captain remained on the battlefield. With the burden on Lin Yi's shoulders lightened, his courage surged, and he even began to attempt a counterattack. Lin Yi could not help but chuckle as a gray halo emanated from his hand, enveloping the mount of the Skeletal Knight. The galloping skeletal steed suddenly slowed. Fireball, ice arrow. The searing fireball, enveloped in intense heat, crashed violently against the Skeletal Knight Captain's framework, charring its bones. Subsequently, a barrage of icy arrows followed, freezing the skeleton and rendering its movements increasingly sluggish. Damage values surged. 4,571, 4,193. Chung Muqing bestowed upon Lin Yi an additional 10 points of mental fortitude, thereby amplifying the potency of his skills. The Skeletal Knight Captain emitted a mournful wail, futilely attempting a final stand. Yet, under the influence of Lin Yi's delay spell, all efforts proved in vain. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, the shield warrior, exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, bolstered by the continuous healing from 2 priests positioned behind him, rendering him nearly indomitable. Lin Yi adeptly alternated between the delay spell and the marsh domain, effectively immobilizing the Skeletal Knight Captain. As the final icy arrow soared through the air, the captain disintegrated into a scatter of bones, defeated the level 15 Skeletal Knight Captain, earning 3,745 experience points. A radiant glow enveloped the scene, and to their astonishment, the Skeletal Knight yielded bronze equipment. The trio's gazes converged, and Lin Yi naturally bent down to collect the spoils, as this was a well-deserved reward for his prowess. Even without Chung Muqing and the others, Lin Yi could have handled the Skeletal Knights. It merely would have required more time. Chung Muqing, however, did not ponder the issue of loot distribution. Skeletal armor. Grade, bronze. Attributes, stamina 40, health points 400. The equipment information materialized in the Team's shared view, and Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with unbridled desire. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, knowing he would not part with it easily. Just as he was about to stow it away in his backpack, Chung Muqing inquired, Lin Yi, could you sell this armor to me? She wished to enhance Lin Yi's strength with the bronze armor. Lin Yi did not refuse. After all, it mattered little to whom it went, as long as the price was right. What is your offer? 3 million sounds good. I'll transfer it to you once we leave the secret realm. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This price exceeded the market value, indicating that Chung Muqing was indeed knowledgeable. He handed the skeletal armor to Lin Yi and continued to inspect the remaining equipment. One of the robes, inferior in attributes to his Wolf King robe, he decided to gift to Bai Jia. Now, There remained a matter of greater significance, acquiring the Black Iron Promotion Pearl. Upon ascending to the rank of Black Iron Practitioner, Lin Yi's strength would experience a transformative leap. With this thought in mind, he cast a fervent gaze towards Cheng Muqing. A sudden flush crept upon her cheeks, her heart racing unbidden. Lin Yi was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed formidable strength. What infatuated maiden could remain untouched by such allure? Lin Yi, noticing her reaction, rolled his eyes and jested, "Hey, don't even think about reneging on the Black Iron Promotion Pearl." Cheng Muqing felt a surge of annoyance, her frustration mounting at his lack of sensitivity. She promptly retrieved the Black Iron Promotion Pearl from her backpack and thrust it into Lin Yi's hands. "You truly are a dense one." Cheng Muqing silently scoffed at the situation, only to be suddenly struck by a wave of astonishment. "Are you truly planning to use it to advance?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in response, his expression one of utter nonchalance. "What else would I do?" Cheng Muqing felt a mixture of surprise and envy. She was still languishing at level 2, while Lin Yi had already reached the 10th level. On the verge of entering the realm of Black Iron professionals, this led her to mutter inwardly, "Are we truly contemporaries in awakening as professionals? This is simply unfathomable." A hint of bitterness crept to Cheng Muqing's lips, for as a prodigious young woman from one of Jiangqing's four prominent families, she was now engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. Her curiosity piqued. What profession could Lin Yi possibly possess? How could an ordinary mage be so remarkably powerful? Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Black Iron Promotion Orb, resembling an egg in size, emanated a profound black radiance. It contained a mysterious force capable of aiding professionals in breaking through their limitations and ascending to new heights. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Yi channeled his internal magical energy to absorb the orb's energy. In an instant, a dense white light erupted from his body, only to swiftly converge and flood into him, unleashing a powerful aura. Successfully promoted to Black Iron Professional, level increased to 12. Drawing upon the experience points he had previously amassed, Lin Yi ascended 2 levels in one fell swoop, reaching level 12. The promotion to Black Iron Professional not only resulted in a remarkable enhancement of his attributes, but also unlocked a series of new skills. New skills unlocked: Meteor Fire, Ice Spear, Light Shield. The effects of his talents activated automatically, bringing all skills to their maximum level instantaneously. He then promptly reviewed his attribute panel. Level 12. Attributes: Strength 175, Spirit 350, Stamina 180, Agility 195, Health 2050, Magic 3700. Upon reaching level 12, Lin Yi's attributes were nothing short of extraordinary. Even more exhilarating was the trio of newly unlocked Black Iron skills. Compared to basic skills, Black Iron skills had a higher cap, reaching a maximum of 20 levels. This allowed his innate talents to be expressed to their fullest extent. It could be said that becoming a Black Iron Professional marked the true commencement of an ordinary mage's journey. For Lin Yi, this was nothing short of exceptional. Glancing at the descriptions of his fully leveled Black Iron skills, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Meteor Fire: Summon fire meteors within a radius of 50 meters. Ice Spear: Launch ice spears at a target after chanting the incantation. Light Shield: Form a shield of light to protect oneself. When it comes to the Firefall technique, a skill of area effect, it can effortlessly inflict damage exceeding 10,000 points. Upon reaching its maximum level, the Ice Spear spell can approach an astounding damage of 20,000 in a single strike. Should he encounter that skeletal knight captain once more, 3 casts of Ice Spear would be sufficient to reduce it to ashes. As for the Light Shield spell, it enables Lin Yi to withstand over 30,000 points of damage. Against adversaries of the Black Iron level, breaching this formidable defense is nearly impossible. Experiencing a qualitative leap in strength, Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy. His innate talent would reveal its true advantages in the later stages of the game. The upper limits of advanced skills are significantly higher, and their power upon reaching full mastery is simply astonishing. From this moment forth, the challenging realm of the dungeon would no longer pose a threat to him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, ready to unleash his prowess and sweep through with ease. Just as he was about to delve deeper with Baijia, Cheng Muqing anxiously interjected, calling out to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, wait a moment." Noticing Lin Yi's lack of response, she gritted her teeth and resolutely proposed, "If you take me through the dungeon, I shall grant you a storage bag." "What do you say?" Chapter 14. The Gift of the Space Pendant. The boss monster emerges. A storage bag. Lin Yi's eyes brightened instantly, and his steps halted abruptly. Indeed, one of the most pressing concerns for him over the past few days had been the overwhelming amount of loot, far exceeding the capacity of his backpack. The last time, in order to accommodate those Black Iron gear pieces, he had to part with several precious materials. Fortunately, with Baijia assisting in carrying equipment this time, he was spared from such painful sacrifices. If he possessed a storage bag, the burden of solo adventuring for leveling would be alleviated entirely. Cheng Muqing, noticing his reaction, quickly chimed in, "I have a 5 cubic meter storage bag. As long as you guide us through this dungeon, it shall be yours." Lin Yi's previously demonstrated prowess had already earned her newfound respect. Now, as a black iron practitioner, his strength had likely multiplied. She eagerly sought to seize this opportunity to gain a substantial amount of experience. Such a storage bag, if purchased from the treasure pavilion, would cost no less than several million. Not to mention, the average player would not even have the qualification to make such a purchase. However, Lin Yi was unwilling to take on two companions at once. While Chung Muqing, as a novice practitioner, posed no issue. Lin Yi was already a level 12 black iron practitioner, which would significantly dilute his experience points. Agreed, but I shall only take one person. Furthermore, you must heed my commands and refrain from acting independently. Before Chung Muqing could respond, Lin Yi interjected, alarmed. Miss, you cannot agree to this. What if we encounter danger? Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. With strength comes the privilege of being headstrong. Chung Muqing, with a slight furrow in her brow, playfully implored. Please don't go. I promise I'll comply. Lin Yi, you may leave now. Inform Uncle Dan not to worry. I possess my own means of survival. Though unwilling, Lin Yi, as a subordinate, dared not defy the order. Ultimately, he could only depart the secret realm in silence, transforming into a beam of light before vanishing from sight. Once Lin Yi had exited, Chung Muqing promptly turned around. She rummaged through her chest and retrieved a cross pendant. Here, take it. Chung Muqing was quite forthcoming, entirely unconcerned about Lin Yi potentially reneging on their agreement, as she readily handed over the reward. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he casually accepted the pendant. Spatial pendant. Contains an extra-dimensional space of 5 cubic meters, suitable for storing lifeless items. Lin Yi hung the pendant around his neck, complementing his Wolf King robe and adding an air of nobility. After reclaiming his gear from Bai Jia, he felt an immense sense of relief, no longer burdened by that heavy backpack. With the transaction complete, the trio resumed their journey. At this moment, they had traversed the central area of the dense forest and were drawing ever closer to the dark altar, with the number of patrolling skeletal knights noticeably increasing. Suddenly, another wave of skeletal knights surged forth, 20 in total. Chung Muqing's expression grew tense, instinctively calling for Lin Yi, only to abruptly remember he had already departed. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, and flames erupted from the tip of his staff. The fierce elemental fire gathered, and fireballs formed mid-air, each measuring over half a meter in width. Fire meteor. In an instant, it seemed as though the sky had been besieged by a rain of meteors. Lin Yi did not even employ the swamp domain to impede the skeletal knight's movements. The fireballs cascaded down like a torrent. The terrifying impact obliterated the skeletal knights, reducing them to burning remains. Damage figures flashed rapidly. 9,781, 9,356, 10,153, 9,975. The high damage numbers appeared in succession, and these skeletal knights were annihilated in an instant. Lin Yi's strength had increased more than tenfold since before, rendering it almost unbelievable. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gaining 321 experience points. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gaining 303 experience points. The records continued to refresh, and from this wave of attacks, Lin Yi amassed nearly 6,000 experience points. Watching Lin Yi sift through the piles of bones for loot, Chung Muqing and Bai Jia were filled with astonishment. Could this individual truly still be human? How could a mage possess such extraordinary prowess? At that moment, Lin Yi also emerged at the exit of the dungeon. What is going on? Upon witnessing this, Chung De felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hurriedly inquired, why are you the only one to come out? Lin Yi forced a wry smile and succinctly recounted the events that transpired within the dungeon. After listening, Chung De's expression gradually grew somber as he fell into deep contemplation. He understood that Chung Muqing was always prudent in her actions. Since she made such a choice, it was evident that this young man named Lin Yi possessed extraordinary qualities. Investigate Lin Yi's background thoroughly and report back to me. Also, inform the family head about today's occurrences. Yes, Lord Chengda. A warrior from the Chung family accepted the command and swiftly departed. Let us wait here for the young lady, Chengda said, taking a deep breath. Although curiosity gnawed at him, he knew patience was essential at this moment. Meanwhile, Chung Muqing watched as Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched another group of skeletal knights. Finally unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Lin Yi, what exactly is your profession? However, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted her impulsiveness, realizing that such inquiries invaded another's privacy. I'm sorry. Lin Yi merely waved his hand and replied with a smile. I'm just an ordinary mage. Isn't that quite obvious? Yet, both Chung Muqing and Bai Jia remained skeptical. After all, could an ordinary mage be this formidable? Lin Yi chuckled softly, offering no further explanation as he led the two women onward. Despite the daunting nature of this difficult dungeon, it appeared remarkably manageable at that moment. Even Chung Muqing was taken aback, noting that even simple dungeons had never gone this smoothly before. The two women could even engage in casual conversation, with little to do aside from occasionally bestowing Lin Yi with status enhancements. Chung Muqing's experience points were rapidly accumulating, and she had just leveled up to level 3. Lin Yi's experience accumulation was equally impressive, and he was on the verge of leveling up as well. One could not deny that this dungeon was indeed an excellent venue for enhancing one's strength. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed, causing fallen leaves to swirl about. Lin Yi realized that the final boss monster was approaching. The thudding grew increasingly urgent, drawing nearer. In difficult dungeons, there were typically 2 boss monsters, and the one approaching was likely one of them. Soon, a procession of skeletal knights emerged from the surrounding woods. 1, 2, 3 Chung Mooching silently counted, gasping in disbelief. There were a staggering 30 of them. Moreover, among them were 3 skeletal knight captains. Most astonishingly, the largest skeletal knight led the charge. It rides a nightmarish steed, its flesh and blood entwined, hooves ablaze with dark flames. Through the seams of its battle armor, the faintest glimmer of newly formed flesh can be discerned. Clearly, this is a lordly creature, the skeleton knight commander. Chung Mooching and Bai Jia exchanged a grave glance, the previous levity evaporating into thin air. Skeleton cavalry commander. Level, 15 lord creature. Health points, 169, 810. Skills, nightmare piercing, bone spear assault, undead armor. This lordly creature boasts nearly 170,000 health points. Despite Chung Mooching and Bai Jia's unwavering confidence in Lin Yi, a tinge of apprehension lingered. Intruders die? Suddenly, the skeleton knight commander bellowed. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Since becoming a Black Iron class adventurer, he had never truly unleashed his full potential. You two, step back and find a safe place to hide. With that, Lin Yi gently lifted his staff, and a rich concentration of light elements began to coalesce. In an instant, a milky white light shield formed, enveloping him entirely. Fire meteor technique. Boom. The fire elements gathered furiously, and massive fireballs hurtled towards the charging horde of skeleton knights. 12, 135. 11, 009. 11, 357. 12, 085. Astonishing damage figures surged forth, and over half of the 30 skeletal knights fell in an instant. Killed level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 298 experience points. Killed level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience surged dramatically, a brilliant burst of white light erupting from within him. Level increased to 13. Lin Yi gazed ahead, a smile gracing his lips. Swamp domain. In a flash, the remaining skeleton knights were ensnared within the mire. Chapter 15. Slay the commander, acquire silver equipment. At this moment, the skeleton knights struggled desperately to free themselves from the swamp. Even the knight captain was not spared, while only the commander remained unaffected. Its nightmarish steed was extraordinary, coursing with ancient bloodlines. Even amidst this muck, it galloped as if flying. A haunting red glint shone in the commander's eyes. Suddenly, it drew a bone spike from its back and hurled it fiercely toward Lin Yi. Whoosh! The bone spike tore through the air with a thunderous boom. This strike could inflict over 10,000 points of damage. Even a Black Iron level warrior would fall in an instant. Chung Mooching gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. Yet, in the face of this heart-stopping strike, Lin Yi remained unfazed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With his current prowess, casting the light shield could withstand tens of thousands of damage points, making it effortless to absorb a blow. Bang! In the next instant, the bone spike collided with Lin Yi's light shield. Despite the tremendous force, the shimmering barrier remained unyielding, firmly repelling the bone spike. Suddenly, Lin Yi shouted, "Arc shock!" The arcs surged forth, resembling an expansive blue electric net, instantly engulfing a significant portion of the skeletal knights. With damage values oscillating, 7,150, 6,908, 6,517, 7,032. Both Chung Mooching and Bai Jia were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. The imminent threat of being besieged dissipated in an instant, as all the small creatures perished in a single strike. At this moment, only 3 knight captains and the skeletal knight commander remained. After enduring 2 rounds of fierce assaults, their health had plummeted by over 30%. Yet, Lin Yi's performance was merely at its inception. Ice spear. An extreme chill surged from Lin Yi's staff. A 3-meter-long ice spear, as thick as an arm, coalesced in the void. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, it hurtled towards one of the knight captains. Boom! The ice spear pierced through its target, pinning it against the tree behind. 36,753. You have slain a level 15 skeletal knight captain, gaining 1,573 experience points. Chung Mooching could scarcely believe that such astonishing damage could emanate from the hands of an ordinary mage. Lin Yi gazed at the shimmering light on the ground, his heart brimming with joy, yet he refrained from rushing to collect it. At this moment, the cooldown for meteor fire had concluded. Fiery meteors descended once more from the heavens, enveloping the remaining 3 targets. 17,934, 16,852, 18,753. Although the commander possessed slightly higher magic resistance, it struggled to withstand such ferocious onslaughts. Slow spell. A gray halo spread forth, drastically reducing the speed of the nightmare horse, which nearly stumbled just after emerging from the mire. Lin Yi resolved to eliminate the last two skeletal knight captains first. Undead charge. Despite the two knight captains launching a frenzied charge, it proved futile. Fireball spell. Lin Yi unleashed his spells in rapid succession, swiftly dispatching them, leaving only heaps of bones behind. The situation shifted dramatically. The once formidable cohort of over 30 skeletal knights had now dwindled to just the skeletal knight commander. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged a glance, their admiration for Lin Yi deepening profoundly. Suddenly, a sharp roar erupted from the commander. Lin Yi curled his lips into a cold smirk. With all his subordinates perished, what audacity remained? Ice spear technique. Ice spears crystallized in the void, propelled by a fierce gust of frigid wind, and soared forth. In an instant, the ice spear pierced through the commander's body, inflicting horrific damage. 35, 196. With nearly 170,000 health points, the commander was now reduced to a mere fraction of his former self. Faced with Lin Yi, he was devoid of any means to retaliate. The alternating effects of slow and marsh fields significantly hampered the commander's speed. His health continued to plummet at an alarming rate. As the final ice spear was unleashed, the commander's head exploded violently. 31, 709. The commander's health reached 0, and the crimson glow within his skull gradually extinguished. You have slain the level 15 Lord Monster, Skeleton Commander, earning 130 experience points. In that very moment, as the commander fell, a radiant light burst forth. This was a significant equipment drop. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he not only noticed several azure glimmers, but also a shimmering white light amidst them. To his astonishment, this drop included a piece of silver equipment. While bronze gear was already a rarity, silver equipment was exceedingly uncommon. Without hesitation, Lin Yi bent down to retrieve the fallen items. Spectral Swift Boots, grade, silver. Attributes, agility 60, movement speed 2, with an additional spectral reconnaissance skill. Quite impressive. It even came with a skill enhancement. Although equipment skills could not be automatically augmented by max-level talents, they were undoubtedly formidable enough. Lin Yi swiftly donned the spectral swift boots and lightly leaped, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia looked on with envy. Yet they understood their place. Receiving experience points was already a stroke of fortune. To covet the equipment would be sheer greed. Subsequently, they assisted Lin Yi in gathering the scattered gear. Shadow Bone Ring, grade, bronze. Attributes, spirit 25, mana 300. This ring had no class restrictions, but it was evidently best suited for mages. Lin Yi replaced the ring on his left hand, and his spirit attribute surged instantly. Spirit Potion, grade, bronze. Attributes, consuming it increases spirit by 300 points, effect lasting 3 minutes. This was a quintessential burst-type potion, commonly stocked by adventuring parties for use against formidable foes. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy as he carefully stowed the potion away in his storage pendant. This is a crucial trump card that might just save one's life. The final item is unexpectedly a skill book. Bone Spike Technique. This belongs to the dark magic tier of iron level spells, which is quite rare. Lin Yi's heart soared with joy as he clasped his hands together, and the skill book transformed into a radiant light that surged into his mind. With the activation of his talent, the Bone Spike Technique reached its maximum level automatically. Bone Spike Technique. Incantation launches bone spikes that possess corrosive effects, enhancing subsequent attack power, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Although its damage does not match that of the Ice Lance technique, the corrosive effect sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Yi's eyes. Quite impressive indeed. This is a significant gain. Throughout this adventure, he had acquired a total of 11 pieces of equipment. Besides the Phantom Swift Boots and the Shadow Bone Ring, there were also 2 pieces of iron-level equipment that Lin Yi could utilize. Phantom Gloves, grade, iron. Attributes, magic resistance 15, strength 10. Commander S Bracers, grade, iron. Attributes, health 300, mana 200. After donning these 2 new pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's attributes experienced a remarkable enhancement. After tallying his gains, it was clear that the harvest was quite substantial. Lin Yi stretched lazily, his face reflecting satisfaction. The surplus equipment could be sold off later, and even a warrior skill book would surely fetch a handsome price. Lin Yi estimated that the profits from this secret dungeon venture would undoubtedly exceed 10 million. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder adventurers flocked to secret dungeons. As long as one possesses the strength, this place is indeed a treasure trove. Watching Lin Yi upgrade his gear, Cheng Muqing and the others could only admire him with envy. The iron bracers Lin Yi had discarded fit her perfectly, so he generously gifted them to her. As for Cheng Muqing, she could only gain experience points and a tinge of regret. A hint of lingering melancholy unconsciously flashed in her gaze as she looked at Lin Yi. He pretended not to notice, his attention already fixed on the looming black barrier ahead. Next was the final challenge of this hard-level dungeon, the demon Mage Cassio. It was easy to imagine that this final boss would possess strength far surpassing that of a commander. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Lin Yi took the lead, urging Chung Muching and the other two to follow him forward. Soon, a 100-meter-wide altar emerged before them. Chapter 16, Battling Cassio, Level Up Again. The altar was constructed from bones and jade, exuding an ominous aura. As its height increased, the intricate patterns carved upon it became ever more refined. At the very top of the altar sat a gaunt, black-robed mage, murmuring incantations. Surrounding the altar were scattered, mangled bodies. They lay quietly, providing the necessary energy for the ongoing ritual. Upon witnessing this grim sight, Chung Muching's face instantly turned pale, for she recognized several of the remains as her earlier missing companions, including Wu Ji. How despicable! That damned demon sorcerer! Chung Muching's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, hoping to avenge her fallen comrades. Lin Yi's expression grew solemn. While he had confidence in confronting Cassio's bizarre methods, the mysterious altar before him induced a throbbing headache. Lin Yi focused on the patterns etched into the altar, suddenly exclaiming, This is an attempt to establish a connection with the abyss of hell. At that moment, Cassio ceased his meditation. His bloodless visage abruptly lifted, revealing a hint of malevolence. A ghostly light flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down one's spine. Both Chung Muching and Bai Jia gasped in shock. Demon sorcerers often accompanied the undead, existing like phantoms. The being before them could very well have once been a human traitor. Haha, 3 fresh bodies. Cassio floated down slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Your arrival brings my ritual to completion. At that instant, he received information about Cassio. Demon Sorcerer Cassio, level, 15 Lord Monster, purple, health, 215, 719, skills, levitation. Summon Skeletal Knight, mental decay, a purple Lord Monster. Generally, individuals encounter common monsters or elite ones. However, among Lord Monsters, there are also levels. While an adventurer team might still contend with ordinary Lord Monsters, purple and even golden ones are beyond the reach of typical practitioners. Chung Muching could hardly conceal her astonishment. He has grown stronger. The last time they encountered Cassio, he was not this formidable. It was evident that he had absorbed energy from those remains, significantly enhancing his power. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed, A purple Lord Monster. It can at least drop silver equipment, and perhaps even greater rewards. Despite Cassio's formidable strength, he felt no fear, particularly upon seeing Cassio's summoning ability. He couldn't help but recall the moment he overcame the Bloodmark Wolf King. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps this was yet another opportunity for swift level advancement? Kid, your gaze makes me very uncomfortable. Cassio's harsh voice rang out as he readied his staff. Uncomfortable? You'll soon find yourself even more so. Lin Yi scoffed, taking the initiative to strike. His skills activated almost instantaneously, even swifter than Cassio. Fireball. Boom. The colossal fireball surged forth, interrupting Cassio's incantation. 6,153. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Cassio's magical resistance was astounding. This strike had merely deducted 3 of his health. However, it was merely a probing attack. You are digging your own grave, little brat. Cassio fumed, as a dark aura emanated from his staff, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Concurrently, Chung Muching and Bai Jia provided Lin Yi with mental support. In an instant, Lin Yi radiated brilliance, his mental points surging to 510. The two quickly retreated. Such a battle was beyond their intervention. Lin Yi's gaze remained composed, enveloped by elemental light, forming a robust shield. Cassio continued his incantation, while Lin Yi's skills were all at maximum level, activating as swiftly as lightning. Even a purple boss monster was no match for his speed. Ice arrow technique. Whoosh. The icy arrow shot forth, instantly piercing through Cassio's staff-bearing right hand. 9,175. The devastating damage once again interrupted Cassio's casting. This was the terrifying aspect of Lin Yi, who could rival his casting speed. In the distance, Chung Muching and Bai Jia watched in astonishment. This purple boss monster was utterly suppressed, devoid of any means to retaliate. How utterly absurd. Cassio's rage surged, having his incantations interrupted twice, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Yet Lin Yi's assault had merely just begun. Bone spike technique. A spear of bone materialized from thin air, shrieking as it lunged towards Cassio. 20,165. This time, the damage was significantly amplified, and crucially, the bone spike technique also carried a corrosive effect. The eerie green light flickered around him, inciting both shock and fury. However, there was nowhere left to flee. Lin Yi's spells came in rapid succession, leaving him no moment to breathe. Ice spear technique. Boom. The ice spear pierced through the ethereal light, effortlessly impaling Cassio's body. It tore through his robe, exposing frost that encased his decaying form. 51,085. Additionally, the impact of the ice spear forcefully hurled Cassio against the altar behind him. As the battle commenced, Lin Yi had already inflicted nearly 80,000 points of damage. Cassio was pinned against the altar, his eyes filled with dread. Buzz. Suddenly, the ice spear that pierced through Cassio was forcefully yanked out. He then ascended into the air, swiftly distancing himself from Lin Yi. This was the art of levitation. Though not exceedingly swift, it was an excellent means of escape, and Lin Yi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. As Cassio created distance, he hastily began to chant a spell. In truth, Lin Yi could have interrupted him once more, but he refrained from doing so, for he discerned that this was a summoning spell. Indeed, one after another, skeletal knights emerged from the magic circle. There were as many as 20. This was akin to a bountiful gift of experience. Fire meteor. In an instant, a colossal flaming meteor seared the air, causing the temperature within the barrier to soar. The skeletal knights that had just stepped out of the magic circle were instantly obliterated. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gained 197 experience points. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gained 215 experience points. 20 skeletal knights amounted to nearly 4,200 experience points. Lin Yi's gaze towards Cassio began to blaze with fervor. If he could encounter a few more waves, would he not be on the verge of leveling up again? With this thought, Lin Yi resolved to spare Cassio for the moment, intending to extract every last ounce of his utility. Seeing Cassio preparing to cast a spell, Lin Yi chuckled coldly, suggesting he should save his efforts and continue summoning skeletal knights. With that, an ice crystal arrow was swiftly launched, striking Cassio's staff and extinguishing his spell once more. Chung Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. It is vital to understand that interrupting a mage's casting is no simple feat. Firstly, the attack must possess substantial power, and secondly, it must be executed with utmost precision. It even demands an exactness to the finest detail, with impeccable timing. Coincidentally, Lin Yi's spells were all at maximum level, both in strength and accuracy, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. This culminated in the astonishing scene before them. A typical mage would gain not a shred of advantage against Lin Yi. Witnessing Cassio attempting to summon more skeletal knights, an unusual light flickered in Bai Jia's eyes. She recalled the last time, when the Bloodstripe Wolf King was similarly disposed of only after being drained of its final value. Chung Muqing was utterly astounded. Witnessing this for the first time, Fire Meteor. With each successive strike, Lin Yi's experience points surged rapidly. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. And by the conclusion of the 7th wave, a brilliant white light radiated from Lin Yi. Level increased to 14. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with joy. As his power ascended to new heights, he felt certain that he could level up once more. After all, Cassio's magical energy seemed to remain at over half. Oh, I must eliminate you. At this moment, Cassio was on the brink of madness. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as every time he attempted to cast a spell, he was interrupted by this young man before him. Only the summoning of the skeletal knight had succeeded against all odds. Initially, he believed it was due to the rapid casting speed of the summoning skill. However, upon witnessing the intense white light of leveling up enveloping Lin Yi, he realized he had been played for a fool. With this thought, Cassio abruptly expelled a wave of necromantic energy into his staff. Spirit decay. Subsequently, a dark ring of light descended upon Lin Yi. Chapter 17. A forceful kill, Lin Yi's power surge. At that moment, a pitch-black halo, laden with the aura of death, swiftly surrounded Lin Yi. It effortlessly penetrated the protective light shield he had meticulously arranged. Lin Yi felt a sharp pang in his heart, sensing his mental energy rapidly ebbing away like a receding tide. Cassio casts Spirit Decay. Your mental energy is instantaneously halved, the effect lasting 60 seconds. Gasping, Lin Yi's expression shifted noticeably. Clearly, after Cassio expelled that wave of necromantic energy, he too bore a heavy price, yet he seemed quite pleased with himself. Now, how will you interrupt my spellcasting? Cassio thought triumphantly, then began to chant his incantation aloud. Chung Muqing and Bai Jia were so tense that their hearts felt as though they were lodged in their throats. They could see that Cassio's strike posed a significant threat to Lin Yi. With half his mental energy diminished, it was enough to prevent an ordinary mage from concentrating. However, Lin Yi appeared remarkably composed. He discovered that even with his mental energy halved, it did not hinder his spellcasting. Even with only half of his mental attributes remaining, his damage output was still considerable. Observing Cassio, who was now self-satisfied, a cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Bone Spike, the shimmering white bone spear, akin to the kiss of death, struck Cassio's staff with great force. 157. Not only that, this attack interrupted his spell. How could this be possible? Cassio's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin Yi could still exhibit such power after his mental energy was halved. In the following moment, an ice spear struck directly at his vital points. In a panic, Cassio hastily cast levitation to distance himself, simultaneously hurriedly summoning a skeletal knight. Witnessing this scene, Chung Muqing patted her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. She exchanged a glance with Bai Jia, both wearing wry smiles. This series of ups and downs was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Fire Meteor. The fiery meteor once again descended upon the altar, summoning waves of skeletal knights, only to swiftly send them back to the underworld. At this moment, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating rush as his experience points soared like a rocket. Although Cassio attempted to retaliate, A mere cast of ice spear rendered him considerably subdued. Whoosh. After 25 waves, a brilliant white light enveloped Lin Yi once more. Level increased to 15. Upon witnessing his mental points surge to 700, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Cheng Muqing, sharing in the experience, easily ascended to level 5, a feat that left her quite content. After all, many of her contemporaries still struggled at levels 1 and 2. Yet, the thought of Lin Yi reaching level 15 made her feel like an utter failure. At this moment, Cassio had transformed entirely into a grotesque skeleton. His previously frail frame now resembled nothing more than a mere skeleton. The hatred and fear in his gaze directed at Lin Yi were palpable. Observing this, Lin Yi's expression bore a hint of regret, as if lamenting the loss of any further value to extract from him. Truly, he was no longer a formidable opponent. Lin Yi's disdain nearly brought Cassio to tears. Oh heavens, who truly reigns supreme here? Then it seems I must send you on your way. Lin Yi taunted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Bone Spike, the skeletal spear, infused with a ghostly glow, struck Cassio, sending him flying. 31,057. Ice spear. This time, the icy projectile pierced through Cassio's body, pinning him to the altar. 63,189. Human, you cannot escape death. As Cassio's words faded, he transformed into a swirl of black mist, vanishing in a thunderous crash upon the altar. Defeated the level 15 demon mage Cassio, earning 13,482 experience points. Subsequently, a dazzling light erupted, scattering equipment across the ground. Silver. The lowest grade was bronze. Lin Yi was further delighted to discover 2 skill books among the loot. What a bountiful harvest. Eagerly, he approached a shimmering silver staff. Demon staff. Grade, silver. Attributes, Spirit 165, Attack Power 850, with the added skill of Spirit Decay, capable of reducing the target's spirit by 25. After perusing the description, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with elation. This silver staff was simply extraordinary. The staff gleamed with a matte black finish, its tip adorned with a piece of black crystal, within which pulsated a blood-red glow. The appearance of this item is extraordinarily striking, and its attributes are truly exceptional. It is indeed worthy of its silver grade status, instantly elevating Lin Yi's combat prowess significantly. What particularly caught Lin Yi's attention was the special skill it possesses. Even a mere 25 points of mental debilitation is undeniably formidable. A skill capable of turning the tide in specific situations. To acquire such a remarkable new piece of equipment upon just reaching level 15 is nothing short of exhilarating. Upon donning the new staff, Lin Yi's mental value skyrocketed to 865 points. Now, a simple casting of the basic fireball spell could unleash a damage output of around 16 to 17,000. For Black Iron rankers, encountering Lin Yi is akin to a chick facing an eagle, leaving them with no choice but to surrender. Next, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the subsequent piece of equipment, the ethereal robe. Grade, silver. Attributes, 65 mental, 125 magic resistance, with the additional skill of levitation, allowing the caster to float in the air, not exceeding 50 meters. The back of the robe, dark as night, features a striking design of skeletal flames, exuding a commanding aura. Clad in the ethereal robe, Lin Yi was enveloped in an air of mysterious allure, enhancing his already handsome visage with an extraordinary charm. The following pieces of equipment, while bronze grade, were by no means trivial. Bone ring. Level, bronze. Attributes, 30 mental, 300 magic points. Rapid cooldown waistband. Level, bronze. Attributes, 25 reduction in skill cooldown time. Giant bone greatsword. Level, bronze. Attributes, 120 strength, 35 defense ignoring. Skeletal boots. Level, bronze. Attributes, 30 agility, 25 stamina. The bone ring and rapid cooldown waistband were tangible enhancements to his combat capabilities. Particularly, the rapid cooldown waistband, despite possessing only one special effect, was sufficient to significantly bolster Lin Yi's battle power. This effect could rival that of silver-grade equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Yi promptly equipped these 2 items. The remaining 2 pieces were stored in his spatial pendant, saved for future lucrative exchanges. After reviewing his gear, he was left with 2 precious skill books. One was a black iron skill exclusive to mages, the soul meditation technique. The other was a black iron skill for assassins, shadow displacement. Without delay, Lin Yi clasped his hands together and decisively learned the soul meditation technique. His innate talent activated instantly, propelling the skill to its maximum level. Ghost meditation technique. While in use, it restores 50 points of magic power per second, simultaneously enhancing the damage of dark spells by 20. Lin Yi's face was illuminated with delight. The effect was nothing short of astonishing. The ordinary meditation technique only restored 2 points of magic power each second, making this a staggering 25-fold increase. With his magic power at a full capacity of 12,000, Lin Yi could fully replenish it in merely 4 minutes using the ghost meditation technique. Moreover, all of his skills were at their maximum level, resulting in an exceptionally low consumption of magic power, merely a fraction of others. Level increased to 15, unlocking new skill, stun spell. Under the enhancement of his talents, the stun spell automatically reached its maximum level. Stun spell ignores defense, rendering the target incapacitated for 10 seconds. If attacked, the effect is dispelled, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. A formidable control ability. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. While the previous delay spell and swamp domain could be considered forms of control, they merely slowed the enemy's speed. In contrast, this stun spell could incapacitate opponents for 10 full seconds, an entirely different nature. Thus, Lin Yi's combat strategy became undeniably more flexible and dynamic. Nevertheless, let us first examine the attribute panel. Chapter 18. A sudden mutation. The dungeon transforms into hell level. Lin Yi suppressed his inner exhilaration and promptly opened the attribute panel. Level 15, 13, 482 50, 000. Attributes: Strength 350, Spirit 1, 060, Stamina 400, Agility 410, Health 3, 600, Magic Power 12, 500. It was evident that since entering the secret realm of the dungeon, Lin Yi's strength had vastly improved, surpassing tenfold. With only a week remaining before the official commencement of the trial competition, Lin Yi was resolute in his belief that he would ascend to the rank of Bronze Mage. When that time came, facing off against those novice contemporaries would be akin to seeking punishment. Presently, Lin Yi could unleash nearly 20,000 damage with a mere fireball spell. Even freshly promoted bronze professionals would likely perish before such overwhelming power. Compared to Lin Yi, those so-called hidden professions were unworthy of even lacing his shoes. Even if others had a slight advantage in attributes under equivalent conditions, they could not rival his max-level skills. Once he transitioned to an arcanist, the remaining difference would vanish, rendering Lin Yi even more formidable. Furthermore, among his equipment, 3 pieces were of silver grade, while most others were of bronze grade, with only a few being of black iron quality. The spectacle before Chung Muching and Bai Jia evoked a palpable sense of envy, especially for Chung Muching. The feeling was profoundly intense. While Bai Jia may have been oblivious to the underlying reasons, Chung Muching was acutely aware. Lin Yi had awakened merely 2 days prior. Yet within this brief span, he had single-handedly vanquished a level 15 purple lord monster. Such an extraordinary rate of growth was simply astonishing. She scarcely dared to contemplate what might transpire if Lin Yi were afforded ample time. Surpassing the 4 illustrious families of Jiancheng did not seem beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, her regard for Lin Yi escalated to unprecedented heights. Just as Chung Muching was about to speak, she heard Bai Jia utter a soft exclamation. Puzzled as to why they had yet to receive the clearance score. Logically, the demon sorcerer Cassio should have been the final boss of this dungeon, should he not? Bai Jia's inquiry instantly jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. He had been so immersed in his jubilant triumph that he had neglected this crucial detail. The prolonged absence of a clearance score stirred a sense of foreboding within him. This could only indicate one thing. The dungeon's trials were not yet truly concluded. Consequently, Lin Yi's gaze gravitated towards the altar. Upon entering, he had sensed something amiss, and it was becoming increasingly evident that the altar served as a conduit for communication with the abyssal creatures. The spot where Cassio had fallen was permeated with a faint aura of necromancy, quietly seeping into the underground altar. Although the demon sorcerer Cassio had perished, he had fulfilled the sacrificial rite in his final moments. With a sudden hum, as if responding to the gaze of the onlookers, the long quiet altar ceased to conceal its secrets. The intricate array etched upon its surface erupted with blinding black light, and a torrent of abyssal energy surged forth. Level 15 Black Iron Dungeon. Due to an unforeseen occurrence, the difficulty has escalated to hellish levels. The dungeon has been sealed by an unknown force, preventing adventurers from exiting temporarily. A flurry of log updates flashed before Lin Yi and the others, and the gravity of the situation became immediately clear. The dungeon's difficulty had inexplicably heightened. Witnessing this turn of events, Chung Muching felt utterly despondent. She had merely sought a place to hone her skills, never anticipating such a misfortune as an abrupt increase in the dungeon's difficulty. Hellish levels. Were they doomed? Faced with the inability to exit, both Chung Muching and Bai Jia were engulfed in panic. Having believed they were on the verge of clearing the dungeon, they were instead confronted with this unforeseen calamity. Before encountering Lin Yi, they had struggled even with difficulty-level dungeons. Now, the challenge had escalated to hellish levels, a notion too daunting to fathom. Chung Muching endeavored to activate the golden teleportation talisman in her possession, only to discover it was utterly ineffective, plunging her spirits into despair. Lin Yi, though alarmed, maintained his composure. The hellish secret realm, while daunting, could not be so easily surrendered to without an attempt. The newfound formidable power instilled him with unwavering confidence. Grasping his staff tightly, he gazed at the altar undergoing a bizarre transformation. The source of the upheaval in the secret realm was the abyssal creature summoned by Cassio. What manner of beast could it be? The 3 of them held their breath, their anxious hearts unable to find solace as they fixated on the altar. Meanwhile, Chung Da and the others awaited outside the instance. Suddenly, a peculiar surge of energy shattered the tranquility. The previously radiant white vortex of the teleportation gate erupted into blinding brilliance, only to be gradually shrouded by an ominous darkness. A flicker of panic crossed Chengda's eyes as he stepped forward, striving to decipher the enigma of this sudden transformation. This is dire. The young lady is in danger. Upon realizing the escalating peril of the secret realm, Chengda's expression turned grave. He swiftly turned and commanded, "We must enter at once." Despite having suffered grievous injuries in the past while protecting the House Lord, Cheng Batian, which left his level stagnant at 20. This very circumstance presented him with an opportunity to enter the instance. At that moment, the dense black light enveloping the altar began to dissipate. Eerie growls and grinding sounds emanated from the magical array beneath the altar, sending shivers down the spine. Suddenly, an unknown creature leapt into the air, revealing its true form. This beast radiated a dark purple glow, adorned with twisted horns atop its head. Its tail bristled with sharp spines, thrashing about incessantly, while a pair of bat-like wings unfurled from its back. The abyssal demon. Cheng Muqing gasped in recognition of the creature's identity. "Insignificant humans, have you slain my servant Cassio?" The abyssal demon bellowed, its voice resonating like a thunderclap, distorting her expression in shock. Abyssal demon. Level, 15 Lord class, gold. Health, 534, 907. Skills, Dragon's Roar. Abyssal flame, violent charge. Gazing upon these terrifying statistics, Cheng Muqing felt her heart sink to new depths. This abyssal demon was far more powerful than any foe encountered previously, particularly with its over 500,000 health, a sight that instilled dread. Just then, Lin Yi was about to speak. A rift suddenly tore through the sky, heralding the arrival of a new batch of adventurers. Uncle Da. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Muqing exclaimed with delight, for it was none other than Cheng Da and his companions. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Cheng Da's heart eased at the sight of Cheng Muqing safe and sound. He then fixed his gaze upon the abyssal demon, resolutely positioning himself before the group. "This is a creature of the abyss. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." "Excellent." The abyssal demon flapped its wings and sneered. "Another batch of humans seeking their demise. Today, I shall savor this feast." Before Lin Yi could react, Cheng Da gestured for him to retreat. Subsequently, Cheng Da and the other 9 swiftly formed a battle formation, various enhancement auras stacking upon one another. These level 20 black iron warriors boasted attributes exceeding 1,000. Cheng Da was acutely aware of the formidable threat posed by the Golden Lord creature. Yet, at that moment, they had no option but to fight. Otherwise, if misfortune were to befall the young lady here, he would have no face to return to the family head. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Da bellowed, "Kill." With the command issued, the warriors' weapons gleamed with brilliance as they charged forward. The assassins cloaked themselves, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the mages and archers readied themselves, poised to unleash their might. The foreheads of the 2 priests glistened with beads of sweat as they prepared their healing spells. Boom! A kaleidoscope of skills converged like a torrent, crashing forth. Yet the abyssal demon stood arrogantly, arms crossed, waiting for the onslaught. Lin Yi had intended to strike the killing blow, but Cheng Da's arrival disrupted his plans. Thus, he resolved to observe the battlefield first, assessing the strength of the abyssal demon. Bang! 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 A flurry of skills struck the abyssal demon, yet the damage inflicted was minuscule. 453, 512, 397. This series of 3-digit damage figures left everyone in shock. After a round of attacks, they had only managed to deal slightly over 2,000 points of damage. In comparison to the abyssal demon's colossal health pool, this amount was utterly negligible. This was indeed a demonic physique. A chill crept into Cheng Da's heart. The resilience of this abyssal demon surpassed all expectations. Its defenses and resistances were far beyond the norm. This was troublesome. What should they do now? Chapter 19. Astonishment at Lin Yi's power. Is this truly a mage? Cheng Da felt a surge of anxiety as beads of perspiration formed on his brow. They repeatedly unleashed their skills, yet the damage inflicted remained pitifully low. The spectral demon spread its arms wide, unabashedly welcoming the onslaught of attacks. A hint of enjoyment flickering across its face. "Huh, you pathetic ants, have you not eaten? Even your feeble attempts at scratching are so powerless? Fear not. I shall savor each of you, for it has been far too long since I have indulged in such exquisite delicacies." To it, adventurers were the epitome of gourmet fare. Furthermore, with each devoured soul, its strength would ascend to even greater heights. In a swift motion, the demon's wings snapped together, rendering the meticulously prepared spells of several mages into naught. Without hesitation, it retaliated, unleashing fiery projectiles that struck Cheng Da and his companions. 2,137, 2095, 2071, 2,286. The damage erupted instantaneously, nearly depleting their life force. This was not merely due to the demon's capacity for destruction, but rather a deliberate act of torment. Relishing the thrill of the hunt, the spectral flames consumed Cheng Da and his allies. Their health points, once restored, were swiftly incinerated anew. Fresh prey was the true delicacy. Drawing in a deep breath, the spectral demon charged toward Chengda. Though fear danced in his eyes, a greater sense of regret overwhelmed him. For he could not protect the young lady. Uncle Da! Cheng Muqing cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. Just as despair enveloped the group and the demon prepared to feast, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the hissing sound of burning air. A fiery orb the size of a millstone hurtled forth. Lin Yi had finally made his move. The sheer power of this young man was astonishing. Chengda and the others stood agape, transfixed by the enormity of the fireball. Until now, Chengda had instinctively overlooked Lin Yi. After all, how formidable could a newly promoted Iron Tier adventurer truly be? Therefore, he had not considered enlisting Lin Yi's aid in the battle. Now, however, he realized just how foolish that assumption had been. Boom. The spectral demon was equally taken aback as the massive fireball struck its chest, nearly vaporizing its blood in an instant. 25,739. The staggering damage left Chengda and his companion speechless. One fireball spell had inflicted over 20,000 points of damage. This was beyond belief. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chengda's eyes. Perhaps there was a chance for escape today. Witnessing this, Cheng Muqing wept tears of joy, grateful for Lin Yi's presence. Immediately, Lin Yi retrieved a vial of mental potion. Upon consuming it, his mental energy surged by 300 points. Chengda reacted swiftly, urging all support classes to bestow their enhancements upon Lin Yi. Amidst the vibrant interplay of colors, Lin Yi's mental attributes surged past the remarkable threshold of 1,500 points, a significant enhancement compared to before. This newfound power not only augmented his spellcasting speed and reduced cooldown times, but also elevated his mobility, bestowing upon him an array of beneficial effects. Lin Yi truly experienced the formidable strength that arises from teamwork, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through him, his lips curling into a faint smile. Harnessing the levitation granted by the spectral robe, he leapt gracefully, his agility further heightened by the lightness technique. Bone Spike Technique. Empowered by a multitude of enhancements, his already rapid spellcasting reached unprecedented swiftness. Witnessing this, the mages behind Chengda were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief at the astonishing speed of the spell's release. Whoosh! The skeletal spear shot forth, instantly piercing through the shoulder of the spectral demon. Splatter! Dark purple blood erupted like raindrops, sizzling as it struck the ground. 51,853. In an instant, the spectral demon let out a thunderous roar. Yet, Lin Yi's onslaught was relentless, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Ice Spear Technique. Bolstered by his formidable mental strength, the ice spear seemed poised to freeze the very air around it, its power significantly surpassing that of the past. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia trembled involuntarily, their astonishment palpable in their gazes. The ice spear tore through the demon's injured shoulder, brutally rending it apart. With a sickening sound, the demon's wing was severed, only a few sinews connecting it, a sight both horrific and chilling. 127,863. The devastating combination of Bone Spike and Ice Spear techniques wreaked havoc beyond imagination. Chengda and the others were utterly astounded. Could this truly be the work of a mere black iron practitioner? Gulp! A synchronized swallowing sound echoed, tinged with a hint of irony, yet strikingly real. In just 3 spells, nearly a third of the spectral demoness health had evaporated. Even with its formidable vitality, it could not withstand such a ferocious assault. At this moment, the gazes directed at Lin Yi were rife with shock and disbelief. They speculated fervently about Lin Yi's true profession. An ordinary mage? Such simplicity was inconceivable. You wretched human, how dare you injure me? You shall perish, for I will extract your soul. The spectral demon was engulfed in a tempest of black flames, more furious than ever, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. Lin Yi merely chuckled coldly, lightly waving his staff. Daze Technique. In an instant, a dazzling beam of magical light erupted from the tip of his staff. Before the spectral demon could finish its threat, it succumbed to a state of confusion, despite its notable resistance to dizziness. The halo that emerged above its head signaled a fleeting 5 seconds of slumber, ample time indeed. Lin Yi moved with the swiftness of lightning, traversing the air in search of the optimal position to cast his spell. Bone Spike Technique. The skeletal spear reappeared, bolstered by formidable mental strength. The spear's tip shimmered with an ethereal glow, razor-sharp and unmatched. Whoosh! The spear streaked through the air like a meteor, embedding itself deep within the gaping maw of the nether beast. In the next instant, it awoke from its stupor, yet it was already beyond salvation. The spear pierced through its mouth, emerging from the nape of its neck. A staggering damage output erupted, with violet blood splattering everywhere, nearly tearing its head off. Flesh and shattered bone intertwined, leaving half of its face grotesquely distorted. The nether beast howled in agony, yet the spear lodged in its throat stifled its cries. Ice Lance Technique. Following closely, an icy spear, infused with extreme cold, surged towards the nether beast. At that moment, the remnants of its visage were etched with infinite terror. The pain from the previous ice lance still lingered in its memory. Nether Shield. A rising black flame coalesced into a fiery barrier, attempting to fend off the incoming ice lance. Although it mitigated some damage, it could not fully obstruct the onslaught. Sizzle! The ice lance pierced through the flame shield, striking heavily upon the beast's skull. A staggering impact registered. Had it not been for the shield's damage reduction, the consequences might have been far more devastating. In less than a minute, its health had dwindled to a mere 30%. Confusion stirred within Chengda and his companions. Was this feeble nether beast truly the formidable lord they had struggled against before? How could Lin Yi handle it with such ease? An unwilling mage attempted to launch an ice lance of his own. The damage was laughably minimal. The embarrassment made him wish he could vanish into the cracks of the earth. In comparison to Lin Yi, it was as if he were worlds apart. Was he merely inviting trouble upon himself? Lin Yi afforded the nether beast no respite. Delay technique. The creature's fleeing figure suddenly became sluggish. Who claimed that humans were weak? Why was it that he encountered such a monstrous opponent? He longed to drag the summoner, Cassio, into the fray and enact 1,000 lashes upon it. Why did you summon me? At that moment, Lin Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of spells. Frost, flames, and thunder, the multifaceted elemental forces intertwined upon the nether beast. Its once mighty form was now riddled with wounds, its health plummeting to a critical threshold. Suddenly, a colossal ice lance pierced through its body, pinning it against the altar wall, and in an instant, it fell. Upon vanquishing the level 15 abyssal demon, Lin Yi received a gratifying experience of 38,951 points. Gazing at his nearly full experience bar, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Suddenly, beneath the lifeless form of the demon, a kaleidoscope of radiant colors erupted forth. A myriad of equipment and skill books lay revealed, including even golden gear. Chapter 20. This bounty is profoundly rewarding, scoring a magnificent 3. As the enchanting array of equipment shimmered before them, the onlookers were filled with profound envy, particularly a group of young mages whose eyes burned with fervor. Yet, none dared to act impulsively. These spoils belonged solely to Lin Yi, a testament to his glory. Lin Yi meticulously examined each item, with the first catching his eye being a resplendent golden piece of equipment. Abyssal Demon Cloak, grade, golden attributes, stamina 150, agility 150, movement speed 5, and the accompanying skill Abyssal Eye, which reveals the location of any concealed entities below silver rank. Although not specifically tailored for mages, Lin Yi found that he could still don it. The Abyssal Eye skill brought him immense delight, as it would serve as a powerful aid, particularly against adversaries of silver rank and below. Henceforth, any assassin attempting to approach stealthily would find themselves utterly exposed before him. Upon donning the new cloak, Lin Yi felt as light as a feather. Coupled with his agility enchantment, he was even swifter than a rogue. He then turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Blazing Flame Ring, grade, silver attributes, spirit 80, adding 20 burn damage to spells cast. Lin Yi could hardly contain his joy at this discovery. In addition to the substantial boost to his spirit, it would allow his attacks to inflict burn damage, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. Storm Dragon Tongue Bow grade, silver attributes, strength 120, agility 60. With each attack launching an additional arrow that inflicts 25 damage as a storm arrow. Undoubtedly, this was a relic for archers. Lin Yi decided to keep it, as bartering would be the wisest course of action. Silver equipment is perpetually in high demand on the market. The remaining 2 bronze items, though not of the highest caliber, each held a market value exceeding 1 million. After tallying all the equipment, he discovered 2 treasures remaining. A gemstone the size of a dragon's eye, radiating a potent aura of the abyss. Abyssal Core Stone grade, golden attributes, can be embedded, imbuing equipment with abyssal power, significantly enhancing its level. Applicable to silver rank and below. Enhancing equipment levels. Lin Yi had just lamented his failure to acquire the golden staff, when unexpectedly, a solution presented itself. If he could elevate the demon staff to golden equipment, his strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Thus, he carefully secured it, planning to consult a blacksmith during his next visit to the treasure pavilion. The next treasure he discovered was a ticket to the abyss. Abyss Pass, first layer, grade, special, attribute. The user may enter the first layer of the abyss, requiring a strength of silver tier or above. It is said that the abyss comprises 18 layers, with the malevolent power of demons intensifying as one descends. The spectral creature he had encountered earlier likely hailed from the first layer of the abyss. Once I ascend to silver, I shall venture into the abyss to uncover its mysteries. This expedition had proven exceedingly fruitful. Even Lin Yi, accustomed to grand spectacles, found it difficult to contain his excitement. Finally, his gaze fell upon 2 skill books, each an invaluable treasure to him, Hell's Brand and Wings of the Spectre. Hell's Brand was a black iron skill that Lin Yi could learn immediately. As for Wings of the Spectre, it was a rare flying skill, albeit a bronze tier 1, which Lin Yi was not yet ready to grasp. He promptly stored away the Wings of the Spectre skill book and casually touched the Hell's Brand skill book. The pages transformed into a shooting star, merging into Lin Yi's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended it. With his talent activated, Hell's Brand reached its maximum level instantly. Hell's Brand imprints a mark on the target. The next casting triggers the mark, inflicting 5 times the damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Upon reviewing the skill's description, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating rush. This was undoubtedly a trump card, a future ace against his foes. After counting his spoils, Lin Yi exhaled contentedly. This adventure had yielded remarkable gains. Initially, his goal was merely to defeat the Blood Pattern Wolf King. Who could have anticipated such a serendipitous encounter, leading him into a hard-level dungeon, which had escalated to hellish difficulty? The rewards were astonishing. Lin Yi gazed at the equipment within his spatial pendant, his heart brimming with joy. At that moment, Chengde led Cheng Muqing and others, slowly approaching. He could not underestimate the Black Iron Youth before him. With sheer strength, he had vanquished a Golden Lord monster, showcasing terrifying potential. If all went well, Lin Yi was destined to become an unparalleled master. His future was limitless, and it was indeed prudent to cultivate a good relationship now. Young hero Lin Yi, we are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Had it not been for you, we would have faced dire consequences. As Chengde heard Cheng Muqing mention that Lin Yi was a newly awakened student from the Interstellar Technology University, he was utterly astonished. In just 2 days, Lin Yi's strength had already surpassed his own, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying, it was merely a small effort. Besides, I made a promise to Miss Cheng to assist her in clearing the dungeon. Cheng Muqing stifled a giggle, feeling as though she had struck a remarkable bargain. With that spatial pendant, she was able to conquer a hell-level dungeon, although she spent most of the time merely observing, resulting in a lower score. The rewards were still plentiful. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Bai Jia also felt the same. Lin Yi's impeccable spell bombardment left a profound impression on her. While it couldn't be described as infatuation, it was only natural for her to develop a fondness for him. Chengde quickly interjected, the reward given by the young lady is truly unworthy of the value of this dungeon. Upon returning home, I shall certainly report this to the family head. I invite you to visit the Cheng family, and there will be generous gifts awaiting you. Do not decline. Chengde, being quite diplomatic, maintained a humble demeanor. Although Lin Yi possessed a mature mind, he appreciated the sentiment. Very well, I shall certainly come, he replied. Intrigued by what the Cheng family might prepare as a token of gratitude, could it be that they intended to betroth Cheng Muqing to him? At this thought, Lin Yi chuckled to himself, realizing how fanciful his imagination had become. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted within the dungeon's secret realm. As the will of the world began to score their performances, the golden beams shot up to the heavens, coalescing into a massive luminous screen in the sky. Subsequently, the scores of the group were revealed one by one. First, it was Chengde and the others. The screen displayed them just as they had landed before the spectral demons, nearly swept away in an instant. Chengde's face flushed with embarrassment. This was an outright slap in the face. Ultimately, they received the lowest score, though the rewards were still somewhat acceptable. Next, it was Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia's turn. The two had spent nearly the entire time as mere spectators. Occasionally, they provided Lin Yi with enhancements, making their entire dungeon journey feel akin to a vacation. They shyly covered their eyes, earning a commendable score. Their rewards surpassed those of Chengde's group, and the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Finally, it was Lin Yi's turn, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. The screen displayed Lin Yi battling against 100 foes, whether it was the Cassiopeia or the spectral demons. They were all sent soaring into the air by his explosive attacks. Chengde and the others were left dumbfounded. They had previously only witnessed him dealing with the spectral demons. Now, they realized just how monstrous his power truly was. The golden screen gradually settled, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a dazzling score illuminated the space. My heavens, it's a score of 3. At this sight, everyone was left in shock. Chapter 21, Platinum Treasures, Equipment that Astonishes. Receiving a high-level rating is a rare occurrence, let alone achieving that elusive pinnacle score. Congratulations on conquering the hellish difficulty dungeon, awarded a high-level rating. Rewards, 30,000 experience points. Acquired Platinum Treasures, Skill Fusion Stone. Acquired Platinum Treasures, Wind Elemental Card. Lin Yi's Adam's apple moved slightly. Confronted with such bountiful rewards, astonishment was evident in his eyes. The abundance of these rewards surpassed all expectations. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level increased to 16. He leveled up once more. The subsequent 2 platinum treasures. Thus, it was on this day that she invited Lu Wuqing for a gathering. Yet unexpectedly, he seemed already aware of her identity, directly inquiring about her intentions, which left Ren Ying greatly alarmed, feeling that she could not fathom this man. Such impressive skills, Wan exclaimed, and in an instant, a piercing scream erupted, imbued with true energy, rushing towards the old monk. The secret chamber was spacious, divided into 3 rooms, one designated for rest, another filled with provisions, and the laboratory at the far end. The primary reason Mei Wei joined Arthur's faction was likely due to the appearance of the cloud giant at Crystal Fortress. Big guy, Honestly, where did you learn that song? On East Branch Road, Du Yin and CLA walked side by side. CLA's singing was truly remarkable, albeit heart-wrenching and with a couple of off-key notes. Yet, the catchy tune resonated well with Yin. The captain of the Cloud Giant Brigade displayed a marked shift in demeanor, evidently influenced by the cycle of reincarnation. Arthur did not believe that a mere grassroots officer within the Cloud Giants could possess knowledge of the secrets of reincarnation. It was only when she saw Calabris sitting cross-legged, gazing at her pitiful figure while devouring a masa cake, that her anger flared, her chest heaving, eyes glaring at the scoundrel, yet words failed her, as if silently condemning this unjust individual. However, in truth, until I illuminated the light and settled into An Yu's office, nothing peculiar transpired. His office starkly contrasted with the larger outer office. It merely seemed that Arthur possessed a precognitive ability. In a soft sound, the Lion King's valiant heart accurately blocked Joseph's scythe. Now, everyone surrounded the vehicle, yet without Big Black's command, none dared to move. Merely observing the young man leaning against the car outside. Who are you? The girl first surveyed her surroundings, recognizing the hospital. Yet her wariness remained unyielding until she caught sight of Zhang Qingfeng, her gaze momentarily dazed. In truth, the tortoise merely induced a fleeting dream of golden millet after she had fallen asleep that night. Only a fool would dare to leap onto a heated calm, fully aware of its nature. Moreover, that lofty marriage was devoid of love, wealth, or a beautiful conclusion. Thus, what hesitation remained? Everyone knew how to choose. Seizing the moment, Long Jinfei exerted force and perched atop the vehicle. Ada turned his back to the engine hood, legs spread wide. Long Jinfei, perceiving this opportunity, struck with a palm between Ada's legs, producing a sound akin to an egg shattering. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry of agony escaped Ada's lips. In Xiaoyu's mind, the second seal of the Wheel of Destiny immediately surfaced. It was not the opposing ice seal, but gold. The precise reason for the emergence of this golden seal eluded understanding, yet its active appearance suggested that it might indeed be the most suitable choice. Hey, have you seen the kitchen god? Miao Ran lightly kicked He Jiangwo and leaned in closer, eager to discover what had captivated his gaze, only to find that her own eyes were now entranced as well. Hearing the wind behind him, Shang Wanyun stepped onto the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Focusing his mind on the 5 elements incantation, narrowly evading the sweep of the long sleeves before the forceful gust could reach him. However, the wind still struck him with immense pain, as if he had been struck by a club. I shall not descend. You go ahead, said Ling Leirong impatiently. Fortunately, Zhao Xingguang was understanding, gently patting him before exiting the vehicle. Jin Wanqing concentrated, stating, then I must defend him. As soon as he spoke, the sword aura emanating from the Xian Tai sword surged, revealing the brilliance of the blade. Jin Wanqing swiftly advanced 2 steps before Gongsun Ba, thrusting the sword towards his eyes, just as the attack was initiated, without allowing the technique to mature. He flipped his wrist and redirected the blade towards Gongsun Ba's lower dantian. Upon leaving the supervisory office, Zhunjia and his companions were exceedingly irritated. Xiaoyu had never intended to retain them, and involving himself with the supervisory office was out of the question. Although Yunfei recognized the validity of Ji Luoqing's words, she continued to contemplate ways to suppress him. Presently, a towering figure emerged from the mist. As the wind blew, the ethereal haze dissipated, revealing a humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall. Li Junyi smiled, his eyes transforming to gold, and soon detected the lingering presence of Yi Yun and an unfamiliar martial emperor within the villa. The man clad in a splendid robe paid no heed, his vital energy erupting violently as he frantically ascended into the sky. All Yuos reached back to gather her short black hair, lifting the damp ends. As a faint white mist emanated from her, the fitted thermal suit accentuating her waistline. A man had perished within. The original wife sought to sell the house, fearing that potential buyers would discover its true condition. She thus provided the agent with a bribe, instructing him to assert that the homeowner was abroad, selling the property at a bargain. The colossal tree trembled violently, releasing a surge of wood essence that formed a vast azure canopy overhead, shielding against the fierce flames expelled by the giant bird. It is noteworthy that within this institution, 6 individuals ranked on the Canglong Prefecture's Hidden Dragon list. Yet only Yi Qingqiu achieved a position on the Tiannan Dao's Hidden Dragon list. The automobile arrived beneath the old building of the Fan family. Tung Zixing raised his wrist to check the time. It was already 9:15 in the evening, and the lights at home remained aglow. It appeared that my mother was oblivious to the truth. She only knew that I had encountered danger earlier and was now relieved that I had returned safely. Zhao Rendong exhibited a commendable resolve, gritting his teeth and refusing to divulge anything. However, as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Yan Rongqiu, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Yet now, not only had the person survived, but they stood before him, utterly unharmed, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, after subduing the celestial disk, Xuehao immediately infused it with his own blood, merging it with the essence of his Taoist techniques, refining his innate celestial patterns into the disk, thus completely refining and mastering it. Chapter 22. bestowing the black gold card, seeking Kong Yuan for equipment forging. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Supervisor Jiang was filled with joy. Please take a seat for a moment. He then turned to signal the bunny girl behind him to prepare a detailed list of goods. While smiling, Supervisor Jiang and Lin Yi savored fragrant tea, engaging in a relaxed and casual conversation. During their chat, Lin Yi learned that Supervisor Jiang's name was Jiang Fu. When Jiang Fu discovered that Lin Yi was merely a newly awakened freshman, his astonishment was difficult to contain. Such remarkable achievements in just 2 days were truly unprecedented. Amidst his astonishment, Jiang Fu made a decision. I shall be a bit bold and henceforth refer to you as Brother Lin. Due to their actions, the captain was quite displeased, ordering them to write a report. They could not proceed on vacation until it was completed. The decision to take the transport aircraft directly, rather than opting for the Shinkansen as before, was primarily due to the number of people involved, but time constraints were also a significant factor. In an instant, the robot lost control of one leg, causing its balance to falter, and with a loud crash, the entire robot fell to the ground. The Emperor is wise, the crowd remarked. By this time, the allocation of official positions had concluded, and the focus shifted to discussing the specifics of the following day, namely how to deal with the officials of the eunuch faction and how to prevent the ensuing chaos. At that moment, Wang Huan and others had returned to the camp of the Xian men. Everyone anxiously watched the stage. Did I truly make an error in judgment? I pondered. He asked me once more where this place was, and I did not respond, but simply pointed behind me. Recently, it seemed as if a rope had tethered these two together. Wherever Guadalu was, Yan Qi was sure to follow. During the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu adopted a political strategy that abolished the dominance of various philosophical schools in favor of Confucianism, thereby ensuring that Confucian thought truly entered the imperial court. Despite entering the imperial court, the position of Confucianism at this moment remained precarious. Thus, with the court's cooperation, Confucian scholars began to cultivate the rural areas diligently. What about Hua Diqiang from the Hua family? Are there others around him? Huang Pu Wudi inquired hastily. Indeed, the circumstances were not markedly different, yet at least, irrespective of the situation, a path had unexpectedly appeared before them. Therefore, I resolved to take a closer look. Bai Li Nuyen stated as he stepped forward. Glancing back at the serpent's tail, which remained still, she settled herself, gathering her composure, then turned her gaze towards the door, wondering if the esteemed Zhou Minxin was waiting outside, and whether those individuals were eager to meet Shi Landao. What were they hoping Shi Landao could accomplish for them? Nonetheless, it would be unjust to blame Yi Wuhui. At that time, he had left no conditions or opportunities for the Yi family to glean any information. As he had been forcibly taken away, the sword energy carved a profound gash into the ground, rushing forth with devastating momentum. Su Yi, recently kicked and sent sprawling, pushed off the ground with one hand, soaring into the air, just in time to evade the sword energy, only to witness Beers sheathing his sword and launching a punch towards the sky. Under the starlit sky, a massive stone slab lay at a height of about 10 feet to their upper left, while to the right, rocky formations resembled clustered eggs, with a stable footing only appearing 3 feet away. Both locations were occupied by figures clad in black, nearly merging with the night itself, accompanied by a heartbroken mother. The two arrived at a mortuary on the top floor. Lorraine Yan's body was merely covered with a white cloth, as the school hospital would not permit the body to remain for an extended period. Thus, the mortuary was only a temporary resting place. I will inform you before you depart this world. The assassin's left gauntlet transformed into a gripping form, while the right gauntlet revealed an energy blade. Lunging toward Hong's senator grasping the purple thunder sword, Yi Yun took a deep breath, gazing at the fallen demon, and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Whether as a saint or a messenger, both identities served as representatives and possessed no inherent power. The crux of the matter lay in the decision-making authority. All rules and regulations fundamentally revolve around this power. Whoever holds the decision-making authority is the true speaker. It writhed in pain, immediately releasing its grip on Gu Huan, coiling its body like a python and rolling around the room. Yuan Bao longed to express his true feelings proudly, aiming to astonish this somewhat naive human. Thanks to Teacher Chin's adept class management, one remarked, while another proclaimed, Teacher Chin, your unique teaching style will surely yield a distinguished educator after this year's college entrance examination. Throughout the journey, Chi Machin exhibited utmost care, causing envy among the other passengers in the compartment. The train conductor, in a state of panic, made several attempts to invite them to the soft sleeper compartment, recognizing that Chi Machin's year-round ticket was red, signifying a privilege for the entire year. Especially since he was an inspector, their immediate superior. The formidable presence of Lady Lan had already been established, for any authority must be grounded in sufficient strength to compel others to yield. Humanity has grown accustomed to the sight of the weak bowing before the strong. Mo Tunluo understood. No wonder there were so few people here, and the crowd below appeared scant as well. Everyone seemed to have gathered elsewhere for the excitement. Brother Qingyo, do you mean to say that the white deer has been rescued from the ice wall? For she inquired with delight. I hope not. However, just a few days ago, I suddenly dreamt of Brother Luo. His wide-eyed gaze seemed to express reproach towards me, filling my heart with an unsettling feeling, as if something was amiss. Guan Yonglin reflected thoughtfully. The situation in Xingyao Town was also precarious. Xingzi had discovered that demonic energy was emanating from the third master's residence. A truth evident to the eyes. We did not intend to leave without notice. Had we mentioned our entry into the imperial city, you would have certainly been more alarmed. Hua Junjie explained as he sank into a seat. I have been in Sanzhou for merely 2 days, and the city has transformed into a desolate place steeped in fear and the stench of blood. The iron cavalry trembled as the fire giant advanced slowly. The cavalrymen, though valiant, instinctively recoiled in the face of the unknown, a fear that is inescapable for all. Chapter 23. Advancing into the abyss with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Soon, a fierce blaze erupted in the backyard, accompanied by the steady and powerful sounds of forging, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. It is well known that blacksmiths, alchemists, and enchanters are exceedingly sought after. In fact, one could argue that high-level support professionals are even rarer than combatants. Throughout Jiang City, there may be nearly 100 golden-tier combat professionals, yet those among the support professions who achieve gold status number only around 20. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Little brother, the effect of this finished product exceeds our expectations. Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly as he rose to his feet. We have succeeded. Kong Yuan beamed with joy. The reluctant Xia Yuqing finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber, allowing Feng Hao to sleep peacefully as well. Meanwhile, in the largest tavern in Fengyin City, within a lavish room, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire abruptly opened his eyes, gazing intently out the window. The celestial stage signifies a heightened resonance with the heavens. Now, Zhuoyu could sense the shifting tides of fortune. Having sunbathed atop the star plate for a few days, his skin had darkened slightly, and at that moment, he suddenly recalled the jade slips. Your skills are still quite lacking. Pray tell, with your abilities, how did you find yourself in a hidden realm of the immortal world? After lifting the frail man, Imo Wuji asked with a calm demeanor. She pondered for a moment, then ceased to insist, shifting her body slightly to find a comfortable position and closing her eyes in his warm embrace. With the soul orb tucked away, Chen Tian began to meditate, reciting the incantation for cultivating dark attribute fighting energy rather than the pseudo-fighting energy techniques. At the heart of the island lay the expansive residence of the 5 island lords, heavily guarded by numerous sentinels. Entry required special permission, and Zhuoyu found herself ensnared along the way. How could a spirit beast, having lived for centuries, be taken without a trace? Even Lu Yuxing would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Was there truly another spirit master in this world? How Rant's survival in the perilous profession of an assassin relied not only on his impeccable swordsmanship, but also on his keen intuition regarding danger, which had saved him on numerous occasions. He was convinced that this ominous feeling was not unfounded and must surely have its reasons. Zhou Liang straightened his body, only to stiffen entirely, leaving behind a sentence that only Su Zheng could hear, before staring with wide eyes, breathless. The hand that clutched Su Zheng's arm did not release its grip but tightened, revealing the depth of his hatred. In the past, she had questioned old Master Fong in a similar manner, yet the outcome had been her own father expelling her from the Fong family home. The intricate patterns etched into his green wooden seal were derived from the imperial seal recorded in ancient texts. In truth, Chen Tao had merely spoken offhandedly that day. His primary desire was to spend more time with Zhao Luyao, perhaps buying her a few garments. Xia Yu found herself with no retreat. Failing to excel in the upcoming assessment for the new recruits would mean her departure from the army. However, the journey was arduous. The wooden boards hard and cold without any cushioning, and her hands and feet bound, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Very well. Jiang Yiren desired to target him, yet found no justification to do so. I exclaimed urgently, what is wrong with my appearance? Is it not beautiful? As I shouted the latter part, I realized that I was uncertain about the beauty of my own face. Subsequently, the giant bear drove away all surrounding ferocious beasts, slowly turning to approach Xia Sun and Ling Long. Moreover, Yi Bingming was aware that her taunting would inevitably provoke retaliation, thus she had prepared herself accordingly. Lei Ming felt elated for brother Lin and brimmed with pride for having such an impressive elder brother. As for the more advanced operatives, they were exempt from assessments, as their wealth of experience equipped them to handle matters independently. The weekend was slightly better, with fewer overtime hours. I hoped to adjust my schedule to update daily at dawn. Aside of Long Jia, with a broken arm and internal injuries, stood by to observe the battle. No one had anticipated that Xian Xian would awaken at such a moment. Xia Sun's attempts to curry favor with King Yang Xian raised suspicions among onlookers. They ponder whether he has come to terms with his current predicament and seeks the protection of the Xian domain kingdom. Suddenly, figures leap into the sky, and Lin Ming finds himself surrounded by dozens of shimmering golden blades. Very well, just you wait. I shall attend to this at once. With that, Yu Qi hastily dashed onto the street, flagging down a taxi and urging the driver to race towards Guangfu Road as if he were in a frantic rush to be reborn. Indeed, a powerful sword spirit, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. The account detailed how this group orchestrated their ranks and then exacerbated the conflict between themselves and Peter to reap the benefits. The Republic was fundamentally divided into two factions, the Republican Army and the Awakened Intelligence. Within this landscape, Like played the role of mediator, often oscillating between the two factions as they alternated in gaining the upper hand. In a bid to break the stalemate on the battlefield, William commanded the deployment of his most elite Norman knights. The valiant Sicilian noble, upon receiving the king's orders, let out a resounding battle cry, leading 200 heavy cavalrymen to flank to the right. This maneuver incited considerable anxiety among the Japanese forces stationed in Zhejiang City, for the bulk of their troops remained far afield, leaving only a single battalion to guard the area. Should conflict arise, they knew they would be at a disadvantage. A group of individuals exchanged glances in silence. In truth, Bai Jing had a point. The system seemed to operate on its own logic, and the scenario he described was not entirely implausible. Although Zhou Fangjie was once a fervent student before entering the Whampoa Military Academy, he did not believe that hastily assembling student soldiers could remedy the shortage of officers on the battlefield. With the Southern Yan army pressing down, Baijiang City stood on the brink of peril. The Duke of State, leading his troops in a desperate stand, was uncertain how long they could withstand the Southern Yan's offensive. Chapter 24. Annihilating the Thunder Crocodile Beast, the Mercenaries' Dread. Thunder Crocodile Beast. Level, 19 Lord Monster. Health, 227, 835. Skills, Thunder Flash, Crocodile Tail Charge, Death Roll. Lin Yi grinned. This time, I shall take you on and test my Hell's Brand skill. Previous battles had concluded in an instant, leaving many newly learned skills untested. Suddenly, a raucous laughter echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Haha, at last I have you, you little rascal. And you've brought along a Lord Monster. What a delightful surprise. Lin Yi maintained a serene expression, his gaze unwavering as he locked onto the Bloodwolf mercenary corps ahead. At the forefront of the group, Du Lingyi led nearly 20 guards. Noticing the relatively elegant attire of Lin Feng and his companions, they refrained from thorough questioning and proceeded to announce their arrival. After a brief interval, the guards returned, inviting them inside. Thus, Lin Feng and his entourage entered the Dong residence with a sense of boldness. Upon encountering Dong Tianba, the latter burst into hearty laughter. Individuals like them, who had little connection to the internet, registered accounts and entered the live broadcast room. Elder, what has transpired? Zhao Xian inquired, his forehead adorned with talismans, giving him a rather peculiar appearance. Zhang Niu Jiao muttered, employing a spell that left the general in a disheveled state, nearly costing him his life. Chun Shi raised his gaze, observing a Buddha's hand with a rotating seal, emanating a subtle yet profound aura of the Buddhist teachings. Nashi rolled her eyes inwardly, contemplating how she could possibly know, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, aware that among the onlookers, there were those with ulterior motives. Any misstep in her words could incite panic and chaos. Meng Luo felt he had arrived at a splendid place. The regret of not fulfilling his esports dream in another world began to rekindle his spirit. What? You all? Despite Hang Yiwei's insistence that she would not cling to Hang Yu, the mention of marriage discussions struck her hard, her eyes widening and gradually reddening. How is married life? Are you happy? Ren Linjua, racking his brain, could never have anticipated that Lady Li's first inquiry would be so pointed. Go ahead. Wang Hen seemed prepared, likely related to cultivation matters. Observing Yi Yang lying motionless on the ground, Long Xiaodian and Wang Dongxing shouted loudly, their concern evident. Had it not been for the assessment, they would have rushed over to assist Yi Yang. The prince wishes to summon the consort. Please allow her to bathe and change first. Despite the respectful words, Chun Mama's expression bore no trace of reverence. Yun Yun, stay close to me, and Ling Xian, follow big brother Kong Chen. Quan Quan's expression remained clouded by the earlier surge of excitement, rendering him somewhat uneasy. With the opening of the ruins, countless cultivators surged into the site, and they knew they could not afford to lag behind. Delusions. Do you truly believe that our Chui family is composed entirely of useless individuals without paying a price? Chui Nya bellowed, subsequently swallowing the dual entities of black and white. His muscles erupted, transforming him into an imposing figure, half black and half white, with a gaze that was eerily inhuman. Yes, the soldier whose name had been called trembled, then responded loudly. He tossed the remaining bun into his mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then strode towards the designated area for punishment. As this scene unfolded, fear spread among all who beheld the mineral array. Even Rosa, who stood not far away, reflected the same trepidation. Reluctantly, I forced myself to cast aside a whirlwind of emotions, donned my robe, and resolutely departed from the grand hall. Bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Darling, are you awake? Yang Feifei smiled as she emerged from the bathroom, adorned in the attire of a flight attendant. Why wait for another day? There is no better time than the present. Let us establish our plans now. Seizing the moment, Jean Wanchuan was already becoming impatient. The expressions on the faces of these merfolk revealed their utter ignorance of magic, and naturally, Fan Lin needed no lethal methods. Yet, the disappointment of losing still cast a shadow over my spirits. When faced with discontent, what should one do? Perhaps one should extend that discontent to those who cause it. It did not take long for this last great city to be utterly besieged. Hundreds of thousands of magical cultivators loomed over the land like deities. Before them, numerous practitioners knelt, choosing the path of submission. Forget it. I shall seek your second uncle for procurement. I have exhausted myself with my own efforts. Xiaohong gazed at the items on the paper, feeling a pang of headache. At that moment, Qin Feng had transformed into a fearsome killing machine, resembling a Shura from hell, unleashing merciless carnage. However, Emoshi had no intention of acknowledging him. As she was forced back a step, she swiftly closed the distance. The members of the Star Shadow Legion were adventuring alongside their peers from the Spirit Cultivation Academy, led by their senior brother, Tao Xingzhou. In terms of spiritual energy, Su Heng had already reached a level comparable to the pinnacle of the manifestation phase, but without awakening the earth spirit and opening the third chakra, he could only be considered mid-manifestation. Bai Chang's eating habits were even more grotesque. Having finished his bowl, he sought to serve himself more, but alas. The spoon was held firmly by Qin Yu, leaving him unable to voice his desires and merely watch. Of course, excessive and indiscriminate exploitation of the spiritual veins would lead to their degradation and diminished quality, potentially resulting in complete disappearance. Gong Luojue's expression shifted as she grasped him, and he hurriedly wrapped his arms around her, tossing her back onto the bed. Yet, he was soon overwhelmed by dizziness from the flight, his face paling as he gazed down. It was still early morning. Having passed a bun shop, he succumbed to temptation and bought a donkey meat bun to indulge in. Lu Yong had been focused on devouring his rice when he overheard Lu Meng's words. Nearly choking on a mouthful, the rice lodged painfully in his throat, prompting a fit of coughing that nearly expelled what he had just eaten. Chapter 25. Forging Deep Rivalries. In search of the divine dragon cub, the remaining individuals were left terrified, their souls nearly fleeing as a single spell instantaneously vanquished Lin Yi. Following that, another strike felled most of the companions. This fellow was nothing short of a reincarnated demon. Wishing to escape, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as he unleashed the Thunderlight technique. Once again, a group attack skill. The blazing sphere of lightning, as large as a millstone, was filled with a frenzied intertwining of electric currents. With a thunderous boom, the sphere hurtled towards the center of the crowd, unleashing a terrifying explosion of lightning. The mercenaries were ensnared by the electric arcs, wailing in agony. The few survivors were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. One assassin, his eyes brimming with terror, attempted to stealthily escape. Lin Yi immediately activated the Abyssal Eye. Although the lack of access permissions startled everyone, none could fathom the true nature of this individual. The vice captain believed that even someone of high rank within the military system would not resist such routine inspections. How could a person like him possibly stand idly by while Ren He betrayed him without seeking vengeance? He longed to stab those compatriots who had wronged him. Yet the overwhelming numbers deterred him. Having engaged in such work for years, the personnel had grown accustomed to the gruesome scenes, while for Chu Yu, the unfolding spectacle was far from novel. However, for El Jinyu, it was an entirely different matter. He exerted himself with all his might, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, yet could not lift an inch. Zhou Rong gazed at his short arms and slender legs, feeling a surge of despair. He considered himself utterly useless. Lacking the qualifications for cultivation, and with a body half crippled, he was unable to move any treasures, nearly losing his life in the process. Given the circumstances, everyone had failed to inform their families of their safety due to the lack of signal on their phones. After 2 days, their families might have begun to worry, necessitating a trip to the county to reassure them. Naturally, the underlying sentiment was that their friends were enjoying themselves at his home, which felt akin to their own. Upon completing the humanoid Taoist embryonic form, it transformed from substance to ethereal, dissipating into a cold mist that swiftly entered the heavenly steel. The azure dragon Taoist embryonic form morphed into cloud vapor, the fire phoenix into flames, while the Qilin and butterfly Taoist embryonic forms scattered into auspicious spirits and ethereal light. Chen Lin, without glancing back, merely observed Wang Hanlin beside him, uncertain of the conversation's direction. Yet, he could not suppress a chuckle as he remarked. Considering the temperament of Duke Jingning, this marriage proposal is hardly unfavorable. He rambled on about trivial matters concerning the Duke's residence, seemingly at a loss for words. In response, Chu Yu merely smiled faintly, refraining from comment, as he had no desire to leave Pingxi City at that moment. Tomorrow, the third prince and the gentle consort will be present. Are you certain you wish to attend? After speaking, a flash of white light suddenly flickered in Su Jin's mind. An indistinct unease that she could not quite grasp, patting her bulging purse, which held 50 taels of silver. She felt no regret about the money she would soon part with. Nevertheless, regardless of how much Hung Ying might lament, nothing could be undone. Fortunately, Hung Ying had a son like Lu Yu, which offered Hung Yi a semblance of solace. Each year, the candidates selected for the awards are predominantly 3rd and 4th year students, with 2nd year students being a rare sight, and 1st year students even more so. The first semester of freshman year is primarily a period of acclimatization. and by March of the second semester, the entire process commences, making it challenging to achieve any notable accomplishments. Amidst the murmurs, Qin Yin calmly observed Rin Shiji, her smile unforced and genuine, as if she were merely watching a farcical spectacle, which ignited a surge of indignation within Rin Shiji. A lingering glance at Luo Yi revealed her attire was adorned with luxury brands, a testament to her affluent background. What do you mean by letting him off easy? Yun Zixuan is incredibly formidable. I doubt I could even match his prowess despite my utmost efforts. Xu Hong retorted with a roll of his eyes. Even when conversing with royalty, his demeanor remained effortlessly composed, adhering to the necessary decorum without exuding subservience. Baili Luochuan leaned against the wall, his gaze gently resting upon Lin Qingwe's face, filled with profound affection. Regardless of the status of queens, princes, or princesses, their fortunes ultimately hinge upon the emperor's disposition. For figures seized the moment to escape, their sprinting speed seemingly beyond human capability. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one took notice. What year did director Lu Shun begin his career? Wang Zijuan inquired thoughtfully, flicking the ash from his cigarette. All eyes in the audience were fixated on Su Bing, who had just achieved a breakthrough. However, their interest was not in Su Bing himself, whose cultivation was not particularly high, but rather in the vial clutched in his hand, which ignited fervent anticipation in every onlooker. Zheng Qi approached Hishime, producing 2 blue pills crafted by ENT based on her recent performance, marking her as the first human to be honored in such a manner, aside from Zheng Qi. Lu Weihong promptly expressed modesty. When he learned he would meet the superior, he felt a moment of anxiety, but he had long since regained his composure. As he paid his respects to the superior, he discreetly surveyed the room's ambience. This young man's romantic journey had been fraught with challenges. In his youthful ignorance, he harbored feelings for the internet CF owner, only to later realize her elusive nature and shift his affections. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, he found himself enamored with Yu Sha from the first high school. Yet before he could confess, everyone had graduated. Xiaoman, have you heard? Zhuo Changwei and Lin Jiangluan got into a fight. Du Xiaoman was informed as she arrived at work, with the office's elder sister, Sun Hongmei, conspiratorially leaning in to whisper. The purple gold gourd was her greatest reliance. Yet she understood the necessity of not relying solely on it. It was a miraculous artifact that had once turned her despair into triumph. Not merely a means to evade divine retribution through needless violence. Bai Mu Gui wished to articulate something further, but was interrupted by the intervention of April 1st June Sun. Chapter 26. Master the beast taming technique. Prepare to subdue the lordly monster. Lin Yi smiled faintly, casually emptying a collection of 40 to 50 pieces of equipment onto the table. Brother, take a look at these marvelous treasures. Jiang Fu was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids trembling uncontrollably. My goodness, Lin, have you resorted to robbery? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, explaining how Du Lingyi had come looking for trouble, and the outcome was hiss. Upon hearing Lin Yi's account, Jiang Fu gasped in disbelief. A mere boy who had awakened for only 3 days could dispatch black iron professionals as if slicing vegetables? Even bronze professionals were not spared. This was utterly unprecedented. Brother Jiang, could you kindly help me appraise this? Residing within the realm of the heavens, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the developmental histories of various dimensions through films and myths. Yet she remained oblivious to the actual narrative of the heavenly realm itself. Chu Yi, however, paid no heed to Lu Wu, or perhaps deemed it beneath him, and turned to Mo Shi with a smile. During the 100 Dynasties War, he and Su Yun'er had at least collaborated, and being fellow disciples of the Wanwu Academy. If she had forgotten him entirely, it would indeed be heart-wrenching. The resolute determination of Kong Ming's 7 heart lights genuinely astonished Lin Chuan, without a hint of hesitation. This sacred herb willingly relinquished years of accumulated essence from the 7 heart lights. Wang Sheng was acutely aware that outside, Xiao Ge was still awaiting him. And with Zhang Xian in trouble, Xiao Ge must be exceedingly anxious. This predicament left Wang Xing feeling somewhat uneasy. The combat talent test comprises 9 levels, and upon reaching the final tier, one could obtain an exceptionally rare combat talent. This is akin to watching martial arts dramas. Righteous masters, upon encountering the secrets of the villainous sect, cannot resist the urge to practice. Indeed, sorcerers are no different. Upon witnessing formidable spells, they too feel compelled. Yet with Qua now deceased, all that remained has vanished, along with those dark sorceries. Long Qi'er was exceedingly candid. If you wish to battle, then let us engage. Upon stepping out from the academy, Lin Feiyu felt numerous hostile gazes directed at him, undoubtedly from his adversaries or those harboring enmity towards He Lingxue. Some of those familiar stares felt particularly recognizable, likely from old acquaintances. Before Dr. Yang Ling could respond, a thunderous roar echoed, powerful yet not frightening. However, Qiu Wantong preferred to keep a low profile, especially during the time of Qiu's ascension. Thus, his reputation had not yet spread. If this continued, it might very well lead to his triumph. Yet the situation was far from simple. Broom Ghost, Wind Pouch, how did you end up like this? The sight of the two left Wu Fan struggling to suppress a chuckle. In response, Wu Chongbin was utterly taken aback during his confrontation with the Blood Fiend gathering gourd. He had been tormented by the Blood Fiend's aura. Had it not been for the martial twin star's sword's ability to counteract the evil forces, his mind would have long been ensnared by the adversary. After all, the spirit had inquired not only about Mo Ju, the master of the Yin, but also about Ji Ming, the master of the Yang. Following Su Jingxi's guidance, Yuan Shaoling improved significantly, although her demeanor lacked sharpness. She at least exuded an air of authority, which Su Jingxi found satisfactory. Gradually, she reminded herself that Yuan Shaoling was still young and inexperienced, and achieving the prowess of Hou Meihua was beyond her reach. Contentment was essential. He did not admire Su Yan's methods per se, but rather respected his ability to remain open-minded and not obstinately self-righteous. In a moment of daze, she suddenly regained her senses, her gaze falling upon Mo Yun's bloodied left hand and the distorted expression wrought by pain. Once the two gathered their bearings, they found themselves within a vast, dark hall. Su Yuanyuan harnessed the stellar energy within her, causing it to radiate outward in brilliant flames that illuminated the surroundings. Bing Rue, cautious and alert, recognized the peculiar nature of Duanmu Huanghai's assault. To avoid any potential pitfalls, she gracefully retreated, wary of the blinding light. Upon the convergence of three pivotal objects, a remarkable transformation ensued, as a colossal energy materialized from nothingness, transcending all limitations, ultimately cascading towards Guangqingzi. Moreover, this locale was of considerable significance to the government. Being employed here came with its share of advantages. If Long Chaozhou were to remain by Han Ling's side, he would certainly discern her fabrications, for her expressions would betray a hint of anxiety whenever she spoke untruths. The servants and maids were aware of the joyous occasion, and although few words were exchanged, the palpable atmosphere of celebration could not be contained. At that moment, an unexpected hand reached out from the shadows, seizing her left arm. According to the intelligence department and the higher-ups of the Sun family, Limo's sole avenue now lay in surrender. Any delay would necessitate navigating the bustling streets, seeking refuge in chaos while abandoning his armor. Du Ruren was taken aback by Du Xingtong's ruthless actions. Without his explicit orders, the four attendants would never have dared to act so decisively. Suddenly, the night sky erupted in brilliance as four drones illuminated the entire factory area from above. Yen Sheng heard two abrupt shouts from afar, but they ceased abruptly, indicating that his men had likely been eliminated. The Thunder King, Xiongba, who commanded lightning, and the Dark Dragon, Binbo Erba, tamed by Zhuiyang, were both formidable beings. While she awaited her father's emergence, the sound of approaching footsteps instinctively drew her gaze. It was only natural to evade, yet such actions only revealed her inner guilt. As the second daughter of the Duke of a nation, she had never before been reduced to such a state of ungraciousness. 13 bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, filling the air with crackling arcs of electricity. A slight movement would ignite a flash of light, as if she had entered a realm of desolation. However, the advanced technology of Su Cheng had already established deep roots in America, rendering any overt confrontation impossible. Approaching the corpse within the palace, it appeared small. Yet upon closer inspection, its vastness became apparent. Under the influence of the common sentiments of these individuals, the sleep pillow seems poised to ignite a global trend. According to Lu Ji, both Bugwangli and Yangheli are locales in Luoyang where the esteemed gather. If anyone in Luoyang were to survive, there should be some traces to uncover there, especially since the nobility possesses the most gold, silver, and bronze artifacts, items that, once lost, cannot be consumed by flames. 4 of the 8 clans have perished? What could this possibly mean? Is it conceivable that Cohen could divide himself into 4 to contend with you? Dao Qingqing gazed at Wan Bummy and inquired, struggling to comprehend. The Spirit Clan could be excused in the absence of Sishing, but what about their 3 clans? Chapter 27. Ascending another level, clues to the Holy Dragon offspring. Whoosh. The ice spear sliced through the void, tracing a path of frost-white brilliance with formidable might. Rivas's eyes abruptly narrowed as he hastily invoked the thunder armor technique. In the next instant, electric light coalesced into a suit of armor, enveloping him in layers. Boom. Crack. Despite the protection of the thunder armor, his body was still torn asunder under the influence of the Hell's Mark, exposing his crimson bones and flesh. 215,769. Roar. Fear flickered in Rivas's eyes as he let out a deafening roar. His tail lashed violently, releasing a cloud of toxic mist, before he plunged into the depths of the swamp. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that simple. Lin Yi scoffed. Now recalling that the primordial path had been observing all along, the retribution that was due would not be diminished in the slightest. What audacity to dare intrude upon the land of my soul clan. Who exactly are you? The high priest and Tian Su Jun remained in shock, only to be pulled back to reality by an attendant beside the former, who exclaimed loudly, "It's over, with the brutal methods of the iron-faced knight. There is no one left in the southern heaven continent." Many wept, the tragedies of the previous epic resurfacing. Everyone knew that the southern heaven continent was no more. and it had likely transformed into a hell on earth. Meanwhile, two streaks of light shot forth from Yongan Island, coalescing into the earlier seen white-haired old Taoist and the black-robed scholar. Upon meeting, they performed the rites of respect to the newcomer. Yet, aside from that, nothing was known of this person's appearance or true strength. It was said that once the divine son of heaven made a move, none could survive his grasp, rendering his identity shrouded in enigma. Tian Chun had searched for an entire day in Extreme Master City, yet found no trace of Zhang Banjian. Ultimately, considering this individual's penchant for appearing and disappearing mysteriously, he speculated that this might indeed be a formidable being. If the other party was unwilling to meet, what could Tian Chun do? Despite the white ape's massive size, its agility was astounding. The Jingong sword had maximized its speed, yet the white ape merely shifted slightly to evade effortlessly, leaving Tian Chun at a loss. However, when it comes to the art of swift escape, the white ape's evasion techniques are yet to rival the prowess of the sword of the stunning swan. Nonetheless, should this stalemate persist, it would prove detrimental to Tianqin. Thus, Chu Fengyan summoned the Linmu martial saint and the elder Yunxiao, intending for them to protect the Sword Dao sect in place of the Witch clan. The so-called Tree King diagram's periphery is, in fact, a fragmented realm of heaven, designed to safeguard the Tree King diagram's integrity. Who has inflicted this upon you? Sun furrowed his brow, for Yin Shu was among the few friends he cherished in the wilderness. Seeing him in such a state demanded immediate action. This half-moon archway is unbarred. It is a formation. On the day the Dragon King of the East Sea visited, he lingered at the entrance for quite some time before reluctantly departing, for through this half-moon archway, he perceived the formidable might of the cave's master and repeatedly cautioned his subordinates against greedily offending the resident. The celestial demon emerged, yet did not enlarge in stature. In his grasp, a sword of Yuan Ying caliber manifested, enveloped in a vast aura of celestial demon energy. Shi Songbai chuckled softly, feeling quite elated. Could this mean he might indulge in a jug of wine each day? Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yang Guang sensed impending doom. He prostrated on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Within the peach blossom garden, 3,600 peaches bore fruit, while the pivotal peach tree remained utterly still. However, Yang Zhun and his companions, still unacquainted with the domain level, were besieged and bloodied. The Bone Spirit's Yama order spell emanated directly from the crown of the Bone Spirit's head, forming 7 Yama orders that spiraled above it. What I say goes unheard by you. Over these millennia, my cultivation has fallen short of yours, and I have had to amuse you daily. Yet, you have compelled me to undertake many tasks against my will. Shu Hao spoke, adopting a self-righteous demeanor. The great immortal deer power and the great immortal sheep power's eyes gleamed with realization as they recalled their compliant king. Is this truly all your capabilities? How audacious of you, a master of the celestial extreme, to employ such a war of attrition to deplete my strength. Are you so intimidated by my prowess? Li Mu taunted. Wei Dun awaited anxiously, while the bandits stationed along the street were aware that the Han troops were far more restless than they, leading to their own calm demeanor, unhurried and composed. Having borrowed her youthful and beautiful form, he felt compelled to honor her properly. Moreover, having a relative outside the palace was preferable, even if he could not return home, than being utterly homeless. Golden corpses, how intriguing. I am most eager to see. Zheng Fenghua expressed, devoid of fear, exuding an air of confidence and dominance, as if the perilous zombies in the distance were but lambs awaiting slaughter. The Li family is the foremost clan in Qingzhou, thus this residence is grand and imposing, with its towering crimson doors standing 3 meters high, flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance, perfectly rendered. The renowned Bodong skill is nothing short of remarkable. Shun Feng ascended to a height of over 10 meters before halting his ascent, standing upright within the sandy enclosure, suspended in the air as he gazed down upon Ing Chu Bo. At this moment, Su Yan abruptly awoke to the realization that his abilities were not as extraordinary as he had believed, in comparison to Feng Chun. He felt as though he were but a speck in the vast cosmos. The notion of reaching the realm of the Xuanji was something he could scarcely fathom, for it embodied an immense and terrifying talent. Days later, after Ji Ping's diagnosis confirmed that the poison had been entirely purged, I commanded that the clothing and bedding be incinerated, along with other items, ensuring that anything that might harbor the virus was destroyed to prevent further contagion. You are truly kind. For your kindness, I shall grant your request, Li Mu said with a gentle smile, raising his hand to shatter the primordial spirit of Luo Haiyun. Just as Mu Shui and Bai Qing anticipated a reversal, a gray soul emerged, representing the essence of the original spirit. Lan Shi silently lamented her predicament. Having just dismissed one who sought to bathe, she now found herself confronted with another seeking the chill of air conditioning. She realized she must devise a way to send this new visitor away, lest she be overwhelmed. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, the two enjoyed a series of games such as the pirate ship and water surfing. Following their escapades, Tong Tong's face blossomed with joy, feeling a newfound closeness to her uncle Yenju. Yenju was a significant client of the company, and those present were preoccupied with toasting him. entirely forgetting that he had just drunk on behalf of Su Jin-se. Observing this scene, I immediately rose to assess the surroundings before retreating back into the tent. Who goes there? Suddenly, Xiao Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. A formidable aura had encroached upon his vicinity. The source of this presence had attained the realm of martial sovereign. Yet in Xiao Yihan's memory, there was no such figure in that domain. What are you? Facing Lin Jinhong's menacing gaze, Zheng Lilin found himself swallowing the words he had intended to voice, involuntarily gulping as he realized that an unassuming figure in casual attire could exude such overwhelming force. The sensation was far more intense than physical harm. At that moment, I wished my injuries were merely corporeal. Chapter 28, Lin Yi strikes. An overwhelming assault. Ren Mingshan led the Blood Wolf mercenary corps as they hastened along the edge of the Duanhuan mountain range. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the site they had explored the previous day. Hong Yang, come here, Ren Mingshan called out, prompting a short-haired woman in red to step forward. She donned gloves and began to gather the droppings of the holy dragon cub, swiftly reciting an incantation. In an instant, a faint trajectory emerged in the air. Hong Yang's eyes sparkled there. Ren Mingshan followed her pointed finger, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Let us depart. The group advanced along the path of that ethereal trail, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. In the shadows, a pair of ghostly eyes observed intently. Both individuals were masters of the Dao Dan realm, formidable in their own right. Though not quite on par with the head of the Shui family, nonetheless, they commanded a far greater presence than Shui Yan. It turned out that Ren Zhaoer had choked and could not keep pace with the Liu brothers. Unable to remain submerged, she was compelled to surface. However, shortly after emerging, she encountered an official accompanied by a troop of soldiers. There was no escape for her, and she was swiftly captured. Despite having previously speculated about this outcome, it had cost Qi Bao a substantial number of Qingmu spirit pearls, a thought that still caused him discomfort. In critical moments, this talisman could prove life-saving, assisting Chun Yi in vanquishing enemies. Even Chun Yi possessed only 3 such tokens. The sudden acquisition of these magical pebbles left him momentarily overwhelmed, as within the pebbles, the roots resembled towering trees, teeming with an array of magical artifacts. To further discuss the adversaries and provoke their ire, after firing a shot, Yi Tian refrained from further aggression. Many martial artists, upon emerging from ancient sects such as the Awakening Spirit sect, fell silent and retreated into seclusion. However, some chose to disclose the truth, inciting extreme fury among the 7 major tribes. Coupled with the involvement of the Ruthless Heaven sect, the 8 great powers scoured the world for traces of Su Ni and his companions. Let us depart. The middle-aged man, witnessing the scene, uttered no further words and promptly led Chun Yi away, accompanied by the orc from earlier. The other undead and beast folk were disregarded entirely, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Ancient One, why have you chosen this path? Are you not aware of the calamity it may bring? The arrival of Ling Zi and her companions darkened Tian Yi's expression, and he coldly inquired. That was most likely Wang Qieying. It was unexpected that she had allied herself with Yi Shu. In this gamble, Qin Ming was confident of his victory. However, as Qin Guofeng had stated, Qin Ming would not gain much from it. He stepped down from his sedan chair, and as his guards prepared to follow, a swarm of soldiers surged forth, capturing them all. Zitsuin smiled as he conversed with Honglei City, reminiscing that it had been quite some time since he had experienced a home run. Qin Ming and Su Xian engaged in conversation as they ascended, drawing considerable attention from the 2 individuals speaking Korean. Why bother? It would be better to live as a dandy, spending lavishly, courting women, and enjoying a carefree life. These comedic troupes had either established themselves or were emerging talents in the comedy realm, with some companies formed in recent years beginning to gain traction. Regardless of their stage in development, the current status of these teams was lukewarm. Thus, they had likely been aware of the situation long before, which explained their calm demeanor. Yet, despite this realization, numerous questions continued to plague him, leaving him bewildered about the events that had transpired. It seems that Master Huiping is indeed a remarkably astute individual, abandoning her sister-in-law and executing a clever escape. The act of flight is a commonplace skill, but what constitutes artistry and technique? Take the act of diving, for instance. To successfully catch a baseball in your glove before it touches the ground exemplifies a display of skillful defense. In the stillness of the air, Colette stood quietly, accompanying demos in their shared stillness, enduring the torment of their minds together. After listening to Wang Yanyu's words, Xian Yinyi found it peculiar that Wang Yanyu was unaware of their residence. How, then, had he discovered their location? This marked the first exception to the rule established by the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets, which prohibited flight within the skies of the Thousand Islands region. The wind and snow intensified, with heavy flakes cascading down upon the 3 figures, rendering them statuesque against the white backdrop. The dragon swordsman in the Hall of Heavenly Secrets suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, shattering his chair, which then flew across the room, killing 2 gatekeeping attendants instantly. Sun Shilin and Shangwan Shi exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Elfei was correct. The key to buying time lay with the elder, and if he consented, it would pose no problem at all. The old woman regarded Chang'an with a grave expression, inquiring about his views on Qing Haoshuan's reign. Chang'an contemplated carefully before summarizing that Qing Haoshuan had been an outstanding emperor during his many years in power, achieving success both domestically and internationally. A colossal whirlpool behind demos surged past the heads of the two opposing deities, and from the lower body of the Sea King, the waters roared, engulfing him entirely in the torrent. Was Su Rushi truly an impostor? A voice emerged from behind Xin, and upon hearing it, Hua Qingyi felt a sudden wave of lethal intent wash over her. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Yang resolved to prioritize profit above all else. Yang Yun rolled to the side, narrowly evading danger, yet a strand of hair was severed in the air, leaving her face pale in an instant. Tong'an's face flushed bright red, only to pale as if drained of blood moments later. The moment she opened the door, she sensed something amiss. Yet as the mystery unfolded, her heart seemed to cease beating, her limbs icy and numb, and her empty stomach twisted in excruciating pain. Tong'an's heart raced uncontrollably, a sensation she had never encountered before. Striving to maintain her composure, she stood frozen, as if 1,000 rabbits were frantically hopping within her. She had once dedicated time to studying this particular talisman, discovering that her inability to forge a 5th-tier talisman was not due to a lack of skill, but rather because whenever she neared completion, mysterious threads would appear, erasing all traces of the talisman at the moment of its creation. Mujia watched him depart, then turned back to the residence, cautiously probing inside with Jin Lian, sensing the Jade Emperor's presence. After surveying her surroundings quietly, she stealthily slipped through the wall to enter. During Xue Jiao's lifetime, she managed her enterprises in the northwest, having established a tacit understanding with the local officials and wealthy merchants. Even after her demise, she had not fully taken over these connections and industries. In order to set an example for Lele, I hastily climbed to the upper bunk without bothering to change, burrowing into the damp and chilly bedding. The disunity among the cultivators of the northern underworld might be aptly reflected in this locale, as they belonged to various races rather than a single lineage. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, contemplatively observing Zhong Yu's silhouette, his brows gently furrowing. The scene was somewhat comical, as the grand deities of the 12-color dragon clan were unable to summon their own, instead requiring Heng Yi's assistance. Chapter 29, Tremendous Gains. Discovering the Holy Dragon Offspring. At this moment, Ren Mingshan was filled with shock. In the span of mere moments, his Bloodwolf mercenary corps had been completely annihilated. This efficiency surpassed even the swiftest of executions. Gulp. Ren Mingshan instinctively swallowed hard, hastily distancing himself from Lin Yi, his voice trembling slightly. Who exactly are you? Lin Yi gazed at him quietly, his tone indifferent. Whom have you provoked? You may ponder that yourself. Speaking unnecessarily was but a display of folly. Upon hearing this, a hint of madness gradually flickered in Ren Mingshan's eyes. If you seek to take my life, then you must also pay the price. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he produced a vial filled with a vibrant red liquid, bubbling ominously. Yet, this trace of divine consciousness lingered around the 3 sword-bearers like a midnight specter. Fortunately, the sword-bearers pretended not to notice, and before long, the consciousness departed the premises. Before the old Taoist could feel joy, Chen Zui had already lunged forward, the tip of the old Taoist's sword piercing directly through Chen Zui's body. At that moment, Chen Zui and the old Taoist were nearly face to face. Their distance reduced to less than a foot due to Chen Zui's impetuous charge. Ling Xingxue and Yan Li, along with Yun Tianlang, conferred and decided to temporarily leave Mingyue Villa, seeking lodging in a bustling inn within the city. Yan Li resolved to fetch Ling Weihuan to join them. Upon opening the door, she found Ling Weihuan seated at a table, her complexion pale. However, the Hongqi gang, having been adequately prepared, possessed a distinct advantage. They surged in all at once, creating chaos upon being attacked. As Jianqing remained in the hands of the Outer Domain Cultivators Alliance, Jianshun had no intention of returning to Tai's sect until Jianqing was rescued. Although unaware of the Du family's location, the establishment of a training base here indicated that it could not be far away. Within a day's time, the Du family members would receive word and arrive. Her mention of 2 days was merely to allow time for the individuals at the training base to investigate, thus sparing her considerable trouble. What? Not dead? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing at Cheng Yin with disbelief. The monochrome tones permeated the entire room. Even the cabinets and desks exuded a chill. Boss, I have an idea, although I wonder if it can be tried, Li Guden remarked as he gazed at Zhang Fong. Meanwhile, as Mei hurled insults, her eyes caught a glimpse of Xian Zhan outside, instantly recognizing him. How could she not? His visage was etched into her very bones. Amidst the fierce skirmishes, I heard the roar of a truck's engine, but I could not afford to glance back. An officer of the British colonial army, mounted on a white horse, brandished his saber, urging his soldiers to charge at me. Suddenly, he recalled the belongings left by her mother, still stored in the bank, and resolved to find time to revisit them. The two had now met for the 3rd time. After exchanging a few words, the initial awkwardness dissipated into thin air. Unbeknownst to them, they had conversed in the garden for nearly an hour. As for what followed, there was no need for Yan Jinshu to elaborate. The village youths had already organized themselves, resolutely solidifying their stance. It was not until evening that Hun Tian finally roused her, fed her some food, and she then collapsed back onto the bed in deep slumber. Lu wished to glance over at Huang Mo, only to see an unremarkable man appear on the large screen. The golden-winged spirit butterflies, as if summoned, surged into the crown, only to emerge transformed beyond recognition. Luo ain't inside. Officials were merely after wealth and reputation. And the Qi family possessed both. How could they not be an eyesore to others? Tao Tao arrived at the door, still in a daze, only to be halted by the security guard stationed there. The reflection in the mirror revealed her anxiously scrutinizing the fine lines around her eyes, yet even with pressing, those lines remained conspicuously visible. However, when the middle-aged owner heard the name Li Yi, I noticed a distinct change in his expression, unbeknownst to her. As Tsin Kursin faced Cece, she broke into a cold sweat, hastily seeking to divert the topic, lest Cece discern her unease. Tsin Gang's words moved Tsin Kursin. She felt enveloped by a warm current, and in Tsin Gang's gaze, she detected a flicker of compassion. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions, knowing that what he would say next would be of utmost importance. She could never have imagined that this would be her final encounter with Tsin Gang, after which they would be eternally separated. Li Zixiao found it peculiar. Instead of stepping out from beneath the cherry blossom tree, he chose to remain concealed, observing. Suddenly, a familiar aura filled the room, causing Tsin Kursin to tense her breath. She slowly opened her eyes to meet a pair of indifferent eyes, plunging her into despair. Then, an arrow, over 10 zhang long, manifested out of thin air, emanating from the celestial essence of the seed. Seeing Wei Yefeng still acting like a sulky child, Chu Yun decisively tugged at his sleeve, seeking clarity. Wei Yefeng swiftly shook her off with such force that the frail Chu Yun nearly tumbled to the ground. A sudden wave of joyous news swept away Lin Xiaowan's previously melancholic mood. She felt an exhilarating lightness, as if every cell in her body was brimming with excitement. Li Zixiao feigned helplessness, aware that Qin Ziyuan would disregard any concerns once she obtained a bargain. She would acquiesce to whatever was proposed. I am not a member of the Eight Gods Alliance, so there is no need for the leader to be anxious. I have brought you here solely to fulfill the last wish of a ferocious beast. Subsequently, Di Chongxiao retrieved an alligator egg from his illusionary pouch and transported it with a flowing electric ring. Upon hearing this revelation, Ma Yuchuan was taken aback, realizing there was so much he had been oblivious to. He had assumed it was the few rascals who had jumped in during the night, unaware that Bai Jian had set up a killer. As Zhun Jiao inspected the mine, he occasionally cast glances at Shui Yin, who consistently avoided facing him directly, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true self. It appeared he had much to say, yet for reasons unknown, he had refrained from speaking. Perhaps it was due to his unwillingness to bring Tang Lichuan along against his original intent. The crowd was momentarily stunned, witnessing Jin Yun's vital points being restrained, and they dared not act recklessly. Chapter 30, Taming the Holy Dragon Cub and Discovering Gold Ore. Observing the fierce duel between the two beasts, Lin Yi initially intended to cast a spell to swiftly conclude the battle. However, after careful consideration, he opted to remain a mere observer, and the reasoning was abundantly clear. Firstly, it would mitigate the Holy Dragon Cub's hostility towards him, facilitating its eventual taming. Secondly, he aimed to exploit the opportunity to severely wound the giant alligator, Levos, and then strike it down in one fell swoop. After all, Lin Yi's beast mastery could only bind one pet. If he were to dissolve his contract with Levos, there was no guarantee it wouldn't retaliate. At this moment, Levos was battered and bruised, its purple scales scattered across the ground. Nonetheless, the Holy Dragon Cub had not gained a definitive advantage, as Levos continued to resist valiantly. Yet, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within Lin Jiyu, an unsettling feeling that this endeavor would not be an easy task. After a brief exchange, the trio learned that Murong Yi and her companions were formidable experts on the New Star list. Particularly, they were astonished to discover that Murong Yi had achieved the late stage of the Fifth Realm, leaving them dumbfounded and unable to believe their ears. Once they regained their composure, feelings of embarrassment washed over them. He had thought he could withstand the golden lightning, but when it struck him, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The flesh on his left shoulder was instantly obliterated, exposing the stark whiteness of his bone beneath. Upon reaching that familiar yet strange village, night had already fallen, and the lights in every household had been extinguished. As the words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall, causing the subordinate's legs to tremble uncontrollably. In truth, Jean Yana had already engaged in discussions with her studio several times, revising the design drafts countless times. Over the past few days, she and Zhang Wan frequently deliberated over various details. Even the seemingly trivial choice of zipper material required careful consideration. 12 seconds, to most, merely constitutes the duration of a spoken sentence. However, within that fleeting moment, Everyone realized that the finest bicycle in the room had vanished, and even the scooter was missing half of its components. Not to mention the other valuable items that were also lost. When Ji Yuyo withdrew from the man's embrace, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her nose tinged with a sharp discomfort. She shook her head at him and stepped into the private reception room. Gong Chung rolled his eyes, astute as he was. He promptly hopped into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, clearly wishing to avoid the sensation of weightlessness. Mu Rong-yi gazed at the smile gracing Ling Xian's face. Her expression calm, yet somewhat contrived. Although her visage betrayed nothing, her heart was a tumult of unexpressed emotions. Goodness, this update contains so much content. Wang Tianqing exclaimed, excitement radiating from his demeanor as he peered at the information on his computer screen. Rows of commercial buildings were meticulously arranged, some resplendent in gold and jade. Others adorned with intricate carvings, while some retained a simple, rustic charm. The streets were wide and bustling with people, a lively throng flowing in and out of the various shops. If he hadn't been running, perhaps he could have lived a little longer. However, now, in his frenzied dash, the toxins have likely spread to his very core, murmured the young warrior clad in black. Because Wan Xiaoru believed that in Aunt Chio's chamber, the bamboo had suffered exclusion. Naturally, no one would draw too close to her. Therefore, she had never mentioned her grandmother's grave illness to anyone else. As fate would have it, her predictions proved accurate in every minute detail. Step aside. I shall say this one last time. You must yield this place to us. You have had your fill. We, the Baxia, are here to claim it, declared the Baxia's fierce dragon king, exuding an intimidating presence. Fortunately, we remained hidden, even if that elder managed to escape. The strength of the illusory sword sect would not be able to trace him. However, Brother L's flying tiger beast was to be concealed the moment it manifested. Mei Ruosu remarked, her eyes subtly scanning a few figures in black cloaks. Disperse. Lu Xing scoffed, and the lightning that had just coalesced around Zeus vanished in an instant. Despite their current serious demeanor, it was evident that the three individuals before them were simply too strikingly handsome. Regarding the individual who had unexpectedly rescued them, Qin Zizi remained deeply troubled, even suspecting that it was merely a facade orchestrated by that individual. Judging by his attire, he resembled a young scion of a wealthy family. Certainly not an ordinary person. Upon returning, she discreetly asked her elder brother to investigate, but to no avail. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. After quenching her thirst with 2 cups of tea, Zhuzi expressed her intent to take her leave. This time, Wan Xiaoru made no effort to retain her, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. When taking the stage, Tao and I intentionally drew a little closer to Lu Lighting, who, preoccupied with moving forward, failed to notice her actions. The man exuded an air of dominance with every gesture, and even from a distance, one could feel a chill emanating from him. This individual was none other than Takayama Kiyoshi, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Chen Fan spoke no falsehood. Kimming's cultivation had indeed progressed significantly since their last encounter at the Confucian Institute, his combat prowess now verging on the initial stage of the 4th realm. With even subtle signs of impending breakthrough, Zheng Kuei's intangible offensive nearly obliterated all 8 of Zheng Chen's primordial souls, instilling in Zheng Chen a sense of dread. If this continued, his 8 primordial souls were likely to be utterly annihilated. At that moment, Xiao Mimi was in a state of panic. Her concerns about whether Lu Lighting would be angered fading into the background. Yet, she hesitated to harm Aunt Chong, who had merely been assisting her. With the child lost, she feared Lu Lighting might unjustly blame Aunt Chong. The group was tense, but Beer, walking ahead, displayed no sign of anxiety. With a cigarette angled nonchalantly, he whistled as he strolled, embodying a carefree demeanor. Murong Qingran had to concede that this man's martial prowess surpassed that of Murong Yu. She longed to resist, to thwart his actions, yet she felt ensnared by his charm, unable to intervene, helplessly watching as he removed his mask, exposing her to him. Junior brother, it appears you have forgotten what we discussed. Chun Fan suddenly spoke, breaking his silence. Lin Xiao retreated, clearly intimidated by Suzhen. Ultimately, she moved her lips but uttered nothing, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Do not worry, my health has improved. Besides, I cannot simply walk out to find someone. Moreover, I have many subordinates who would not let a patient like me exert myself, Lu Lighting remarked with a smile. Su Qinshuan's destination was Guihai, the most remote corner, which was easily accessible. The previous day, Yu Xiaohua had already made the necessary arrangements, eliminating the need for further effort. A straightforward journey brought her to the turn. Entering the premises, 1,000 miles away, amidst the night sky, several night patrols sensed a tremendous commotion and promptly expanded their mental awareness. Jin Shu, eager to seize the dazzling beauty before her, found her legs momentarily frozen midair, her muscles quivering. Ultimately, she resignedly climbed onto the shoulders of Jin Yan, seeking a vantage point to discern the unfolding events. All the demi-humans, including the suspected spiritual leader Leo, greeted her arrival with the highest interstellar etiquette, kneeling on one knee, arms crossed, and fists clasped in earnest welcome. Chapter 31. Who is the Shadow Demon Lord? Upgrade equipment. The image, though somewhat blurred, could not conceal the formidable aura of the mage. This was merely a rudimentary shadowing technique, capable only of capturing a rough outline. Even so, the crowd was left in awe, particularly among the female practitioners. Glimmers of admiration shone in their eyes. The gentleman has eradicated the Bloodwolf mercenary group, thus eliminating a significant threat to Jiang City. Let us swiftly disseminate this news. For now, let us refer to him as the Shadow Demon Lord. In no time, the name of the Shadow Demon Lord circulated rapidly within the mercenary circles of Jiang City. Although the Bloodwolf mercenary group was not among the most elite forces, it was indeed renowned within the industry. Its sudden demise piqued the curiosity of all. We certainly do not provoke trouble like you, Zhang Jirong murmured, eliciting suppressed laughter from the others. Shirhan's mother was their family's servant and a close friend, who had also saved her life. Thus, she was duty-bound to assist Shirhan. The words were somewhat ambiguous, and spoken in his magnetic voice, they held even more weight. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed hotter, instinctively avoiding his direct gaze, her heart in disarray, her hands trembling, unable to grasp the mouse. Liang Mushi gestured for the man to leave, then promptly dialed the United States to reconfirm. Liang Mushi's mind was awash with thoughts. It truly was her. She had returned. What were her intentions? A sense of dread enveloped Liang Mushi. She understood her own hatred, yet she could not allow Dong Ran to harm Wu Zino. Sufan returned to the dormitory with her belongings, collecting the pastries to take along for the ride to the city. Long time, I conceded. Very well. But next time you must come for a meal, preferably accompanied by Captain Gu, she said with a smile. Ji Yuan gazed at her bloodied wrist, feeling a surge of agitation in his chest. Returning to the car, he lit a cigarette to alleviate his frustration. She is hiding inside. Drag her out for me. I intend to report her for assault. The inebriated man pointed towards Ji Yuan's room. Having made the trip to Hengzhe, there likely wouldn't be much time left for practice in the dance studio. It would be better to wait patiently for twilight to descend. After Yu Yinxing stepped outside, Gu Baozhu composed herself before leaving the restroom. Little did she expect to find Jian Xingyu waiting there, and to her surprise, Jiang Qilu was also present. 3 days later, Chitsai Sanrin and 6 others, accompanied by the Holy Princess of the Cold Moon, entered the ancestral cave of the Sun and Moon sect. The talismans drawn by Tung Ju varied greatly, including peace talismans, exorcism talismans, thunderfire talismans, and swift travel talismans. However, Wei Miao Miao was also quite sincere, unleashing her unique abilities. The nearby pond began to tremble violently, its waters soaring into the air, encircling Wei Miao Miao. Under her command, the water transformed into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards the colossal dragon above. Shen Ruekong gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated the rivalry between the two brothers had escalated to such a degree. Later, Zhang Qimin heard news of his son's marriage, with the entire village contributing funds for the wedding. On the day of Zhang Yang's nuptials, Zhang Qimin lingered at the village entrance. Zhu Gaming was currently at the early stage of Yin Sha, equivalent to the early stage of Xian level in ancient martial arts, while Guo Lingyue had reached the pinnacle of Ling Shi late stage, comparable to the peak of Huang level late stage. Shen Lian was no stranger to the art of provoking others, and she dismissed his inexplicable antics that evening, preferring not to engage. The days ahead stretched long, and the previous period had been particularly arduous. The journey home had been fraught with challenges, but now that she had returned, her first desire was to indulge in a deep slumber. The air in Li City was refreshing, conducive to peaceful rest. The profound heritage of Taoism and Buddhism meant that, setting aside the respect due to the sages, many within those traditions had connections with Zhen Yuanzi. Thus, when Taoist and Buddhist figures came calling, it was only natural for Zhen Yuanzi to extend some measure of courtesy. The events of the investiture of the gods clearly illustrated that those wielding formidable treasures could dominate, while those capable of setting up powerful formations could defend their strongholds. Zhao Xuemei, standing at less than 1.6 meters, looked up in envy at the towering figure of Xiao Baozhu, who stood over 1.7 meters. Damn it, tie him up, Gao Xiong exclaimed, circling the spot before pointing at the middle-aged man. Even the ice python was perplexed, having not revealed its true form in a century. Ever since aligning with this unreliable master, it had manifested its true self several times, leading to an increasing sense of exhaustion. Jing Liken's expression was inscrutable as he briefly averted his gaze. He knew well that nothing would go amiss at home. Upon hearing this assurance, a weight lifted from his heart, his body relaxing to the point of nearly swaying. She swore that she had not intended to touch him. Even if she did, it would not be done so casually, would it? Zhou Qingyun, upon hearing her words, displayed no sign of hesitation. Rather, he was inexplicably excited. Zhu to assess the dagger in his hand. Using such a short blade for close combat required considerable skill, yet having it was better than being unarmed. The real asset lay in Zhou Qingyun's bow, albeit with only 5 arrows. He continued to channel his inner power, employing the Devil's Sky induction technique to counter the formidable sword energy from his opponent. The leader successfully parried 2 of the girl's fierce attacks, though it cost him a significant amount of internal energy. However, if he were to exchange 2 fine items for 1 exquisite one, it would not be a loss at all. The broken tooth felt that this rat-like creature would be better off receiving a good thrashing, and thus, through the ring, he relayed the message to Master Feng. Lan Mufeng. It was no wonder that on the peak of Wushan, she had discerned the shadow of Xiao Changke upon him. Indeed, there existed intricate ties between them, much like the bond she shared with Murong Qingyu. No matter the hatred, it could never sever the unbreakable bond of blood. The tall figure understood his thoughts, yet the shorter one was not entirely mistaken either. Moreover, he felt no particular loyalty to the plump fellow, so he simply turned and departed with his companions. Qin Shan was knocked back by a punch, his arm tingling. Had he not undergone intense training in recent days to enhance his physique, he might have been severely injured just then. Chapter 32. Forging Equipment. Advancing to Bronze Occupation. Underworld Row. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Spirit 200, Magic Resistance 300, Fire Spell Power increased by 20, accompanied by the skill Levitation, allowing the caster to float in the air, with a maximum height of 50 meters. At this moment, the Robe of Darkness has undergone a remarkable transformation. The originally singular black fabric is now interwoven with golden red patterns. Most importantly, due to the fusion of lava and purple gold, an additional 20 fire spell enhancement has been granted. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the newly upgraded phantom robe, his aura becoming even more formidable. He meticulously examined his other equipment, all of which had ascended from bronze to silver. Swift gloves, grade, silver. Attributes, Spirit 20, casting speed. Is there an exit? The voice of Lin Yi was tinged with profound disappointment. Judging by the duration since their entry into the cave, if they had encountered an exit during this time, the cave could not possibly meet the expectations Lin Yi had for a passage to the Earth's core. William was also filled with self-reproach. He believed that having a history of mental illness was inconsequential, as it was a matter from several years ago, and the doctor had given him an excellent discharge evaluation at that time. Had it not been for the sudden palpitations, he would never have uttered such words. Even the ostentatiously proud mountain lord, Luo Zai, cast a greedy gaze upon Ashoka. This elevated the Yanhuang sect to a remarkably high starting point, making its ascent into the ranks of the 8 great sects of the Eastern Wilderness merely a matter of time. The light-hearted banter was merely an attempt to alleviate the tension, yet the challenges ahead remained ever present. However, with a piercing scream, time seemed to freeze once more, and the soldiers of both the Song and Jin factions, who had been clamoring for battle, also found themselves momentarily stilled. Of course not, said Feng Mingyao. These are not ordinary shoes. They are exceedingly comfortable. With that, she deliberately took several steps in front of the man, exuding an air of ease and grace, showing no signs of reluctance. A golden creature. No wonder you seemed so anxious every time you encountered someone with golden features at yesterday's banquet. Mei Li realized with a sense of clarity. The events of this morning proved that Wei Qian's previous concerns were not overly cautious. Indeed, someone had been covertly monitoring the inspection bureau all along. In that moment, Raimu Hakurii recalled the earliest days when the powerless Yun Meng stood before her, determined to protect her with his life from the monster's attacks. She was resolute in her current decision, just as Yun Meng must have been certain of his own choices on that fateful day. At this instant, the figure before her appeared not as an innocent child, but as a specter that emerged from the shadows of the night. Despite the youthful exterior, an aura emanated from him that suggested he had lived for many years, imbued with the weight of Twilight's somber essence. He fell into his habitual arrogance once more, mistakenly believing that Song Yinyan's hasty relocation was an attempt to evade him. Over the past 3 days, Du Jiu had been either searching for nectar or earning money through the transportation of nectar and local specialties from the places she visited. With a loud crash, the door was forcefully flung open. The young lady raised her hand, but before she could retract it, she was caught in the gaze of Du Jiu, Song Jiarue, and Yu Bao. Li Xuanmei and Wang Yu could no longer discern the situation within, and suddenly a thought struck them. Just as they were about to flee, a figure appeared, plunging the room into utter darkness. I encountered an unforeseen mishap, rendering me unable to inform you. Later, your brother faced considerable hardships, prompting me to convey the secret of my hidden silver to him through a dream. Upon returning from Shou Gui's place that evening, he summoned Di Yi and Sha Zhu to share a couple of drinks and deliberate. This is the reason why Song Yinyan currently finds solace in this branch hospital, as she is surrounded by unfamiliar faces, save for Hao Tian. Wang Yu's performance was keenly observed by Garfield, who recognized that the fellow was merely acting, yet refrained from exposing him, instead eagerly playing along. The aura of the 6-winged azure python was terrifyingly formidable, yet among the gathered awakened prodigies, none were lacking in youthful prowess and confidence. At that moment, Bai Shu felt her hardened heart searing like molten lava, a heat so intense it stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Once those words were uttered, even Lu Jingxiu, with his exceptional control over his temper, found it difficult to restrain his anger. Just as he was about to confront the individual, he was halted by Bai Shu. At the tender age of 15, Yan Wuji lost his parents. To provide his younger sister, Wang Lingyun, with the best treatment, he embarked on a journey to Tiandu alongside his youngest sister, Yin Ling Yao, who was not yet 6 at the time. Tragically, Wen Ling Yun succumbed to her illness, and Yin Ling Yao continued her studies in Tiandu. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a shiver coursed through him. The cultivators of the Kai-Hai realm, oblivious to the secrets buried over 2 centuries ago, felt a chill run down their spines, silently inhaling sharply. The orc player wore a despondent expression, wishing to draw his blade and silence the harbinger of doom beside him. Yet the instinct for survival compelled him to choose otherwise. Releasing his grip on his companion, the orc player unhesitatingly downed a vial of acceleration potion and took off running. However, this did little to endear him to Prince Raphael. In fact, even Ling Dang and her companions found his relentless pursuit rather intolerable. What is peculiar about this? The ice attribute and the mysterious water attribute share a common origin, only gradually evolving into 2 distinct properties, Fifth Knight explained. Upon hearing her grandfather speak to her in such a manner, Yun Fei's large eyes darted about, seemingly deep in contemplation. Yet, moments later, she expressed her astonishment to her grandfather, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Qian Yi Chunzi embraced Feng Qianyu, scrutinizing her face for an extended period, then checking her neck and body. Lan couldn't help but chuckle, while Feng Qianyu, blushing, forcefully pushed her away. Only individuals of similar rank or comparable stature would employ the term discuss. For someone of Li Yu's caliber, it would be far more appropriate to use words such as impart and teach in relation to Bai Shu. The figure outside was none other than the Snake Man. Noticing that Lai Tian exhibited no reaction, he boldly stepped inside, only to witness the scene before him. Initially taken aback, a glimmer of malice soon surfaced in his eyes. Subsequently, we moved forward unimpeded, traversing approximately 30 to 40 meters, as we sensed we were nearing the door to the 3rd level. The space had become increasingly devoid of secret chambers, presenting only a winding path. Upon completing this path, we encountered a towering wall. At that moment, observing a whip in his own home, he felt an urge for a new one, yet it appeared that the whip bore no inclination to oblige. The elder wished to accompany the whip to its abode. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, leaving the earth desolate. The once decayed forest revealed an even larger inner pit, within which stood a purple figure, unperturbed, its purple robe radiating brilliance. Xing-Chi regarded the assembly with a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the elder began to grasp that although the descendants of the Zhou clan were renowned in the surrounding villages, their influence was not universally applicable. Ultimately, one must forge their own path, as reputation is intrinsically linked to one's capabilities. Chapter 33, Mastering 7 Skills, finally home. After Lin Yi ascended to the rank of Bronze Practitioner, he automatically unlocked 3 bronze skills, Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteor, and Sky Shield, thanks to his innate talents. These skills had already reached the pinnacle level of 30. Generally, the higher the skill tier, even a level 1 ability possesses far greater potency than its lower tier counterparts. Whirlwind Slash, harnessing the natural winds, it creates a rotating blade, delivering a lethal strike to the enemy, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. With Lin Yi's current mental attribute of 500, he could inflict over 300,000 damage with a single strike. Just 2 or 3 whirlwind slashes would suffice to vanquish a minor holy dragon. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Wind Spirit Song, the power of wind-based spells could be amplified. At this moment, Mu Fei found herself revisiting her earlier doubts. Why was she unable to sense the vitality of the green wood yet capable of absorbing it? Although she could not engage in vigorous martial training, she remained committed to performing basic stretching and muscle relaxation exercises daily, completing 3 sets. All right, I see him now. On the count of 3, let us teach them a lesson they will never forget, the plump-headed fish remarked, excitedly licking his plump lips as he caught sight of the target through Zhang Yu's punctuation. The elder in purple robes from the demon cult glanced at the old monk and nodded lightly, while a glint of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the ancient matriarch from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Stealthily, she transmitted a message to the ancestral figure of the free and easy sect, and then the 4 of them simultaneously launched an attack on the old monk. However, he was not the type to deceive himself. He understood that everything before him was not an illusion but a tangible reality. It was as if the infant in the swaddling cloth were present, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out and playfully tease. Why did Zhang Yu freeze? It was because, without his summoning, a system in his mind had activated spontaneously, producing a phrase and displaying a panel. As the weather grew colder, the ailing beggars, frail as whispers, succumbed to their illnesses. When the guards at the city gate prepared to deal with the deceased beggars on that chilly morning, they were astonished to find that those who had seemed on the brink of death the night before had miraculously revived. There was no unusual sound emanating from the sickroom. Occasionally, laughter could be heard from within. During the new year, Zhang Yu had visited his grandmother's home, celebrating together with them. So they were aware that he had been single then. It hadn't been long since the new year. How had Zhang Yu found a partner so quickly? Zhang Lingyun stumbled, stepping back 2 paces compared to Su Yi, his expression shifting drastically in an instant, realizing that the ambusher was even stronger than he had anticipated. However, Gao Fei, though aware, chose silence. He found Park Hyun-young to be quite intriguing. If he were to expose the situation now, it would be akin to tearing the veil of civility, a move that would not serve him well. The thunderous shockwave held considerable might, using its formidable force to gradually subdue the diminished light of annihilation, directing its energy straight at Zhang Ling inside the meditation hall of Wanling City. The completely enclosed temple was vast and devoid of any furniture. It was surrounded by various sources of dim, fragrant light designed to assist those entering the hall in achieving a state of complete selflessness. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, especially from the carefree brother, whose tears threatened to spill from mirth, while I, completely oblivious to the humor, offered a strained smile. The panorama depicted in this scroll mirrored the scene Zhang Ling had witnessed at his mother's grave, featuring a similar jade pendant-like mark. However, the only distinction lay in the layout of the map, which bore no resemblance whatsoever, and indeed, this map was unfamiliar to him. In that moment, he felt as if he had aged countless years, starkly contrasting with the youthful figure within the jade disc. Rifts in space began to spread across the void, as tens of thousands launched an assault on the less than 10,000 strong warriors of the Wan Dao Sword Alliance. The cacophony of their strikes resonated through the heavens, and the brilliance of the explosion illuminated the world. The low-grade spirit gathering array primarily aimed to amplify the spiritual energy in the air to tenfold, transforming the entire courtyard into a suitable training ground. Finally, Sakata Jintoki could no longer suppress his laughter. He was unaware of the details, but he distinctly recalled a time when he visited Su Nan, only to have Su's parents refuse him entry, sending Su Lin to inform him that Su Nan was not home. Now, having advanced in rank, he was free to witness the unfolding drama of the golden-haired youth facing a beating. Zhang Beibei's heart ached like a knife. The man before her was someone she had genuinely loved, which was why she had previously caused such a commotion over him, even personally proposing and striving to please him. Undeniably, Mo Qianing was deeply moved upon hearing Mo Lingren's words, but this sentiment was soon overshadowed by a different kind of heartache. Within the vast cosmos, individuals like them, elite and formidable, were a mere fraction, while the majority remained ordinary people. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Having someone in the team who indulged in emotional outbursts was detrimental to collaboration, but now everything was perfectly aligned. Su Jinlang turned to behold her profile, her delicate nose, porcelain-like skin, and long, slightly drooping eyelashes, the rosy hue brought on by the wine accentuating her fair complexion even further. Cousin, Mo Yuzhen bounced up to Mo Jinyuan, sweetly calling out, completely disregarding by Pian Ran, whose expression had soured. Du Rua could no longer tolerate Xiao Anming's obsequious demeanor. She turned and shot him a glance. Noting his wrinkled shirt, reddened eyes, and lingering scent of alcohol, Mo Jinyuan remained unfazed. For an ancient aristocratic family with exceptional skills, a certain air of aloofness was inevitable, especially since he currently needed something from others. Even Su Lei's father, lacking the requisite status, could not attend gatherings where Lin Chuxue was present. Their mother truly deserved recognition as the greatest scientist of Blue Star. They were utterly astonished. Although they yearned to experience everything firsthand, they understood the importance of the occasion. While their mother was indifferent, they did not wish to burden her with any trouble. The Fire Spirit Grass Cliff was situated atop a mountain, where the abundance of stones made the path increasingly arduous. Wu Wei had long discerned the notion of strength. As long as one possessed formidable weapons and troops, one need not fear a lack of power. Even the strongest would be subdued by divine arms. What does this mean? Zhang Yeqing's brows knitted tighter, uncertain whether the person before him was intentionally toying with him or speaking earnestly. The white lotus blossomed like a radiant peach flower, resilient against rain. It resembled a peony, grandly unfurling yet remaining untainted by mud, and embodied the elegance of spring, deep in sentiment yet unassuming in its fruits. The head of the Tian family knelt before Vice Sect leader Lin and Yi Xiu, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. The remaining 100 or so individuals had utilized their secret techniques to evade the initial wave of attacks and were now attempting to flee. Nye Tian continued to inquire, clearly eager to obtain the Lanyu grass. If you truly wish to go, then do so. But I warn you, no mischief is allowed, Shinshi cautioned her. Chapter 34. The reason for Father's death? Cheng Muqing's invitation. What are you spending this money on? Mom, don't worry, we're not short on cash. With that, Lin Yi casually pulled out a black gold card. Yang Mei curiously took it, her eyes widening in astonishment. 80 million. Yang Mei inhaled sharply, for this was a fortune she had never dared to dream of. Her own labor yielded a meager income of merely 2,000 to 3,000 a month, amounting to only a few tens of thousands a year. The money in her account was sufficient to sustain her for several lifetimes. Xiaoyi, you haven't signed some sort of indenture, have you? Lin Yi, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? Your son is a genius. This is merely a modest gain from a novice dungeon. Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. Li Na was an honest and straightforward girl. A promise once made could not be retracted. especially since the village chief had decided to contribute millions for the benefit of the entire village. It was imperative that he remained steadfast in his word. The thunderous shout, imbued with formidable magical power, reverberated through the air like a celestial thunderclap, causing the eardrums of all present to ring painfully, a display of astonishing might. From the intensity of this voice, one could discern the depth of the speaker's fury. Subsequently, Yu Luo personally dispatched troops to retrieve the fallen soldiers, conducting a grand welcoming ceremony to avenge the fallen comrades. Ling Hutang spoke with clarity and insight, his words incisively penetrating, instilling a palpable sense of crisis in both King Qin and Gao Xian, as if they were surrounded on all sides. Thus, the three most formidable golden immortals of Tian Luo Mountain had made their stance known. Other guests, despite their intentions to support Tian Luo Mountain, dared not confront them directly. Hao Jun's thoughts were shaped by the fact that both parties involved in the exchange had lain within sealed, oxygen-supplying transmission chambers during the rapid biological wave transmission process. The leaders of the Mishan base sent emissaries to the central government in the capital seeking assistance, but naturally, the response was far from affirmative. Ade trailed silently behind Su Gu, gripping his knight's lance tightly, his knuckles turning pale. In ancient times, hiring bodyguards to escort employers to various locations, ensuring their safety, would only command such a price at most. Even when captured, the infamous individual faced the renowned heroes with unabated fervor, his reckless demeanor eliciting frowns from the champions. Upon arriving at the rice noodle shop run by Sister Gua, they discovered the tables and chairs overturned, the floor strewn with shattered dishes, mingled with traces of blood. As they stepped into this place, a powerful surge of energy began to ripple through the surroundings, akin to a divine waterfall, emanating a sharp and ferocious aura that relentlessly tore through the air. Nearby, a mage struggled to stay awake, unaware of the thoughts of the former Mo king. Kalen, you cannot achieve this. Jiang Lan is not so easily swayed. Just as earlier, you were merely contemplating. However, the look in Wen Xiren's eyes mirrored that of Su Roer, filled with confusion, which instantly enlightened Su Roer. Today was supposed to be their solemn wedding day, yet the bride had barely escaped with her life, a reality that was exceedingly difficult for Prince Jean to accept. This box of snow lotus fruit is worth merely 100 taels. Should he manage to sell it for a higher price, the difference would undoubtedly be his own gain. In the underground parking lot, Natai observed numerous vehicles that had yet to be driven away. He located a rather upscale car, for such vehicles are typically equipped with electronic controls, making them as familiar to Natai as his own. In the era of Dragon and Phoenix, the era of Lich, and then through the dominion of humankind over the three realms, how many blood-soaked storms have transpired? Wang Xing's thoughts were quite simplistic. He believed that an exercise was akin to a martial contest, where both sides commenced with a direct confrontation, winning or losing through sheer physicality. She slightly relaxed, throwing herself onto the grand bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, when suddenly a wave of sorrow engulfed her heart. When he chooses to be generous, he truly is. And if you execute your tasks well, he might casually bestow upon you a villa. Professor Lu Lang's methods appeared rather nonsensical, even bordering on mischief. Yet they were infused with intent. Consequently, for several days, Claude's demeanor remained strained, his aura darkened considerably, causing anyone who approached within 2 meters to involuntarily shudder. Under normal circumstances, even if he were to resist her twice, it would not exhaust him. But now, with the poison clouding his mind, he barely managed to contain his fury on the second floor. After Gu Xueqing's sweet words, Su Yang's mood noticeably improved, a smile spreading across his face. In that direction, 2 figures akin to stunning swans swiftly converged upon the more than 300 silhouettes, and amidst them, thousands of at least 5th or 6th grade soul puppets had already assembled. Now, upon hearing someone call him brother, Beiting Yu was truly taken aback, especially upon recalling the voice's owner, leaving him bewildered as to how to respond. What money are you talking about? The faux lawyer feigned ignorance, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that the true proprietor of Yuhuang Jewelry was Su Yang, destined to bring about Gu Tianda's tragic fate. This juicer is quite effective. Could you possibly make one for my mother as well? Tina nestled beside her husband, leaning on his shoulder in a playful manner. One was the elegant and handsome young gentleman, Yu San, a top contender for the Beast Emperor's throne, whose calm and slightly smiling visage belied any sense of tension. Lord Xieji strode purposefully down the classroom corridor, his expression as stoic as water. Beside him was Bai Shuang Shuang, radiating joy. Gurgle, gurgle. The potion in the cauldron displayed a perfect tender green, signifying a successful outcome. Hundreds of gold bars soared over the heads of countless spectators, merely the vanguard, with innumerable additional gold bars following closely behind. The emaciated black dog, with its filthy fur, hidden in the corner, was firmly subdued by the suddenly appearing Dabi and Kaishin, struggling violently in vain, scratching the ground incessantly with its paws. His remarkable record boasts an astonishing 3 consecutive victories. What is even more terrifying is the manner in which he achieves these victories, by virtually annihilating the entire personnel of his opponent's battle divisions. leaving one particular unit so thoroughly slaughtered that not a single soul remained alive. Within the gourd, a faint glimmer of light appeared, rising over 3 zhang, revealing an object approximately 7 inches in length, complete with brows and eyes, from which 2 beams of white light emanated, descending to ensnare Voldemort's mud palace. Unbeknownst to him, Voldemort fell into a stupor, oblivious to his surroundings. Chapter 35. 3 Gifts, Fusion Skills. To Lin Yi's astonishment, Cheng Batian had prepared such a lavish gift. Cheng Batian, with a beaming smile, remarked, "This is to express my gratitude for your rescue of Mu Qing, and also a small token of appreciation from an elder." In their previous exchanges, Cheng Batian had discerned the boundless potential within Lin Yi and decided to make an investment. Thus, he transformed what was initially intended as a single gift into 3. Cheng Muqing, standing by, eagerly urged him, "Hurry up and accept it, Lin Yi. My father has plenty of money, so don't feel sorry for him." This statement left Cheng Batian momentarily speechless, truly a testament to how daughters surpass their fathers. After hearing this, Lin Yi ceased to decline any further. Upon unveiling the first wooden box, he discovered, so that is how it is. The venerable master truly lives up to his reputation. Xingtian's doubts vanished entirely, and he offered a rare compliment to Confucius. The combined pressure exerted by the 2 formidable beings from the underworld descended like mountains, crushing down upon Li Mushi's corporeal form. Had they been summoned allies of the 6-winged flame demon, they would not have arrived midway through this abyssal conflict, allowing countless flame demons and their king to be vanquished before their very eyes. My Dodo, indeed adorable, remained hidden beneath a massive boulder. Eyes wide open as she observed the entire spectacle, joy radiated from Su Chun, who had once again proven his worth. Having ambushed the vanguard of the Wiyue army and subsequently thwarting their nighttime assault on the city by swiftly identifying and surrounding the disarrayed forces, fans of Fu Sisi, already disgruntled, unleashed a torrent of vitriol, employing every imaginable expletive. The 1,100,000 spirit stones acquired from the ghostly mountain village had been significantly depleted, with a staggering 600,000 consumed at Hanshin's brawny body, leaving approximately 500,000 remaining. Pidong County, situated at a crossroads with abundant merchants passing through, garnered the utmost attention from the county magistrate, Chao Wushang, who particularly valued the development of local commerce. He enjoyed assisting wealthy merchants, often proclaiming that officials and businessmen were united in purpose, working harmoniously to elevate the county's tax revenues. As the imperial edict was announced, the Yang family received it with expressions of delight, while Yang Qingqing maintained an indifferent demeanor. Do you think this is akin to feeding pigs? Even if it were, it wouldn't be done in such a manner. Do you have any idea how expensive these vegetables are? Yi Ruyu, initially mourning, found herself unable to contain her dismay at Yang Qingqing's wanton disregard for the lavish feast laid before them. Yang Qingqing gazed down at the circle beneath her feet. Clearly, it is a circle of half a meter in diameter, yet my residence, the Ruqing courtyard, appears merely as a large toe. Despite my hunger, my rotund figure, with a belly rumbling, quickly reverted to its former state. Sang Zhao and Sang Yi covered their necks, observing Yang Qingqing as she rose languidly, her dagger pointing towards Sang Yi. Although this individual did not extend a helping hand in my time of need, at the very least, they did not add insult to injury, did they? Shibai raised an eyebrow, realizing that the body of the Lulan princess seemed somewhat ethereal, and it dawned on him that this was likely not her true form, which should still reside within that stone coffin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused, a look of surprise crossing his face, for it was evident that the passage had been sealed for some time. However, Yin Wenxian wasted no time, shattering the seal and returning without delay. You, the dark elf leader, had not finished speaking before losing the ability to utter another word. As his brain had been destroyed, what could possibly support his speech now? Lin Tian could not disclose that his presence here was to protect her and her child. Knowing that Lin Yi's capabilities surpassed his own, even if he encountered danger, Lin Yi would remain unscathed. At that moment, they finally comprehended that Li Yichen's previous actions were aimed at dismantling the demonic array. Otherwise, should they recklessly charge forward, the consequences would be dire. Yuz, as a mother, found it exceedingly difficult to part ways, filled with worry that once her child departed, reunion would be a challenging endeavor. Despite Adam's lingering skepticism, he obediently agreed to arrange matters promptly under Li Feng's directive. In truth, many of the magnates of the companies beneath Li Feng's substantial investments in Huaxiao real estate maintained a degree of doubt. Mu Qingping understood that she could not command the Chao surname cultivator, and similarly, she might also be unable to direct the other two. He Qi, having been reborn, possessed the experience of cultivating the Qinglian sword for thousands of years. This encompassed not only cultivation wisdom, but also insights into human interactions, which allowed him to thrive within the Tianyin sword sect. After testing each other, they exchanged a knowing smile and turned their horses back to their respective formations. What infuriated him was that these young ladies were keeping secrets from him, their father, even before marriage. What would happen in the future? The painter? Bruce chuckled, for it was indeed rare to find a painter imprisoned in a dungeon for body snatching. A year prior, he had merely possessed a rudimentary understanding of painting. After a year of study, he could now discern the styles of various masters and appreciate the subtleties within these artworks. Li Yi attempted to reach out, but his hand passed straight through the galaxy. It turned out that the galaxy had also transformed into a mere illusion, mirroring the blue sphere, leaving only traces of its past existence. This time, she continued to feign enjoyment, quietly exiting after navigating through the sandy giant's grasp. I am uncertain of Lin Yi's thoughts. It seems the affection I once accumulated in her heart has now crumbled. Initially, this individual had intentions of taking him on as a disciple, yet he was well aware that Elder Sun harbored no benevolent intentions, likely motivated by matters concerning the 9 continents. Thus, he graciously declined with an excuse. After receiving their silver, the guards, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble, released Lin Donglai with a few casual remarks before returning to the city gate. In just a day, under the supervision of Hua Yunfei, the villagers had gathered the necessary herbs for Zhou Yu, placing them in bamboo baskets. Even Hu Bai, a seasoned warrior, and the fearless Wang Pengzi were unable to withstand the imposing aura of the ancient corpse, their eardrums vibrating, hearts racing, and spirits faltering, causing them to instinctively retreat 2 steps. I cannot comprehend your words. I merely wish to inquire whether you were at home, and if your injury prevented you from wandering about. Yet, you seem ungrateful. Luo Qima expressed her irritation as she took a seat. Rest assured, when opportunities arise for your development, I will provide everyone a chance. Should you encounter better prospects and wish to pursue them, I shall not compel you. Just inform me before you depart, Ling Tanxue stated. Zhong Luoyu was perplexed, unsure why he seemed suddenly discontent, as he had not exhibited such feelings previously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin fell silent, given the vastness of the Xiao clan. It was somewhat unreasonable to expect him to seek out an unfamiliar elder. Chapter 36. Li Kuang provokes. The trial begins. Lin Yi sensed that once this earthly prison took form, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach. With mere skills, he could unleash 3 astounding strikes, each inflicting damage exceeding 500,000. The damage compounded thrice, rendering it almost monstrous. Furthermore, Lin Yi could employ additional skills in this realm. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, realizing that with such techniques, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps was hardly noteworthy. He could annihilate them with a mere wave of his hand. 3 attacks could amass 1,500,000 damage. Who could withstand such might? This technique was a trump card, to be used sparingly. Lin Yi calculated internally, feeling quite pleased as his strength grew increasingly formidable, and his methods became more diverse. As the world was destined to merge, I too was uncertain. However, I had previously witnessed him being pursued by Pakmon. I shall inquire further later. Wang Hao glanced back at Dawa before responding to Yi Jingling's question. It was already afternoon, yet the wind howled more fiercely, and the rain fell heavier, showing no signs of abating. It appeared that this rain would persist until nightfall. According to Wang Chenhao, he was unfamiliar with Su Bingyin, unaware she was a celebrity, and the motive for the murder stemmed merely from a moment of impulse. A release of pent-up frustration combined with robbery. Before the portal, the members of the Celestial Society exchanged glances, and Xue Jingfeng's comments seemed somewhat irresponsible. Although the secret was concealed before them, time was fleeting, and what if they were trapped inside? As for Mengya and Brickalong, one was incessantly glancing around in search of delicacies, while the other was captivated by the surrounding scenery. Wang Hao and his companions had not paused since earlier. Even though Dawa was doing his utmost to endure, his stamina was nearing its limit. At that moment, Lu Hao flew to Situ Jian's side, surveying the area, and upon finding no one beyond the Taiguei sect, he queried in confusion. Comrade Wang Feng, mind your tone, we can all hear you, remarked the commander from the control room. Lu Yin wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, casting a grateful glance at Feng Tianhua, her expression tinged with concern, fearing that he might truly put himself in harm's way. Hello, sir. The robot, a household service model, was merely the most economical programmed automaton. Each time Yang Fan drew a breath of poisoned blood, wicked thoughts flickered through his mind. Wishing to linger a few seconds longer on Shiwei's chest and gently bite into her creamy white skin, Jiang He and Guan Deng exerted their strength to push open the coffin lid, and as they peered inside, they found it utterly empty. Moreover, prior to my meeting with Gao Qi, I had brought along a secret weapon. Should Gao Qi indeed intend to take my life, I would confront him head-on. Meetings that conclude inconclusively are far too common. Today, however, was relatively satisfactory. The situation had escalated to a point where someone had to take responsibility. Liang Huan did not stubbornly resist. He accepted the warning, for he was already regarded as an elder, and at least one provincial leader could not escape unscathed. The warning bore no impact on the 3 of them. In this realm, where the strong prey on the weak, if he could grow even a little stronger, his own life would be assured. That raw stone was indeed a matter of contention. It appeared to be the highlight of this auction. After each bidding pause, the second highest bidder had the right to request a cut from the stone master to reveal its true color, thus deciding whether to continue bidding. Yang Fan responded, unsure about that hefty stone weighing a ton. Cultivators, after all, prioritize strength, they need not concern themselves with the weak. In the realm of cultivators, he could easily seize the power left behind by Manhwaeran. Those who dared to resist would be crushed without mercy. Our sustenance as Blood Clan members differs greatly from that of humans, he admitted with a hint of embarrassment, simultaneously licking his lips. If it were not for the presence of formidable beings like Xiang Niu and the Heavenly Alliance, the situation might have spiraled out of control long ago. Some individuals possessed enough self-awareness to recognize their limitations, understanding that they could not meddle in such affairs, yet others remained foolishly overconfident. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if Fatian had relinquished the intention to engage him in combat, reverting instead to the techniques of a chi practitioner. The pain from last night has yet to subside. Even the slightest movement causes a sharp tug at the wound, eliciting grimaces from her. Previously, she had only heard others speak of such experiences as wondrous, but now it seems nothing more than deceit. Fortunately, her innate abilities were already commendable, and with the exceptional care provided by Guizhan during this period, her prowess has surged, matching the swift pace of her opponent. When these two pieces of news converge, it feels as though her fervent words to him were overly exuberant. They were gifts sent by Zhongran, and as he pondered his phrasing, he realized it was the first time he wished to express his stance, yet found his words insufficient. I shook my head, my thoughts fully absorbed in the chessboard before me, when I suddenly heard Do begin to hum softly. One must admit, such competition is indeed exceedingly ruthless, evidently more perilous than the continuous matches of today. No one witnessed how Ron Luo made his move. By the time we reacted, he had already seized Muing by the neck and pinned her against the wall. Guanjuer did not attempt to intervene, feeling that the fewer people who knew about the events of this evening, the better, to prevent rumors that could be detrimental to Andy. The method of inquiry she had chosen was unexpectedly discerned so easily by him, and this strike was aimed directly at his fundamental essence. The butcher, in truth, bore the surname Ren. It is said that he was once a pig slaughterer who treated his wife with great kindness. One day, after returning from slaughtering pigs, he found his wife with a man in their room. This infuriated Ren the butcher, who stormed into the room wielding his cleaver and killed both of them. Dragon Elephant Diamond Palm. An uproar ensued among the crowd. They were all masters from esteemed empires, fully aware of the implications of the Dragon Elephant Diamond Palm. The rabbit's blood was minimal. Jiang Kahao pulled its head off, and scarcely any blood flowed forth. Chapter 37. Lin Yi teams up with two women to bet on platinum equipment. As Han Boyan's words fell, a torrent of intense white light suddenly cascaded from the summit of the trial tower. Instantly, it transformed into concentric rings of radiance, suspended in midair. Following this, nearly 50,000 students entered the luminous circles in an orderly fashion. Buzz, rays of light swept over each student, validating their identities and information in preparation for the ensuing ranking display. Attention, the trial tower permits a maximum of 3 members per team. Participants are urged to form their groups promptly. Those who fail to form a team within 10 minutes will be deemed to be challenging alone. This rule was well understood by all. The trial tower, in a sense, serves as a significant boon for newly awakened individuals. After ensuring Tusu's injuries were tended to, Mu Xuanning struggled to rise and began searching the vicinity. The crowd was left speechless. It seemed that Mo Chuan had mistaken this exchange exhibition for a culinary feast. A blinding radiance suddenly illuminated him, exposing him to the spotlight, rendering him devoid of any semblance of privacy, laid bare before the heavens and the earth. However, Xianin felt somewhat disoriented, her delicate, porcelain-like fingers clutching a glass of wine, nervously tightening their grip. The sweltering summer heat, compounded by the wager that Su Yi had placed for her, made her dread attending this physical education class even more. For that seed was not solely intended for cultivation in the spiritual fields, but also for her own endeavor to nurture the exceptional seeds required for wood spirit arts. What could have transpired with Taoist Luo that compelled him to send a red distress talisman? Had he encountered a second-level demon beast? A young cultivator, akin to Song Qingming and seemingly a recent addition to the Feiyun Guard, inquired. How could he not feel exhilarated? Yun Yang's agreement signified that she harbored feelings for him, devoid of any inclination towards that Chu Si. Lu Xian showed no leniency towards the absolute leaders of the 3 sects. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed from the summit of Qingwan Peak. Yi Pingping abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Lu Chenyu in disbelief, astonished that she would display such a lack of consideration for her. What are you wailing about? Each path is chosen by oneself, and with choices comes responsibility. Han Mu's cries ceased abruptly. She had not forgotten how Han Fu had nearly chased her away as well. At her age, being expelled left her with no avenue to turn. The contorted faces and twisted limbs bore no foul odor. Rather, they exuded a peculiar fragrance. With a hint of sweetness, their eyes, prominently fixed upon the 3, were unsettlingly large. It has been 3 months, my dear, and you have been wise, not straying from the path, Inai Lahue said with a sense of relief. Shang Wei was indeed a perceptive individual. After all, life was of paramount importance. Su Qianyang retrieved the golden toad from Shang Wei's hands. The twilight of that day was particularly resplendent. Mr. Nanhua waited until dusk before he would depart. He inspected the surroundings once more after the rain ceased. Gazing into the abyss, he found the sheer cliffs adorned with moss and wild grass, causing his heart to race. In Feng Lily's mind, that trendy young man at least drove a Mercedes and donned a leather outfit of reputable brand. This time, the lady hoped to expand her business further, as making money in this manner was indeed comfortable, far superior to their previous endeavors selling clothes and gemstones. Barrett wore a look that suggested money was a splendid thing, his eyes almost sparkling with the notion of wealth. Reflecting on this, he regarded Qing Luo and Qing Dai with a gentler gaze, causing Qing Luo to shiver with goosebumps. Beside them, Ma Dongyun was about to speak when a voice filled with murderous intent erupted from his lips. Han Fu caught sight of Han Xiu's indifferent expression out of the corner of his eye, feigning disappointment and sorrow. Alas, it is the father's fault when the child is uneducated. While Han Xiu's waywardness was undoubtedly influenced by Li Xianren's deliberate guidance, it also stemmed from his own negligence. While Han Xiu had not yet reached an irredeemable state, he should gently steer her back onto the right path. The old turtle seemed intent on restraining the beast emperor, depriving Yi Chun of his greatest reliance, which indeed posed a significant headache. Listening to Jiang Yang's tone, it seems that this fog primarily targets the mind, inflicting minimal harm on the body, which starkly contrasts with the situation in Zhang Taolin. This realization led Wei Yuan to contemplate that if this individual had not been caught off guard due to his meticulous planning and the opponent's overconfidence, he would indeed be a formidable adversary. In a similar vein, a stir of excitement surged within Hua Qing. This was the very scenario he had long yearned for. It was highly plausible that Wu Wanxing had absorbed the inner energy from the soul-devouring ring, losing control and seeking him for dual cultivation. This opportunity appeared to come effortlessly. The notorious thief Yen San, hailing from the Swallow sect, was adept in the art of shrinking bones, scaling walls with the ease of walking on flat ground. Su Ting remarked, "Thus, a contradiction arises here, one that is irreconcilable." Countless beams of light instantaneously enveloped the area where the two stood, leading to a cacophony of explosions and distortions. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though hundreds of thousands of missiles had plowed through the land repeatedly, carving out a vast expanse of earth, hundreds of meters deep, creating a bottomless pit, with mushroom clouds soaring to the heavens. Su Feng was the third to extend his hand, feeling remarkably familiar with this terrain, akin to his own battleground. He skillfully decelerated the movement of innumerable iron chains, rendering them sluggish. At that moment, Yi Shi, for the first time, employed that bow, which would diminish the luck of the struck target. Indeed, she had briefly entertained the notion of abandoning him, even considering alerting the authorities. Yet she found herself trapped within the confines of her thoughts, realizing that such a mindset had led to her predicament. Xiaomu, a member of the Dongming people, was well aware of the chaos in Dongming, where the entire region was governed by the military, yet he never worried about a person he could not fathom. "I will not." Li Guanlin chuckled awkwardly. Despite accompanying her grandfather on fishing trips for an extended period, she had never truly learned the skill. Even though her grandfather had always aimed to teach her, she showed little interest. Fishing held no appeal for her. In times past, the demon realm could effortlessly dispatch these cultivators, intimidating the entire realm of cultivation at the cost of a Pyrrhic victory for humanity. "Why are you back so late? Did I not instruct you to return early?" Upon seeing the emergence of Zhang Ju, Zhan Mama felt a flicker of joy within her, as it indicated that Zhang Ju still heeded her words, at least to some extent. Chapter 38, The Slaying of Li Kuang and Lu Wanqing's Astonishment. Eliminate a person? Upon hearing this, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. Typically, Lin Yi maintained a demeanor of elegance and composure, rarely revealing his sharp edge. Lu Wanqing pressed further. "Who? If assistance is needed, do not hesitate to ask." Li Kuang. Lin Yi's gaze returned to its usual calmness. "He has insulted my mother. Such a transgression is unforgivable." Both women had crossed paths with Yang Mei. Their eyes met, and a glimmer of lethal intent flickered between them. Cheng Muqing proposed to act separately in search of him, emphasizing the necessity of resolving the matter before reaching the 11th level. Otherwise, once the livestream commenced, his father would likely cause trouble. The interior of the trial tower was vast, with each level offering ample space, making it challenging to locate individuals. "You ought not to express such sentiments. It is only natural for you to harbor such thoughts, yet you remain unaware of my master's true nature." Ding Yibai completely comprehended Mo Yanqing. The two of them leased a storefront in the eastern part of the city, engaging in a business of retail hardware while simultaneously accepting renovation jobs through their acquaintances. Thus, amidst the melodies of the summer nation, Li Su prepared a lunch. At the tender age of budding emotions, a fleeting thought caused her to feel bashful, her face flushing as she averted her gaze. Yan Qingyi treated her well, yet she was not a true sister. Only in the presence of Rong Jin could she unabashedly act spoiled and seek favors. As long as Li Yongyan refrained from speaking harshly to them, the sisters would be content, desiring no more than modest prosperity. With blood staining her fingers and her index fingers swollen and red, the wound was surrounded by the vibrant green of rosemary, presenting a rather grim sight. From my perspective, The gathering attracted numerous magnates from both the business and political realms, with a security system so thorough that electronic devices were prohibited on board, underscoring the event's secrecy. As the barbecue concluded, Fu Shizhou naturally savored his creation, remarking that while the doneness was adequate, the meat's texture was somewhat tough, necessitating more precise timing in the future. Su Ping's closed eyelids twitched slightly. He instinctively wished to counter, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. At last, we have returned. How splendid. I feared that we would wander through the stars for the remainder of our lives, bidding farewell to Earth. Zhao Xian felt a wave of despair, realizing he had not been entirely correct. If they truly became lost in another time and space, they might have no future at all. As she struggled with the lifeless wild chicken, Cui Xingjue's voice was unusually deep as he inquired. Indeed. You appear so serious, making me seem rather frivolous. Shun Feifei echoed in agreement. However, this phenomenon undoubtedly shattered his, and indeed humanity's, long-held perceptions. Golden light flowed into Huang Xian's meridians, coursing through every corner of his body. The viruses, sensing the aura of the dragon's veins, were momentarily struck with terror, forcefully battering against Huang Xian's inner strength. He had initially believed that with his support, he could ascend to the position of regent in the Chun kingdom and seize power. He regretted not having acted more prudently back then. He had intended to make a significant impact while young, leading him to sign a 3-year strategic agreement with Luiko. Huafangyi carefully stored the ancient texts, commanding the ghostly infant and the murderous fly to infiltrate the ghost domain and survey the surroundings, embarking on a deeper exploration of the sorcerer's supernatural abilities. Those once glorious stars, once basking in the limelight, have now become mere playthings in order to survive. If the elderly hermit of the ancient mansion eradicates all supernatural elements apart from the malevolent spirit itself, rendering it powerless, then the aged herbalist suppresses both the spirit and all supernatural phenomena in unison. After treating everyone to warm beverages, Shun Suixin departed, only to encounter a familiar vehicle in the parking lot. In an instant, a seemingly bottomless pit emerged, and the aberrant beast was unceremoniously thrust into the depths below. Had he not fortuitously discovered Rui Bao at the money exchange, he would have remained oblivious to Rui Bao's audacity in hiring someone to commit robbery. The words of his son resonated with Emperor Jingming, yet he found himself in a daze. Was the Chongqing sect a fraud? Nowadays, Shin Suixin navigates these programs with remarkable ease. Regardless of the host's most probing inquiries, she manages to deftly sidestep the sharp edges of their questions with grace and poise. Since Su Man was not in her office, it was highly likely she had ventured to Wang Guolin's office. Contemplating this, Lin Feng hastened towards the academic affairs building. Wang Sudong smiled silently, reminiscing about days gone by, a sense of nostalgia stirring within him. Just as Wang Sudong returned home, Su Wanqi followed closely in her own vehicle. Upon her return, she encountered Wang Sudong disembarking from a van. She recognized this vehicle as his previous one. Outside, the young mistress of the Zhou residence held little presence. Yet among the household servants, she commanded an inherent authority, albeit not as weighty as that of the master, mistress, or young master. However, despite Ning Yu's assertions, Xiao Yi neither affirmed nor outright denied, merely offering a non-committal smile without providing a definitive answer. Wang Taizhu extended his hand, and in the next moment, Dongfang Bai transformed into a scattering of white luminescent points, resembling fireflies that illuminated the night sky. According to the initial intelligence, the only forces potentially aiding the Ming army in the capital would be those of Zhuo Liangyu and Lu Ziqing. While these two armies undoubtedly possessed greater combat prowess than the capital's garrison, they paled in comparison to the 8 banners and were, after all, personal armies of Zhua and Lu, unlikely to risk their fortunes for the Ming dynasty. Zhuang Zhun felt a surge of annoyance, yet given the circumstances, he could not afford to become entangled. Otherwise, attracting too much attention from passers-by would complicate his plans to discreetly reach the herbal shop. Initially, he had thought Zhang Min to be cunning. As one of his own, she had smoothly displaced Yang Qing, who had remained silent about it, leading him to dismiss the matter, believing Zhang Min to hold great promise. In an instant, the Jin Guqiao, occupied by Gao Yichun, began emitting smoke from its rear, losing balance and plummeting straight down. Typically, cultivators remain by the side of the formation, never allowing someone like Gu Yu to exploit such an opening. Naturally, they responded in unison, and after shaking hands with Jin Yezhou, took their seats in the front row, alternating in driving. Titan is a quintessential swordsman, a warrior of unparalleled skill, possessing scant means for ranged attacks. Even if he did, such abilities would pale in comparison to those of the Ultraman, renowned for their prowess in unleashing beams of light. Joy's smile was tinged with mockery. After all, it was not her who was pressed for time, and she relished the opportunity to lead Lin Xiao in circles. Yet, this was not surprising. In our era, students from various schools had nearly transformed this place into a hotel, often encountering one another here, mutually understanding and refraining from interference. Chapter 39, Ascending 2 Levels. Yet ranking at the bottom, Lin Yi's wings unfurled suddenly, propelling him to an unparalleled speed. At that moment, thousands of monsters coalesced behind him, fervently pursuing him. Not far away, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were similarly shadowed by a dense mass of dark figures. Although their numbers were not as vast as Lin Yi's, they were nonetheless formidable, amounting to around 600 or 700 monsters. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, grateful to have included the two women in his team. Otherwise, his efficiency would likely have suffered considerably. He shouted, "Muqing, Wanqing, step aside." The two women promptly retreated to the sides, eager to witness Lin Yi's prowess. Instantly, 3 waves of monsters converged into one, forming an even larger collective. Bai Jingli disdainfully patted the shoulder of the ice and snow deity, leaving the latter perplexed about how to respond. Li Ziyuan drained the necromantic energy from 8 skeletal heads, causing 16 5-element spirit springs to swell. Though they were still some distance from differentiation. In the past, the Buddhist sect attempted to seize a territory in the underworld as a convenient reincarnation site for Buddhist practitioners, but was expelled by the underworld forces. Had it not been for Shogun's plea to the Buddhists, they would have had no aspirations in the underworld. The young man in white robes appeared amiable, yet his words were chillingly cold. Just as Yi Xiaofeng thought the black-robed specter had fled, Li Shui, in a state of terror, tugged at his sleeve. With each step, a sound akin to chimes echoed, reminiscent of water droplets falling into a lotus pond, while ripples spread beneath his feet, palpable yet invisible. Although the local factions harbored some disdain, they dared not confront the forces from the other 3 continents. After all, offending these powerful outsiders could result in their own destruction at the hands of formidable adversaries. Tang Ye's scornful remarks incited considerable animosity, igniting the fury of the crowd who perceived his words as a provocation. Spectators began to murmur, many condemning Tang Yi for his unreasonable stance, asserting that his refusal to engage in debate had rendered the situation untenable, deeming it utterly despicable. The striking crimson armor was indeed conspicuous, its resplendent gold and red design garnering the young man a multitude of admirers. Director Lin sighed. The events were far from what they appeared. Yet would anyone believe him if he spoke the truth? Originally, the finger poised to pull the trigger suddenly seemed to lose all strength, as if it longed to press down but found itself utterly incapable. Aunt Meng, regardless, he too had sustained an injury, a fracture in his hand. Not severe enough to necessitate surgery. He had just visited the hospital and was now off to assist Yu Meng in retrieving her classmate's luggage. Yu Ten endeavored to reassure Meng Yaqiong in the most succinct manner possible. Yi Yaoyao had a peculiar quirk. She could not tolerate hunger. She suddenly recalled that just moments ago, as their vehicle passed by the hotel, she had spotted a fried chicken shop nearby. The mere thought of that delectable aroma triggered an immediate craving within her. The others similarly opted to continue with the test, mimicking each other as they pressed down upon the circles on their wristbands. Accompanied by a scream, a figure plummeted from the tree, crashing onto the grass and losing consciousness. Witnessing Nitro swiftly regain the stamina he had just expended, Fu Bo expressed his disappointment. Yet another, exactly like the last one. Concurrently, under Wang Dashan's guidance, Qin Feng once more unearthed an identical object from another inferno. Presently, Bai Huanyu dispatched spies, claiming that Qin Wang and Zhang Xiaoming were leading a night raid on the military camp. Was this not a denial of his achievements and the tireless efforts of the various scouts? So what? Their main force stood directly before Helunar, with 100,000 iron cavalry beneath its banner. Was it not possible to disrupt the enemy's central defense? Tai Lisan, unwilling to concede, particularly noted the disdainful glances from Yin Xingjuan, which only served to heighten his irritation. They dare? Who would dare to fracture the great Tang? This king shall have him executed with utmost cruelty, his bones ground to dust. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, the joints creaking ominously, his expression icy, emanating a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Huan felt little concern for the safety of Tao Gu's son. As she had once been a member of the Shadows, those Easterners should pose no threat to her. It was not until Guo Wei charged into the stadium, annihilating the remaining agents, that Chun Bao could hardly believe their savior would be Guo Wei. Otherwise, Lu Qian would not have so effortlessly dispatched Huo Buyu, who also stood at the pinnacle of postnatal prowess. Was this, after all, a natural gift, an evolution of sorts, or merely an artificial aberration? Even if such aberrations existed, what would their original forms be? Chun Bao reached out to caress the edge of its forehead, a peculiar thought suddenly blossoming in his mind. The Song family? Fang Chun and Chang Sheng exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. They had not anticipated that before even arriving at the Song family's doorstep, they would be ambushed. It was a stroke of uncanny fortune. By your reasoning, there is indeed some merit to your argument. That being said, why don't you enlighten me on the reasons I should save you? Blinking as if contemplating Liang Yu's words, the 6-tailed demon fox suddenly broke into a smile and softly inquired. Gao Feng could no longer endure. His psychological defenses had completely collapsed under the onslaught of pain. The Queen Mother provided the Crown Prince with a calming elixir, and she herself sought one from the palace. I declare, I have forgotten to summon you to the palace, the Emperor remarked, unperturbed by any embarrassment, as it was others who felt the awkwardness. Her fingers, pale and slender, were strikingly beautiful, further solidifying the notion that her simple attire concealed a hidden identity. Humph, truly a case of the weak relying on the strong. How dare a mere insect speak to me in such a manner? Li Xiaoyao, with a battle spear in hand, suddenly appeared before me, less than 200 yards away. This move was indeed a gamble, leading one to ponder if the entertainment companies were merely backed by businessmen. This was a maneuver to break the stalemate, applying pressure through public opinion. When Shun Qing awoke and found no one around, she looked around but could not find anyone. Suspecting that third master had already dispatched someone to escort the two young ladies away. Both those entering and exiting the city were subjected to scrutiny by the gate guards. And beneath the city gate pavilion sat individuals clad similarly to those in the bamboo grove. In the past, she would have deemed Qin Mo insane. Upon hearing his demands, she would have unhesitatingly berated him before turning to leave. Now, with no other options, she had no choice but to endure this humiliation. She was left with no alternatives. Chapter 40. A level 23 mage, the audience in shock. Just at the last moment, within 5 hours, Lin Yi burst into the 11th level. Subsequently, pairs of eyes widened in disbelief, almost uncontrollably springing from their seats. A level 23 mage. Just these few simple words rendered them unable to believe their eyes. They almost thought they were mistaken. He had surpassed Han Feng, rising 2 whole levels above. This was undoubtedly an unexpected dark horse. What on earth, who is Lin Yi? He has reached level 23. This is utterly absurd. I am merely at level 3. I know this person. I heard that there was an incident during his awakening, that he was just an ordinary mage, yet here he was, making a comeback. Hiss, an ordinary mage. During the defense of Jinan, Shang Yi had heard Sun Huding mention that Muling Pass had begun casting cannons, prompting him to have Sun Huding take him to see for himself after attending to other matters. The golden-eating divine moth was certainly reluctant to obediently enter the space-time rift. To enter the fourth heaven, Wang Xian had other clever means, casting out segments of celestial bones, which extended from the fourth heaven all the way to the space-time rift. This sudden event frightened many nations, and several Western powers near the Vatican hurriedly informed the Holy See of the location of the main divine game, hoping to quell their inexplicable fury. Today, in Jinghua City, Lin Xiang, a top assassin, Zhao Xianghua, hastily typed these few words. He hails from a prestigious lineage, being the sole disciple of the legendary Ba Jitian, the former leader of the martial arts world and once the foremost master under heaven. Like his mentor, he has yet to encounter a rival since his debut, having bested numerous esteemed predecessors and emerging talents alike. Li Dong's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he rose and bowed deeply to Bai Tianfan, addressing him with the formal title of Daoyu. It turned out that the merchants had concentrated all their large and medium artillery on the coastal positions, launching their attack before the Spanish warships could fire a single shot. Matzo Kor nodded and assured, "Admiral, I can guarantee this." At that moment, an official hurriedly entered from the municipal hall, handing a note to Matzo Kor. What a pity. This imperial coffin had been refined by the Divine Emperor. Its material now bore the will of the Divine Emperor, rendering it impossible to be reforged. Or else it could have been transformed into a true imperial coffin. The Pharaoh of the Golden Cauldron, with a sweep of his imperial consciousness over the shattered coffin, grasped its condition and could not help but sigh deeply. Surrounding the vacuum battlefield, torrents of raging fire surged forth, the convergence of 3,000 stars resembling a tidal eruption. A tsunami of chaos unleashing a cataclysmic force that instantaneously engulfed the vacuum battlefield. Wu Hai stuttered a response, entirely unaware that Li Daniu also experienced moments of melancholy in his understanding of the world. With the queen's return, he had hoped for a life shared with her. Yet he could not shake a sense of regret. After all, what was the joy of ordinary couples compared to the rare moments shared in a cold palace? In the blink of an eye, the Lord of Watergate surprisingly outpaced Jiang Yi, seizing Qin Yu's Dao fruit with a swift hand. Their discussion revolved around the scheme to marry her off to the aging Khan, who could easily be her father. This brother, upon seeing Zhang Zhongjian's robust physique and unusual demeanor, particularly his dual pupils, was taken aback. Furthermore, each of them possessed a formidable build, exuding an aura of menace, clearly indicating a history of lethal encounters. According to Lyrid, their transaction was predicated on the annihilation of the Abinant family. Fiona would tamper with the very medicines upon which the Abinant family relied, and together with Lyrid, they planned a coordinated strike to obliterate the Abinant lineage. What reward? I still have to clean up your mess, exclaimed the Yao family member, both amused and exasperated. Li Gu smiled knowingly. He understood that the celestial star's fall had a potent repulsive force, and without adequate protection, direct contact would undoubtedly invoke backlash. Loli screamed in terror as the eagle circled higher, signaling the warriors below. Maintaining a stable flight posture, he ensured Loli's safety, calling out to organize the Feather Tribe for an aerial assault. Lu Shuang's aura of killing intent coalesced into a tangible form. Before he could make a move, Xia, responsible for protecting Chen Kursen, had already taken action. With a swift flick of her wrist near her thigh, she appeared before Liangzi in the blink of an eye. What do you truly desire? At this moment, The demon beast gazed warily at Fan Yu. Luo Li mounted the back of Ing Ming and soared into the depths of the forest from high above. With keen attention, she surveyed her surroundings. Beneath her lay the jungle, unremarkable in its appearance. She felt that Ing Ming was flying steadfastly forward, without any turns or deviations. However, in a short while, she caught sight of the figures that everyone had eagerly anticipated. A sense of urgency washed over Luo Li as she witnessed the fervent transformation of Yu Zhuang's passionate love and endured the trials alongside the group until they reached the Zhonghua region. How could a piece of the tale have been lost? The cultivators around her appeared increasingly despondent, their gazes fixed on the Spike Horse Wolf King standing amidst the ranks of the Spike Horse Wolves. What brings you to the capital? As Ruan Qi raised his fist, he suddenly felt a grip on his wrist, immobilizing him regardless of how much force he exerted. Mu Jinghong offered no affirmative response to Ling Jiantong, having already immersed himself in the chaos of battle. As Li Hexian had anticipated, upon entering the Taishan Copper Gate, the path became clear, devoid of any further dangers. Zhou Mingyun recounted to Chun Xingran the events of her search for Ouyang Mei from the previous day. After hearing how Ouyang Mei had taken over 2 million from Zhou Mingyun and still demanded that she unclog a toilet, Chun Xingran felt a surge of anger. It was imperative for all barracks and posts to maintain a cordial relationship with the local populace, forbidding any theft or misuse of their property. Payments for accommodations must be made in full with silver dollars. Any violations of military law would not be tolerated. All barracks were to post sentries and retire early. This evening's operational order was to reclaim the territory. As the two nations clashed, Qian Shu felt a tremor in his body. Yet Yili informed him that she was the princess of the domain. If such words reached Mu Yunfan, Yili feared for her very life. Director Wu had been facing difficulties lately, acutely aware of the pressure from above, as they seemed to be seeking fault with him. It appeared that Lu Taihe had begun to take action, and Director Wu sensed that his position might soon be in jeopardy. Yu Ji pulled up a chair at the door, observing Fu Bo while waiting for him to speak. Chang Quan continuously presented his identification, the scrutiny intensifying as he ventured deeper, culminating in fingerprint and iris scans. To meet his former superior, one had to navigate a series of rigorous checks. Chapter 41. A Path of Instantaneous Victory. The crowd eagerly anticipated the clashes among various prodigies. Moreover, Lin Yi stood as a paragon of the underdog's resurgence. In a short span of time, his humble origins had become legendary throughout Jiangqing. Raised in a single-parent household, he ascended to his current status through remarkable talent and relentless effort. Step by step, he climbed to the heights of today, becoming an exemplar of perfect triumph in the eyes of many. This inspiring tale moved numerous hearts, bringing forth streams of tears. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi resonated deeply with countless ordinary individuals, as the majority of society dwells in the realm of the commonplace. Thus, the populace ardently yearns for Lin Yi to triumph over his rivals in a direct confrontation to astonish all. At that moment, it seemed as though Lin Yi was destined to return, yet Raimu Hakurii cast an irritable glance at the turned-away Marissa, due to safety concerns. Neither teachers nor students had the opportunity to approach. Only the principal and a few esteemed professors, along with mid-level administrators, could follow closely behind Joseph. Under the overwhelming force of a spirit cannon, a vast chasm was created in the ground, spanning 500 miles ahead of the Moon City, resulting in an immediate loss of 1/8 of the 4 million troops, such terrifying power that even the generals of the 8 great families felt their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Raimu Hakurii offered no verbal response, yet her readiness for battle conveyed her answer to Iron Yagakoro. On the other side of the darkness, within a modest stone chamber, Akia suddenly opened her eyes, her expression shifting to one of intense focus. Just as I was about to firmly decline, a sudden kick to my backside destabilized me, causing me to exclaim and tumble forward. As for Lewis, the motives behind Barton's actions could be easily uncovered by inquiring with his teachers and classmates, revealing the truth. This individual had repeatedly asserted before his peers that the opportunity to participate in the fashion show should rightfully belong to him. Should there come a day when China comprehensively surpasses the United States, all eyes in the world would be fixed upon China. African Americans would likely flood the internet with fervent critiques of domestic racial discrimination, while yearning for the minority policies long criticized by the Han ethnicity. The Nord Kingdom, armed with nuclear weapons, operates as an almost dictatorial state, capable of launching atomic bombs without accountability to any of its citizens. Although such acts are not characteristic of the Nord Kingdom, the possibility cannot be dismissed. Letty plummeted like a kite with severed strings, heading towards the very spot where Cerno had been struck down by a magical cannon, creating a gaping chasm that seemed to lead straight to the molten lava of the Earth's core. Kongu remained atop the vessel, never descending. The ship continued its forward journey, navigating through the water around towering mountains. The Marquis gazed forward, striving to memorize the path he had traversed, while Kongu remained on the ship's pinnacle, indifferent to the Marquis. Yet, Chengyu had already discerned the inevitable outcome of the uprising, which appeared to be a certain defeat. Originally, Han Wei's journey to the Snow Palace was motivated by a reluctance to eliminate Chao Ji, recognizing his talent. Cheng Yu believed that this decision had preserved the bloodline of the Chao family, questioning the necessity of further, feudal sacrifices. He was merely an outsider, detached from everything here. His sole purpose was to complete his task. Han Wei and his companions also arrived at the carriage, with Jian Wei turning the horses around and Guo Jia leaping aboard to take his seat. The officials on either side thrust their staffs into the ground, calling out the words of authority, which added a solemn atmosphere to the court. Who are you referring to? Please clarify. Some warriors clutched Yu Jingyan's collar, their fists raised, ready to strike. Yu Jingyan had issued this task, and Li Bing did not inquire about the purpose of summoning the healer before departing with the order. The commander had spoken, thus it seemed unavoidable for Deputy Commander Yu to be involved, the steward remarked. Ling Xin hurriedly clarified. No, Marquis, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for him? Upon finishing her words, her cheeks flushed crimson. The insidious voice invaded Fuxing's consciousness. He merely sensed a force penetrating his being, stirring his body as if it were a stagnant pool, suddenly extracting something from within. Your Majesty, these servants are ignorant of the rules. I am merely teaching them a lesson, Luo Shuang'er interjected swiftly. Hearing Yunxiang's words, Shin Changfeng and Lu Yingying were both taken aback. Shin Changfeng rose from his chair and approached Yunxiang, locking his gaze onto hers, posing a question. Fuxing moved with grace, his agility in climbing the building remarkably fluid, indicating extensive training. Individuals with extraordinary destinies often encounter a few reclusive masters throughout their lives who provide guidance at pivotal moments. Guo Shou quickly grasped Zhang Ning to restrain him. If he could not halt him, he would rather accompany him for some semblance of protection. Just days prior, during the uproar at the Medicine King's pavilion, Chang Sheng possessed only foundational spiritual energy, yet now he had restored his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Chumo remained unconcerned, asserting that no matter how many children they had, it would not affect Jing Bao, nor that missing child. Even if Wan Ying were truly within the Lingyun Divine Palace, with her speed, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to capture her, even if I personally entered the palace. Lord Soul Master, were you not reminiscing with Prince Lengyia? How do you find time to wander in this desolation? Or is it a patrol? Approaching Fuxing was a dark visage, exhaling black mist from its nostrils. If I were to turn on the lights at night, it would be utterly unforgivable. I could utter malicious curses for 10 days without repeating a single one. Moreover, it seemed that surveillance was already in place, rendering the situation undeniably convoluted. The old man informed me that someone had recommended a health device to these doctors, selling for 2,800, with a 200 reward for every pair sold. Chapter 42. Arriving at the 18th floor, blocked by Nangong Ling. The screen displayed a two-headed giant, resembling a small mountain. Suddenly pierced, its blood had not even begun to flow before it swiftly congealed. Bang! Following the crisp sound, the crowd awakened as if from a dream, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Hiss! Both at the trial tower and among the viewers watching the live broadcast, a collective gasp echoed. They had anticipated that Lin Yi would falter before this two-headed giant. Little did one expect such an outcome. Once again, a swift and decisive victory, following a profound silence. The atmosphere erupted into a fervent frenzy, reaching a crescendo of excitement. Each individual was animatedly sharing their astonishment, their words flying forth with fervor. Is this truly the ice spear technique? Yet, before succumbing to slumber, Wang Tung remained oblivious to the circumstances of his hometown, only knowing it was in Kyoto. Murong Yi nodded in acknowledgement, then charged forward with a fist raised, his strength at the level of the 9th stage of qi condensation. The barefoot white leopard king, observing from a distance, had also approached, its cold gaze fixated intently on Murong Yi, awaiting its chance to strike. Zhang De, though lacking confidence in completely selling out his sausages, vigilantly guarded his cart of precious meat like a sharp-eyed black panther. The second elder's heart surged with joy as he dashed toward the largest gap, intent on evading the 10 streams of sword energy. He had heard of Murong Ye's prowess in the sect's confrontations, and thus was untroubled by the prospect of the sword energy altering its course to target him. At this moment, the clan assembly hall had gathered dozens of individuals, distinctly divided into two factions, each standing on opposite sides. Before the senior brother could summon Tianya and Tianjing, the master of the Huanglang sect could hardly contain himself, rising to offer a genial bow to the members of the other sections. In high-level matches, it can be challenging to assess, as sometimes both sides adopt a defensive stance, as steady as a mountain, while at other times, a disagreement may lead to chaos. After all, marriage is akin to a mirror, already exhibiting significant cracks. Restoring it to its original state is impossible. Upon completing the acupuncture, Tang Feng activated the qi absorption technique, drawing out all the illness within him, finally allowing himself to breathe easier. Tang Feng swiftly moved aside, only to furrow his brow as he noticed a rodent-like pet on the robust man's person, which was incessantly squeaking at him. High above, concealed beneath the concrete, bombs were activated, swelling simultaneously, causing the entire hotel to tremble precariously. with countless orbs of light bursting forth. Huang carefully observed Mu Qingzi as he refined the corpse puppet, realizing that the process was proceeding smoothly. However, merging it with a late-stage golden core body proved to be quite challenging. Following closely was an unparalleled force of destruction, a tidal wave of might enveloping Qin Tian. Leaving one in awe, Huang Xin, having noticed Lin Yi's inadvertent gaze, bit her lip and ultimately took a step forward. Unbeknownst to her, the major sex trembled in secret under his golden core-level spiritual pressure, fearing that he might suddenly become aggressive and sweep away all the valuable medicinal materials. None could rival him, leaving them with no tears to shed when the time came. During the Devil's Guile, it was once again the warriors of your deep-sea dragon domain, and they were of the divine body realm. Empowered by the strength bestowed by the Dark Ring, he could distinctly perceive a colossal spaceship hovering silently above the edifice. Upon noticing Chun Fan's gaze, the elder primate was the first to invoke a unique blood oath, permitting Chun Fan and his companions to enter the ancient cave. During the inaugural week of operations, tranquility reigned, and business gradually stabilized. Both nightclubs consistently garnered around 20,000 in revenue each night, while Lu Fei's bathing establishment approached 10,000. However, troubles began to emerge in succession from the second week onward. Suddenly, the coach seemed to recollect something, abruptly turning his head with a change in countenance. Chun Yin calmly took a seat, observing Duan Chang as he prepared to do the same, his cold gaze suddenly flashing with a hint of menace. Yes. Mo Shichin eagerly interjected, finding this opportunity far superior to training on an isolated island with a singular escape route. It was a perfect chance to collaborate with Boss Ding, and the mere thought filled him with excitement. After returning, he wondered how his dear elder brother would arrange for him to have an instructor. I will assist you in eliminating your adversaries, but it must wait until my own matters are concluded. Zhang Qingxiao regarded Chun Wangong with a measure of indifference. In truth, Jingxing Susu had long suspected that someone was stirring trouble behind the scenes, but she had not anticipated the involvement of this organization. Desire, akin to a vampire, could cloud one's reason. Jingxing Susu intended to wager on this point against Lu Ying. King Ming commanded his subordinates to present 1,000 taels of gold, which he personally bestowed upon Wu Shitong. Zhang Jun scrutinized Qi Xian, who stood at over 1.80 meters, towering half a head above Zhang Jun, his chiseled features exuding an air of rugged charm, and a buzz cut hinting at a touch of mischief. Brother, I have been unable to break through to the gathering spirit realm, which has left me rather vexed, he admitted, omitting the necessity of his physical body to be restored to that level. Thus, it is often said that habits become second nature, making them exceedingly difficult to alter. She seemed to forget that before her stood Pei Si, not Pei Si Nan. Yao restrained me, and I awkwardly released Hua. Was this the repatriation ability Yao had previously mentioned? It was astonishing that it had been granted to this foolish dog. Today, this toilet, the Tang Sankai fruit plate, and the fragments they had excavated all originated from the same source, which is why Old Chen felt assured in asserting this. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and his companions were being dominated by 3 initial stage martial spirits, or rather, they were being utterly overwhelmed, in a contest between martial artists and martial spirits. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, it was impossible to triumph, as 6 consummate martial artists could not best a single initial stage martial spirit. Perhaps the medical personnel of the firewall also required some organization, as the artillery fire behind them had lessened in intensity. Cake set Shaylin down beside the tree roots to rest, while he himself settled on the ground, cigarette in mouth. After her father sacrificed himself to save the infamily patriarch, the members of the main family had merely used this so-called family maxim to dismiss the plight of the orphans and widows. Furthermore, there was another, more pressing reason. It seemed we truly had no other means to validate our existence. Chapter 43. The 2 women strike, defeating Nangong Ling. At this moment, Nangong Ling, accompanied by 2 companions, obstructed the path of Lin Yi and his companions. This confrontation undoubtedly represented one of the most thrilling spectacles in the trials of professionals. Despite Lin Yi's remarkable prowess, which had allowed him to forge ahead with astonishing momentum, all present eagerly anticipated the clash of these 2 formidable teams. For Nangong Ling was no ordinary adversary. His ascension to the 18th level of the trial tower was testament to his formidable strength. Moreover, the natural advantage of an assassin pitted against a mage could not be understated. Nangong Ling, a rare shadow assassin, specialized in silent, stealthy maneuvers from the shadows. Thus, the outcome of this battle became a topic of fervent discussion among all onlookers. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed, cascading down and drenching Lian Xian from head to toe, saturating her thin garments. The finalists, selected from amongst countless competitors, boasted commendable physical attributes, swift reflexes, and formidable abilities. Sheng Anning considered the difficulty of investigating the matter, particularly given the favorable reputation of the Lu family in Magic City. If the Falling Leaf Manor had not possessed the means to relocate the Mu family, would you have sought their assistance? Yi Sanchi uttered a statement before shifting his gaze to the courtyard, seemingly searching for vulnerabilities within. Mere seconds later, a gray light, akin to a shooting star, descended from the heavens, halting before Luo Chun. Hela was no fool. She understood that something was amiss. Who had drawn her into this predicament? You would do well to refrain from speaking to me, I scoffed, stepping deeper into the tomb's passage. However, as soon as I took a step, the tiles beneath my feet sank 2 inches. In the brief exchange we had, the staircase we had just traversed mysteriously vanished from my sight. Within his body, an alien chill slowly dispersed from his heart into his bloodstream, ultimately surging towards his sea of consciousness, merging completely with it. As the divine cherry blossom tree was restored, he keenly discerned the fundamental differences between his seedling of the divine cherry blossom and the one atop the Tushan Peak. All his earnings were devoted to rescuing injured animals and improving their living conditions, urging the government to establish protected areas in certain locales, and advocating for animal welfare in underdeveloped nations. General Lei praised, "Your words move me deeply, yet to simply allow you to depart would be a breach of hospitality." The captain addressed Qian, lower the artificial gravity slightly. This will ease the weight of the satellite. When Lin Songhai ascended, he beheld the sight of Daiichiro, his eyes rolling back under the pressure of the ring, and he commended the ring, saying, "Well done," before twisting Daiichiro around. As the crowd approached, the captain greeted them, saying, "It is truly a bother for you to arrive so early. Had it not been for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this copper mirror was once tarnished and rusted. I had not considered this aspect, as I was convinced that Zhou Peng had perished here. Thus, I assumed the murderer who summoned me would also be present. Yet, I had not contemplated that another section of the factory had already fallen into disuse, which would have served as an ideal hiding place." By the time he regained consciousness, it was already midday on the 3rd day. His arms and back were bandaged wherever there were injuries, and even a respirator adorned his mouth. Upon opening his eyes, he felt weak and his head was heavy. Su Feng and Xian had been riding on the celestial horse, maintaining an effortless pace despite carrying 2 passengers. Xian, nestled in his arms, had fallen asleep without him noticing. Good heavens, what time is it? Still playing games? Lives are at stake. How can this be treated so lightly? Jiang Wuwei finally emerged from the rear, peering out from the propeller. The cargo ship had been moored here for an extended period, allowing marine life and seaweed to cling to its hull and blades, providing him with cover. If Tian Feng were to regain his strength to its fullest, he might have a chance to withstand the 6 formidable sects single-handedly, but at present, it seemed improbable. Just as Qin Chung felt a flush of embarrassment, Zhang Liqingyang had already risen, donning his garments while fastening his belt, his eyes filled with joy as they rested upon Qin Chung. When Alan finally emerged from the restroom, he had transformed. After shaving and donning fresh attire, he appeared far more invigorated. It was time to bid farewell to the old blacksmith. As Qin Feng stepped out of the forge amidst the heartfelt blessings of the blacksmith, he noted the dwindling number of players in the novice village. What time was it, after all? Who would still linger in the novice village? Her eyes, reminiscent of stars, lingered on Ru Yi's face for some time, and at last, her exquisite features revealed a hint of a smile. The moment Zhao Yuan's consciousness fully immersed into the earth, a scene of profound astonishment unfolded before him. Once he grasped that there was no danger, Pei Yuanshao recklessly abandoned his defenses, believing that offense alone would secure victory. Little did he know that Zhang Fei's martial prowess was beyond his capacity to challenge. In his haste to attack, vulnerabilities emerged, and Zhang Fei seized the opportunity, unseating him with a single thrust of his spear. Yin Yang had long witnessed the mysterious organization's tactics in utilizing rogue cultivators. Now, employing these practitioners to trace his own leads was most fitting. Young Master Yin projected an air of superiority, and Xiao Chunling did her utmost to flatter him until Qi Qiuxin, cradling her belly, approached her, prompting Xiao Chunling to fall silent. Moreover, Li Yi had previously rescued Lin Kur, which fostered a modicum of affection within her towards him. Though it was but a slight sentiment, it was sufficient to mitigate her aversion to his playful banter. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Shen Feifei meticulously gathered the jade and emerald artifacts that emanated energy fluctuations. Among the genuine items, she unearthed fewer than 10 energy-infused adornments, 5 jade pieces, and 4 emeralds. Indeed, may I inquire as to your identity? Su Nuanyuan remarked, her intuition sensing an oddity in the voice, which she discerned was altered by a voice modulator. The madness that Yao Jiahui spoke of did not pertain to the intensity of Zhou Yu's schedule, but rather to the velocity at which he spent money. Her father had arranged to meet with the family of Wenjia, and she adorned herself with exquisite care before encountering the parents, who were amiable and easy to converse with. Ji Shun, upon hearing these words, felt bewildered, pondering that even if the selection of a consort for Prince Gaoyang was to be made, he was still the biological son of the late Empress One. How could the Empress appear so composed while the Empress Dowager Gao seemed exhausted, calling for him? This perplexed Liang Bo, who was in a state of agitation, scratching his head in distress. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely approached the old Taoist priest, yanking the mattress with such force that the frail figure of the priest toppled to the ground. Chapter 44, Another Instant Kill? Encounter with Gao Jiping. Dark Tree Spirit. Level, 18 Lord Monster, Purple. Health points, 849,723. Skills, Dual Life, Vine Whip, Night Glow, Rapid Regeneration. In a sense, the Dark Tree Spirit was indeed a formidable entity, boasting health points that could rival those of its Golden Lord counterparts at the same level. However, this was only applicable to ordinary individuals. Lin Yi was an exception. Sensing the resentment simmering behind Nangong Ling, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of contempt. He resolved to display greater prowess, ensuring that Nangong Ling comprehended the disparity between them. Under the puzzled gaze of Nangong Ling, the previously assertive Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing surprisingly retreated behind Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's reaction was exceedingly calm. He retained a faint smile, his expression curious and teasing, devoid of any flicker of trepidation in his eyes. Ultimately, when Balakiller completed his task and hastened back, he arrived too late. Though he had eliminated the murderer, his beloved wife had already perished. Junai harbored resentment towards him for not appearing in time and eventually left home to wander alone. After all, you do not desire this child. My actions are merely to assist you, Qin Yongqi stated as he removed his outer garment. Please wait. Nieb Yufei pursued him, accompanied by a burly man. Upon seeing Su Qingma, he was initially startled, intending to speak, but upon noticing Su Qingma's gentle shake of the head, he understood and feigned ignorance of Su Qingma's identity. Next week marked another peak of the electromagnetic storm, providing an opportunity to repeat the unfinished experiment from before. This time, no errors could be tolerated. This is not solely your decision, Biaogu asserted as he joined forces with Ling Lan to confront Xiao Kuanyun. Upon entering the death zone, after a quaint pavilion, Shu Qingga settled down, gently nodding to the person beside her. She then raised her hand to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Turning to gaze at the ongoing game outside, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Qin Wei, however, politely declined, apologizing to classmate Schiller for his lack of time. He was indeed pressed for time. The weekend had been consumed by model making, leaving little opportunity to accompany Su Rong, whose rising resentment awaited his return to dispel it. Wei Runin, feeling a surge of annoyance, contemplated directly visiting the Ronghua mansion to seek out Lianxin. After all, she was familiar with Idan. And even though Yu Yun had not yet entered, her visit to the mansion was entirely justified. Upon hearing Zhao Qi's words, Yang Junqing nodded slightly, gesturing grandly as he stored most of the valuables from the courtyard into a spatial ring. In the tidy and spacious bedroom, an empty silence reigned, save for a pristine sheet of paper held down by a few gold coins atop the vanity. Jean Mo observed the confusion in Jiang Xiao's eyes, realizing that he must reveal the truth of the matter today. Such a formidable group of warriors, despite their strength, were compelled to submit, having traversed countless light years merely due to the emergence of the sovereign. Presently, within his demon soul, countless living souls had coalesced, over time. These souls were ultimately refined into blood demon avatars. Unbeknownst to those in the prison outside, the tumult within the room had gone unnoticed. They merely heard the sounds of commotion emanating from within, drawing the attention of the guards nearby. Seizing this opportunity, Lao Pao and his companions captured a guard through the gaps in the wire fence. Hu Taiching's face flushed, and his retorts were stifled in his throat, his words hindered by the emperor's presence. The three made their way to the captain's office, a distance barely 200 meters separating the old dormitory from the office building. It took less than 2 minutes to traverse from Yuan Lang's office to the railway office. Chen Dingxing, having grown older with little to occupy his time, often invited people over for gatherings, which had become a form of entertainment. On the side of Qin Taibao, those assigned to the task had yet to leave the task hall, still needing to prepare adequately before their departure. The two continued to eliminate the aquatic creatures with seamless coordination. Those that dared to charge were swiftly dispatched by Wu Shui with a single shot. And those fortunate enough to breach their defenses met a gruesome fate, unable to approach Hu Bai even by a hair's breadth under the absolute protection of the two. Bringing Hu Bai's work to a close, I apologize, Teacher Ling Xiao and Uncle Zhu Jian. The second Hokage cannot attend the ninja school due to pressing governmental matters, and I must hasten to the Hokage building. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you will forgive me. Saratobi Hiruzen strove to suppress the urgency within as he bid farewell to Ling Xiao and Senju Hashirama. The world of Narnia, as we know it, is essentially a vast island. But what lies beyond its shores? Undoubtedly, it is the boundless ocean. The corpulent dog glanced at his phone, noting a call from Kowloon East, and without a moment's hesitation, he answered. The individual on the other end of the line was none other than Luo Qingxi, a notorious criminal known as the Dragon of the Prison, who had taken charge in Building 1. After resolving the crisis at hand, Ling Zhao's furious roar echoed into the cosmos, ultimately dissipating without its source of power. My gaze remained fixated on the interior of the vehicle. Due to the tinted windows, I could only discern a few men. However, the window suddenly rolled down, revealing my cousin's imposing yet handsome visage. The only distinction between them was their consumption of human blood. In the time of Jesus Christ, These beings were sealed away by divine powers, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the earth. My heart was in turmoil. If this lead were to vanish, I would undoubtedly face Zhongfeng's wrath. Not only would I be subjected to his blows, but I would also become a target of ridicule among my peers. As I had garnered a certain reputation in my second year of junior high, to be ensnared by Zhang Feng now would be utterly humiliating. Chapter 45. Beast Mastery. Who cannot master it? Unveiling secrets. Despite Lin Yi's consistently bizarre performance, whether confronting ferocious monsters or formidable boss creatures, he dispatched even the gargantuan dark tree spirit with a single strike. However, Gao Jiping was no ordinary individual. His displayed prowess included a level 17 boss monster pet, a magnificent assembly of 1 gold, 2 purple, and 2 ordinary creatures, boasting an extraordinary combat capability. At that moment, they united to besiege the boss monster of the 20th floor. Suddenly, the shadow silver wolf unleashed a torrent of silver light from its maw, striking with unparalleled sharpness. Gao Jiping stood at the rear, arms crossed, intently orchestrating the battle. Although these pets possessed remarkable intelligence and could contend independently, a silver metal long knife leisurely soared back to the base in the near world. As the golden spirit dragon recuperated its energy, it struggled against the onslaught of Yi Tian and Roaching, feeling increasingly exhausted and drained. In truth, Erica lingered in this place not to support Allurame, but purely to observe the spectacle. Over the past 7 years, Jianhe had accompanied the grandfather and grandson duo to numerous locations, acquiring genuine skills along the way, including the art of light-hearted banter for survival. Lu Danqing, long established in a position of power, exuded a formidable aura, even with her picturesque features. Outsiders perceived her as somewhat unattainable. Indeed, Li Shuio, as a seasoned veteran in arithmetic, had come to guide the younger generation rather than to cause trouble. I shall no longer provide you with any information. This is my unwavering loyalty to humanity. Lin Yi fixed her gaze on the eyes of two, articulating each word with precision. The Federation has completely sealed off the Empire, has it not? Their national strength surpasses that of the Empire 100-fold. Until we possess a certain level of power, we cannot challenge the rules they have established. Ptolemy responded calmly. Detecting the pungent scent of sweat, Yi Lan Yu's expression shifted, and she immediately covered her nose, casting a disdainful glance at him. Were it not for Yi Tian's stringent demands, the two substitutes, newly granted temporary usage rights, would have eagerly scattered in search of foes. He was acutely aware that Zhuang Tianquan pursued them to silence them, and with their separation, the enemy would undoubtedly be cautious, fearing the possibility of escape. Principal, I implore you. I believe you must have a solution, Avril exclaimed, shaking Yi Qing's arm in a somewhat playful manner. Your breaths feel so familiar, like the ethereal shadows known as Tai Shang, someone remarked, vaguely sensing the atmosphere. 40 years. Lin Jinhong found it difficult to fathom how many such 40-year segments exist in a person's lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the once somber black serpent had been torn to shreds by the vividly alive phoenix. With a bittersweet smile, I glanced at her one last time, gesturing as if to make a phone call before turning to leave. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, I managed to restore approximately half of my spiritual energy. The four of us possessed myriad abilities. If we engaged the enemy separately, we risked being worn down, yet if we converged, we faced the threat of ambush from others. Zhou Liang summoned the Blood Lotus, for its defensive capabilities were unmatched. Heh, brother Octopus, there's no need for pretense between us. Just speak your mind. Lu Yihan remarked with a calm smile. Suddenly, Lin Jinhong stood up, his expression darkening as he paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in consternation. With a single statement, he overturned all of Lin Tao's previous assertions, effectively silencing the words Lin Tao had yet to utter. Chu Nanming listened intently to Professor Harris's discourse. This knowledge was invaluable to him. Clenching his right fist, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Is a fifth-level wizard truly qualified to enter there? These two elders, with their esteemed status, had come primarily to engage in dialogue with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Wayne extended his thumb in praise towards Zhang Yi, declaring, I shall contact Shun Huanghe immediately. Negotiations will resume tomorrow. With that, Wayne took his leave. As he stepped upon the black stones, he was indeed met with the terrifying sounds that Hanning had described. However, he was not without his own tasks. Yen Yi had instructed him to see if he could win over a few censors from the Imperial Censorate to his side. She was currently incapable of speaking, her eyes seemingly unable to open, leaving her consciousness unclear, merely quivering in response to the movements of the men. Not only did he document the method of cultivating energy, but he also noted numerous issues to be mindful of during training and considerations for breaking through bottlenecks. Yogg-Saron is the crux of the battle at Ulduar. Only by vanquishing him can the Titan city of Ulduar be completely liberated. It is indeed understandable that Hanako, capable of training Pokemon from the Kanto region, serves as the acting gym leader of the Kanto Nibi Gym. Yes, Commander, we shall deliver him to Petrus unscathed. The centurion who accepted the mission declared with a solemn salute. It appears that the attack resembling scorching annihilation struck. leaving a ghastly wound from Kurumi Tokisaki's shoulder to her abdomen, resembling a burn. The Source, one of the mightiest forces in this world, grants her the means to refine it. Unlike others who possess treasures but cannot wield them, this is her advantage. Days later, a serendipitous encounter with Su Luoman and her 2 children unfolds, leading to a series of unexpected and melodious tales. It's nothing. I noticed you've been feeling down lately, so I thought I'd chat with you, Zhang Xian said, glancing at Xiao Ming with a hint of embarrassment. My master indeed has a stage appearance today. However, do you have an appointment? The effeminate attendant inquired with a composed demeanor. The imperial concubine, having intervened to manage various relationships, ultimately managed to secure her son's entry into the Imperial Medical Institute, yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. It was proven that Lord Tian, during the siege, heeded the words of Prince Qi and decisively ordered the gates to be opened for the release of prisoners, only for the attacking forces to be those of Meng Jun. Just as the two were conversing, a red-haired giant charged from a distance, his expression a mix of fury and despair, his face shadowed with a dreadful gloom. After approximately 2 hours, the demonic consciousness entities could no longer endure the mental torment, dissipating into black smoke in the air. Though the demon cult had the fewest members, all 3 leaders had arrived, with Bai Luoyang and Dongfang Bubi being the most formidable of the terrestrial immortals. The omniscient vision, maintained by minimal star power, detected Su Mei's location, which was no longer an indistinct mass of star energy, but now vaguely revealed a human silhouette. Zhang Daniu stood helplessly before the golden ingot, rubbing his hands over his body in confusion. Since Yu Yang is the village chief, he now forbids even his distant relatives from entering the ancestral forest. Having offended him now could mean being barred from entry a century hence. The unproductive Zhongyu Star City, aside from its designation as 001 and its relative geographical position, scarcely ranks among ordinary star cities. Chapter 46. The audience was astounded. Gao Jiping was brought to tears. The dread-inducing shadow demon lord turns out to be Lin Yi. This conjecture struck like a bomb, deeply resonating within the souls of all present. Have you noticed how Lin Yi's casting speed mirrors that of the shadow demon lord? Earlier, based on the projection crystal, someone speculated that the shadow demon lord was quite young, not exceeding 20 years. I was half convinced. Until the moment Lin Yi summoned the holy dragon, I was utterly convinced. The onlookers, as they pondered further, found it increasingly plausible. After all, in the face of abundant evidence, there could be but one conclusion. This Lin Yi is undoubtedly the shadow demon lord. Goodness, just how formidable is Lin Yi's strength? In an instant, the entire city, or rather, the whole world, witnessed thousands upon thousands succumbing to demise. Subsequently, Li Sheng rushed directly before the Sky Eagle and knelt once more, fully aware that if he failed to persuade the Sky Eagle to accompany him back, then Lian Air would be devoid of any hope for survival. I had sent a message to Ouyang, but he merely responded with a string of ellipses. What could that possibly mean? Picking up on Feng Hua's words, Sister Yanran furrowed her brow and addressed us. After the 3 had exited, the young man murmured, Zhang Yunze. This is merely compensation, a means to atone for the debt we owe you over the past decade. With that, he shook his head and fell into contemplation. A simpleton remains a simpleton. This jade slip is of superior quality, specifically designed to record various data and martial techniques. Should the jade slip become damaged, not only would one be unable to view anything, but the contents inscribed within would also vanish. Jiao bluntly criticized. Magneto instructed his disciples to attend to 2 matters. First, to deliver this letter to the Blood Wolf clan. Second, to disseminate its contents to the outside world. Yet, Ruo Jin's appearance had remained that of a 10-year-old since that fateful incident, where she perished while rescuing Ruo Yao. Subsequently, Ruo Yao often overheard relatives questioning why it was Ruo Jin who died, rather than herself. Beneath the shroud of night, a silver moon hung high in the sky, and Zhou Tian's form darted through the rooftops of Xianfeng City like a nimble spirit, heading swiftly towards the Zhou family estate. Good. Mubai nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the highest level, where he indeed sensed a chilling presence lingering. The 3 meticulously searched the palace. Aside from the murals on the walls, they found only a dragon throne and an incense burner, with 8 ancient lanterns casting a faint, yellow glow. In the stillness of the deep night, as the world slumbered, Gu Linghan lay in bed, unable to find rest. I pondered why men fail to appreciate their fortune, with such a wonderful wife at home. Why do they seek distraction elsewhere? Xiaoyu couldn't help but lament. Granny Sun specifically cautioned, once inside the palace, speak not recklessly, gaze not indiscriminately, and wander not where you shouldn't. To all of Granny Sun's admonitions, Yue nodded in agreement, silently committing them to memory. In recent days, Meng Yuan had become quite adept in the kitchen, transforming ordinary noodles into a fragrant delight. 3 bowls of noodles and 2 poached eggs were respectfully placed before her master, with one set aside for herself. In a discreet and secluded corner, Yifeng and his companions chose to indulge in food that could hardly be described as delectable while keenly observing their surroundings. Very well, do as you wish. Xiaoyu gestured to Jiang Jiang, indicating that he could accompany his father. Zheng Mina's face flushed once more. She had certainly engaged in such antics before. In their circle, who could truly claim innocence? Yet, having Yang Kuer bring it up was decidedly inappropriate. Carlson remained astonished by the sight of the 4 figures from St. Tay, Shifei, and the 3 warriors, who were abruptly halted in their intended actions almost simultaneously. Even the weapons they grasped were forcibly seized before they could react. When the next day dawned, Ice Fox and Lu Binglan had still not returned. Yi Ling rose from his meditation, intending to search for them. Roxiao pulled on Jean Rujia's sleeve, reminding her that this Siyuan was, after all, an envoy from Wuqing and that the situation should not escalate too severely. This tremendous explosion was directed at the Demon Emperor, who, under the impact, suffered considerably. His once mighty demon armor was shattered into fragments, and his body was marred by spiderweb-like cracks, with even the demon essence within him destabilized. As he spoke, Yun Feng hurled a nearly depleted piece of debris onto the purple demon, inciting the latter's hair to nearly stand on end in outrage. Tirpitz received the design schematics and, examining them closely, inquired about the specific conditions. At this moment, Yang Qingyan and Yang Qingyu entered the chamber, followed closely by Luo Xiao and several rosy-faced elders, who filed in one after another. Chui Feng gazed at the male cultivators with a surge of intense fury, akin to a sense of his hidden scales being provocatively disturbed. Anyone would feel inclined to incapacitate those who drooled over their most treasured possessions. Director, don't you think something is amiss with the Chinese Navy after the Battle of Jiawu? Chen Ning inquired. Before them stood a magnificent edifice, and upon seeing it, Shi Yin found himself at a loss for words to capture its grandeur. Only able to recall the once flourishing Apang Palace consumed by flames. Lost in thought, he was ushered inside by the burly man. In Jungian psychology, the serpent Ouroboros symbolizes the intoxication of the self, while also representing the endless recollections of life. They have departed, Feng Tian smiled, waving to them as he and Taishu Muse rode on, continuing their journey toward the Buddha's sunken seas. Do you believe it? Feng Tian placed the basin on the stand, washing his face while casting an irritated glance at Zilan. By the time she finished cooking the noodles, it was already past 9 in the evening. Most had settled down for the night, and those who weren't likely remained in their rooms, engrossed in their phones or television. This place, after all, was the site of Xuantian's court sessions, and even whispers had to be carefully moderated. As the palace maid entered the pavilion, she gently supported Feng Linye's arm, guiding her to sit opposite the Empress Dowager. I have not perished on the battlefield, so how could I succumb to a pitiful end within a carriage? Duan Junmo smiled weakly, affectionately ruffling her hair. The man, now in the prime of his life, bore a fierce countenance and walked with a steady gait. Clearly a seasoned warrior, he was the one who had brought Su Xinyan here. The court had already delivered its verdict, yet he remained utterly silent, his whereabouts unknown. Yi Wantong stood below, observing the 2 lovers above. Her gaze turned cold as she lowered her eyes, choosing not to look at them any longer. Before the passing of Prince Xiao, Xiao Hani had taken a substantial sum of silver from the shadow to open a tavern, embarking on a new venture. Qingyi produced plum blossom cakes, instantly filling the air with their delicate fragrance and the rich aroma of the pastries, which was exceedingly pleasant. The elder Qingyi took a piece, savoring it slowly. It was fragrant yet not overly sweet, and delightfully soft and chewy, making it ideal for the elderly. Chapter 47. Departing in anger, encountering Han Feng. Wah! My shadow silver wolf, my shadow leopard. At this moment, Gao Jipeng was weeping uncontrollably. It is no exaggeration to say that these pets meant everything to him. The Gao family had spared no expense in providing him with 6 lordly pets, worth as much as several pieces of platinum gear. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous laughter. One of the 4 great families of Jiancheng, the Gao family, had produced a giant infant, utterly ludicrous. What on earth did I just witness? Gao Jipeng was actually brought to tears by Lin Yi. This is absurd. It's the most hilarious thing of the year. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Anyone would have felt fear. Humph, knowing fear is a start, scoffed the sharp-tongued individual, perhaps having relaxed his guard due to Wang Wei's constant friendly demeanor. With a swift motion, he opened his folding fan and casually waved it a couple of times. I refuse. I am now a model citizen, and I plan to collect the award for exemplary law-abiding citizens by year's end, Zhao Ziwed declared with a serious expression. While Lin Tianyang diligently nurtured the amethyst bees, he did not cease his own cultivation. The heavenly demon body refinement technique was notoriously challenging to master. However, with the aid of bone-melting pills, he successfully reached the first level after 30 years. After all, no one anticipated Ning Quan to possess a firearm, let alone carry a handgun on his person. Although the law explicitly prohibits private ownership of firearms, many wealthy individuals in the country maintain a habit of collecting them. Xie Chang'an was deeply impressed by Lu Peng's words and his magnanimity, a look of emotion crossing his face as he earnestly regarded Lu Peng before taking a seat beside him. To live until the end was Cicero's euphemistic expression, as he preferred to avoid the term execution when referring to those who were hanged. The legendary General Christ often associated with the adage that milk signifies maternal affection, presents a demeanor marked by simplicity and earnestness, starkly contrasting with Yang Hong-san. The members of the welcoming team regard him with indifference, perceiving him as someone lacking sophistication. Yet he boasts of himself with remarkable bravado. After Limosi concluded his remarks, the second participant took the stage, only to be suddenly beset by beads of sweat cascading down his face, contorting his expression in an unusual manner. Is that all there is to it? This substance appears filthy. Can it truly cleanse one's face or launder clothes? His mother inquired, voicing the concerns shared by all. Lin Tianyang lightly touched the ice encasing them. To his astonishment, a layer of frost enveloped his entire hand from merely a gentle contact, indicating the terrifying intensity of the cold. It was no wonder that these celestial beings, ensnared in ice, found it impossible to break free. Before the two, an oppressive darkness loomed, obscuring their vision. Should they dare to lower the protective shield, annihilation would be instantaneous, leaving no remnants. Diyu Lao Jiao and Meng Shi harmoniously executed their efforts. The white light of the Hunyuan Wujizhen growing increasingly solid and substantial. A mournful, desolate sound of a flute resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, imbued with an unparalleled sense of tragic grandeur, creating a formidable wave of sound. Under the crimson glow of the spiritual forms of the distant fire bamboo swordsmen, the true nature of the gray shadows began to reveal itself. This individual deliberately concealed their combat prowess, suggesting ulterior motives, as they outwardly showed deference to the sword-bearing youth, while secretly harboring resentment, eager to orchestrate a significant downfall for the latter. Throughout the night, in contrast to the tranquility of Tiger Head Mountain, the Black Mountain Wolves and Loyalist Mountain were far from serene. They resumed their relentless extermination of insects, splattering viscous fluids everywhere, seemingly targeting Mu Sheng specifically, much to his chagrin. Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, astonished. This was the first time he had sustained such grave injuries since arriving on Earth. He raised his gaze skyward once more, the 10 suns blazing prominently, as if the spiritual energy in the air surpassed that of Shintian sect significantly. During conscription, those of shorter stature were naturally deemed inferior. For instance, in the selection of cavalry, any failure to meet the height requirement was unequivocally unacceptable. With a slight nudge, the lizard dragon Batian presented a bead before Ziyang, inscribed with the words Holy Lizard Divine Emperor Pearl. Devour the heavens, slice through the 9 skies. The demonic energy enveloped the world, coalescing into an immense blade. As a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him, merging with the Devourer blade, Zhu Yuanlong sensed the might emanating from the Devourer blade, as if it were poised to cleave through the very palace itself. While all marveled at Su Qingjia's transformation, none were aware that it was, in fact, the handiwork of Yi Zhixing. Allow me. Cold Shuyang rose, voluntarily taking the curtain from Xiaobai's hands, eager to impress her. Hanging curtains showcased a man's physical grace, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Amidst the envious gazes of all, he donned the steel fortress and wielded the blazing shadow blade. The rugged war blade instantly transformed the dusk into the visage of a majestic war deity. Good sister. Su Yang's spirits soared as he eagerly awaited the servants to present the fragrant wontons, ready to indulge in a delightful feast. Today, I shall vanquish you here. The golden eyes of the demon glimmered once more, and with the great blade in hand, a radiant beam of gold shot skyward. The demon wind unleashed a colossal blade of light, as if to rend the heavens, aiming directly at Zhu Yuanlong. Upon this thought, Yang Jiang dared not act rashly. He suppressed the fury within and channeled the Taoist mystic arts inherited from Dao Tian, elevating his mind to a tranquil state. Zhuangzi had been grievously wounded by an assassin and was now in critical condition. No sooner had I spoken than the teacup in Siyu's hand clattered to the ground, leaving her momentarily paralyzed in shock. Though they appeared quite peculiar, their overall structure closely resembled that of humans, featuring some basic facial features and limbs. Perhaps this is the essence of biological genes in the Milky Way. The following day, Chun Lengia called Zhuo Zhuang, who was already elated, preparing personnel and goods ahead of time, waiting in a dilapidated factory on the western outskirts. While Chun Lengia and Han Qi only made their way there once the appointed hour arrived. Chapter 48, Breaking the Record of Jiangxing, Challenge Successful. Nangong Ling, in a bid to secure a place among the top 3, resorted to blocking the doors. As for Gao Jiping, he was merely a spoiled child. Upon learning of Cheng Muqing's existence, he sought to instigate a conflict with Lin Yi's team. However, Han Feng was different, his vision was broader, and he scorned the use of despicable means to disrupt others. Clearly, Han Boyan exhibited far greater foresight in guiding his son than Gao Anping did. Lin Yi, renowned as the young lord of Shaoqing, soon found himself engaged in mutual flattery with Han Feng. In truth, Han Feng had never heard of Lin Yi. Likewise, Lin Yi had only gleaned a few details about Han Feng from Cheng Batian. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Han Boyan, pinching his forehead with a wry smile, felt relieved that his son had not. While you expound at length above, I am below sketching cartoons. Surely, you would not drag me out to chastise me. There is no rush at present. As the acne cream has yet to reach such a scale, I shall advance step by step. In an instant, without time to ponder, the arrow approached. The man in yellow let out a desperate roar to the heavens, blood gushing from his mouth as he desperately formed a protective barrier with all the strength he had left. Although he was restrained, it was limited to the confines of the school. Outside, he could act at will. If he wished to commit mischief, no one could intervene. After a moment, Gu Qian'er exited the dilapidated workshop, powered on her phone, and dialed Wang Hao's number. "Hello, uncle. I heard from Wei Ming that you were looking for me," she said with a playful grin. "Feathered man," Zhan Wuxiu exclaimed in astonishment. As the hand was raised, the wooden machine, resembling a flying beast, sprang into action, lifting Mo Wuyue onto its back. The mechanisms were activated, and they sped towards the winged figure. Bai Qiyu gazed at Su Qingye for an extended period, perplexed. She could discern no hint of gratitude in his demeanor. Upon returning to the southern tower, she commenced her efforts to assist Chen Xingyong in finding a caregiver. Reaching out to agencies, engaging in discussions, yet after 2 days, a suitable candidate remained elusive. Liang Zheng drove to the duplex apartment in the city, inquired with the property management and security, but they all claimed to have never seen the child. Upon returning to the southern tower, the remaining nanny informed that Zhong Yu had not returned for quite some time. Wang Yili forcibly composed herself. This was not a moment for panic, as any erroneous decision could lead to irrevocable consequences. Suddenly, a figure emerged, clad in official attire and donning a cap, standing approximately 156 centimeters tall. His face lined with age, an unmistakable senior official. This individual was none other than Su Chong, the chancellor of the Qin Kingdom, aged 65. He was, to put it mildly, a rather enigmatic man, and even Shun Kuo found it difficult to introduce him. It is advisable to possess 2 pairs of sunglasses, one for everyday use and another for protection against wind and sand, such as motorcycle goggles or ski glasses. However, it was precisely the affection of those individuals that led to Ji Anxia being the target of jealousy and slander from various quarters. In the underground testing facility, there lay an extensive corridor. Captain Enrique had been suspected of being the murderer of Chris, and they had fled to this location. Gu Cheng continued to cast aspersions on Chris. Su Ji remained blissfully unaware that his family was already bustling about on his behalf. Upon hearing Gao Zheng suggest he leave, he cheerfully assumed that Su Linbua had suppressed Gao Zheng, compelling him to yield. Luo Shixian surveyed the remaining team members. After a unanimous expression of agreement, the man picked up his phone, ready to inform Bai Qiheng to alter the search direction. However, once she grasped the meaning behind what Luo Shuang had said, her perspective shifted. Li Wei initially held little regard for Ling Yao, believing her writing to be a disordered mess. He had even prepared a brush to wipe it clean if necessary. Ling Yao detected the helplessness in Fu Jingyan's words. After some contemplation, she decided to acquiesce to him for the time being. Unlike the door behind the previous one, this elevator did not precisely stop at the 5th floor. It had passed slightly beyond it, necessitating Yi Fenglan to crouch, as the top of the door was at waist height. Furthermore, divorce had long ceased to be a rare occurrence. It was the old gentleman himself who had imposed numerous constraints, resulting in an enforced union with his grandmother for so many years. Shaking her head, she withdrew her gaze. Alas, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Why trouble oneself unnecessarily? Private translation. Outing remarked, tossing out the phrase before finding his place and sitting down. Moreover, following the battle outside Wajixian last night, the army was exceedingly fatigued and naturally required several days to recuperate, with the aftermath demanding considerable effort as well. Upon leaving the open expanse at the end of the stone steps, the mountain's terrain gradually softened, yet the marks of human construction had vanished, leaving no discernible path. Fortunately, winter's grasp had quelled the rampant growth of weeds obstructing the way. The group proceeded slowly into the depths of the mountain. Suddenly, Yu Tang stepped forward, taking Yu Yu's hand and shaking it back and forth with an air of determination, as if vowing not to relent until his goal was achieved. "I must inquire about something. Why do you harbor such hatred for our father?" Yi Mingli suddenly fixed her gaze upon Luo Tianhuan, posing a question that left him momentarily speechless. A multitude of demonic cultivators had escaped their seals, their madness fueled by an intense hatred for human and demon cultivators alike, wreaking havoc upon the world. In that moment, life was fraught with despair, and the populace languished in suffering. With a swift motion, Meng Xian extended her left hand into her bag, and an item instantly materialized in her palm. I am Yijian. Do not ask where our leader is. I do not know, and even if I did, I would not divulge it, Yijian declared. The group erupted in laughter at Ergo's jest, finding the hefty fellow rather amusing. This remark caused Jian Lai Kong and others to turn pale, yet none dared to step forward. For it was evident that the Dragon Clan master had not exerted his full strength. Not only had his innate abilities not been unleashed, but his true form remained largely concealed. Blood Fiend Heavenly Fist? It is indeed the Blood Fiend Heavenly Fist. I cannot believe the sect leader has allowed him to cultivate the Blood Fiend scripture. No wonder he is so brazen, someone exclaimed. Han Guang glanced at the creature, sensing that this dog was indeed peculiar. Despite its mere Xian-level strength, It had managed to send the Corpse King fleeing in trepidation, as if wary of something. With an array of identities, Lin Yi emerged as the most contentious and talented superstar in the nation's history. Initially, 300 individuals had labored to carve a path inside. Yet now, finding allies to venture back in proved a daunting challenge. Yun Qianqian felt a deep melancholy. The arduous journey ahead compelled her to sigh, pondering whether it was unrealistic to wish for the return of those 300 souls to accompany her once more. The divine crystals appeared to serve as the foundational support for the formation, guarded by several god-level experts who maintained a vigilant demeanor, their eyes glimmering with intensity, as if assessing the surroundings for any lurking adversaries. Brother Zhang, please rest here for the night. Tomorrow I shall send the elite of the Haoki Alliance to assist at the True Gangsword sect, and then I will inform the Tianxian sect and the Xiaoyao sect. Han Guang said with a smile. I will come over shortly. Just provide me with the address, and I shall find you. Chapter 49, Acquiring the Golden Set. Reaching the 26th floor. At this moment, whether among the spectators in the Trial Tower Plaza or the citizens of Jiang City following the event via live broadcasts, expressions of fervor illuminated their faces. The historical records of the Trial Tower had finally been shattered. In every city, the Trial Tower stands not only as a symbol of its identity, but also as a testament to its strength. The higher the record achieved in the Trial Tower, the more remarkable the city's prodigies are, heralding a future of unparalleled power. They may even become the guardians of the city. For a long time, Jiangqing's Trial Tower record has stagnated at the 21st floor, remaining unchanged for decades, nearly at the bottom among neighboring cities. After Han Boyan took office, although Chen Shiyuan was not the ideal candidate in her heart, his qualifications were still commendable, especially considering he had rejected Yi Chu during their blind date. This battle served as a rigorous trial for Shi Fan, elevating his courage, skills, and tenacity to new heights. However, Yi Feisher did not hastily rush out to collect the Supreme Sea Seal to prevent the Sea Clan from harvesting souls. He rarely ventured beyond his capabilities unless absolutely necessary. As a mere Golden Core cultivator, the mortality rate of single-handedly seizing the Supreme Sea Seal was exceedingly high. After hearing this, Chun Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Did he want all the spirit stones on me? This was undoubtedly lethal for Chun Hao, who was in dire need of money. In pursuit of the opportunity to study abroad, she forsook her first love and turned to another, even when that boy attempted suicide for her sake. She never visited him in the hospital. What future could a coward, who only resorted to suicide to retain her love, possibly have? In the capital city of Jinghua, Xian Yu commanded his soldiers to rest for a day, and the next day, they set off towards another city that had been conquered. Unexpectedly, the obstinate Zhang Tai, upon hearing the names of Mi and Li Banzian, without hesitation, presented the bone jade Buddha with trembling hands, his face turning pale with fear. What do you wish to convey? Elder Pei, the head of the Pei family, sneered, furrowing his brow at Chen Fei, bewildered by the meaning behind his words. At this moment, Lu Huai was terrifying, emanating an icy aura that seemed to freeze the very air around him. The people around him lowered their heads even further, fearing to provoke Lu Huai. Stepping out of the room, Ilan had already placed red tea on the table. Kurumi absent-mindedly lifted the red tea, savoring a sip. The words seemed vividly evocative, as Takahashi Dong envisioned a leaf adrift in the city, feeling lost yet resigned to accept everything. The lid of the coffin slowly creaked open, revealing a hand clad in black gloves gently pushing it aside, unveiling a figure in deep crimson armor, a handsome visage, and flowing black hair gradually emerging into the darkened air. No marriage, no land grants, no progeny, no crown, no pursuit of glory. The slumbering figure petrified beneath the sun, resisting the cold flames. The vigilante beneath the moonlight, a sentinel of the night comprising 24 members. Thus, tears streaming down her face, Sheikah smiled. A violet glow transformed into a sword in Sheikah's hand, the sword of breaking the law. If possible, I shall do my utmost. Wang Zhulan set forth once more. Yet the outside world appeared eerily tranquil. Thus, when Ichigo faced Lin Lang's relentless onslaught, he often adopted a defensive stance. Lin Lang's assaults were consistently evaded or blocked by Ichigo's swift counteractions. Ichigo's nonchalant tone momentarily furrowed Karifa's brow, and although she did not respond, her demeanor effectively confirmed the veracity of Ichigo's words. Suspended in serene stillness, he gently released the magnetic spiral ball from his hand, and in that fleeting moment, the azure depths of his divine reincarnation eye shimmered with a pulsating brilliance, leaving none to decipher the thoughts swirling within his mind. The self-important French chef finally lifted his gaze to observe Mu Qiu within the arena. This was a sentiment both had previously heard from Zhu Siren, who claimed that regardless of the lessons imparted by the teacher at Maoqin Hall, this ready phrase could serve as an unfailing response. The primary materials were supposed to be procured by the engineering team, yet Ning Qi intervened, motivated by a desire to save some funds. Shortly thereafter, a contingent led by Li Hongji approached from the distance. Li Levian swiftly chambered bullets, replenishing their ammunition, while providing Wagua with a Mauser pistol. As Wagua's 14 rifle had run out of ammo, now, they were left with only 2 Mauser pistols and several hundred rounds, in addition to a light machine gun. They believed themselves to uphold the truths of the world, but what constitutes truth? Humanity possesses its own perspectives, and demons harbor theirs as well. Before them stood a man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet was remarkably agile, his eyes shining with vitality. His fingers danced over a weathered, yellowing map, first marking Pai Island, designating a route for the East River Army to disembark, before pointing to Jiuhua Island. In contrast, he and his accompanying officials appeared weary and out of breath, resembling weary travelers more than esteemed envoys. Wang Zong interjected, noting that Chen Zong from the maritime sector remained remarkably composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as if pondering other matters, his only focus being Wu Zong, whose demeanor was gentle and tolerant. In the entertainment industry of 2007, while an actor's qualifications were undoubtedly paramount, the role of the management company and production team was secondary. With other influential factors at play, who could guarantee which element would truly create a star? The five departed from the Bone Valley, circumventing the Ghost Valley to log off near the ghostly ruins tower. This area was teeming with spectral creatures, and aside from their quest, players preferred to hunt monsters and level up elsewhere rather than venture here, rendering it among the most desolate locales near Ghost Valley. Originally, the five great empires maintained a certain equilibrium on a metaphysical level. However, just moments ago, Ji Xinxin, with her once-in-a-millennium talent, had shattered that balance. Before the two could exchange much dialogue, Ji Feichen's phone rang, and upon seeing it was a call from Lin Yi, he promptly activated the speakerphone. Yifeng stood at the base of 3 buildings, surrounded by lush greenery. The dormitory was situated 100 meters away from the second building, with the shimmering moon mirror lake just outside the window. In the heart of the lake stood a solitary green tree, its roots embedded deep beneath the water, a mystery of how it had come to thrive there. Yifeng could not deny his cravings for delectable dishes, although he was burdened by a substantial debt. He was not one to shy away from spending on good food, and at that moment, his appetite was quite insatiable. Chapter 50, The Emergence of Seed Contestants. The trial officer is astounded. Blazing Sawtooth Tiger, male, female, level, 26 Lord Monster, gold. Health points, 7, 135, 631. Skills, Blazing Assault, Cutting Erosion, Flame Protection Circle, Scorching Claws. The male and female Blazing Sawtooth Tigers, when united, presented a force that transcended mere numerical description. Each possessed a staggering health pool of over 7 million. Confronting one of them would be a formidable challenge, let alone facing both. The citizens of Jiang City, witnessing the Sawtooth Tigers striding through crimson flames, felt a tightening in their chests. Could Lin Yi possibly handle 2 of these ferocious beasts? Contrary to the crowd's concerns, Lin Yi stood undaunted. In fact, his 3 foe servants charged towards the blind man, while 2 others rushed at the sleeping old drunkard and the ever-silent, unmoving Yin and Yang. Over the course of 5 years, the she-wolf had acted as a maternal figure, nurturing him, ensuring his healthy growth, and providing the maternal affection he had long lacked, enveloping him in the warmth of a mother's love. These 3 fellows possessed spiritual treasures. The gleam in the young man's eyes flickered as he retracted his pressure with a mere thought. At the break of dawn, while the mountain mist still lingered, the Alpha family donned their boots and set out to work, for the morning dew was heavy and the sun would not rise for some time. The soldiers of the Zhuge army, tasked with defending the city walls, were alarmed to see the imperial troops scaling their defenses. They brandished their long spears and fiercely thrust them at the first wave of soldiers to reach the walls, who were swiftly turned into porcupines by the onslaught of spears before they could even react. The bloodthirsty worm was a creature of ancient legend, a presence that even Yi Tian regarded with profound trepidation. Though these cultivators possessed respectable powers, they were no match for such alien creatures. In an instant, a swarm of bloodthirsty worms descended, and 2 cultivators fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Desha obediently approached the battle axe, exerting strength to extract it from the deep embedment in the tree. His 2 loyal guards, watching him, widened their eyes in astonishment, regarding him as a monster. With a smile, he savored the breakfast she had prepared. What a treasure! When did you acquire such culinary skills? This is truly delightful, especially the soy milk. So finely ground, it was aromatic and smooth, and he finished a bowl in just 2 sips, singing its praises incessantly. Lin Wanqing's exquisitely cold face flushed with a sudden warmth as she clenched her teeth and spoke in indignation, although her body had already turned away. However, when Dong turned back, he found that all the men in the private room had collapsed to the ground. This was also a new rule in the world competition. Before the team battle commenced, the large screen would showcase the 3 maps from a god's eye view from beginning to end, allowing the players to gain a general understanding of the terrain and avoid being overwhelmed by an ambush. Upon reaching their destination, although the surroundings were still swaying, they were far less chaotic than their previous location. The background noise on the phone gradually quieted down as Su Fengzi ascended the steps, seemingly arriving at the security post. He had no doubt that if he delayed any further, the few individuals he had brought would meet their demise here. Wang Chongyang, adhering to Dong Huangtai's instructions, closed his eyes and swung towards Dong Huang Tai, only to hear a loud clang. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he gazed at the soldiers of the expeditionary force at the gates of Hulao Pass, oblivious to their impending fate. Under the soothing guidance of the military, Gu Shui's emotions appeared to stabilize, although her lips still trembled. Your Highness, I hope you can refrain from intervening. Lu Chuan is our sworn enemy, and he has come to bully our Baiyun sect once more. We are not a soft persimmon for Lu Chuan to squeeze at will. Bai Xian exclaimed angrily. What did you say? Xiao Yuanzhong stared incredulously at the upright youth seated at the dining table, his son. Repeat that. He slammed his chopsticks against the edge of the bowl with a resounding crack. The news finally flashed on the big screen. And Li Zongyu removed his hands from the keyboard, a handsome smile gracing his lips. He held no desire for power. As the presiding judge of the highest magical adjudication institution, nominated multiple times for the Minister of Magic, he could have easily claimed the title of the most powerful man in Britain since defeating Grindelwald, with his disciples and former associates scattered across Europe. Yutanchi retorted. Isn't this grudge sufficiently large? Long Mingming suddenly felt a surge of dominance from Yutanchi in that moment, reminiscent of the early days of their romance. Among the discussions, there were some introductions regarding the Dark Elves. However, at that time, little attention was paid, resulting in a vague understanding. It was known that Dark Elves originally belonged to the Green Elves, but due to a power struggle over the Elven throne, they had split into two factions. Believe it or not, I've said all that needs to be said. The consequences are yours to choose, Yin Qixia remarked nonchalantly before departing. The group hiding behind the hillside emerged with disheveled appearances, but fortunately, the hill had shielded them from over 90% of the impact, leaving no one injured. On the solar star, Shun Xian slowly summoned the holy light, celestial heart furnace from the center of the solar star and carefully sensed it, discovering an abundance of solar golden fire within. The sacred fire of Tianqin is as boundless as ever, and the transformations accumulated over these past few centuries have evidently yielded significant results. Professor Zhang's maneuver to lure the formidable Ivan to the skies above China, amplifying his strength tenfold, necessitates the support of the natural magical array of the dragon vein that prohibits sorcery and mortals on the Chinese mainland. Along with the aid of innate spiritual treasures, others, even Grindelwald, the Dark Lord, would falter against a nuclear strike, perhaps due to the confrontation between the two great masters. The outcome remains uncertain. I hope that my uncle's influence does not wield too great an impact, lest I must truly venture to the western regions, Zhang Yuan mused. Subsequently, they compensated for the damages at the CAF, including the broken railing and shattered glass wall, while the flying car belonged to the rental company and would be handled by their insurance, without concern for the passengers. Nurse Zhang, please administer an additional half dose of the special medicine to the patient in room 28, and record the intervals of each fever, Dr. Liu instructed. Uncle Jiu demonstrated to Xing by biting his fingertip, applying his blood onto the peachwood sword. Upon witnessing this, Xing promptly imitated him, being a pure youth. His blood and urine could both exorcise evil. Without their leader, the Sand Ninjas, in a frenzy, were convinced that Konoha was responsible for their plight, resulting in the infamous Battle of Jeking Mountain, where countless ninjas perished. The mahjong parlor occasionally heard the elderly ladies downstairs mention it. Yet it was evidently not the target Ichio sought. In order to assist Su Zheng and fulfill her mission, Lin Wanqing contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Her aspiration to debut was already set. Participating in the competition was merely a matter of timing, not a formidable challenge. Chapter 51. The two elders arrive in Jiangcheng. What a peculiar prodigy. At this moment, numerous trial officials murmured in astonishment. Jiangcheng, is this not the small town near the soul-severing mountains? In my recollection, it seemed to have stagnated at the 21st level for many years. Now, who would have thought that someone has breached the 26th level? Could it be that the trial tower has malfunctioned? They quickly shook their heads in denial. Impossible. The trial tower is the cornerstone of our nation. Originally forged by several demigods in imitation of the heavenly tower, its stability is beyond question. It appears that Jiangxing has also given rise to a promising newcomer. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the officials' eyes, though they were not overly astonished. After all, in Baihu City, the evil spirit tree extended a branch, placing Zhang Jian upon its trunk, before leading the way northward. Arhat, Bodhisattva, Buddha. These are the three grand titles of merit within Buddhism, with Arhat being the lowest and Buddha the highest. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a surge of anxiety but found himself without alternatives. After much contemplation, he resolved to brave the journey to the banana cave of Tsuaping Mountain. In truth, he had already caused trouble for Su Yu, yet she, upholding the noble virtues of a physician, paid it no mind. As the sole offspring of the White Marquis, he was endowed with abundant resources for cultivation and exhibited prodigious talent in the realm of spiritual formations. Consequently, he was not only a martial artist at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening realm, but also a second-tier spiritual formation master. At that moment, a sudden rift appeared in the void, from which a precious banner descended upon the auspicious dragon, surrounded by a multitude of shimmering treasures, suspended golden bells. and jade chimes that resonated with enchanting melodies, akin to a gentle stream meandering through a tranquil valley. Fengqi possessed a profound understanding of the temperament of the Heavenly Emperor, far surpassing that of Yin Nuo. He recognized that should the situation continue to escalate, even Yin Nuo, as the Fox clan's princess, would face grave repercussions. Thus, he stepped before her, positioning himself between her and the Heavenly Emperor, and bowed respectfully. Indeed, this was a forum of the supernatural, teeming with an array of fantastical beings and phenomena. Moreover, her entire form exhibited a peculiar distortion, reminiscent of a reflection shimmering upon the water's surface, evoking the rippling effect produced when a piece of paper money is cast into the water. The ominous blood rain seemed to exhibit signs of abating, yet the surrounding air was thick with a palpable stench of blood, inducing discomfort. Regarding the introduction, Li Jie displayed remarkable enthusiasm. That very day, he approached the club management and returned, beaming with good news, for he had fortuitously coincided with the esports club's event schedule. In 3 days, he would partake in the so-called induction assessment within the esports classroom. Faced with the enticing aroma, Chen Bo had yet to make a move when Ruo Shui beside him swiftly intercepted his hand, followed by a glimmer of light. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Bo simultaneously swung his right hand, as a violet-red blade of light erupted, colliding instantaneously with the icy glare emanating from the cloaked figure opposite him. My beloved wife is benevolent. I do not possess such a noble heart. You wish to use internal energy to unlock your acupoints? Allow me to assist you, he declared, as he pressed upon her returning acupoint, absorbing the majority of her internal energy before relinquishing his grasp. The so-called forbidden techniques were not merely renowned for their extraordinary efficacy, but also for their equally perilous ramifications. How could I possibly have a father like you? Xinyu lamented, exasperation evident as she rubbed her forehead. Thank you. May I inquire how I may assist you? Iman was filled with excitement. The willingness of these individuals to purchase the magical crystal had already been a tremendous boon for him. As for their requests, as long as they were not excessive, he would gladly oblige. Early the following morning, Wang Jin rose with the intent to return to the Yingtian prefecture. He planned to acquire some heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the 10th level, which he anticipated would allow him to break through. And he also wished to pay a visit to Princess Xiao Rong, as he might not return thereafter. The blue peacock emitted a gentle call, its body shimmering with azure light. With a sudden tremor, it shot forth a peacock feather from its tail, meeting the black spike that traversed the void. Surely, we cannot allow them to continue down the wrong path. We must guide them back from their misguided ways. The grandmother opposed Lin Hongyan's mother's words. Very well. Grace skipped joyfully to her room, after which silence enveloped the surroundings. Lian's reason for refusal was rather straightforward. Annie instilled in him a sense of danger. Having her as a deskmate was akin to placing a ticking time bomb by his side. Moreover, the ever-confident Wang Yuan feared no competition, believing her looks and abilities were on par with others. This was still a testament to the inadequacy of Dongxiang Ichiro's prowess, as he could not sustain the demonic transformation of his weapon for an extended period. Otherwise, he had several opportunities to sever Lu Yu with a single stroke. He Ming refrained from advancing further, for Gu Yun's strike had already concluded. That black short knife represented Gu Yun's consummate blow, a truly complete strike. 2 enormous eggs stood within, with the front egg still adorned with a dish. It is said that when Li Hongzhang achieved partial victory in the Sino-French War, he advocated for a strategic withdrawal, reasoning that the nation was weak and needed to bide its time, lest it face endless repercussions. Please help me take down the bottle. I wish to encourage him to awaken. I stubbornly insisted on getting out of bed. The man donned a pristine white garment, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, clearly having dressed with care for the occasion. Even with the investment in this production, the television station would undoubtedly not purchase the entire broadcast rights outright, but would instead allocate time slots for advertisements. As the fatigue from a long day's work surged back with the effects of alcohol, she could no longer bear it, resting her chin on her hand, eyes closed in a feigned slumber, hoping to wait for the inebriation to pass. Upon opening her eyes, she found her beautiful gaze as clear as it had been 4 years prior, though now, it bore the calmness and refinement that time had bestowed. After battling for 4 or 5 exchanges, the Ren Shui camp's commander wielded his water dagger, dispatching several members of the beggars' sect, flanking them to provide support. Within mere moments, the Ren Shui camp shifted left, while the DZ men moved right. Elder Zheng suddenly found himself without an opponent and was about to pursue when the Jia Mu camp collided into him, dozens of wooden shields encircling him. Mie Jie showed no signs of weakness, the Amei Nine Yang skill surging around him as he unleashed the Amei sect's pinnacle technique, the 4 symbols palm, to meet the oncoming assault. It was not until he awakened that the scent of rare sandalwood and an enduring aura of sensuality lingered around him, his heart pounding like a drum, slowly calming after a considerable time. Her expression captured the entirety of Mo Yin City, and a flicker of suspicion ignited within her. Anger surged momentarily, but now was not the time for fury. In the twilight glow, he was intimately aware of every detail of her life. Yet he rarely mentioned his own affairs. In the face of their assault, The Emperor's body erupted with black energy, his form flickering as he passed between the two ninjas. That hurts. You fool, Island Wind. Why didn't you warn me that I was about to crash into a steel plate? Wen Jing groaned, rubbing her sore forehead. Others, including Su Ming, Hong Yi, Zhong Yu, Shang Lingfeng, and Yu Yu, reported on the situation in South America and South Africa, and everything seemed to be proceeding normally. Due to Tang Feng's immense influence and the formidable deterrent power of the empire, the major local empires cooperated extensively, effectively handing over command of various bases. Chapter 52, The Final Layer, The Assembled Victory Ensemble. A sharp intake of breath escaped from Wu Weilong as he exchanged a glance with Xie Bin. They had encountered numerous prodigies, yet none had been as uniquely remarkable as Lin Yi. They had witnessed the battle scene in its entirety, the unparalleled speed of spellcasting, explosive damage output, nearly uninterrupted skill cycles, and prolonged control effects, each detail showcasing Lin Yi's extraordinary prowess. Wu Weilong could not help but speak up. Old Xie, you must now find the copper and silver tier spells effortlessly, right? Xie Bin's astonishment was evidently deeper than Wu Weilong's, prompting an exclamation that slipped from his lips. Effortlessly? Nonsense. Shi Xiu followed suit, kneeling at Zhou Xuanhong's feet and gently kissing his shoes. Upon receiving consent, Su Han's mental power traversed territories, directly extending to re-establish communication with Su Hao. All right, everyone is here. Next, I shall outline some recent arrangements, Lu Heng announced. Regardless of their disdain for Zhou Qing, he remained their highest commander, and a semblance of respect was in order. Before long, at the entrance of the Yin Corp's sect's repository of scriptures, intricate patterns emerged on the ground, radiating blinding light. As the luminescence faded, a figure materialized at the center of the formations. On this day, he had discovered a medicinal herb in this marshland that could restore one's foundation. Upon consumption, the spiritual power that had stagnated within him for years erupted suddenly, leaving no time for extensive preparation before a breakthrough commenced, fortuitously witnessed by 7 passing disciples of the Yin Corp sect. When the ingredients descended, remaining unchanged in appearance yet thoroughly processed, it would signify a significant achievement. Grace's coughing subsided, and with heartfelt gratitude, she bowed deeply to Luo Tian, entrusting her entire existence to him. Despite the advanced state of modern medicine, consuming the barbarian bullfruit could lead to the formation of stones in any tissue or organ, including blood vessels and the brain. In that very moment, a sudden commotion emanated from the coffin as filthy fingers emerged from the crevice beneath the lid, incessantly tapping against the coffin wall, producing a chilling creak that gripped the listeners' hearts with dread. Wu Ming's expression grew increasingly grave as the flames of the annihilation gun surged, shadows of the guns swirling like they aimed to pierce a hole in the world, colliding violently with the annihilation blade. However, through this battle, Yang has come to a profound realization of his own shortcomings, dedicating himself more earnestly to his cultivation and adopting a more discreet approach to his actions, refraining from stirring up unnecessary troubles as he swiftly advances towards the core regions of the Chaos Demon domain. The blow to the morale of his faction has been tremendous. His ancestor, for the sake of one individual, has turned against his own people with an unforgiving ferocity that has ignited a fierce anger within many factions. Numerous forces have chosen to withdraw from the battlefield entirely, returning to their sects, no longer willing to serve. Yet, at the very moment Lin Yi turned, a formidable aura erupted from Guanxing, one that had not even been unleashed during his previous confrontation with the Soul of Death. This overwhelming presence caused Lin Yi to execute an immediate somersault, pivoting to face Guanxing with a countenance of hostility. Simultaneously, Su Pa activated the power of the Heavenly Offering Divine technique, causing his body to tremble and his gaze to clear with newfound clarity. Currently, the number of Imperial-level powerhouses in Rongguang City can be counted on 2 hands, with the Qi family boasting 3 members among them. Moreover, the intangible intimidation from figures such as Tu Ming solidifies the Qi family's unassailable trajectory towards dominance. At this moment, when Liangong felt a surge of relief, had these 3 been at odds, the entire Yinjing city would likely descend into chaos. Fortunately, no major disturbances were caused, as none among them were adversaries he could afford to provoke. The members of Floating Cloud Mountain speculated that if Xie Gongbao did not repent, Qiu Daoren would likely take immediate action. Upon hearing this, Su Long spoke up, waving his hand to summon 2 beams of light that materialized into a piece of jade in the palms of Chen Xiao and Ling Huanyun, inscribed with the character for change. In a flash, a dark light surged as a figure dashed into Yi Yang's body, rendering his ethereal form more solid, emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. With the prowess displayed by Jun Suyo, he is undoubtedly a disciple of a certain elder from the Wangxian sect, a talent that is similarly prioritized for cultivation. Despite his reluctance, Lu Chun dared not leave behind the carcasses of the cattle and sheep, for the Xianbei people have a long-standing tradition of preserving meat, regarding these as vital sustenance. 2.5 portions. Beyond that, it would be wiser to gamble with my life. For Lut, losing his own money was one thing, but he must ensure the repayment of the funds borrowed from Yuer. Navigating past the blood-red stone tablet, Lu Chen entered the vicinity of the well, a chill seeping into his body, compelling him to halt as the coldness swiftly penetrated his mind. In his current understanding, the young master's wife has already perished, thus, there is no one left in this world capable of concocting such a flavorful broth. Regardless of its efficacy, they perceive the situation as exceedingly chaotic. Whether they can achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation remains uncertain, but the sacred land is bound to descend into pandemonium. Your reasoning is lucid, and your argument is indeed sound. I should have considered the reverse perspective. However, the coincidences here are too striking to ignore, and thus, they certainly warrant suspicion. Chief Lu Dado has placed considerable trust in Qin Ming. After all this time, it turns out it was all for your own benefit. Speak clearly, would you? Wearing a hat of the bloodline as if it were a grand achievement, Li Jielit scoffed. At that moment, the soldiers of the Chu army, who were supposed to be dead from poisoning, suddenly sprang to life, startling the soldiers of the Li army into exclamations of shock. Luo Hushi remained indifferent. While Han Yun found amusement in the situation, upon first hearing about the spell, she too had marveled at the power that could manipulate the gates of time and space. A novice alchemist could only concoct potions suitable for the body refining stage. In contrast, a master alchemist could create remedies for those at the Qi induction stage. A rarity in the world. The Night King had also underestimated his opponent. Having witnessed Qin Shi effortlessly dispatch a Godzilla, he believed himself equally formidable, leading to the current predicament. As a disciple of the Sword Alliance, I, Dao Yi, greet you, Brother Zhao. Under the intense gaze of Zhao Jing and others, Dao Yi was compelled to speak. By the way, Liang Yu, do you not have work to attend to? Or perhaps aspirations of your own? I inquired, observing Liang Yu. The Emperor Jingming waved his sleeve and departed, for he and the Empress had always found little common ground in conversation. Should their dialogue continue, he would inevitably entertain thoughts of deposing her. Chapter 53, The Golden Purple Lord and the Green Dragon Khalees. Compared to his state prior to entering the trial tower, Lin Yi had undergone a profound transformation in strength. The increase in attributes far exceeded his expectations, prompting him to swiftly open his attribute panel. Level 28. Attributes, Strength 5100. Spirit 14300, with set bonus 20, Stamina 5700, Agility 6300, Health points 89,000, Magic points 215,000, despite minimal changes in skills, with only slight adjustments to equipment-based abilities. The explosive growth in fundamental attributes was astonishing. Now, even a basic fireball spell could effortlessly inflict 30 points of damage. She had declined numerous times, yet she could not resist Qian Weiyi's insistence on preparing a special room for her, stating that even if Xia Ji were to marry in the future, her family would always maintain a bedroom for her. Come, let us eat first. Li Xingchen clapped his hands and followed Zhang Si to the restaurant he had arranged. Kuzhou's expression had lost its previous warmth. He leaned forward, utterly focused on the monitor, his lips pressed tightly together, and his brow slightly furrowed. Zhang Dinyo could not allow Wu Qiaozhen to understand just how much he had taken advantage of Lu Xianyu. He needed her and her family to grasp that Lu Xianyu was his benefactor. But in the Tang dynasty, the food enjoyed by Minister Wei was indeed a feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, including bear paws, deer meat, and other exotic ingredients. Lu Xinyu has been collaborating with Shanghua Garment Factory for nearly 8 years, and she has developed a certain affection for it. She hopes for the enduring prosperity of Shanghua and has continually endeavored to contribute to its flourishing. Gu Mingqiao has never engaged in disputes. After all, actions speak louder than words. Although Xie Songzhao verbally expresses his sentiments, when he is presented with characters that he admires, his demeanor shifts entirely. Gu Mingqiao? The hostage sent by Chungwa 7 years ago? Someone inquired, lifting the curtain to enter. The Li residence was enveloped in silence, and under the cloak of night, no one noticed a figure stealthily entering the courtyard. Unfortunately, when she fell, no one discovered it until Fong Lingling was safe at home, yet her family, anxiously awaiting Wu Qiaozhen's return, sensed something amiss and commenced a search, ultimately finding Wu Qiaozhen by the riverbank, barely conscious. Is that so? It seems that Lord Gua intends to plead not guilty, Lu Zhen remarked, observing the lack of anger in his tone, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. He Filong noted the eerie stillness within the room. Lu Dingtian had already departed, and he inquired with a calm yet slightly diminished respect, acknowledging that Dr. Li had indeed overstepped today. Kanako felt a jolt of surprise. Could he be contemplating the use of time reversal abilities? However, considering Dona's powers, the maximum time reversal one could achieve was merely 3 minutes. What could be accomplished in such a brief span? The salesperson failed to notice Chen Lin's growing displeasure. Smiling as he stated, "Very well, my colleague has already opened the rooms for you. Feel free to explore." From a distance, one could perceive an alarming sight. As if a dazzling light had flashed, one individual, exuding an imposing aura, hastily rose from a high vantage point to greet the incoming presence. All three were acutely aware that, despite the protective artifacts of their sect, they were not immune to death. Yet, Prancing before two formidable cultivators was akin to dancing on the precipice of mortality, uncertain of the irreversible consequences that might ensue, potentially jeopardizing future opportunities for ascension. Previously, one had unwarrantedly escalated the situation, followed by a bout of laxity, and now, with impropriety at hand, he felt averse to even encountering such morally deficient individuals. A resonant sound echoed, and the 18 wooden figures instantly halted their movements, standing motionless. One individual collided with the outstretched arm of a wooden figure, but fortunately, the mechanism had been deactivated. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. Zhao Rui, glancing at the firmly shut office door, let out a resigned sigh and obediently retrieved his phone to draft a public relations statement. If the situation could be clarified, it might even bolster Qin Ming's popularity. However, if the explanation fell short, it could adversely impact Qin Ming for some time. Lu Dingtian felt somewhat embarrassed. For a foodie, what joy is there in food that lacks flavor? Well said. This is my domain, not your research institute. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Xiao Hui swaggered over, hands resting on his waist, his not-so-prominent belly protruding slightly. His demeanor was far grander than that of Dr. Xiao Rui moments ago. Although it was already known that Yi Fantian had come for a matter of significance, the revelation that it was due to the demon cave caught the greedy king off guard, causing his expression to shift subtly. Unless I can guarantee this is the last time, I shall not permit you to go. The voice was soft and delicate, yet it carried an undeniable force. Those who had received Qin Hong's promise began to exit one by one, realizing that they were powerless to intervene. Initially, they had intended to ensure she clarified the situation, even resorting to coercion if necessary, but the words of that man in purple had instilled in them a sense of caution. I knew Uncle Gu liked me the most, exclaimed Huan Yan, as she threw her arms around his neck and jumped onto his back. What are you doing here? Kalen managed to stammer, though his heart yearned for a more gentle and eloquent expression, which he failed to articulate in time. Startled, the nine-tailed fox unleashed a burst of foxfire, directing it toward the snow spirit worm. Why is it that everyone asks about Shui Qinger's problems, but neglects to inquire about me? Long Jingtian remarked with a sullen expression, clearly displeased. Why did you get out of bed without shoes? Gu Xinshin observed her bare feet, taking a few steps forward to lift her into his arms. At that moment, he could only swallow his anger, forcing himself to endure and complete the remaining task. Elizabeth's face turned pale, and after a long moment of shock, she burst into tears, clutching Shanshan's waist and sobbing violently. Here, this is for you. As he approached her, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. The handsome youth inhaled deeply, forcibly placing a bowl of coconut milk oatmeal in her hands, while reaching out to her shoulder with his right hand. Why won't you answer your phone? Although he understood she was out for a reason, turning off her phone was unnecessary. You're an adult now. Stop being so worrisome. Mu Shichen, speechless, tugged at his lips, now curious about why He Juan's wave of his hand caused the scenery around them to abruptly transform. The suddenness of such a drastic change left him astonished. He could hardly believe these were mere natural phenomena. Upon seeing her master, Xiaoer's eyes immediately welled with tears, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The elders quickly rose to bow, humbly insisting they were unworthy of the prince's courtesy. Shanshan stifled a laugh. Speak. What business do we have with such a fine bait? Xiaoyu replied amicably with a smile. Chapter 54. Having slain the giant dragon multiple times, success achieved. Lin Shun. My Lin Shun. I am about to faint. I cannot bear it any longer. My goodness, the shock I have accumulated over decades pales in comparison to today's events. It is simply unbelievable. Who can argue with that? Before the emergence of Lin Shun, who could have predicted that Jiang City would not only shatter decades of records in the trial tower, but also breach the formidable threshold of the 30th floor? It can only be said that Lin Shun is truly a prodigious talent bestowed upon Jiang City by the heavens. Such words spread like wildfire, infiltrating every corner of Jiang City. Notably, the elderly practitioners exhibited more excitement than the younger generation. They had witnessed so much, each year brimming with anticipation for miracles. However, when the golden light emanated, the withered flowers in the back garden, along with those that were not meant to bloom in this season, burst into bloom. Before long, the golden radiance vanished, and the three slowly opened their eyes to gaze skyward. Mog turned to glance at Yi Huang, but remained silent, instead directing his attention to the flickering sparks of the boatmen on the shore, while Yi Huang gradually raised her head to observe the stars above. Is it customary for guests to intrude upon another's abode and dictate terms without invitation? Gu Shiba raised an eyebrow and remarked coldly. Yi Mingjing refocused her attention on the roster, selecting a first-class craftsman responsible for brewing at the tavern, a 26-year-old widower without children. Han Ning chuckled helplessly. There was no choice, for her master had already lost patience with her. Should a rebellion sweeping the nation be ignited, it would undoubtedly result in countless civilian and soldier casualties, shattering many families and plunging the already suffering populace into deeper despair. Zhou Linyang pouted. To her, Peng Yizhen's words were a veiled threat to Gu Shiban, suggesting that if she dared to bully her, he would provide support. Han Xian approached to examine the scene closely, confirming that the four had indeed perished. He then dug a pit to carefully bury their bodies, leaving behind a horse as a mount, while driving the surplus horses southward. As for the possessions and weapons of the four, Han Xian naturally had no qualms about claiming them. Behind him stood a fully prepared army. The lords and generals had completed their pre-battle arrangements, and the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers fixed their gazes upon Xiang Yu at the front, awaiting his command. All manner of treasured tools had long been exhausted by Legis, and his means of survival were depleted. Even his resurrection attempts had been reduced significantly by the formidable king of the abyss. The perception of Qing Lin among the people underwent a profound transformation. No one dared to believe that confronting the heavenly mechanism Saint King was an act of folly. Xing Shachen had not anticipated this move. He was the least inclined to display himself in front of such a multitude, as he was not one to seek the limelight. Xing Jiu had previously pointed out this flaw, advising him that unless he corrected this habit, he could never aspire to leadership. Yet at this moment, nearly everyone overlooked the colossal hand conjured by Ouyang on high, their attention fixated intently on the two massive hands of lightning. Following this, a gigantic claw, reminiscent of a demonic hand, emerged from the vast sea, scorching the waters and shattering the void in its wake. Currently, the feudal system is in place, with numerous lords across the land, even though the Deshang reigns as the sovereign. Lacking a clearly defined moral justification to act against the lords will inevitably lead to chaos. It is worth noting that prior to his ascension, the class contradictions within the Deshang had already accumulated to a terrifying degree, resulting in rebellions from various lords. At this moment, figures such as Pu Shengxian, Zhou Shoujing, Bing Shi, Qiong Shangwan Wuj, Elder Xing Shun, Elder Lei Mu, Qi Shan, Yi, and others fixed their gaze upon Yitian. Their eyes filled with uncertainty and suspicion. A cold smile emerged on the exquisite face of Xine Xian. Excellent, excellent, she murmured, and before the lingering echoes of her words faded, her figure vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, she traversed over 10 paces, reappearing from the rippling water, her left hand wielding a green-patterned dagger that shimmered with an eerie light, arcing toward Yin Xiu's neck. Initially, Li Hao thought that the power of flames would be as formidable as he had seen in anime, yet in this world, it was evidently not the case. He shook his head in resignation. This was merely students imitating the gangsters of society. Once they step into the real world, such skills would be of no use, and they would have to start anew. Moreover, in this lawful society, the number of those who live by the underworld is dwindling, retreating into secrecy. Suddenly, he felt a pair of large hands clasp his, a sensation he had grown accustomed to over the past few days. It was cold Wuchen returning. Everyone naturally agreed with this sentiment. As the saying goes, an innocent man may suffer for possessing a jade. In Huaxia, the authorities always hold the final say. Even if one does nothing, merely expanding in scale becomes a reason for scrutiny. However, since nothing had transpired, Zhou Chu could only act as though nothing had happened. For at this moment, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. In this capital, those who can truly act with impunity are never mere princes, even royal ones, as they are either siblings of the emperor or his relatives. To put it bluntly, these individuals could all ascend to the dragon throne, should they be given the opportunity. The metallic scent of blood and that tooth made Tianfu's stomach churn, and he gagged several times. How revolting, simply too revolting. The abrupt scene astonished all the sects on the Xingshan Rainbow Bridge, for who would dare to act in such a place? What audacity! Zhou Chu, with a complex mood, walked to the balcony, holding a cup of wine as he gazed at the distant waves. Li Jizhu and Shen Chunhua had gone to bathe. Having arrived in a new place, they needed to cleanse themselves thoroughly. The vanguard comprised over 20,000 troops. Shortly after their emergence, another contingent split off, moving in the wilderness not far from our main camp, numbering about 5,000. It appeared they were observing our situation, Hongxiu whispered. 13, speak. The Empress Dowager commanded, pointing at the silent Mu Shimei, who had lowered her head. Suddenly, a massive torrent surged from the pool, weaving through the azure formations to manifest a dragon's head, followed by a glistening dragon's body. Chapter 55, Level 30 achieved. The city roars with joy. As the magical screen gradually dimmed, the curiosity within the hearts of the onlookers reached its zenith, yet hardly anyone felt a twinge of greed. After all, to partake in the bounteous golden rain was a privilege bestowed by Lin Yi. In the 30th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi was immersed alone in the golden droplets. Soon after, his experience bar ascended at a visibly rapid pace. Level raised to 29. In the blink of an eye, he leveled up. Level raised to 30. Before long, he leveled up once more. Not only that, the 120,000 experience required for level 30 was swiftly filled to the brim. Even the experience reserve pool of 240,000 reached its limit. Until the emperor, observing his son who now bore a regal demeanor, couldn't he help but smile with a hint of reassurance. He realized that these feats were not insurmountable. It primarily depended on his reactions, for a sovereign must always discern when to advance and when to retreat. He recalled the last time, traversing the icy plains for many days. How remarkable it was to arrive so swiftly this time. Here dwelled the abandoned consorts of the late emperor, forsaken early to the cold palace, spared from the fate of burial alongside their sovereign. Upon hearing this, Xiongde immediately adopted a fierce stance, baring its sharp teeth at Mo Yuna and Lu Bai, as if one command away from pouncing. Yet, the words lingered on his lips. Recalling the reactions elicited each time he broached this subject, he ultimately swallowed them back. Aishwa, are you unwell? I shall call a doctor at once. With that, Xia Limu reached for his phone. Yu Yu's center of gravity suddenly shifted outward, and gazing at the pitch-black abyss at the mountain's base. She tightened her grip around Chun Yu Cheng's neck in fright. The first meal after joining the Xiang family was quite sumptuous, a saltless roasted hare leg procured by Yan Yang. A generous bowl of brown rice mixed with chaff, and remnants of bones and leftover soup from the host's dining table, leaving the once-starved stray dog's belly round and full. What a grand jest it was, even if he could accept the loss of his virtue. He could hardly fathom becoming a male mantis, a victim of mating. Tell me who poisoned you. Yi Xinan's tone was icy, his exquisite visage betraying no emotion beyond coldness, though a hint of unease stirred within. Lu Yang shot a fierce glare at Yin Chuluo before striding away. Yin Chuluo hesitated briefly, then hurriedly followed. Next to Shang Guanyin, his Uncle Zong fixed his gaze upon me. His tall, imposing figure and stern expression, with eyes wide as copper bells, instilled in me a sense of trepidation, as though he intended to devour me whole. After lunch, Gao Chao called Li Kuangren, instructing him to wait at the hotel where the film crew was stationed, assuring him he would arrive shortly. Qin Mo and Meng Yun exchanged glances, after which Meng Yun soared into the distance, leaving Qin Mo behind. Qin Mo, with his hands gracefully gliding over the strings of his instrument, faced the approaching man. The disparity in their realms was evident, with a single strike. The protective barrier surrounding Qin Mo shattered, exploding outward as he coughed up blood. Worse still, Meng Yun sensed her mystical energy waning, and if this continued, she would inevitably succumb to weakness akin to that of a mere puppet. Tell me, do you truly expect me to let you off so easily? Lin Han exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury, his tone laced with a chilling intensity, as if countless icy arrows were relentlessly aimed at Daotian Mountain. Upon his brother's return to the table, the tension momentarily dissipated, and the atmosphere within the restaurant gradually calmed. Lu Yang, upon encountering the suddenly magnified, delicate visage before him, felt a surge of panic and instinctively leaned back, only to realize too late that he was about to collide with the edge of a cabinet. Yen Chuluo swiftly extended his hand, catching Lu Yang by the back of his head just in time. It was essential to note that the striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman before him was not of Huaxia descent, and Lin Han then inquired nonchalantly, with your abilities? If you were at the Yinling realm, I would kneel before you on the spot. However, you are not. What do you think you can achieve? Nangang Hai retorted with a sneer. Due to the external forces at play, he was more than capable of breaking through to the realm of human immortals. After surpassing the third tier of the celestial god realm, Qi Tianyu felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through him. Yet it was also during this time that his body felt the most fatigued and drained, as this breakthrough had inflicted considerable harm upon him. The old Taoist spoke peculiarly, causing me to pause in surprise, pondering how he could detect the scent of the black-skulled figure, leading me to question his intentions. I nodded in acknowledgement and made a mental note. Upon entering the cave, Uncle Fatty referred to me as Dekong, but I continued to call him Uncle Fatty, even though the cave was filled with lonely mountain spirits and demons who were unaware of his identity. After careful consideration, Min Dong finally accepted Lu Feng's proposal to deploy troops to Bengal, preparing to send 50,000 men, while the Chinese side would also contribute an equal number. These 50,000 were mercenaries from Japan. According to intelligence, the British forces in Bengal consisted of only 1 infantry division and 5 Bengal regiments, totaling less than 40,000 troops. The retreat of the Italian forces was chaotic, as no one was present to organize the retreat. Officers could not locate their soldiers, and soldiers were lost in the crowd, each one hastily withdrawing. Ultimately, the 100,000 troops retreated to the opposite bank of the Xiao River, halting their retreat only when they noticed that the Austrian forces had not pursued them. Furthermore, in the eyes of Vice President Fu Changming, only half of the initial basic ingredients had been provided. If Lu Hui wished to procure more basic materials, he would still need to rely on completing tasks. At that time, targeted supplements could naturally prevent any instability in the foundational aspects. Insiki's compassion knows no bounds. It is a recurring theme. While one might hope that good deeds would be rewarded, it often seems that those with nefarious intentions abound. There was a time when someone, whom Insiki had saved, harbored malicious thoughts. Had it not been for Yin Feng's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Huang Sanyang emerged from the vehicle, striding ahead of me towards a dilapidated statue in the crumbling temple, now reduced to nothing more than a mere stool. She informed me that Lu Longting was within, leading me to witness this revelation. Naturally, this transaction required the consent of every member of the team, and the trader would verify this to prevent any disputes. Over the past 2 years, while vanquishing demons outside the town, he had become acutely aware of the cunning and ferocity of those malevolent beings. What nonsense! The vegetables are spoiled. Get dressed and accompany your father to buy groceries. Old Wang's voice carried a hint of anger. In addition to the ground-penetrating bomb, Li Hanlin had recently acquired a new type of ground missile from a treasure chest, capable of automatically locating targets based on sound sources. Meanwhile, a group stealthily lurked in the rear mountains of the Cloud Palace, led by none other than Lin Juyang. Chapter 56. Competing invitations, all declined. Who are those two esteemed gentlemen? I observed closely. The city lord seemed to hold them in great esteem. Wow, even the city lord displays such deference? Could they be visitors from the White Tiger City? My goodness, has Lin Shun's reputation reached such lofty heights? Indeed, the feat of mastering the Trial Tower remains unheard of in neighboring cities. Do you consider that ordinary? Lin Shun is truly remarkable, a once-in-a-century supernova in Jiang City. As the crowd witnessed Wu Weilong and Xia Bin approaching Lin Yi, murmurs of discussion filled the air. The attention of such formidable figures on Lin Yi speaks volumes of his accomplishments. At this moment, Lin Yi pondered, when will your leg be healed? Lin Jingxing inquired. A question laden with sensitivity, leaving Chu Lin momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The gravity of the question was overwhelming. The security team leader, who happens to be the chief of the Tokyo Police Department, had been appointed as the temporary security chief for the chairman of Toyota Group. His name was Okamoto Jiro, and he had appointed a deputy security chief, a master of karate in the Japanese martial arts community, to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. Jiang Wei furrowed his brow, realizing that the power of Amaterasu was no longer sufficient to sustain his own strength. If he could absorb this flame, it would undoubtedly enhance his abilities significantly. I watched the crimson sword light with a mixture of admiration and caution. The overwhelming sword momentum sent a chill down my spine. Gritting my teeth, I charged my long blade towards the scarlet sword light. The Emperor's spear was held horizontally, his cloak billowing behind him, and with a fierce stomp, he propelled himself forward, wielding formidable power as he launched a fierce assault against the hungry ghost. In this world, there exists a boyfriend like Wesley, whose empathy and remarkable understanding are unparalleled. Yet there is also the peculiar Mu Liang, who, despite his irascible temperament, possesses an equally formidable boyfriend charm. However, she has underestimated Lucia, unaware that he has mastered even more profound secret techniques. Kei Mokiki revealed a smirk of satisfaction, for he perceived the glimmer of affection in Yamada Mitsuko's eyes, a clear sign of her deep fondness. Lin Jingxing pondered that it was futile. Chu Lin's domineering nature was a result of his own indulgence, and he must bear the consequences of his actions without complaint. Stay calm. We must have faith in Duke. He has undoubtedly anticipated our delay. Aurelia reassured her sister. A series of natural beams, akin to chain lightning, surged into every passage and breach of Naxxramas. Upon witnessing Yi Chu's decisive strike, the malevolent specter's expression shifted slightly. After fruitlessly summoning the multicolored fan, she swiftly drew a hairpin from her hair, letting her lustrous black locks cascade freely, swirling amidst the tumult of dark energy. Traveling from China to the Bahamas is rather cumbersome, necessitating several transfers. One wonders why Sun Jinhao would choose such a destination. Song Chenfei gazed at Song Jejia, whose crescent-shaped eyes made his heart race with excitement. He had been utterly captivated by her gentle smile during their first encounter, and since then, he found himself defenseless against her charm. Nan Lingyi spent a day at the police station and upon returning home that evening, immediately began investigating Takamori Ryanosuk's whereabouts. Although he knew Ryanosuk resided in the countryside of Hokkaido, the exact location eluded him. He barely had time to sit down before mentioning that Yi Yun had instructed him to promptly retrieve Chuxia and in without delay. Sheng Lingxing's words rendered others speechless. While his reasoning was not entirely unfounded, it still seemed difficult for ordinary people to accept the notion of men entering the kitchen. In that case, let us all step back for a moment to avoid hindering my performance, Chu Nin said with a smile. He carefully touched his tie, which was indeed dampened. A result of Nin's drool during her slumber, this tie would suffice for verifying certain matters. What is next? You must at least overcome this challenge first, Ting chuckled, reminding Guan Chun of the immediate reality before him. I merely wish to inquire who informed me earlier. The poison mist god transformed. Shrinking to a height of merely 2 meters, his 7-colored toxic mist merging to form a resplendent, multicolored armor upon his figure. In the room, only Zhao Fuxin and Bing Lian remained. After a while, sounds of weeping and the shattering of furniture echoed, followed by Zhao Fuxin kicking the door open. Shuzhou City is also a significant city within Qi, located merely 200 miles from Bianliang. Denyo and his companion were astonished by the bustling scene before them when they arrived early in the morning, the streets teeming with life and vibrancy. In the bustling city of Shuzhou, the streets lay deserted under the cover of night, yet during the day, the populace naturally emerged to engage in their daily activities. Die! Roared the elder turtle, once again wielding a colossal stone to strike, prompting the red-faced man to swiftly retaliate. As he approached Yunling Mountain, the silver glint on his wrist deepened, radiating a mesmerizing array of colors. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Zhonghuan's years of experience led him to suspect that this situation might harbor some peculiarities. The compassion that once resided in his gaze had vanished, replaced by an abyssal tranquility akin to still waters, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. 5 years prior, during the delivery of Song Yuqing, she had nearly lost her life, the pain so excruciating that the memory lingered vividly. There are times when one dreams of phantoms, yet upon awakening, the fear dissipates, for one knows it was merely a dream. Suddenly, Lin Yi found himself in a state of utter embarrassment. He had never felt such humiliation in his life, wishing he could simply vanish into the earth. However, her spirit was far too formidable, while her physical form lagged behind. Much like attempting to cultivate a millennium-old ginseng in barren soil, corroded by acidic waters for 4 years. Pondering this, Tezuka gazed at Sakura on the court, his eyes beneath the lenses suddenly reflecting concern. At that moment, Lin Yi disregarded any exposure, stepping forward into the air, the Tianzhan sword launching forth with fierce determination, its shadows enveloping Guanmai. If you truly miss us, you are always welcome to visit Daluo capital, Mo Ziqi stated straightforwardly. The system binding to the host is absolutely incapable of betrayal, and what is more, the system is negotiating with the Godspeed power? Zisco was taken aback, retreating several steps, while Barry remained silent, gazing at Harry. He shouted loudly, yet his voice echoed like an ethereal whisper, with not a single echo in response. At that moment, I felt a delicate thread of spiritual energy emerge from within me. Hearing the sound of a jade bottle being opened behind me, I quickly turned to look, only to find Gu Xiaozhu, who had mysteriously appeared at the first stone rack, lifting the lid of the jade vessel and inhaling the fragrance within with rapture. The 3 of them had been weaned around 6 to 7 months old, but this time she intended to nurse until the child's first birthday, as this might be her last. The previous battle between the Endless Mountain and the 9 Nether City occurred under the circumstances of a riverbed chasm, lasting over a century. And despite the passage of time, no resolution emerged until the Alliance intervened to quell the conflict. On this island dwelled wild boars of the giant forest variety, renowned as the most ferocious among their kind, famous worldwide for their volatile temperament and formidable attack power. Chapter 57. 2 Epic Treasures, come to your home for a meal. In that instant, everyone stared in astonishment at Lin Yi. Such an enticing offer, and he had turned it down entirely. What on earth? What performance is Lin Shen putting on? 2 formidable powers simultaneously extended their influence. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely succumbed in despair. Yet for Lin Shen, freedom reigns supreme. From the inquiries posed by Lin Yi, one can discern his mindset. He is averse to being constrained. Han Feng and his companions felt a surge of resentment, wishing fervently to seize this fortuitous opportunity on Lin Yi's behalf. Alas, in the eyes of Wu Weilong and Xia Bin, there was naught but disdain for Lin Yi, whom they regarded with indifference. Meanwhile, Han Boyan and others were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Lin Yi would forfeit such a splendid chance. With a delicate admonition from Tong Xiaoxiao, Wu Zhe promptly sealed his lips, nodding obediently. The magnified image from the detector revealed a person impaled by an alien's tail. Though the wound was gradually healing, it was no match for the alien's speed. As if anticipating Zhuo Bufon's response, a Bao stepped forward, employing a technique known as Black Tiger Prowling Heart, intending to carve a gaping hole in Zhuo Bufon's chest. After Yi and Yang boarded the vehicle, Aunt Yang and Uncle Yang remained on the roadside, watching as the car disappeared into the distance. However, Wu Yin did not halt the horned deer. He sensed no murderous intent emanating from it, signifying that the creature merely sought to vent its pent-up fury. Engaging the king of the divine race is ill-timed. Typically, he would reach out to me when he is free. Yet, when compared to Tong Xiaoxiao, he is utterly eclipsed in every aspect and poses no threat whatsoever. We anticipate exiting the Federal Army's detection range in another 10 minutes. Boss, where to next? Reported Rosa from the driver's seat. Qin Yang solemnly accepted the token, the dark punishment order feeling heavy in his hands, its surface cold to the bone, crafted from an unknown material, and bearing the weight of countless dynasties. He was uncertain about his master Mu Lingfeng's authority over such matters. Elder Chong Kong had returned to the sect to attend to some affairs. The centurion spoke slowly, indicating they would depart once he returned. Gu Yu, observing Zhou Yoming's worried demeanor, felt a growing joy within, having cast aside his previous anguish. The awkwardness that once existed between them had vanished entirely after their intimacy with Qing Tsong, leaving no trace behind. Qing Tsong's brow furrowed as he beheld the scene. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with golden light, radiating a brilliant glow from within as he endeavored to annihilate Lin Yi. However, the likes of the Mad Lion and the Heavenly Goat, clearly fearful of his retaliation, hastened to surround Qing Tsong, including the swift Demon Emperor. Where has your training gone? After so long, you can't even handle a few useless opponents and ended up getting electrocuted. It is truly a disgrace. Taichen expressed his irritation, adopting a tone reminiscent of a master chastising a disciple. Initially, facing the Lord of Punishment, a grim conclusion was anticipated, fraught with casualties. Yet, the outcome had morphed into Chu Danner being captured, while the others remained unharmed. a situation that ultimately aligned with Chu Danner's fervent desires. Mo Yifeng is undeniably a formidable man, possessing not only immense strength, but also a resilient mindset. Moreover, as the star's soul is consumed, Chen Feng can sense the lightning attribute within the second realm surging at a gratifying pace. Leveraging the peculiarities of this place, Chen Feng's power has been maximally augmented. Yes, I shall make arrangements immediately, Li Baishan's excited voice echoed, fully aware of Zifeng's plans and the purpose of the brothers' dispatch to the Black Dragon Society in Japan. To avoid drawing attention, she discreetly slipped into the dense thicket nearby, concealing herself while utilizing spiritual energy to mask her presence. Although carrying Chen Feng's burden was relatively effortless, the ground beneath had become heavily coated with thick black rain, rendering every step a challenge. Regardless of the hero, it is often an unspoken agreement that all engage in mid-lane battles. Contemplating this, he retrieved a wooden stick from the side, not long, but of an arm's thickness. Having previously served as a sturdy yoke, just moments ago, he had been a skilled fighter, but upon hearing a sound, he hastily shifted back, fearing for his life. Such a fate was not one he desired, especially with so much wealth yet to be spent. Losing it all would be utterly humiliating. The cacophony of monsters surged excitedly toward the Moon Goddess Palace. Tyrant calmly commanded her warriors to mount a fierce resistance, utilizing the terrain to their advantage. Xiaomu finally rose from his bed, and after freshening up, he made his way to the training hall, logging into the game. Yi encountered, but what if you have a change of heart? No sooner had she spoken than a peculiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and she turned to see the flying fox grinning mischievously at her. While Mikai and Xiang Yang were in the medical office, chaos erupted within the Miki group. This turmoil had not just begun, it had been brewing since Mi Tao convened the employee meeting, leading to relentless discussions. What to do? It's simple. We can just buy someone else later. Can we manage to secure Henry? The thought of Henry resurfaced in Hugo's mind. Chu Yun, why does this path feel amiss? Xinyu scanned her surroundings. Despite the seismic upheaval altering the landscape significantly, she could still discern traces of its former shape. Yet she found no resemblance to its previous form. Come, Zheng, Yuan, Uncle will give you each a chicken leg. With a cheerful demeanor, Yuanda broke off 2 chicken legs and placed them in the siblings' bowls. Divine artifacts. Where on earth did they acquire such treasures? This is it. We are utterly doomed. The leader lamented as he gazed at the neglected semi-artifact, tears welling in his eyes. This predicament also troubled Lin Tian, as he had anticipated that bringing Ku Miao Miao back to Yanjing would prompt her to leave of her own accord. If I do not devise a plan soon, I shall be consumed like those fragmented stones. Gazing at the central black hole, Wu Tian's expression darkened with gravity. Caesar and the captain approached Wang Yu, treating him as the lead vocalist while they played, interacting with him and energetically stepping upon the stones. Fong Ting narrated with composure, presenting her account of what she had heard and witnessed in the Zhua household without embellishment. This was the environment in which Xue Ling had grown up. There were claims that the entire army's soldiers needed to vote on a resolution once they received the recognition of the troops. One could naturally ascend to a position of leadership. The bearded figure raised an eyebrow and remarked, compared to the sinister dragon form exhibited by Han Xiao, their meager powers appeared rather laughable. Meanwhile, Mu Yunqing and his companions, having departed from Qingfeng town, were already being pursued by the Donghai alliance. Yan Yongye had determined that the upheaval in Qingfeng town was inextricably linked to Mu Yunqing and his associates, and the White Shark King. Having not received a reply from the musician Su for several days, suspected that he too had encountered misfortune. Chapter 58, The Bloodkill Organization, poised for silver advancement. The next day, dawn broke. Sunlight filtered through the glass window, gently awakening Lin Yi. Though he had only relocated here 2 days prior, he had swiftly acclimatized to his new abode. Lin Yi opened his eyes, reveling in an unprecedented sense of comfort. Yesterday, he had traversed 30 floors in the Jiangqing Trial Tower, enduring immense physical and mental strain. At this moment, a deeply relaxing slumber had left him in high spirits. Xiao Yi, come and have breakfast. As Lin Yi rose, Yang Mei's gentle call echoed from outside the door. He inhaled deeply, the aroma wafting into his nostrils. His eyes brightened, and he quickly sprang to his feet. Since the improvement in living standards, both eggs and pork had become staples once more. However, the weight of the soul-killing squad was substantial. As a hunting team that ascended to this status step by step, many demon hunters viewed them as role models, striving to join the ranks of the soul-killing squad with fervor. One could say that Ming Yin and the soul-killing squad were regarded as the top and second leaders in their hearts. What do you mean by that? Alexander was no fool. He could discern that the other parties seemed to wish to engage him in some form of transaction. Tang Chuan exhaled deeply, then produced dozens of high-quality spiritual stones, placing them around Qing Yan. Is it that I do not wish to treat you? Moreover, try blocking our family and see if the police will intervene. Sun Hongxing's temper was also notorious, after painstakingly attending to patients. It was disheartening for their families to spout such vitriol. Ji Kai Dao gently assisted by Yu Xian as they entered. and Lu Xinghao waved his sleeve to dismiss the others, silently observing the two. Hello, my surname is Long, and my name is Long Qing. I am a citizen. Xiao Feng smiled slightly, extending his right hand for a simple self-introduction. Buzz. A sudden voice echoed at that moment, and an elderly man with hair as white as snow materialized before them. The old man cast a glance at the luminous barrier, disregarding Tong Ling and the other two completely. The expressions of Tong Ling and her companions grew considerably grave. This unfamiliar old figure, who had never appeared on the battlefield of realms, instilled in them a sense of trepidation. Wang Chun, witnessing the heavily wounded blood-cursed shaman of the Fire Lion, shouted in excitement, directing the Fire Lion to join the assault on the true form of Song Yang. He then formed intricate hand seals, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Do you understand? Good. I certainly do not wish to encounter a teammate as inept as a pig, leading us on a fruitless journey only to emerge with worthless spoils. The ghost general chuckled. Why did he flee? He looks as terrified as a rat before a cat. Dyer had long ceased her weeping. Her tear-streaked eyes filled with confusion. In his previous life, his visage was one of grotesque fury, gritting his teeth in profound anguish and indignation. He roared towards the heavens before vanishing without a trace. The landlord and Sister Wang were equally vexed, appearing as if they wished to voice their concerns but refrained from doing so. Was not Huai's actions tantamount to a complete annihilation of their hopes? The more he pondered, the more he suspected Huai's ulterior motives, increasingly convinced that she aimed to usurp the position in Shirmu County. Gu Beiyong found it utterly inconceivable. The valley before him bore no resemblance to the one he had previously observed, yet all those who had come with him had been reduced to corpses, none intact, all severed into fragments. He understood that they perished beneath his own chaotic onslaught. Such overwhelming might, he mused. Even the esteemed young Master Luo at the height of his power could scarcely attain. No wonder Han Tuo dared to act forcefully after Huaxing had slain the young Master Luo. It seemed the battle had become devoid of uncertainty. A self-proclaimed discerning celestial king had completely lost faith in Huaxing. Lu Wanshan lifted the podium, his hands groping haphazardly over the platform until he unexpectedly activated a switch, elated, and struck forth with a palm. Following his capture, an individual claiming to be Officer Hao, alongside his assistant, began an interrogation that was remarkably reminiscent of a television drama, with one playing the role of the good cop and the other the bad cop. These security personnel, originally retired soldiers, faced the impending danger not with fear, but with a burgeoning sense of exhilaration. Although Lord Cha had merely 800 years of cultivation, and while he was indeed a formidable being, this level seemed insufficient to warrant the attendance of several ghost kings. Even if someone has been here slaughtering chickens, reaching 10,000 should have already prompted a level 10 announcement in the novice village. It seems I am the only one. Who would have thought that being of inferior talent could also have its advantages? Wang Long mused. He then introspected his skill panel, noticing a new skill beside his taunt ability. Wei Wei took a few steps before turning back to Ahui, saying, "Wait for me. I shall bring you good news." With that, she departed joyfully. After all, those skilled individuals who could join the sanctuary possessed extraordinary prowess, and whenever they had spare time, they would use it to rest. Who among them would waste their time on cooking? To speak candidly, with Bai Jingyun's intellect, Lin Fan could easily deceive him to the point of selling him off while counting the profits. Zhang Yinhua, inherently one who is blinded by greed and driven solely by profit, nevertheless does not permit others to voice such opinions. Upon hearing Han Yang delve into her innermost thoughts, she hastily retorted, "Arrest him." Turning to the ruins of the prison, she addressed a Fu and the others, aware that the likes of Cheng Long would not meet their demise just yet. Wang Long pondered what events had transpired in recent days, and soon found himself browsing through the virtual realm S forum in his real life. A colossal voice swept across the entire casino hall, abruptly silencing all sounds, leaving only the booming resonance of the giant spirit echoing within. Thus, time passed, and trending topics shifted. Cherish the present, for one can never foresee which unexpected occurrence tomorrow may bring. Is this truly not mere platitude? Yet if it is not a glitch, why does it carry the essence of one? The crowd remained perplexed. A level 1. Unequipped mage stood against a fully leveled mage adorned in the most exquisite and unique gear, with skills locked in place. Similarly, Wu Tian's attire lay in tatters, visibly shredded, as his bones cracked and his body was uncontrollably hurled backward. AI Early sat contemplatively beside Yong Lin, whereupon the two alchemists commenced their discussion. Huang Yin felt she could no longer engage with Qin Tang, lest she be driven to exasperation by his antics. Yet that space naturally shattered, resembling glass, fragmenting into particles that scattered in all directions. However, after the words exchanged between the two sisters, everyone curiously turned their gaze toward Bei Bei, astonished. Alas, Lucifer was no fool. Upon sensing Chun Yufan's growth had surpassed his own pace, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The Grand Words War Academy loomed over the entrance, radiating an unparalleled aura. Hua Yiluan, who began his career as an advertising director, skyrocketed to fame with his debut advertisement, leading to a surge in his reputation within the industry. frequently undertaking projects for renowned brands. Chapter 59 has been altered to special task. Jiang Fu made a correct wager. Early human practitioners held no significant advantage over monsters. In truth, humanity's superiority over lower-tier monsters stemmed merely from greater wisdom and skill. However, upon entering the realm of silver, the world will bestows the silver halo. Different professions receive varying effects from this halo. Some gain enhanced vitality, others experience a surge in magical energy, while certain skills see a dramatic increase in damage. Hence, silver practitioners became a distinguished elite among humanity. Yet the path of transformation is fraught with challenges. The ascension of silver practitioners is met with trials set forth by the world will. Upon fulfilling the remaining 3 conditions, one may receive a task at the Career Advancement Monument. Shangguan Yu casually agreed, and after the siblings exchanged a few more words, he took his leave, concerned that his newlywed wife might worry as the day grew late. Meanwhile, Jingxian had transformed his home into a sacred sanctuary, adorned with fierce images of bodhisattvas glaring down from the walls, and the courtyard was enveloped in swirling incense smoke and rising paper ash. Quietly, he muttered to himself about the fleeting negative thoughts that had crossed his mind, only to shake his head in self-deprecation. Indeed, during their time at the Knightly Order's headquarters, no one dared utter such nicknames, as it would be deemed a grave disrespect towards Sumu. In order to acquire superpowers, a Shui had to endure the excruciating pain of electric shocks. The primary purpose of administering these shocks was to stimulate the cells of the undead, from which energy could be extracted, as explained by Dr. Leah. Upon hearing gunfire, various battalions had already begun to mobilize in search of its source. Just as the situation escalated, a black sedan halted at the school gate, and Lu Yuesha stepped out. "Oh dear, Brother Ma, could you be a bit gentler? You might hurt someone." Wang Rui grimaced, displaying a pained expression. Upon receiving this news, old Guan turned pale, as if the stool beneath him had sprouted nails, causing him to leap up abruptly, nearly striking his head against the ceiling. "I know a place we can go together, where we can both have fun and stay." Su Huinan continued, disregarding Gu Ming's gaze. "You Wuzhua, what brings you here?" Old Fu retorted sharply, having been interrupted in the midst of attempting a new barrier. Li Nan felt a twinge of surprise, but as Sangu had already elucidated the matter, he had no reason to refrain from listening in. "Does your company prohibit romantic relationships between employees?" she inquired, having heard whispers that some large corporations enforced such regulations. In that moment, countless eyes squinted in anticipation of Ling Wujiao's next move, while the black flames in Luo Chen's hand were about to manifest. Yet Ling Wujiao reached out to seize Mo Beihua. Li Nan weighed the Vago military knife in his hand. It felt remarkably comfortable, and the blade's cold gleam symbolized an indomitable force. Lin Yinan immediately raised his hands in surrender. Their earlier verbal sparring had already drawn the attention of passers-by, and summoning security would only lead to greater embarrassment. Before long, the changing room was filled with a throng of people awaiting their turn for a refreshing shower. After changing clothes, everyone began to take photos on the beach, capturing the essence of their youthful memories in that fleeting moment. "Beizi Zhu, let us go to your house for lunch." Haozi suddenly leaned back, unexpectedly voicing the thought. Zhao Yun's words caused Zhou Xiong to momentarily pause, reflecting, "Does the emperor not welcome me?" With this realization, Zhou Xiong began to reconsider his position. After Tong had finished her lengthy discourse, she observed Zhong Yu, utterly exhausted against the wall, his eyes and mouth adorned with smiles, and feeling a lump in her throat, tears welled up in her eyes. Gently reaching out to caress his pale, colorless cheek, her fingertips felt the chill of frost. Li Jing'er glanced at the new delicacies on the table, a cheesecake and spicy chicken wings, alongside the chicken breast at her side, all of which were her favorites. Lin Xiaoyun was the first to eagerly take a sip, but upon her first taste, she was startled. The flavor was rather peculiar and somewhat pungent. Her heart tightened, and without hesitation, she turned and left. In the car, she changed into her spare casual attire and navigated to the address on the card. The boning knife she held slipped from her grip due to her weakened wrist, clattering to the ground. "Mother, please don't go," Jing'er thought, caught in a daze. Unable to discern whether she was in a dream or reality, yet the piercing pain in her heart was undeniably real. Moreover, she was his own cousin. Regardless of what transpired, she could never harm him. The next afternoon, when Lin Xiaoyun returned from school, the first thing she did was lift her water cup and gulp down a mouthful. Despite the emergence of more advanced mechas in the past 5 years, there were still no signs of the anticipated poisoning reactions, yet Player 16 remained cautious. "I am Zhao Xingtian, and it seems we are old acquaintances. 2 years ago, I attended a birthday banquet for the human race and fought General Ho, managing to shatter only a fragment of your armor," I remarked with a smile. During the half-day, the mental fluctuations of Matowu and Hadu were particularly intense, as they had almost encountered spirits. After He Xuanming finished speaking, Zhang Luling finally grasped the origin of this land. "Do you, Prime Minister Bai Yuan, realize what feng shui techniques the sorcerer your grandfather sought set up in your home? This is merely your side of the story. Why should I believe you?" Lord Changsun coldly inquired. The situation returned to its course, and time passed unbeknownst to anyone. Days later, the campus festival commenced. Under Li Bayan's explanation, both sides were decidedly displeased with the decision, and Ping displayed a notable lack of composure. Gradually, several carriages approached. This time, Nanhua Academy recruited a total of 21 students from Muching, a modest number. Along with the 7-member recruitment team and some martial artists responsible for logistics, the entire group numbered 35, making 5 carriages sufficient. Subsequently, Muhan suddenly formed 2 hand seals. Instantly, the tranquil energy suspended in his dantian erupted like a battalion of iron-willed warriors ready for battle, charging fearlessly towards their positions at the command. Chapter 60. The Wind Spirit, Lina, comes to the rescue. Sitting atop the broad dragoness back, the biting wind was blocked by Xiao Jin. To Lin Yi, it felt as if he were enveloped in a tranquil harbor. The essence of the wind, derived from the blood and hair of the wind spirit obtained from Jiangfu, exuded an aura of airy power, accompanied by a hint of an unusual fragrance. It is said that these spirits hail from another realm, all female, proliferating through the spirit mother tree, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Wind spirits possess an innate mastery over the elements of air, serving as both natural archers and sorceresses. This journey not only serves to fulfill his ascension mission, but also harbors the potential for unexpected treasures, which would be a delightful surprise. In this world, humanity resides alongside the 5 great nations, including the Huaxia Kingdom. Additionally, numerous intelligent races thrive, many of whom are formidable beings, such as elves, gnomes, dwarves, and dragons. Fortunately, Qi Li had not received any recent notifications, alleviating her concerns regarding any potential impacts on her morning duties. Yan Mo Li wore a grim expression, yet ultimately relented, acknowledging that he had indeed taken a step back. Zhao Shu felt a sense of helplessness, unable to refuse, and thus reluctantly consented to accompany Zhao Zi. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jing produced a set of needles from his medicine kit. In her previous life, she had encountered Yan Mo Li at the age of 17 and had fallen irrevocably for him at the tender age of 20, leading to a series of regrettable decisions, including a broken engagement and suicide. She had exhausted all her means, only to witness her family's once proud legacy and company being ravaged by Lin Miao Miao and Yan Mo Li. Tang Zixin was taken aback when her grandfather bestowed upon her the bracelet symbolizing the head matriarch of the Song family, a gesture that felt somewhat inappropriate. Ah Feng, shielded by Ji Hua and Hong Do, could no longer contain her frustration, stepping forward to glare at Sima Qingshan, her previously gentle eyes now gleaming with cold stars, her dress billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. At that time, the Su family and Colonel Lu were neighbors, and she and Lu Jinming, separated by merely 4 years, often found joy in each other's company. The 2 elderly gentlemen adorned with colorful cords observed their surroundings with delight, their enthusiasm akin to that of youthful children eager to boast to their peers. Emotions would only serve to burden oneself, fostering sentimentality, whereas a thriving career would illuminate one's existence. Previously, Li Jianming had mentioned returning in a couple of days to discuss the details of their mission, yet he had not appeared, likely overwhelmed by pressing matters. They would certainly not linger in this dilapidated building, despite their claims of seeking vengeance. It seemed more likely that they were deliberately drawing Chun Kuei and others toward them, which undoubtedly raised suspicions. With irritation boiling within him, Lin Hao squeezed the tissue, prompting Su Yun to stomp her foot in frustration. Perhaps these individuals, believing themselves elevated by their association with Sangtian, fancied they would be regarded as equals by the powerful beings of another world. The summer weather in the greater Xing'an range proved to be rather pleasant, though sporadic thunderstorms would occasionally disrupt the serenity, yet not with great frequency, allowing warm afternoons where one could find Nuan peacefully napping in the courtyard without a care in the world. Under the assault of the joint forces of Shenzhou and Mazhou, relying solely on the strength of the local region, and Qingzhou proved utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Cities fell like leaves before the wind along the path of invasion. Although there had been prior encounters with such individuals, they were often mere fleeting glimpses, lacking the opportunity for direct engagement. Lin Hao could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. At that moment, Lin Yi appeared bewildered, casually cracking sunflower seeds, startled by the sudden noise and commotion. Meanwhile, Schwanger was assisting in collecting money when she noticed a circular ring adorning her attire, slowly emanating a faint glow. As the words fell, 12 golden rings erupted into the air, dancing and reflecting a dazzling golden light. Just as he stood up to pass by a breakfast stall, he overheard a lively discussion among several individuals. In truth, from another perspective, the more challenging the task, the more captivating it becomes. For many take pleasure in witnessing the missteps of the stars. The power of nature, the ability to enhance and improve the genetic fabric of life according to one's will, fostering growth and development. Song Shiyan merely curled his lips. Disdain etched upon his face as he struggled to utter a derisive ha. As long as a certain number of scientific tasks could be completed annually or specific research benchmarks reached, or if one's capabilities were sufficiently advanced, it sufficed. Should challenges arise, immediate solutions must be sought, and one ought to avoid returning to the white-headed eagle in the future. Most of his friends from the escort agency were of the blue pillar class, with only Lu Sanjin possessing the faint purple aura of nobility. In her heart, she felt guilt over Schwanger's situation. Should anything happen to Li Nan, the consequences would be dire. In the conjecture of Chang Tian and Shen Gong, without the involvement of Han Xian and Li Lu, both concurred that regardless of their presence, Guotai would inevitably face defeat. As for this matter, it would only be resolved upon an official announcement from the Celestial Court. The weapon had nearly taken shape, and at this juncture, the threat of heavenly tribulation loomed ominously. Although Peter harbored a simmering anger within, he could not afford to reveal it, for he must cultivate the image of a European gentleman. This brought him some joy, as it was an ability that could be further enhanced. Should his perceptive range continue to expand and become more precise, few dangers would go unnoticed. The pervasive atmosphere of mockery and humiliation was an excruciating experience, one Lin Mu had already endured in middle school, and he could not bear to see his brother suffer the same fate, especially during such a formative period of character development. Yi Xingqian reminisced about a realm known as Asuka, 500 years prior, situated in the icy lands, a paradise that men longed for. However, while the thought is indeed splendid, the reality is that the disparity between the two individuals is insurmountable. The esteemed ancestor of the Ascendant Realm, held in high regard, could hardly set their sights on a mere novice like myself, a fledgling in the realm of cultivation. Yifeng did not allow himself to be disheartened. With a flick of his hand, hundreds of sword lights manifested before him. Ah, you find it difficult to explain yourself? Then I shall simply eliminate you. Jie Jiao infused stellar energy into the dark moon blade, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire restaurant in a shroud of dread. Long Yifeng swiftly wrapped his arms around the body of the fallen, preventing him from collapsing. He understood the sorrow of the fallen, reminiscent of his own despair 3 years prior. Damn it, Ling Sheng thought fiercely, summoning the 5 thunder talismans, filling the tomb passage with an improbable black mist. The rumbling thunder echoed, and instantly, golden serpents surged forth, lightning crackling in the air. Perhaps the notion of eternal youth merely refers to a preserved appearance. While the body's functions still succumb to the ravages of time, not truly immortal, but merely retaining a semblance of youth. It is rumored that the longer a soul guide practices, the more pronounced their Pishio tattoos become, and this indeed appears to be the case. Zhang Daoren inquired of his grandfather why he had not passed this skill on to him. Chapter 61. Arrival at the Elven Tribe, Ceremony for Catherine. Amidst the verdant forest, towering trees pierced the heavens. Even from a height, one could sense the enormity of these colossal trees. Lena hastily rose and said, Lord Lin Yi, just ahead lies our Elven Tribe. However, a magical barrier envelopes the area, requiring you to lower the flight of the Holy Dragon. Lin Yi suddenly understood, nodding off. So there is a magical barrier that clarifies everything. It is worth noting that the soul-severing mountains are fraught with peril. Without protection, this tribe might have long been crushed to pieces by monsters. With a thought, he commanded the Holy Dragon to spread its wings and swiftly dive towards the dense heart of the forest, descending to a mere few hundred meters above the ground. That was the significant stronghold of the southwestern region, arranged in a crescent shape. Advancing further would lead them to the heart of Linxian Town within Guang'an Prefecture. Of course, all this is secondary. For now, they remained in a cooperative state of goodwill towards one another. They remained blissfully unaware that mere meters above their heads, a figure silently retreated from a ventilation shaft. She leaned softly against Dmo Xian's embrace, closing her eyes and releasing a contented sigh. Many believed he held the reins of power, reveling in that sensation, yet such a notion was rather naive and absurd. Suddenly, he recalled something and gently inquired of Tai Xiangxue, what has become of her? A simple question, laden with profound emotion. Zhang Yongjie commanded Zhang Ji and the other officials to compile a list of the fallen soldiers, which Lord Chao would submit to the court, requesting compensation. This was indeed the customary practice of the vanguard army. If there truly existed an opportunity to purchase it, Donnie might not dare to make the acquisition. Otherwise, if he were to conduct experiments, it could attract unwanted attention and suspicion from extraordinary beings. The individual wielding the mysterious spiritual artifact has been rapidly enhancing his abilities. Although the increments are modest, such a pace is nonetheless astonishing. The total energy amassed is not substantial, likely sufficient only to nurture a great shaman within the ancestral hall. Should the two brothers persist in their current course, perhaps the present circumstances would not have unfolded, for a company can only have a singular voice. And no one wishes to be a puppet. For a day, a month, or even a year, such a situation may be bearable, yet over the long term, it is difficult to ensure that Song Jiang would not harbor resentment. 6 pirate ships halted 500 meters from the patrol vessel, converging closely together. These matters, once forgotten and discarded, are now grasped anew, and naturally, they cannot be relinquished again. He Jin's anger should have diminished somewhat. However, why does the youth before him appear increasingly furious? With a snort, the mysterious elder deftly evaded Lu Yingfeng's attack, spitting a mouthful of blood onto his palms. "Stop the nonsense and come down to wash the vegetables," a deep male voice resounded within, nearly identical to Roger's. On the western beach, an astonishing number of military patrol vessels lay anchored, with the emblem of the Zak mercenaries clearly visible on their flags. Chun Rongjiang nodded, leaning against the doorframe, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, offering one to Roger. "Haha, is it really as serious as you say?" Yi Tian chuckled, reaching down to lift the adorable Meng Meng nestled at his feet. Roger slammed his hands down on the table, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with fury, muscles contorting in sheer rage. Having learned from past experiences, the man transformed into a powerful vacuum, continuously converting spiritual energy into a source within his dantian. Thus, he need not consume copious amounts of exotic meat to replenish the energy depleted within his body. Why does Mu Chichi draw such conclusions? It is quite simple. Tang Yixiao is likely a cross-dresser with a penchant for adornment. What else could be his unique motivation if not to attract male attention? Just moments ago, Lin Ru appeared to be intimidated by Feng Jiao's scolding, her complexion fluctuating between red and pale, prompting her to leave in indignation. Suddenly, a colossal palm imprint descended from the heavens, bearing down upon the soaring form of Qiongqi. As she spoke, she raised her hand to indicate Li Jin, suggesting with her gaze that if he continued to provoke trouble, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. This locale is Zhongqing City, the capital of Yunnan Province, a significant city in the southwest. Zhongqing boasts a pleasant climate, with mild winters and summers devoid of extreme heat, earning the moniker Spring City. Lin Xian rose from her chair, slowly approaching Ding Guofeng, extending her arm to embrace him gently while offering comforting pats to his back with her other hand. Upon the utterance of those words, the crowd was taken aback, and soon thereafter, Tuku was besieged by a multitude of individuals. Furthermore, should you truly find yourselves in peril or confronted with supernatural occurrences, I recommend seeking refuge at Hero Square, or more specifically, by the hero statue. Once you arrive there, you shall likely encounter no further troubles. At times, Cheng Yifan found himself pondering whether there was an issue with his family's ancestral grave, for he was quite ignorant of such matters. Recently, he had witnessed a plethora of strange occurrences, leading him to entertain an unusual thought. Once they emerged from the mountains, he would certainly enlist old Zhao's assistance in inspecting the ancestral site. Thus, as we continue our journey, we must proceed in an orderly fashion, with each individual placing their hand upon the shoulder of the person in front, advancing in close formation. Even if our pace is somewhat slow, it is imperative that we ensure no one is left behind as we traverse this woodland. He found it peculiar that he had not issued any orders to fire. Yet one of the armed helicopters inexplicably launched a rocket. The Dragon King whale leapt into the air, an overwhelming force emanating from all directions, coursing through its formidable form. Yuan Bei Nai selected a vantage point, taking in the scene before her. She was well aware of the nature of Shen Chongqing, yet she had not anticipated such audacity. Though, in truth, it was not entirely surprising. Meanwhile, the being known as Tian had exhausted itself and fallen asleep upon it, entirely oblivious to the ethereal spirit drifting towards the flame desert. Elder Mu leaned in closely to the ear of a middle-aged man, whispering something for him to hear. Although this operation did not lead to the capture of the Jiao King and the Dragon King whale, it did elucidate the intricacies of the divine conflict, which could be regarded as a modest success. All this information was conveyed to her by Old Master Ji. Could it be that he was unaware of Ji Hai's shifting preferences? Tu Shu halted, the chopsticks poised in midair, gazing at the lavish spread before him in silence. Upon the unsealing of the artifact, the lord of the hidden divine sect and Su Hai employed their mental faculties to probe the stone carving, revealing an immense topographical map of mountainous terrain. Suddenly, a cold chuckle emanated from behind, laced with a voice brimming with provocation. "You might want to pray that you do not encounter me on the martial arts stage tomorrow, otherwise." A gust of wind signaled the movement of Qing Yu wielding a spiritual weapon. The simple arrangement of the leaves gave them an air of maturity and weariness, their somewhat pale faces evoking a sense of trepidation. Under the assistance of numerous disciples, Gao Xianji, after a day-long battle outside of Xiushuan City, led the troops to withdraw 50 miles to establish a camp. In her quest to reclaim Xiushuan Prefecture, Gao Xianji gathered her disciples to collaboratively deliberate the next steps in their siege strategy. Chapter 62. Negotiating Terms for Treasures. Should the darkness brought by the underground city remain unvanquished, the consequences faced by the elven tribe may indeed prove far more severe than those articulated by Catherine. After all, during discussions of collaboration, none would naively divulge the entirety of their predicaments, as that would expose their vulnerabilities to adversaries. Catherine appeared somewhat taken aback, yet quickly responded with a smile. "Of course, there is no issue, Lord Lin Yi. As long as you are willing to lend a hand to the elf tribe, feel free to express any needs." Lin Yi remained silent, rising under the bewildered gaze of the elven priest and producing two tokens, the wind spirit card and the tear of the spirit. A trace of sorrow flickered in Catherine's eyes as she gently caressed the teardrop-shaped spirit. Yi Lisang carefully redressed Ai Qiao Qiao's wound, wrapping her head anew with fresh bandages. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to send his attendant to Lady Bai, suddenly claiming he had matters to attend to and choosing to rest in the courtyard instead. The Imperial Street was remarkably wide, capable of accommodating 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with shops, taverns, tea houses, and chess clubs lining the sides. Strolling along the street, one occasionally caught sight of foreign individuals with striking blue eyes and golden hair. After receiving my permission, Zhang Yang returned to his original position, greeting his fellow disciples and commencing preparations. It is best to speak freely without holding back, as harboring feelings can lead to illness. Yi Lisang reached out to gently pat her head. Despite their incessant bickering over the years, they never divorced, yet the discordant nature of their marriage left Mr. Zhuang with psychological scars. After visiting 6 checkpoints, during the release of the last group, Niu Sanpao once again seized Zheng Yiseo's hand amidst the chaos. Her once cold hand, along with her less than pleasant complexion, suddenly flushed with warmth in the rain. Lu Wu felt a sense of frustration. He had brought her out today to cheer her up, yet encountered one unsavory character after another. When Bumming often frequented other villages to gamble, when he won money, he would drink himself into a stupor, and there were instances where he was targeted for his winnings and beaten along the way. However, Yunjin had no intention of recklessly pursuing ghosts again and felt no regret. After all, escaping was preferable to the words on hand. Peter fell into silence when, at that moment, a familiar figure emerged from behind George. Though old dad had a temper, he was straightforward and upright, with many friends. When Qin Kuan neglected his studies and got into trouble, such as the incident where he broke the director's nephew's arm, some friends severed ties with Qin Mangue. The table before them was precisely to their taste, and many nodded in agreement. He originally intended to confront Yang Lin directly, but after several fruitless attempts, Qin Yun decided to remain in the capital, waiting for an opportunity. Unable to trace Yang Lin's whereabouts, he focused his efforts on several other key figures. The seeds were divided into 2 planting areas, one for peach blossoms and the other for apricot blossoms. They were not planted in a straight line, but rather according to the 8 trigrams of the Yellow Emperor. Jelini left cheerfully with the money, while Qin Kuan stretched lazily, finally able to relax after dismissing this troublesome spirit. With the words of Xiao Jian, one could say it reached the depths of their hearts, bringing comfort. The atmosphere lightened, filled with laughter and lively discussion. Indeed, as the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. With her eyesight restored and clarity in her heart, Grandma's insights began to shine through. Lido was firmly pulled into the inner chamber by Lala. If the exterior of the shop represented the facade, then the interior was unequivocally the realm of hidden desires. Due to the difference in physique, the uniform appeared somewhat snug on Wei Feng, yet its elasticity allowed it to be worn, making him feel as if he had donned a superhero costume. Upon hearing Wu Kai's words, several ruffians, fearful of being reprimanded for their sluggishness, hurriedly confessed all they knew. At that moment, 2 guards, who had gone out in search of Brother Jiang, were assisting a fainted young man into the premises. A loud bang echoed 10 meters ahead, the sound of 2 bullets colliding resonating through the air. According to Uncle Chu's diagnosis, due to severe internal organ dysfunction, many of Lan Zi's physiological abilities had significantly deteriorated. He was solely relying on the Qing Tung fruit for survival. Any hope for recovery would require the mythical elixir that was said to be non-existent. It was here that the black dragon restored its corporeal form. Duo Luo deduced that this place was a mirage where thoughts materialized into reality. Lin Yushuan extended her delicate arm to encircle Wu Kai's neck, her eyes closed as she savored this long-lost sensation. At last, Hiroshi Wisteria found his opportunity. To deal with the highly sensitive cadaver, the estate's defensive forces would deploy homemade explosives equipped with alarm bells. One of the guards ignited the fuse of the prepared explosives, activating the alarm. Indeed, those who easily believed were often misled. Regardless of species, exceptions did exist. Long Tian felt somewhat injured, as he had experienced this once before. And for many years, Tang Yen embraced tightly, his tone remarkably calm, as if stating that the matter was irrevocably decided, leaving no room for dissent. However, just as he was about to finish his sentence, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that, from a great distance, Jiang Fan was intently gazing at him. This sensation had not manifested in quite some time. Occasionally indulging in such feelings was a rare delight. Ling Yun was equally startled by the bizarre scene before him, his heart racing as he began to step backward. Ha ha, Lan Ziqian laughed heartily, recalling Shi Chen's performance at the spirit testing platform of the Blue Cloud sect years ago. Master and disciple mirrored each other. Sister Wanner, are you all right? Qing Feng inquired with concern as he delivered breakfast to Chu Hunli, gazing anxiously at Wanner. Amidst the dense thicket of thorns, Lin Yao vanquished a demon, a massive serpent adorned with intricate patterns, with a single strike. The body of Master Yuan was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing into a tree by the roadside before coming to a halt. Selecting one of the more prosperous establishments, Lin Feng engaged in conversation using the local dialect. Do you truly dare to fire a gun? Chu He's smile vanished as he instinctively sensed Jiang Fan's demeanor. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's smile transformed from one of indulgence to a subtle, ambiguous expression. I vigorously shook my head, handed the flashlight that had fallen to the ground to Chu Nanfeng, and continued forward, this time with no one following behind. Tang Yuan was engrossed in her makeup, her eyes large and bright, with her hair dyed a light brown, slightly curled at the ends, exuding a fluffy and languid charm. Quite striking. Nestled in Yi Yunkong's embrace, she felt no chill, and the height of the red cedar trees afforded them a commanding view of the area below. Yuan Bao possessed a rather unique essence, often opting for alternate forms when presenting itself in public. Should it reveal its true form, it would undoubtedly incite widespread commotion. Not only in this world, but also in the kingdom of Lin Yi. Young Master Tang Yuan, where's the place in the photo? It seems so familiar. I believe I just passed by while on a reconnaissance mission. Naturally, she did not expect him to assist her. She only needed someone to take the blame when Ji Qinfeng came knocking to confront her. He was a person willing to invest time in the pursuit of perfection. Yet that did not imply he would tolerate a theme song that remained unrecorded for months on end. Chapter 63. Hell-level Dungeon Secret Realm. Battle commences. Warring Ancient Tree. Summoning Entity. Grade. Level 30 Lord Monster. Health points. 4, 735, 229. Skills. Root Binding. Vine Shot. Rapid Regeneration. Wooden Activation. Vision Sharing. With the skills reaching their maximum level of 30, the capabilities of the Warring Ancient Tree experienced a qualitative leap. Faced with peril, Lin Yi could dispatch the Warring Ancient Tree for reconnaissance without any reservations, especially with the combination of wooden activation and vision sharing. It rendered all enemies in the forest nearly invisible. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Even before entering the dungeon, such gains had already been made. Catherine observed as Lin Yi prepared himself, her emotions a mixture of embarrassment and distress. I feel rather awkward myself. I just announced my intention to marry yesterday, and today I've gone back on my word. How am I to broach this? Her complexion turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. The nurse, suspecting a recurrence of complications, hurriedly took her temperature and blood pressure, ultimately finding nothing amiss. Inside, Jing Beichen was keenly watching, surprised to discover that Ke Juanxiao's skills were so commendable. It seemed that his years spent in the country were not in vain. Initially, she had thought Xing Huaigong would disregard her due to the previous incident, but it appeared otherwise. The security guard, half convinced, regarded Lu Zhoucheng with a peculiar gaze, likely mistaking him for someone living off a woman's fortune. Just as Kai Yun was welcoming the esteemed guest, she was targeted by individuals deployed nearby by Sun Zhihui. However, both Shanghai and Xuanqing were under the occupation of the Japanese invaders, and the navigation routes along the Yangtze River were far from smooth. Liang Xiao and Wu Wan had waited for 5 days in Xuanqing, and on the 6th day, they finally managed to board a vessel bound for Shanghai. Dongfang Ling felt a profound sense of despair, pondering why she could not be extricated from this predicament. Was it truly her fate to be ensnared by these two dishes? Zhuolang, trust me, once the moment is ripe, I will certainly disclose our relationship to the media, by Xiaoshu hastily elucidated, sensing Yin Zhuolang's discontent. Mere moments prior, Tang Feng had conversed with Zhou Jian over the phone, learning that Zhou Jian was stationed at the port cargo yard, yielding substantial results. Su Qingyi gazed at the exquisite dishes, licking her lips. Earlier, she had not felt it at the snowy arena, but now her hunger was undeniable. The bustling crowd on the street swiftly gathered to witness the spectacle, jostling the two of them until they arrived at the Wang family's residence, where wreaths of mourning flowers and white funeral banners were displayed. Xiao Jingxian clenched his fists, a simmering resentment buried within him. After suppressing it, he widened the fissure even further. Mengyao, do not fret. This demonic tower cavern does not exude malevolent energy. Let the chosen ones investigate first, Shizhu remarked, as the jade peak in his hand continuously morphed in shape. Chen Ling, unable to suppress a smile, silently nodded, observing the serene expression of Ji Ming Lixiang, who resembled an ethereal sprite hidden in the autumn night, her playful demeanor tugging at one's heartstrings. The astute Bai Gua had already surmised much from Shizhu's reaction. Some matters might surpass her wildest imaginings. I am indeed curious about what other peculiarities lie here, Zhou Yushua promptly added. The atmosphere at the scene was filled with warmth and harmony. Xiao Beichen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reflect. It turned out that a rebellion had erupted at the border, with an unidentified force stirring, intent on undermining the Qing dynasty's rule. The regulations meticulously outlined the laws and moral codes that the feudal lords should adhere to, alongside the punitive measures for those who transgressed. To her astonishment, a grand ceremony was unfolding. Hua Jiao was elated, just as she was about to accompany the arena officials when solemn chants of names echoed around her, accompanied by the emergence of various sect totems in the sky. Yet, he suddenly realized that while his mind was clear, his body moved forward uncontrollably. This sensation mirrored his earlier experience of activating the altar. He had resisted, but to no avail, ultimately allowing the system to unlock the altar. When inquired, Chun Hao shook his head, indicating all was well. as the helicopter finally took off again, gradually departing. Qi Dongfeng was unperturbed, dialing Yunfeng using the military phone. Yunfeng's residence was a rental, equipped with a phone. No, you are overthinking it, Liamo retorted, somewhat vexed. This diversion had cost him considerable time to regain his composure for cultivation. The solitary star shadow spoke with a smile, her aura distinctly transformed. Less sharp and infused with a touch of nobility, yet the solitude remained unabated. The giant wolf gazed at the night sky in silence, its form torn apart by lightning. Issuing several reluctant whimpers from its gaping maw before its body ceased its convulsions and fell silent. Sitting on the ground, Wu Feng gazed at his notably twisted right leg. His eyes directed at Qin Yang filled with resentment and terror. The flower fox blinked, on the verge of stealthily escaping into the nearby woods, only to be intercepted by a plainly dressed old woman who had already appeared at her side, promptly altering her expression to inquire. First, let them interact. If they find mutual affection, it would bring joy to all. If they get along well, then a commitment must follow, as per Yunfeng's intentions. Before the banquet commenced downstairs, numerous individuals were already gathered, engaging in conversations about business, family, and various matters. Should such a situation come to light, Long Yi's brutal assault on many of Tongmen's martial artists would find justification, especially considering his plans to unite with several esteemed elders to besiege them. If they preemptively struck out of self-preservation, what could be wrong with that? The whistleblower beckoned Qin Long to sit beside him, first offering him a bottle of warm 8 treasure porridge, followed by placing a piece of paper on the ground. Jiang Yicha remained silent. As for the grand gesture, it mattered little, for she would not live to see 18. Even now, she only had 2 years left to her lifespan. The shopkeeper was a kindly man in his 50s, with a benevolent demeanor and a plump physique, his tone quite amiable. Unfortunately, he lacked the techniques of an innate grandmaster and had yet to comprehend the essence of the innate divine. She currently possessed over 1,000 superior spirit stones, but her 4th and 5th senior brothers were of no help, both penniless. Jianggu, Jiang Ani's head is still not well. I can see she still has injuries. Aren't you going to intervene? Lu Zhaohe approached Jiang Heji. Jiang Yicha wore no jewelry, although her gown was haute couture. It bore no remarkable features aside from her vibrant and radiant aura, which concealed any signs of her family background. Chapter 64. A forceful overwhelm, harvesting dark crystals. Defeated 32 ordinary goblin monsters, gained 462 experience points. Defeated 33 elite goblin monsters, gained 1457 experience points. Defeated 34 Lord-level goblin captain, gained 14,517 experience points. The messages in the log continuously flickered, nearly drowning Lin Yi's line of sight. Fortunately, he had borrowed the Horn of the Wind spirit from Catherine. Otherwise, the loss of such a vast amount of experience points would have left him in utter regret. At this moment, within a 200-meter radius around him, the goblins retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind an expanse of open ground. With just a single casting of the Earth Prison, he had astonishingly garnered 50 formidable foes. Instilling awe, the merciless monstrosities that killed without a blink were indeed fearsome and terrifying. Here, this is 3,000 for medical expenses. It should suffice for your friend to get these checked. At this moment, Sui Feier directly produced 3,000 yuan and handed it over. Even those ordinary wild beasts and fierce creatures, regardless of their rank, whether 8th grade or merely 3rd or 4th grade, possess a certain degree of intelligence, with some exhibiting a cleverness that surpasses that of many humans. For instance, numerous pets trained by people can discern their owner's desires with merely a whistle or a glance. Yet, Zhang Shouting remains oblivious to the fact that her 2 slaps not only roused Jihan from his stupor, but also sent ripples through the esports realm in China. He requires a greater willpower to suppress his lineage and must entirely rid himself of El Wushuang. Under the current circumstances, he finds himself too weak to contend with this individual. As the half-human, half-corpse figure approached, a noxious aura emanated from its decaying flesh. Purple light seeped into its skin, reminiscent of a charred, rotting corpse, reeking of foulness. The elder of the corpse demon sect endured the searing pain inflicted by the thunder dragon and charged forward with grim determination. 8 fearsome black dragon heads, while seemingly lacking catastrophic destructive power, exuded an aura of dread. Why so fierce? Have you resorted to despicable means? Otherwise, why would anyone pay attention to a fool like you? The character Qin was shrouded in a mist that obscured its details, rendering only its outline discernible. With both sides appearing strikingly similar, is escaping the pursuit of over 100 saints and thousands of grand saints not thrilling? Boss, it's said that the Qilin is also a connoisseur of treasures, rivaling even the Dragon Clan, Huang Tian remarked to Zhang Lang. Lu Yin indeed possesses considerable talent. The Xiangshan Guard has taken on a commendable form. However, a recent secret order has left Lu Yin in a predicament. Had it not been for this, Wang Emo would not have contemplated leaving the Wu family only after attaining a measure of self-preservation. Yet, the sudden turn of events rendered his subsequent journey fraught with challenges. Dan Shinzi, who had previously maintained a stern demeanor, rarely displayed a faint smile. Despite the malevolent influences of the Qiyu blood cavern, which stirred feelings of slaughter, desire, and violence, Dan Shenzi remained amiable towards his two obedient junior sisters, Li Qing and Li Qian. With the adeptness of Du Yu in manipulating life and death talismans, he swiftly aimed at the hindquarters of the red hare. He had already discerned the blood vessels and joints of the steed. Once these talismans penetrated the red hare's rear, it would not be long before this legendary steed would be rendered lame. His renown would once again be inscribed in the annals of history, as he, the divine envoy Maya, would be favored by the gods. If one were to exclusively allow a nascent soul practitioner to plunder this location, they could amass a considerable fortune within decades. However, when it comes to distributing it among numerous scattered cultivators, resources become rather strained. Just as the conversations among the crowd unfolded, several streaks of escape light suddenly flashed above, descending as Gue Xian-song, Ao Xian-qing, and Long Tian-qing arrived. Yet, most officials in the city and county remained unaware of the unfolding events, learning of them only through this news, leaving them utterly astonished. The sky was filled with astonishment as several individuals summoned their most cherished artifacts, intending to deliver a thunderous blow to vanquish the detestable black zombie. To their utter surprise, the adversary wielded such an extraordinary treasure. Cold Seven nodded, swiftly unveiling the quilt. As one leg touched the ground, a sharp pain compelled him to draw a sharp breath. To the east of the forest lay a long river known as the Brennan River, beyond which sprawled an expanse of unknown woods. Unperturbed by the changes in the outside world, Liu Bai was wholly absorbed in his research on spacecraft. Indeed, having liberated himself from Naruto's body, the Ninetales' first thought was to seek out Ai Yi, for she had dealt him a grievous blow in the realm of the spirit. What would the reality hold? With his father alive, there was no rush to eliminate Fang Yi. He was curious to discover what secrets lay behind him. At that moment, a colleague from the same establishment suggested a venture to an underground boxing arena on North Road in the city, where one could earn money through fighting. Driven to desperation, I accompanied him, only to find that not only did I fail to earn any money, but I also lost my clothes in the process. The two sisters turned to him simultaneously and then back again. One yawned while the other sighed in boredom. With the battle temporarily halted and rewards distributed, the old man hastily returned to his residence, only to be rendered speechless by the sight that met him. Xizhen hesitated, his heart a tumultuous mix of shock and shame. Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, he swallowed his words upon witnessing Pei Feng's resolute gaze. Originally there to gain experience, Yin Zhen did not dwell on the matter, regarding his opponent's strength as mere fodder for practice. Before Yangfeng, the universe unfolded in repetitive transformations, while he sank into contemplative thought. His mouth agape, he was poised to unleash a torrent of scornful and insulting words. But in that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, silencing him completely. Are you curious as to why I invited you, an outer sect disciple, to seek opportunities here? Xiang Xiao raised her hand to smooth her hair, her beautiful eyes gazing at Yinfeng. Even Hong you could only probe within a radius of 300 meters. While this appeared considerable, it was hardly advantageous in the vast, silent expanse of the broadcasting realm. Chapter 65. Acquiring Spoils. Monsters turn against each other. Roar. The holy dragon descended with a powerful flap of its wings, its fleshly appendages adorned with sharp barbs, reaping the lives of the monsters. Observing little Jean autonomously clearing the battlefield, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the Wolf King. Teleportation. Lin Yi silently chanted, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared beside his target. Delay spell. In the next instant, the Wolf King's speed plummeted. Whirlwind slash. The staff in Lin Yi's hand burst forth with a dazzling radiance. Under the blessing of the Wind Spirit's song, the damage dealt by the wind-based spells soared to over 8 million. The wind blade, spanning several dozen meters, continuously whirled and sliced through the air. Boom. The defenses of the Wolf King were nearly breached. To them, dealing with such insignificant insectoid creatures seemed manageable with merely the deployment of an immortal emperor, leaving them puzzled as to why Lord Yi of the Batian gang would mobilize an army of 150,000. Was it merely for amusement? The senior's destined path must be the dream path, for as long as beings are capable of dreaming, they would be under your control, a marvel of extraordinary might. Bai Kuan was not simply flattering the dream of 3 lives, he genuinely felt its significance. For those nouveau riche, establishments like hotels, bars, estates, and entertainment complexes were far from exclusive, and the offerings of drinks, services, and culinary delights rarely met their expectations. From having nothing to a slight warmth in his grasp, Dugu Wuji realized his thoughts were indeed correct. There was something on that wall. It became simpler now. He merely needed to follow this warmth in his exploration, as if activating the initial mechanism of a series of traps would set everything in motion. With only 5 minutes remaining, would Duan Taishu truly arrive? Su Yurong gazed at the opposite Lu Yunfei. For the Jinwu, although they submitted to Hanjin, they regarded the demon clan forces as their own possessions, not surrendered. Hanjin would, of course, not assist him excessively. It was merely a matter of face, so if you understood, do not feign ignorance. Otherwise, you would lose all semblance of dignity. As they absorbed the vengeful spirits, they sipped the essence transformed from these souls to heal their path injuries. With each sip of the ethereal elixir, their severed limbs began to regenerate gradually. The emergence of the halo caused the previously boiling concoction to subside, returning to a state of tranquility. The patterns stirred by the 9-patterned azure blood spring also manifested, as the 4 distinct fluctuations combined, ultimately bringing the tumultuous movements to a complete halt. Currently, the Lin family needed substantial financial flow for several projects. Recently, they had established a partnership with Xinyaozu. If Lin Pejuan were to discover that today's incident had jeopardized the collaboration, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. Short blades intertwined, casting sharp glimmers and producing a resounding clash. Almost simultaneously, the shurikens, thrown with precision, collided and sparked golden embers before being swept aside by the gusts generated by the ninja's movements, not even touching the ground. Thus, he found himself surrounded by a few individuals, though he could not comprehend why they referred to him as boss. After selling the spoils, Zhou Yu obtained 12,000 spirit stones. The reason for such a modest sum was primarily that he had refrained from engaging with several particularly distinctive treasures. Ahem, I will explain this later. Currently, I am participating in an event that requires me to complete a task. Could you possibly lend me 1 million? Chen Fan cleared his throat twice, indicating the purpose of his visit. He was suffering from hyperactive liver-yang hypertension, accompanied by coronary atherosclerosis, presenting symptoms of blood stagnation. It was no wonder that his excitement yesterday had triggered angina. The mental focus and time he saved could significantly enhance the progress of his experiments. Please, Dr. Liu, he said, this child, Changsheng, is inside. I would appreciate your extra attention, Zhou Lian remarked. After concluding her connection with Zhang Long, Li Mingyuan found herself cursing his ancestors. The revelation caused a collective gasp among onlookers. If 5 cups equated to a pound, then 350 cups amounted to 70 pounds of liquor. All that he had lost during his injury, strength, courage, and determination, had returned to him. Discovering that his opponent was stronger than himself, Lin Yi felt no fear. Rather, she was elated. The stronger the creature, the more resilient it would be, unlike the previous monster that had perished before she could fully unleash her abilities. Having consolidated her cultivation, Lin Yi prepared to depart. Before leaving, she effortlessly dispatched the surrounding mutated animals and plants, collecting all materials from their remains before her exit. Frank leaned against the doorframe with a cup of coffee, greeting Yang Yi with eyes sparkling as if he had encountered the god of wealth. However, he had no time for idle speculation and glanced meaningfully at Xing Lai, conveying that cooperation was essential. Any conflict would yield no benefits for anyone involved. Later, when a neighbor witnessed him consuming a fox, they warned him against it. He shrugged off the admonition, retorting that he had even eaten corpses when starving in his hometown. So what was there to fear about a fox? The employees of this establishment were no match for their ancestors. Should these individuals truly wish to target certain sects within the realm of cultivation, no sect would be able to withstand such an assault. It's a chilling thought. Zhang Yao lowered her head, dispiritedly stating, well, that Xing Lai is quite the oddball, and so are you. In fact, you both seem rather well suited. With that, she reclined on the bed, covering her head with the blanket. Patty and Aelenfire sat side by the campfire, while villagers, with permission, approached Patty seeking his blessings. He graciously obliged, bestowing blessings upon the simple folk as he would his knights. Jiang Yun took a photo from her home, not inquiring about the camera's owner. Assuming it belonged to Zhou Cheng, who had recently developed a passion for photography. She knew Zhou Cheng would have access to Zhou Fu's camera upon his return, rendering this one redundant, which was why she considered borrowing it. Chapter 66. Inventory check and the fierce battle against the black-scaled flying dragon. Lin Yi had just vanquished a wave of monsters, reaping substantial rewards. Within the hell-level dungeon, even the drop rates of minor foes had significantly increased. For Lin Yi, these pieces of equipment were merely commodities to be exchanged for currency in the future. He cast a casual glance and then turned his attention elsewhere. What truly commanded his focus were a few rare treasures in his possession. Among them was a pair of battle boots, subtly adorned with delicate black dragon wings at the back, exuding an aura of flair. Black dragon boots. Rarity, platinum. Attributes, agility 20,000, stamina 10,000, movement speed 50. With the additional skill of black dragon leap. Note, allows for a leap in any direction without rebound damage, with a cooldown of 5. His younger sister had seen her elder sister. Dressed in a pale blue gauzy attire, one could immediately catch a whiff of the alluring fox fragrance emanating from her. Indeed, Song Renjun had not anticipated that Han Yu would arrive. Although the peacekeeping mission was undeniably genuine, it was quite a coincidence that Han Yu was leading the team. Subsequently, Raphael took a cautious step back, remaining outside the illegal team's alert distance, and made a gesture of collaboration. While his words seemed to carry a hint of reason, to others, it appeared merely as a fade for his lascivious behavior. However, their martial prowess was not to be underestimated. showing no signs of being affected by the drugs. While their own forces were limited in energy, it was the dead of night, a time when human focus wanes. Not only was Tang Jingxin on the verge of despair, but Ji Yuanhua also wore a grim expression, whereas Xiao Yiqin and Xia Yuntong remained unfazed. As if nothing was amiss. Reflecting on this, she pondered the need to devise a suitable rationale to incite Zhu Jinpan's rebellion. A startled exclamation escaped Zhuge Ming's lips as he swiftly approached Yi Tian, catching him just before he collapsed to the ground. It was not that he wished to descend into darkness, but rather to explore the light within it, seeking a path of illumination. Su Hong was taken aback by her actions, yet upon glimpsing the scene within the hall, he found himself frozen in place, eyes wide with astonishment. While everyone around was engulfed in fear and uncertainty, Chao Zhang employed Tian Yu's strategy, forming a circular battle array with war chariots. While archers concealed within the formation loosed their arrows, steadfastly holding their ground. On the surface, Zhang Haiying and Lu Qingwu appeared to come from well-off families. Their attire consisting of second-tier brands like Anta and Li Ning, and their demeanor occasionally betraying a self-centered pretentiousness, indicative of having been pampered at home. Regaining her senses, Hashimoto Nana remembered the purpose of the other's return and reached out to request the reply letter from Kitano Hanako. Soaking in the water for a while, with only her head visible resting against the edge, she found herself rather bored. The surrounding heat enveloped her, creating a misty haze where she could faintly discern the decorative flora and pebbles, yet there was nothing beyond that, not even a hint of entertainment. White Cloud Mountain observed with a frown, silently calculating that this barbecue might lead to considerable expenses, although he was not short on money. The thought of treating others still caused him a twinge of discomfort. At this moment, Bear Cub stepped onto the water's surface, extending his palm into the river, skillfully manipulating the water with his paws to shape it into a water sphere, which he then hurled towards the water beast. Morgana addressed her subordinates, noting that if she so desired, not a single angel here could escape. Bai Yunshin silently chuckled, realizing that the 3 techniques he had honed as a bird tamer had never failed him, and it seemed this occasion was no different. With the magnetic sword in its current state, unleashing the thunderstorm command could eliminate an enemy with a single strike. His spirits soared now that the lifelong affairs of the leader were settled, and the international student had also been located. This was splendid news for Zhou Quan, marking a reunion of family. He paused momentarily and stated, "The child is well, healthy, and his mother cares for him splendidly. That suffices." Lin Xingya expressed this sentiment by repeating very 3 times for emphasis. "Do you not know Li Yi? You could seek his assistance. Although the living dead are indeed terrifying, having him intervene should be a simple matter," Gong Zhizhou suggested. "I once encountered a young man who gambled, with over 10 million at home. He lost 400,000, and, fearing his father's wrath and his family's disappointment, chose to leap from a building in guilt. His family had bought a new home and a car, eagerly awaiting his marriage and children, only to be met with profound sorrow. Even this incident proved to be a trial for adults, yet for children, it seemed easily comprehensible, presenting no challenge at all, as they found joy in such matters. There's no choice. One must jump," Liashasha said softly, her eyes filled with affection, as she gently took Xing El's delicate hand to bolster her courage. The emerald green wish, devoid of worries, cut through the night like a crescent-shaped blade of light. Yet, when I turned around, I could only see the fallen Xiaoyingwu, devoid of any white shadow. How am I cunning? I have always been honest with you. Ziyunyi immediately defended himself. However, during the brief moment afforded by the restoration of electricity, the individuals in the laboratory had already reached Lin Tao's position and alerted the security personnel. Night King, leveraging the enhancements he had gathered and the magical skills acquired from a night of grinding, surged to level 31, while Old Cat was not far from reaching level 38. A person and a bear stood facing each other, yet to engage, their mere presence obliterating the surrounding mountains and trees, flattening a 100-mile radius. A gray and a golden light swirled in the sky, circling and clashing, yet no victor emerged, revealing but a glimpse of the unfathomable strength of Wanyan Shiqing. When in the field, he had always exerted his full strength without considering laziness or self-preservation, and his training attitude was beyond reproach. Thus, he deserved every bit of a top salary. Chapter 67, Slaying the Black-Scaled Flying Dragon. Little Jean has ascended. Cursed invaders. The black-scaled dragon roared frantically within the dim confines of its cave. Once an impregnable lair, it had now transformed into a prison that bound it. Each time it endeavored to break free, Lin Yi would respond with a fiery explosion. The thunderous sound reverberated in the narrow cavern, amplifying its intimidation and overwhelming the black-scaled dragon with an unprecedented sense of oppression. Despite the unbearable agony, it seemed trivial compared to the impending incineration of its body and the scales that were continuously shedding. The dragon's breath surged forth. A shadowy, dark light erupted from its maw, attempting to carve a path with its fiery breath. Yet, Lin Yi was well prepared. Susu's father sighed in relief, feeling as though the situation was now solely between the mother and son, and quietly rose, intending to retreat to the bedroom and hide away. Hearing the bark of a dog, Su Yin swam towards the shore, only to remember that Xiao Jifa had been lurking nearby all along. What nonsense are you spouting? You claim my necklace is a defective piece? Lu Hui's eyes flickered with panic, followed by a surge of fury as he vehemently accused Lin Yi. He circled around, realizing that the entire camp was enclosed by wooden walls. Even the western side was bordered by a cliff hundreds of meters high, yet it remained securely surrounded, with not a single gap, not even a dog hole. He managed a resigned and desolate smile, recognizing that he could not blame the child for disliking him. It was indeed he who had abandoned the child. Su Yin recognized it as a life force detector, having encountered it during a free health check at school when he transitioned from middle to high school. However, their mastery over their strength was surprisingly low. They had squandered too much time amassing power without honing and controlling it. Terrifyingly, the old man Chu could concentrate all his vital energy into a single point through this exercise. In just 20 minutes, he had withstood the east water. Yet he did not pause, continuing onward to the next city. They had heard about the chaos caused by the plague ghosts on their journey, and upon seeing the images on the screen, their expressions turned grave. Yet, such astonishment was fleeting. 2 years in criminal investigation had taught him that the moment a deal was completed was also when facades were torn asunder. Zhang Xiao's thoughts shifted, and a flame materialized in his palm. With a flick, he infused it with magical energy, and in an instant, a towering inferno surged forth, racing towards the approaching golden light. Zhen Rong and Wang Chong were merely acquaintances, each with their own ulterior motives. Both Jinling Wang and Su Zian had misinterpreted their relationship. Li Fan shouted sharply, and once again, a wave of authority surged forth, prompting Ning Su to cease hesitating and turn to leave. Confronted by the antics of the old beggar, it was evident that a wave of murderous intent washed over Jian Wuming's face. However, the prowess of the two individuals before him was not to be underestimated, and engaging in conflict under such circumstances would yield no benefits for anyone involved. At present, within the Jiangbei territory, save for a few exceptional locales, the majority of the zombies had been eradicated by the forces under his command. With a resounding clang, the heavy metallic door echoed like a sonic wave striking Zhao Ming's face. In her past, she had entered the royal palace for the sake of Bailey Aoyun, sacrificing her dignity in the hope that Bailey Aofeng would be her lifelong support. Yet, she found herself merely a pawn in the grand scheme of power, destined for sacrifice. Despite Bailey Aoyun's dire state, she could not help but envy Han Ning, who had someone willing to fight to the death for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang leaned in once more to kiss Wang Simeng on the forehead, and the two embraced each other, remaining still for an extended period. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of air being sliced through filled the atmosphere, causing the surrounding energy to become tumultuous. A blade of energy transformed into a crescent moon, sharply aimed at Wang Chun. However, upon reflection, Meng Yin had indeed assumed the role of the true matriarch of the Jinxiu Peak, and it was high time she ceased her previous engagements. Meanwhile, Pan Yun and his companions expressed disbelief at what they had heard. Just as they were about to voice their skepticism, the door swung open, and two individuals entered, carrying a platter laden with a dozen dishes. They placed the food upon the table and quietly retreated. Indeed, this was a gift from him. No sooner had Yin Yisen's words left her lips than the attendant ushered in a tall man with golden hair and azure eyes, appearing no older than his 30s, sporting a rugged beard. At that moment, the golden orb hovering above Babu's head had coalesced into a dark golden sphere, slowly rotating and exuding an immense aura that pressed upon the hearts and minds of all present. Naturally, given Yifan's current cultivation level, even without the efficacy of the Lioli 5-colored lotus, those below the divine spirit realm would be unable to perceive him. The fear lingered that among them might be the dreaded demon, Tai Tuesday. Ding Ku was evidently not the sort endowed with the wisdom to navigate the treachery of deceitful characters like Maya. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Meng Qingling swiftly grasped the situation. As she beheld the flickering gray flame dancing at Qin Yi's fingertips, a flicker of apprehension crossed her starry eyes. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, a hint of haughty pride emerged upon her cold visage. Moreover, even if the flame were to dissipate now, the fundamental integrity of her dantian would sustain minimal damage, allowing for a return to cultivation unfettered. The overwhelming aura of the 12th layer surged forth unceremoniously, rudely pushing aside the throngs of gathered students. Those who were shoved aside exchanged fearful glances, their indignation stifled by trepidation. Upon hearing that the divine general intended to execute justice on the spot, the three men turned pale with dread. They were well aware of Lung Ruyun's unwavering and decisive nature. Without hesitation, they turned to flee, recognizing that confronting the divine general was futile. Their only hope lay in retreating to the military camp for a slim chance of survival. Alas, I can only blame myself for losing focus and failing to inquire clearly. I remain uncertain about the exact time of arrival. Must one wait from the early hours? Meanwhile, Salmon, alongside 3 captains of the 16th rank, led dozens of elite knights to confront Caesar's fervent forces. However, it was not long before they were vanquished, unable to take a single enemy down with them. In Chapter 68, The fall of the half-lich heralds yet another grand harvest. A chilling voice, steeped in malevolence, shattered the heavens. Above, a dark barrier materialized from the void. Enveloped in swirling black mist, monstrous entities emerged from the plains at the mountain's base, their numbers reaching into the tens of thousands. It seems that, unbeknownst to us, the half-lich had silently led an army closer, establishing a colossal magical barrier at the precipice of the Black Cliffs. No wonder the ancient trees of war had failed to detect their presence. They had employed the art of concealment. Lin Yi's mind cleared in an instant. Had they arrived long before, merely to set up the barrier without revealing themselves? Before him stood a formidable beast, the blood-eyed demon ancestor. Existing for over 10 millennia, was certainly aware of the fearsome reputation of the ancient harbinger of doom. The creature before him, a gluttonous entity, was undeniably extraordinary, its size suggesting it belonged to a realm beyond this one. The bullet storm reduced the shipping container to mere shreds, and those hiding behind it, attempting to evade the hail of gunfire, were promptly dispatched to hell by ghoulish fiends. Why did the passerby not halt? The chance to escape his prison, to elude his torment, was singular. Should he not flee now, there would be no second opportunity. Wonderful. You're the best, big brother. I knew you would agree, exclaimed Lucy, leaping with excitement. In the luxurious box for the competition, Faris and the others were already seated, their faces adorned with ease. Red and Oz savored their Bordeaux, while Elena indulged in fresh fruit. The Aurora Blade, a high-tier skill of warriors, possesses devastating damage capable of forcing hidden foes from the void. Red Silk Dance. Friends? Main quest. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Xing Fei, leading Dongfang Wan, meandered through the valley, discovering its limited expanse yet teeming with numerous spirit herbs and roots, akin to a celestial paradise. It was no wonder that ancient fruits like the 10,000-year Cheonghua could flourish here. A partner rife with reservations could offer no assistance. Rather, one must guard against the possibility of betrayal during confrontation. For once the master falls, a disloyal partner may seize the opportunity to escape. The higher the beast's rank, the greater its cunning, making the likelihood of a treacherous turn all the more intricate. Gao Fei exchanged pleasantries with Cao Cao at the city gate before bidding him farewell and watching him depart. Hee, I am aware that you harbor discontent towards him. Yet his prowess is undeniably formidable, having grasped the essence at such a young age, a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual. Even though I have now ascended to the 7th level of crystallization, I still find myself at a significant disadvantage, being one entire realm below him. Defeating him is quite an achievement in itself, Yi Yuan remarked with a smile. I have heard that those from the Yin family are notoriously difficult to eliminate. I shall test my mettle first. The short-haired man spoke in a calm tone, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The strength of those two armored figures is, at the very least, at the divine realm, yet Yi Yuan appears utterly unfazed. Song Yun suppressed the impulse to abandon this man right there, tugging her forward as they ventured onward. Who are you? Do you, a person from the divine continent, dare to cause a ruckus here? Do you understand the significance of this place? Azad bellowed, brimming with arrogance. Then why do you not hide within the carriage? What is the purpose of your laughter at passers-by? Hua Weiyang retorted sharply, hastily pulling him into the carriage as the driver cracked the whip and set off into the cold winds. Yi Yuan had accompanied her in the exile zone for an entire month, yet the time for parting had inevitably arrived. On the following day, the dawn broke late. Upon awakening, the sound of dripping water reached her ears. Yet most wore expressions of discontent. Was it necessary to visit at such a critical juncture? Absurd. She had just been discussing matters of pregnancy with Mrs. Luo. Consequently, this unexpected outcome ensued. 2. The second number to be announced. I cannot kneel before an outsider in front of the entire audience of Sioux City. How delightful, if a straightforward approach is ineffective. One has resorted to the art of sugar-coated bullets. This roundabout method resembles the cunning tactics employed by Zhang Tianyang when he approached Li Jibai. Had it not been for Zhang Tianyang's audacity and keen insight, I might have lost a holy level follower, and Lu Tian would have been deprived of a worthy mentor. Though Xiao Xinzi voiced her concerns, anxiety gripped her heart. Would she be trapped within the memory palace upon delving into her recollections? The carriage arrived at the Evening Fragrance Tower, a name rich with meaning, as the ancient building was surrounded by blooming evening primroses year-round. The fragrance enveloped the entire structure. Refreshing and invigorating, a gentle breeze carried the scent, preserving its charm. Thus, it was aptly named Evening Fragrance. Fourth young master, why is she? Li Hong observed Mo Rant's indifferent demeanor, feeling a surge of indignation rising within him. Just as the two were about to investigate, the seal in the void erupted explosively, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept through the surroundings. A figure clad in black materialized before their astonished gaze. The moment the King of Dragons made his move, the air around them began to swirl violently. Even the elderly snake keeper was momentarily unsteady, buffeted by the formidable aura emanating from the King of Dragons. However, Qin Kaiwei was different. Having shared moments together, and being the fiancée of Gu Jingchen, her notification was tantamount to informing the Gu family. Yet, as she sensed all eyes shifting towards her, Wang Nuo felt a pang of distress. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding. In the future, should he encounter a place steeped in malevolent energy, he would be able to restore the divine might contained within the tome. The battle ahead grew increasingly intense. King Yu fought valiantly against the swift onslaught of the enemy, soon becoming ensnared and unable to extricate himself. Gu Yi, his eye twitching, severed his surveillance of Shun Du. The temptation to confront that scoundrel was overwhelming. Chapter 69, Securing the Key to the Inner City. The quest is finally complete. As the last pillar of crimson flames erupted, the canine demon lord perished with a mournful wail. Its colossal form bore the scars of scorching, a sight both tragic and desolate. Defeated the golden lord creature at level 35, earned 161,583 experience points. Lin Yi gazed at the freshly updated log, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. However, this was merely the beginning. At the foot of the mountain, there remained 8,000 or 9,000 monsters, awaiting his harvest. This promised a substantial bounty of experience. Ecstatically, Lin Yi shouted, "Xiao Jin, let us slay together." Purple flame meteor, earthbound cage. Standing upon the back of the sacred dragon, Lin Yi swung his staff with fervor. One by one, the monsters howled in agony amidst the blazing inferno and earthen spikes. The underworld palace? What could they possibly want with so many abducted civilians and cultivators? Is it related to the burial medicine mountain? Lu Sankai inquired. Suddenly, Duan Gue, who had always appeared frail, straightened his back and forcefully hurled his cherished jade ring to the ground, shattering the exquisite stone with a crisp sound. Upon arriving at the factory, Xiao Long summoned all key members of the Heavenly Gate, including the clan leaders of the Sun and Feng families, to convene a meeting. If you are indeed allies, do not hesitate to speak the secret phrase. Otherwise, you shall not leave the Water Mansion today. A robust man at the forefront of another group of cloaked figures intoned gravely. Rui Nyang was momentarily taken aback, while Bai Yulin Lang hastily ceased her actions. The trio of them bowed respectfully to Shang Muqing. Suddenly, she recalled something, her pupils constricting as she seized Shang Muyan's hand and dashed towards the backyard. Meanwhile, the golden figure, cradling the blood-red jade vial, leaped back to Xiao Long's side in 2 bounds, revealing itself to be the monkey she had encountered the previous day. The Beast Demon King felt a sense of foreboding. Should Boshi truly have entered the Death region without returning, it was likely that the southeastern domain would clash with his northeastern domain. Zhao Tianlong emanated an aura reminiscent of a wild beast. He let out a thunderous roar, his battle spirit erupting forth, surging with formidable energy as he charged directly at Zhan Wushuang. With each step, his imposing form caused the very earth to tremble, evoking a profound sense of awe. After a long wait, when Xin Hanqing finally saw that the secret passage was devoid of golden light, she rose swiftly, reaching out to grasp the item held in the statue's hand. He resembled a deity or a demon, a war god who, in humanity's darkest hour, illuminated a beacon of hope. Yet, in an instant, this flicker of optimism flickered and waned, poised to descend into oblivion. Such thoughts evoke a chilling dread. Those invincible sovereigns and emperors ascended from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, treading upon countless bodies to reach their exalted thrones. It is unknown why he failed to attend class yesterday. Perhaps there were matters at home demanding his attention. You are aware that Zhang Jing's family operates a hotel, remarked Wen Shanshan with a smile. Then she turned her focus back to the court. Breakthrough, roared Huang Yong, as 4 blood-red swords converged into a circle at his brow, from which surged a beam of light, as thick as an arm, piercing directly into the colossal axe's aura. Song Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, then cast a significant glance towards Bai Mingxia, her expression implying, "Since this is your so-called lady, shouldn't you manage her?" Initially, Ma Zhou and the others believed Qin how to be indulging in fanciful dreams. Did he think the local tycoons were fools? Who would willingly engage in such an endeavor? Zhan Wushuang approached with his blade raised, poised to strike, only to be halted by Blood Princess, who cautioned, "It is best we do not disturb the mountain god." Her voice trembling, laced with an unspoken reverence. "Under the current circumstances, I find myself powerless." Duan Peng longed to save Fang Yongbing, but the limitations of equipment amid battle were undeniable. Perhaps, Lin Yi mused, reclining back onto his bed, retrieving a dictionary from beside his pillow. To establish oneself in this world, reliance on others is precarious. The essence lies in one's own efforts and perseverance. The enormous boulder beneath the giant pine is one of the most renowned sights among the exquisite landscapes of Tai Peak, known as the Star Wish Platform. A place familiar to nearly every disciple of Tai. Pat did not relish combat. Without waiting for the last few bullets to discharge, he lowered his weapon and crouched. The two leaned against the gentle slope above the waterway, exchanging magazines with entirely different movements, and in a fleeting glance, shared a composed expression with one another. All eyes turned towards Huang Shang, whose complexion paled instantly, a hint of treachery flickering in his gaze, which I keenly perceived. The bandits were not numerous. By the time Du Rui arrived, they had already been encircled by the household guards. Seeing that escape was impossible, Durue stepped forward to part the crowd, gazing into the encircled area where 7 or 8 corpses lay, while 3 bandits continued to resist stubbornly. Though more than a month had passed, and many signs at the duel site had faded, Chen could still discern the general circumstances of the battle from the indentations in the ground and the surrounding trees' destruction. Preparing defenses against enemy counterattacks may seem like a strategy any ordinary officer could conceive. The British and French generals nearby, arms crossed, regarded Manstein, the seemingly formidable foreign aide, with disdainful expressions. A heart as tranquil as ice remains unperturbed even when the heavens threaten to collapse. The enchanting figure of Waikiko sat calmly beside the ravenous YYKO, as if the chaos surrounding them bore no relation to her. This was contingent upon ignoring the blade sheath she was diligently polishing at an impressive pace. The information exchanged among the bystanders was largely unheard by the reclusive Morong Shao. Many gentlemen within the cabin were captivated by Su Qing'er's exquisite beauty, their gazes frequently drifting in her direction. A pretty sister? Perhaps studying abroad would be a more favorable option, mused Muschin, a smirk playing upon his lips as he could not resist teasing her. As Huzhou beheld the radiant tattoos adorning the warrior's shoulders and the severed heads rolling away, he sensed a deeper well of memories awakening within him. Xia Chuqing lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Her heart raced, replaying the scene of her confrontation with Yu Jingyuan. Remembering her recent dreams, Yu Sheng was suddenly gripped by fear, dreading that some truths might be profoundly unsettling, akin to the years that had relentlessly pursued her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. When the time came for self-reflection, would she be able to forgive the heartless version of herself? Chun Imo moved with a ghostly silence. The mercenary, blissfully unaware, met his demise as Chun Imo swiftly snapped his neck. The seeds of jealousy surged uncontrollably, spilling forth in a torrent. Recalling Xiao Ding's words, Yu unsteeled herself, declaring, "Within a month, I shall make you experience the sensation of plummeting from paradise to perdition." With determination, she tightened her grip on her handbag and approached her friend Mi Qing. Chapter 70, Evaluation, arriving at the Black Dragon's lair. At this moment, the dim sky erupted with a dazzling golden light. It was the world's will, passing judgment on Lin Yi's performance this time. The golden veil in the sky began to swirl, revealing a gradually emerging scene. The purple flame meteor and the earth prison harvested the lives of the dark beasts. First, the king of the werewolves was beheaded, followed by the black-scaled dragon being consumed. Ultimately, a fierce battle ensued against the Lich and the canine demon lord, reducing them to mere ashes. The prowess demonstrated by Lin Yi was nothing short of breathtaking. Alas, this magnificent spectacle was visible only to him. "Ah," Lin Yi exclaimed. "This marks my true inaugural endeavor." Originally, the excavation of spiritual veins was forbidden to practitioners globally. Without the essence of heaven and earth, how could one cultivate? His fortune had taken a downturn. Dining with Luo Qishan, he unexpectedly encountered Yan Jue, and Lan Zihue regretted choosing such a venue. Particularly discomforting was the sight of Yan Jue seated so closely beside Luo Qishan, stirring a tumult of unease within him. This also exemplified the advantages of operating from Earth's stronghold. Every corner of the solar system could be pre-equipped with an arsenal and ambushes. 7 swords of initial-grade Hongmeng celestial soldiers formed a sword array rivaling that of mid-grade Hongmeng celestial soldiers, utterly shattering his cognitive limits. "You do as you see fit. Regardless, upon our return, we shall have ample time to regale everyone with tales. And the captain has recently developed quite the fondness for stories, has he not?" Lu Chong teased. The golden Peng Demon Emperor remained unfazed. He was well-versed in confronting blood toxins and swiftly unleashed several powerful strikes. The sound of knocking echoed intrusively, causing Fong Zai to furrow his brow. Yet he still approached and opened the door. The golden Peng Demon Emperor slowly ascended, hovering 100 meters in front of Qing Tsang. His face twisted into a fierce expression of murderous intent. Ning Xiuzue intended to voice her thoughts, but before she could speak, Bai Chigo was abruptly pulled aside, replaced by Yi Qingjing's frigid demeanor. A white energy projectile shot forth with a thunderous roar, trailing a long white tail as it surged forward with incredible speed. Upon realizing this, he promptly retrieved 2 green crystals and limped back along the path, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary and frail. Instantly, the blood fiends were left in an awkward silence. Imo Ichin struck with his palm, effortlessly cleaving a large tree in half. "I am quite formidable," he declared proudly before returning to his room, leaving Jiang Chung and the blood fiends in the courtyard to endure the chilling winds. Madame Imo, who had only one son, was genuinely delighted by Yu Li's arrival, especially since Imo Zihang had asserted that Yu Lu was capable of healing young Master Imo. The scene resembled a tempestuous sky, with thunder and lightning clashing and fierce winds whipping about, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open, as if celestial beings were engaged in battle above. Time passed gradually as they continued to deliberate on the matters concerning the governor. Yu Lu felt a twinge of irritation. Why did it have to be the War King's heir? He was certainly not one to be trifled with. Knowing our strategies, what confidence does he possess in enduring longer under my command? Before Wang Mo's words could fully escape his lips, he had already moved to Chia's side, lightning arcing towards the flames. And Wei Wei observed his departing figure, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips, her twisted expression brimming with malice. They exchanged further discussions regarding defense strategies. Xue Jian attentively listened, occasionally nodding in approval and offering suggestions, creating a pleasant rapport. What? Are you not the vice president of this branch? Now that you are fully responsible for the branch's affairs, is it not possible for you to acquire the core technology in this area? Inquired a representative from a certain nation. He too had experienced a similar fate. Led by palace lanterns into the sea of suffering, and upon comprehending the teachings of the Bone Buddha, he was seized by two young acolytes, first subjected to the purification of the vessel's magical prohibitions, and then cast into the Bagua furnace at a critical moment. Master, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have set off to find you, Xie Xiaoxiao exclaimed, darting to Ji Hao's side and clinging to his arm with concern etched across her face. Previously encountered exotic beasts possessed no semblance of reason upon sighting humans. Their instinct was to charge forward without hesitation. Was it necessary to inform him that from the moment he extricated Chu Yu, trouble had already arrived? Huang Jinshan, Xiang Huaqing, and Wu Mingda had little to offer. Aside from Wang Jing's 10,000 in directorial fees, the remainder consisted solely of the actors' salaries. Lead the 100-man team to weave between the Beida camp and the Liao Kingdom's military encampment, inciting discord between the two nations, ensuring that Beida is too preoccupied to attend to us. Remember, safety is paramount. If necessary, do not hesitate to unleash a massacre, commanded Yu Hongliang. Guan Ning and Kong Wu, having never encountered Lu Gao, could only rely on their speed and perception to stealthily approach the central military tent. After Old Sun had conveyed several essential points to Father Ji, the handover was deemed complete. As for the remaining 10 ancient celestial gods, they were swiftly divided among an equal number of martial deity guards of comparable rank. The two men draped their arms over each other's shoulders, gradually breaking into laughter. The Wang family continued their daily trips to the dock, while Pei Chunshan, accompanied by Pei Run and Pei Man, repeatedly attempted to board a vessel to Xianling Island to visit Pei Zhe, only to be thwarted each time. Long Tungsha conjured spiritual fruits from within his 3-square-meter particle ring, rubbing off the fuzz from the fruit's exterior and blowing a breath of golden-brown fluff, summoning a water spirit beast that could spray water. His smile exuded warmth. Had he not overheard her conversation with the elder, he might have begun to believe Sanjia. Fortunately, the Wang family did not elaborate, merely mentioning that the Feng family had visited recently, suggesting she return to the restaurant when convenient to discuss matters. Hua Jiao hurriedly groomed herself and changed into suitable attire before heading to the Calixiang restaurant. Her good friend Chu Shan believed in her, and even the most irreverent Gong Yuha could express such touching sentiments. You two are cozied up here. Su Hua, rarely serious, approached clad in a formal suit, accompanied by Si Bei and Zhu Lo. Chapter 71. Securing the epic treasure, the excited Catherine. This black dragon, even when merely crouching, reached several hundred meters in length. If it were to fully unfurl, it would nearly approach 1,000 meters. Its tail, adorned with black barbs, could emit a chilling sonic boom with a mere flick. The white vapor emanating from the black dragon's nostrils was distinctly visible. If one were to draw closer, even an ordinary bronze-tier practitioner might be swept away in an instant. Lin Yi even doubted whether he could penetrate the black dragon's scales. Not only him, but even the current 32nd level holy dragon appeared diminutive before the black dragon. Akin to an ant. Black Dragon Emperor Caesar, level 80. You take the two elders and proceed first. Do not concern yourselves with us, Chan said calmly, his words unchanged, his demeanor steadfast. The Four Seasons Osmanthus, I must concede to you. In this case, please introduce to me a superior, efficient training ground that is sparsely populated yet teeming with peculiarities. Should I find it satisfactory, I shall return the short sword to you, said he. Void refinement flame. A startled exclamation echoed in Xia Zhang's mind as he realized how he had forgotten such a crucial technique at a pivotal moment. Although he had taken the ice fire fruit, Rabbit did not intend to consume it. In the past, Rabbit might have thoughtlessly devoured anything, but now, even the desire to eat was lost. Upon witnessing the chaos among the Yin family members, the elder frowned, clearly taken aback by the extent of the situation's deterioration. After confirming that the bloodthirsty worm had been eradicated, Yin Hao promptly summoned the gold back to the celestial mountain, causing the golden light in the space to dissipate. He sauntered into Di Shenghua's office and then reported to Wang Hongfang's office, indulging in a lengthy kiss with both. His outrageous behavior elicited a quiet smirk from Zheng Honggang. Countless eyes were fixed upon her as she felt a twinge of pride within, bolstered in her confidence regarding her appearance. The previous time had been effortless, and this time it seemed the emperor was no different from the other men. It was merely a matter of an attractive facade, with everything else rendered inconsequential. Yen Kuang boasted without hesitation, claiming his expertise in tracking, though it was far from the extraordinary abilities he professed. Yet, what is boasting without a touch of exaggeration? Lin Feng, though absent from work, remained concerned about company matters. During his leave, he had entrusted Yang Fan with monitoring the situation, ensuring he would be the first to know of any significant developments. After bidding them farewell, Shen Yun returned to her bedroom, feigning a cleaning task while stealing a glance at the corner where she had discovered the talisman the previous day. Qin Yang remained calm and collected as he reached this point, effortlessly jumping to seize the ball. "It's fine. You've just returned, so take a moment to rest." Jean Feyer interjected, deftly shifting the topic. Shen Yinji wielded the vines, piercing through the zombies' skulls, while his dagger whirled like a boomerang, toppling the undead with each strike. Such lethality sparked hope in many, igniting a fervent desire for survival. Yet, with only a quarter of an hour at his disposal, he could not afford to ponder every issue. He had to focus on the most pressing matter, finding a way to escape. Thus, Qin Gu and Mo Qi exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Feng Yu, their expressions enigmatic. After a wait of over 10 seconds, the computer screen flickered, displaying the system rebooting. In mere seconds, all computer screens followed suit, and with a hum, the lighting in the entire space was restored. Aaron's veins bulged prominently, and his muscles swelled rapidly as if inflated, causing his garments to tear apart. In an instant, he transformed from a frail youth into a towering figure of 3 meters, brimming with muscle. Meanwhile, her boyfriend was serving in the military with a fixed salary, while she, with a bit more flexibility in her schedule, contemplated trying her hand at Taobao, considering it a part-time gig. This time, Li Chen was not intimidated by the 8-headed serpent, but rather by the figure atop one of its heads. "What were you summoned for?" Upon seeing Lin Ran return, Han Qingrui tossed aside the towel he had been drying his hair with. After a prolonged dispute, Lin Jindong gritted his teeth and ultimately spent a considerable sum to hire the most experienced Master Wei. However, upon Master Wei's assessment, it was confirmed that the incense burner was indeed a counterfeit. Yuan Ji seemed to grasp the situation, and rather than expressing anger, he blushed, feeling he had misspoken. Feng Yinglian was still clad in official attire, evidently having just concluded his duties and coming directly without returning to the manor. At this moment, music resonated once more, and Zhan exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu Donglai, and then, smiling, gestured to Wen Baiqian to dance. Wen Baiqian returned the smile and placed her hand on Zhan's, and together they stepped into the dance floor. Lu Qingyi's momentary panic quickly faded as she averted her gaze, stumbling over her words for the first time. For these matters, only as the guardian, Zhan Ba needed to attend, allowing Mu Qian to remain behind and continue indulging in food and drink. She recalled their first encounter when he had been injured and suffering from hunger and cold. Although he knew to conceal his true identity, his emotions were poorly controlled, revealing a sense of entitlement and disregard for others. Yin Tuo, beside her, appeared anxious. Had he not heard his son speak of Lin Ran's medical skills, he would have already taken his father to the hospital they frequently visited. What a remarkably driven individual, Mu Qian chuckled softly, intentionally showcasing her prowess before her novice. Instantly, 3 luminous membranes transformed into beams of light, dashing towards the first star of the Kadami Lion with a swiftness surpassing the previous 2 warships. The system of the Church of Light was far more advanced than that of the Tang Empire. While most popes enjoyed lengthy lifespans, they were not overly enamored with power. The jostling finally ceased, and Chun Yoli felt the brightness before him intensify. Momentarily dazed, he mistook it for daylight until he realized it was the glow of torches. Chapter 72. The Elven Tribe Pledges Allegiance, closing the portal. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice gently resonated. At last, he pulled the bashful Catherine back into the fold. She quickly turned around, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Yi. "My lord Lin Yi, have you obtained the dark crystal?" With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Lin Yi nodded slightly. "Yes, I have acquired it." Catherine clasped her hands over her chest and bowed deeply. "On behalf of the entire Elven tribe, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your immense kindness. With the acquisition of these dark crystals, it becomes possible to effectively alleviate the pollution suffered by the mother tree of the elves." Lin Yi accepted this gift with composure, smiling as he remarked that although he had obtained the dark crystals, there was more to the situation. At this, Catherine felt a sudden tightening in her heart. For the familiar figure before her left, Xiao Zishuan astounded. He had not anticipated encountering Shen Wan abroad. Shen Wan, upon raising her head and spotting Xiao Zishuan, was equally taken aback. Drawing upon the wisdom imparted by Pan Yaoning, coupled with his own insights, he finally selected a location. Dongqing Street housed an old-fashioned apartment building, its exterior marred by patches of wear and faded hues. Clothes were hung out to dry on the balconies of various floors. Su Shi advanced, observing the first prince, second prince, fifth prince, and up to the 8th prince, all seated in their places, with only the throne indicative of the crown prince remaining unoccupied. These individuals were unaware of the concealed secrets surrounding Schroeder's divine gene core, yet they undoubtedly participated in the illicit transport of people and drugs. The extent of the investigation's findings would depend on the capabilities of the inquiry team. As he raised the teacup to his lips, ready to sip, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze of lethal intensity beside him. The 3 operatives dispatched by Dai Li were no exception, They enjoyed good food and drink, had cigarettes and alcohol to indulge in, and received pay without the burden of labor. Jiang Yuling blinked, her heart racing uncontrollably, pondering how to explain the matter of the hat to him. Su Qingxuan found this individual exceedingly arrogant, and without hesitation, he struck first. Ning Mukin reciprocated without courtesy, engaging him in a brawl. Jiang Yuling, in a daze, drifted into slumber, only to awaken the following morning. Duan Ping and Ma Xiaowang resided in the same compound, both families boasting a red background, with Ma Xiaowang's family being somewhat better off than Duan Ping's. To be candid, the flame warrior exuded confidence, excelling in close combat, where he truly thrived. Crossing a distance of over 10,000 meters, Lin Wei appeared just a short distance before Wu Zhang, his timing and location impeccable. In that fleeting moment of his emergence, Lin Wei had already clenched his fist and hurled it towards Wu Zhang. There was no recourse. The wager placed by Su Hu and Su Ruwei had been clearly audible to all present, leaving no room for denial. Behind them stood a solid wall, while in front stretched an endless row of rooms, leaving Lu Fan and his companions trapped on the 4th floor. Richard's nose was askew with irritation, preparing to pounce once more, only for Wei Te to call him back. Wei Te discerned the formidable presence of the dust clearer, coupled with a remarkably keen sixth sense, rendering Richard's invisibility powers ineffective. Huang Kaijing turned in surprise, having noticed the peculiar figure huddled in the corner, sipping from a thermos as he approached the tavern. Though he had not paid much mind, for individuals with yellow skin and black hair were not solely representative of the Huaxia people. Qi Xian tightly clenched his fists, experiencing a peculiar sensation as if his veins were swelling, pulsating with not the searing blood of life, but with molten magma. They proclaimed themselves as the local tyrants, insinuating that failure to entrust the agency to them would result in grave troubles. Consequently, the crowd held little faith in Su Ruwei, believing Su Ning was destined to triumph, and that the ultimate champion would undoubtedly be him. At that moment, the Tiansu army appeared as mere pawns, entirely at the mercy of Su Ruwei, who sat upon the walls of Guyong City, wielding the innate Qian Kuan mirror to manipulate the 8 trigrams formation. Otherwise, they would be doomed to leave but a fleeting mark upon the annals of time, never to re-emerge in the physical realm. As for the mighty emperor, destined to leave an indelible mark upon the world, he too was fated to possess an unyielding spirit and will. The Tao Enlightenment Golden Pill, belonging to the 7th tier of spiritual elixirs, is not difficult to procure, yet the alchemical process is fraught with challenges and the likelihood of success is minimal. With a hearty laugh and the presence of like-minded companions, one must surely pay a visit. Upon hearing this, Yu Maoyong became animated, exclaiming joyfully. With that, he unleashed a torrent of venom from his mouth, prompting Mu Tian to swiftly evade, as the toxic substance instantaneously corroded the earth beneath. Subsequently, Tang Zhan sprang into action, darting towards Zhou Tai like a bolt of lightning. As he faced the traitor, he unleashed a punch, a tempestuous gust of wind surging forth from his fist. The Sword Emperor of the Immortal Sword Sect, having made his appearance, need not return to the lofty heights of the sky, but instead settled within the courtyard. Among the onlookers, aside from those aware of Hao Yunjin's identity, all the young people gazed intently at him. Suddenly, from below Qin Tian, a resounding cry of "Hunt the demon" echoed, and in the next instant, a colossal energy-infused figure wielding a battle blade charged towards Qin Tian with terrifying speed. Akin to a missile, armed with his battle sword, Qin Tian roared, striking out towards the two with a single swing, unleashing a massive sword light that stretched 4 to 5 meters long, hurtling towards them. His tone remained consistently neutral and devoid of emotion. Were it another man uttering those words, they would likely be laced with tenderness. Yet for him, Junli Ci, it was as casual as everyday conversation. Should he remain unsettled, she might as well drag her luggage back home, shamelessly residing there until Qiao Mingjue returned, allowing them to cohabitate in their new abode. This, too, could prove to be a viable solution. Regrettably, her face was parched beyond belief. Ran Kongxia poured some soy milk inside, likely due to her hunger, rendering her taste buds ineffective. She hastily consumed her meal, barely discerning any flavor. Fu Lin, supporting Wu Yunju, chose to say no more, gracefully departing while merely suggesting that the empress proceed to the rear hall to discuss matters of reform within the inner court. Man Ge gritted her teeth. Had it been anyone else, she would have long ago dealt with her with a single slap. Yet, that individual was Jiang Ro, the very mother of Bai Yanwei. As Qin Mohan passed by a pharmacy, she paused for a moment, hesitating before she finally took Yang Shuero's arm and entered. When it comes to purchasing daily necessities, I am equally meticulous, whether it be rice, flour, oil, or salt. I always choose to buy items when they are on sale. Over time, I have come to master the discount patterns and price comparisons of every supermarket in the vicinity, allowing me to save a considerable sum over the course of a year. Gu Jinjing took out her phone, preparing to record a video, yet her heart was burdened with turmoil, devoid of any semblance of joy. The memory of her deceased child pierced her heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Stealing a glance outside the hospital room, Chun Ziheo indeed appeared much quieter than before. Resting comfortably, his complexion seemingly improved. However, it was not enough. The seemingly feeble force of his palm unexpectedly penetrated the still-forming armor, leaving a mark on his body. As the words settled, Liu Yu felt a lightness in his stance, yet his body softened, collapsing towards the ground. Fortunately, Qin Yinshi, who had accompanied Qi Yu, reached out to steady him, preventing him from falling. Feeling the sharp pain of tearing within, Wang Ziming fell silent, nodding slightly as she closed her eyes. Chapter 73, Becoming a Silver Practitioner, The Unfathomable Strength. Buzz. The dark crystal erupted with a surge of powerful energy waves, forming visible whirlpools. The dark energy from the mother tree of elves was drawn towards the hovering dark crystal, as if being siphoned away. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi was astonished. He had not anticipated that the mother tree, seemingly tainted for the most part, harbored such immense negative energy. It is no exaggeration to say that if this energy were to erupt, it could instantaneously annihilate a platinum expert. Rustle. The towering emerald branches swayed gracefully, as if joyfully humming a tune. One branch extended towards Lin Yi, gently brushing against him, as if in a tender caress. Under the relentless barrage from the crowd, the yellow light screen grew increasingly dim, perhaps on the verge of being breached with the next assault. Aside from the individuals who had already reached an agreement with the enigmatic Master Xian, such as Master Tianjian, the rest of the crowd erupted in dissatisfaction, their voices rising in a tumultuous uproar. Lu Jinyun and Long Yanbin had no doubts regarding the warrior's words, immediately propelling themselves towards the direction indicated by the warrior's finger. 3:05 p.m. The operation commenced. Han Fei, having honed his biological clock through years of training, awoke with remarkable accuracy, with little deviation from his expectations. Naturally, the purpose of this banquet was to celebrate his collaboration with Bai Fengju. He intended to publicly declare his control over Bai Fengju before these influential figures of the martial world, serving as a stern warning to them all. Long Xingyu remained silent, sensing that something significant had indeed transpired within the Forbidden Zone. From the moment he and the old Tomb Raider entered this enigmatic place, a series of peculiar occurrences had unfolded, nearly ensnaring even the seasoned veteran of the underworld. Now, even the members of the burial aristocracy found themselves in peril. Could it be that a momentous event was imminent? After enduring losses for 3 or 4 years, one could hardly deny the truth in the words of the geomancer. Indeed, the world of the martial arts is rife with charlatans. Before him lay an expansive valley, resembling a realm of blossoming flowers. Surrounding the valley, the hills were adorned with rare trees, while within the valley itself grew an abundance of spiritual herbs, some already in bloom, their rich spiritual essence wafting through the air like a hidden paradise. With a crack of thunder, after several exchanges, 2 figures retreated amidst the swirling dust. Songxing's great sword dragged heavily upon the ground as he gasped for breath, his fierce gaze fixed upon Lei Guangyi. A charred wound from a lightning strike marring the back of his hand. This was a divine seed refined from his extracted primary spirit, offering him the best opportunity to instantly regain his peak strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Holding a bowl of porridge, Lin Mingya suppressed the sorrow swelling within her, the rising steam obscuring the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. What is the matter? Ling Dang gazed at Lin Shuai in confusion, his reaction strikingly peculiar. Observing the bemusement mirrored in the eyes of those around them only heightened the strangeness of the moment. The Eastern Emperor's bell lies at the heart of the primordial realm, and the myriad chaotic spirits are suppressed there, proclaimed the Kirin King. Although Lei Watan lacked a spirit of its own, its unique capabilities could only currently be harnessed by Claudia, who needed to alleviate the soldier's negative states promptly. High above this world, Xiao Yu had also arrived, leaning on his staff, thoughtfully gazing at the expanse of golden fields stretching from the lake to beneath the feet of the gathered crowd. It seemed he had stumbled upon an epiphany. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. That familiar sensation grew increasingly intense. Especially when confronted with 2 particular objects, he felt as though he had found an outlet for his emotions. Once he breached this defense, all would be remembered. Ah yes. On the night of the full moon, the gates of the Kingdom of Return would open, allowing the deceased to return home, while the merfolk could venture into the mortal realm. Thus, the 2 engaged in hushed conversation, plotting to procure medicine shortly and depart without attracting the attention of others. Fortunately, the Crown Prince and the Empress were currently in turmoil. Even the Emperor, under pressure, had no choice but to temporarily safeguard the Lin family's position within the military. A disciple of Drake's? He must be quite formidable, yet the sight of him now suggests he could be easily vanquished, remarked the crippled man, having inspected the body before remounting his horse. As he drove the carriage across the grasslands, Enlake felt a sense of exhilaration wash over him. He shed his heavy cloak, reveling in the invigorating embrace of the wind. Enlake had lost track of time, intoxicated by the sheer joy of this newfound freedom. As Li Luo finally regained his senses, his heart raced like a drum. He stood there, transfixed, watching her retreat step by step, unsure of how to move. For this was the first time she had initiated a kiss. Although Hu Lai's approach was fierce, Chen Luobin would not allow him to prevail. With a sudden crouch, Chen Luobin executed a swift maneuver, evading Hu Lai's blade, and then summoned all his strength into his fist. With a swift kickoff, he struck Hu Lai squarely in the face. Though accustomed to solitude, Gao Shou felt an acute discomfort at the misunderstandings that arose from his own people's actions. Initially, he was vexed and intended to dismiss his two disciples and leave, but he found himself perplexed by a mere horse trader. Bang! Accompanied by the piercing sound of two ice arrows striking, Karen's body erupted, unleashing a bone-chilling mist that rapidly spread around, coating the ground in a thick layer of frost. Any member of the expedition who witnessed this scene felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, born from the stark disparity of power. Of course, aside from the electromagnetic gaming console. For Gao Shou, who had amassed a fortune of 100,000 through this game character over nearly half a year, selling the account for a few thousand was insufficient to alleviate his lingering regret. Initially, the enemy was oblivious to the mirth of the Dawn Army. But after they had shattered the city gates into pieces, they were disheartened to discover that the so-called gates were little more than a painted illusion, mere facades. Behind them lay the city walls, devoid of any passage. Xia Yu and Yang Mani hurried to the changing room to don their outfits, and took a photo with Chen Luobin. In the picture, Chen Luobin gazed warmly at Yang Mani over a cup of coffee, while Xia Yu watched with a mixture of envy and jealousy as she eyed the coffee in Yang Mani's hands. The orange-hued divine aura surged forth, imbued with a domineering presence, accompanied by the legendary energies of ice and thunder, hurtling towards Jin Bai. This time, the area swept by the Void Spirit's divine spear was left a desolate wasteland. Gabriel mentioned that he had driven in such a manner only a handful of times, prompting Han Xian to remain silent, fastening his seatbelt. Today marked Han Xianshan's 31st birthday, and a barbecue gathering was set to take place on the grassy area in front of the yard. The old gentleman winked at Liu Kan, his expression lively, implying not to trust these mercenary-minded businessmen. Chapter 74. Li Jun seeks an assassin, and Catherine offers her treasure. In the Li family's grand hall, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The family guards standing nearby were drenched in sweat, their tension palpable. The wrath of a peak gold-tier practitioner was not something they could withstand. With a mere wave of his hand, he could reduce them to ashes. In Jiangcheng, Li Jun had already ascended to a small echelon at the pinnacle of the pyramid. At this moment, beads of sweat emerged on the forehead of the chief steward. Master, based on my investigations over the past few days, those who have enmity with the young master are entirely incapable of having harmed him. Their accomplices all claim to have never encountered the young master at the trial tower. The only exception is Lin Yi, along with his companions Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, who consumed the space ring without sharing, taking much persuasion to extract even a morsel to feed the essence. He then carefully placed a piece of pig's trotter for He Jingjing, meticulously removing the bones, mixing the tender, flavorful pig skin with a hint of fibrous meat, and placing it in her bowl. On the day of the peril at the royal palace, the eight-headed serpent I summoned conveyed a message to me. The aura of the golden core cultivators who massacred my kin back then aligns with that of the soul cultivators. I have reason to believe that the targets of my vengeance are, indeed, those soul cultivators. Yi Yin stated solemnly. He Jingjing gazed tenderly at Yi Haixian, her eyes filled with appreciation and joy. Jin Li buried her face in Mayor Wu's lap, unable to suppress a smile, thinking how adorable the ant was. When she joyfully carried the cage to the front yard, she coincidentally bumped into Fu Lei, who had just returned home. This declaration was not only directed at those within the inner courtyard, but also at the attendees of the Heavenly Watch Academy and other institutions present. Lin Jian strained to eavesdrop on the sounds from the office area. Indeed, he heard several faint popping noises, followed by the sound of something collapsing to the ground. Lin Jian speculated that the 3 scouts who had entered for reconnaissance had dispatched a few scattered zombies, causing the commotion. When ordinary individuals encounter such life-altering events, they typically seek to take advantage of the situation. Why then did it become a misunderstanding for He Jingjing? Without waiting for Qian Hohat and the others to respond, she swiftly concealed the sickle behind her and darted away like the wind. Finding a secluded spot, Shen Muyu retrieved the phone that Kelly had purchased for her on the way to the hospital and dialed her uncle, Shin Qian. After a long while, just as she was about to hang up, the call connected. However, Anthony appeared oblivious, his gaze distant, seemingly lost in prolonged reminiscence. Jiao Ba's words struck a chord within me. I was unaware of the source of my fury, which had even transformed into hatred. Unless I eliminated the adversary, my heart would remain unsettled, as though I needed to vent my feelings, lest I suffocate in silence. Recently, Qing Xian had tasked him with investigating a scavenger known as Long Gu, yet he still couldn't locate him. Shi Lang found it puzzling. If Long Kai was missing, it must be because he had chosen to live a discreet life of leisure, but now, even finding a beggar had become an arduous task. I truly wish to depart. Yet if I do, I shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. This internal torment is unbearable. My inability to save her is a reflection of my limitations. However, to abandon her would render me utterly inhumane, and I could not bear to confront my own conscience. Upon observing that none among the assembly voiced dissent, Murong Foam smiled and declared, "As the esteemed Lord Iyun has stated, let it be thus." He simultaneously instructed his celestial officials to prepare an array of exquisite wines and fruits, including Heavenly Realms Xiongxiao brew, Juyo orchid wine, and the worldly Han Tan juice. As she spoke, she scrutinized her father's stern countenance, a pang of anxiety striking her heart. Had he sensed something amiss? The guide, emaciated to the point of resembling a malnourished specter, could easily be mistaken for a mere corpse if one were not discerning. The situation is urgent. I must see the prince. The guard exclaimed, his voice hoarse from the haste, urgency etched upon his face as he regarded the sentinels. After arranging everything, Qingxin realized she needed to return to the Golden Capital Hotel. Could she truly master the art of cooking in such a brief span of time? The thought weighed heavily on her mind. In light of the reports concerning Wei Shi, the ongoing data analyses were incessant. The once dormant single-core strategy of 5-to-1 had been revitalized by Wei Shi's ascendancy. Turning around, she encountered a junior British soldier clad in khaki uniform, adorned with 2 black epaulets and a black belt. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he cast her a flirtatious glance. Li Jixing remained in his usual spot, yet the atmosphere had shifted from its previous desolation to a more homely ambience. Yi Moxing clutched Xiao Yiqin tightly, yearning to reassure him of her well-being. However, feeling his uncontrollable shivers and the tremors of his very soul, her heart ached as if sliced by a blade. She regretted releasing his hand and leaving him alone, even having turned off the intercom. Although Mo Yang had heard his father mention it before, it was the first time he learned that his mother had committed suicide. The others, too, were hearing this for the first time, their expressions betraying shock. Only Yi Moxing's gaze flickered momentarily. The Mo family had been quietly observing her reactions. And in response to this revelation, their emotions ranged from sorrow to dissatisfaction, from size to complexity. Now, she was prepared to utilize the pocket money Wei Xiao had given her to establish a company, deeming it only fitting to allocate half of the shares to him. As for the school district housing in Beijing, it was quite peculiar. Most units were bizarrely designed, often featuring 3 rooms without a living area or situated in basements. Only then did she notice that he had returned to her side, placing a glass of water atop the quilt, a handful of multicolored pills resting in his palm as he offered them to her. Gu Shi, feeling somewhat fatigued, nodded slightly, while Su Wushuang stepped behind him, pushing him toward the lounge. Observing Gu Shi's resigned smile, she triumphantly strode toward the desk after closing the door. The capital lay in ruins, and amidst the chaos, the Xianshui royal family was completely annihilated. The national master and protector, Anton too, perished in battle, and millions lost their lives. Do you believe that when I tell Shizi about our intimate encounter, he would surely believe it? Song Tianyao remarked to Jiang Yong'an. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback as he gazed into the eyes of the burly man, only to discover there was not a hint of disdain or any other emotion, merely an unwavering confidence in his own realm. The commendable deeds of those ruffians, however, had unjustly led Wang Sheng to bear the brunt of their misdeeds. Wang Sheng was not one to be trifled with, and was certainly inclined to cause them some trouble in return. The ensuing search revealed little of particular note. Within the dense forest, even Wang Sheng could not discern at a glance whether human activity had occurred, relying instead on the judgments of his companions. Chapter 75. Departure from the Elven Tribe, Bloodshed Approaches. Lin Yi contemplated within, devising a feasible plan. Oh, and there was that skill book, Dark Canopy. Suddenly, Lin Yi smacked his forehead, recalling the silver skill book he had obtained from the demi-lich in the dungeon world. With the recent plethora of gains, he had nearly forgotten this matter. He promptly retrieved the Dark Canopy skill book and gently tapped it. The pages transformed into a stream of light, surging into his mind, activating his innate talent, and the Dark Canopy skill was instantly maxed out. With eager anticipation, Lin Yi began to examine the attributes of Dark Canopy. Dark Canopy 40, a regional skill that can create a shadow area enveloping allies or foes, if allies possess dark attributes. The class flower from the neighboring class had heard somewhere that the prince favored white rabbit candy, prompting her to purchase a bag. Xiao Dun bowed respectfully to old Wu, then produced a bulging pouch, offering it to him. His expression was dark and foreboding, devoid of any joy, seemingly tinged with a hint of resentment. The chilling aura emanating from him clashed starkly with the vibrant red ceremonial garb he wore. He repeatedly attempted to rise and embrace the person in comfort, yet restrained himself, his large hand gripping tightly into a fist at the edge of the bed. The onlookers here were predominantly from Wei Nation, including numerous students from Wei Nation Academy. If a disturbance were to arise, they would possess no advantage. However, the situation had shifted now that the seniors from Zhao Nation Academy had also arrived. What is this? A puzzled expression crossed the staff member's face as he approached, bending down to inspect. The servants from the gathering Righteousness Mountain, including Butler Yang, had long since fled from the grave of Ji Zheng. White classmate, did you hear that sound? I feel as if a cat is meowing, the teacher remarked, as the shimmering light drew ever closer to the center. Imofinia's gaze remained fixated on the ancient disc, while his feet continued to move swiftly away. Although many guests had arrived at the house, With a significant number inside the villa attending the wedding of Joe Heir and the fourth young master, individuals still occasionally passed through this area. 10 minutes later, a terrifying roar echoed from a certain cavern. This time, we embarked on a challenge of the highest difficulty, the 9 stars. Although numerous monsters appeared from the onset, our formidable strength allowed us to charge forward without a hint of fear. Of course, Lele noticed the spark in her brother Erling's eyes, and she couldn't resist agreeing at once. Upon hearing her mother call, Xiaomu felt an unsettling premonition. Had that beauty, you, whispered something to her mother. Nevertheless, he obediently walked over and settled into the single armchair. The disciples of the 3 teachings, along with numerous celestial officials from the heavenly court, descended into the earthly realm, seeking to unite with the scattered cultivators of the wilderness to confront the disciples of the. Unfortunately, aside from a few minor successes from the disciples of the rest returned empty-handed. It was anticipated that Jinhua would seek vengeance, but it was surprising that the 4 clans of Yunnan dared to take action against us. Even more astonishing was the revelation that there were individuals within the who colluded with Jinhua, conspiring to coordinate an internal attack. Bloodslaughter narrowed his eyes and remarked. 2 arrows, though launched from different directions, flew along the same trajectory towards their target. Those who adhere to the social rules of human rights may also invest unidirectional emotional capital into the individuals within this society. Zhao had already clarified the matters concerning the team battle, leaving me to engage with these individuals and practice our coordination. Oh, me too. Zheng Jiayu and the others expressed their stance in unison. Chun Yidao's excellence was undeniable, making it hard for them to relent. They believed that even being his lover would bring them immense happiness. Dissipating one's power is quite simple. One merely needs to immerse themselves in the specially concocted potion I created to easily disperse all their strength. However, why would I assist you? With a chuckle, the shaman addressed the crowd. This divine tomb housed abundant ores, though the number of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines was limited, causing the crowd to feel a tremor in their surroundings. Thus, the employees of Qingyuan Company erupted with excitement. After all these years, President Mo's punctuality in leaving work was akin to a maiden stepping into a sedan chair for the first time. Moreover, why did the president appear so delightfully amused? Du Ruo felt somewhat overwhelmed. Having the Grand Master personally serve as her chauffeur was more than she could bear. Unaware of the whispers among the crowd and the emotional turmoil of the golden-haired youth, Su Nan approached by Luo Qing and by Nua Hang, taking a seat and crossing his legs. Luo City, come here with your sister, Emperor Zhao beckoned, prompting Yi Qingsheng to regain her composure and descend the Luchun Terrace alongside Yu Miaoqing, both kneeling before the emperor. Most importantly, during the time I was missing, the Uchiha group had also contributed significantly. Xiao Aming accompanied Gulan to the art exhibition, providing considerate company throughout, yet his mind was elsewhere. A fact even Gulan could discern. Be quiet. Hu Yuansheng waved his hand dismissively. Hearing the collective mockery from the Ming army, he inhaled sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. Having just taken over Zhuangzi, she realized that without bestowing favors, it was impossible to inspire their enthusiasm. Her acquisition of Zhuangzi was intended to secure a greater supply of grain, not to witness a decline in circumstances. Bai Pian Ran yearned to resist, but before she could muster her defiance, Missouri Jingyuan coldly commanded the man beside him. At that moment, the leader of the Warman sect was besieged by members of the Dragon Tooth Society, yet the leader's formidable prowess was undeniable. His colossal claws, imbued with thunder and lightning, struck down a player with each swing, rendering them incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Just as the surging mystical energy converged upon Li Luo's forehead, Baiyu suddenly perceived a subtle tremor in the air behind her. They intended to utilize the 30,000 units to construct a single-story house on their homestead, to prepare for the marriage of their eldest son, who happened to be Xie Jigang's elder brother. Qinyu, replenishing his emotional reserves, wielded the dragon godblade, unleashing an unmatched ferocity as the blade's aura cleaved through the air time and again. 007. What is your current stance? Is this how you confront your superiors? Zheng Xuewei, a man who sought absolute control, could not tolerate 007's seemingly lax demeanor, and thus reprimanded him directly. Everyone has been quite considerate of me, and Director Zhuang has always guided me. Fang Jinong stated in a very standard manner. Your superior is merely being courteous. You should not take it to heart. The end of March and the beginning of April marked the time when major universities in the United States released their results, granting students nearly half a year of vacation, a prospect that left his classmate Song Junkai envious. Ma Dohu patted the dust from his clothes and plopped down onto a nearby chair, fixating intently on Qin Xiao and Feng Lin. Each acupuncture point experienced earth-shattering transformations, evolving into miniature universes in succession. Yet, with Han Xinjia's remarks, the connection between Tanzong and the fallen officials from that day was established, further entangling the matter in national righteousness. Although Wang Peixin felt discontented, she was not foolish enough to voice her dissent, merely emitting a cold huff in protest. Chapter 76. A forceful instant kill, employing the truth revelation technique. The emergence of this dagger was startlingly abrupt, emanating a faint blue light, as if it had sprouted from the void itself. Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply. 5 golden assassins. Under normal circumstances, a level 50 golden pinnacle practitioner possesses a primary attribute around 1 million. Although their skill levels fell short of Lin Yi's. Even lower-tier golden skills wield tremendous power. Coupled with skill eruptions, they could inflict damage in the tens of millions. Now, with 5 golden assassins launching a simultaneous assault, their total damage approached 100 million. This was utterly terrifying. After all, Lin Yi's earth barrier could only withstand damage exceeding 70 million. What troubled him most was still that dagger. Given Lei Tingting's temperament, had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner before, she would have retaliated immediately. Yet, at this moment, burdened by guilt, she could only awkwardly shrug. The tail of the serpent surged forth with ferocity, after a brief moment of resistance. Yang Qi utilized his agility to retreat. The gray anomaly, clearly aware of its inferiority against the combined might of the other two forces, quietly coiled into a ball. Seemingly subdued, Kai Feng declared, "Let us wed in a week." As he spoke, he gently pressed a kiss upon Shaman's forehead. Jing Rong smiled faintly, remaining silent. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Mu Zhaolin, surrounded by several ministers. His father-in-law was indeed formidable. In the wake of such turmoil, both he and the Prince of Rong had suffered losses. Yet Mu Zhaolin had successfully positioned his son beside the prince, a pawn that could not be easily removed. They had previously conferred that the Qin Ji and others would first venture to the Hall of Fame, a journey that would undoubtedly stir a tempest and attract widespread attention. The Hidden Sword sect would certainly mobilize forces to provide support, leaving defenses in other areas notably weakened. Nevertheless, Lin Zhixiao felt a sense of disquiet. Why should he explain his physical ailments to Wenting? Haha, precisely. Chenair thinks so too. Long Tianshun, like a blank slate, believed whatever was told to him. That was his final utterance. After Zhang Liang drained his internal energy, his head drooped, and he perished on the spot. Mu Shuefu felt a sudden panic. As Jing Rong's gaze burned like fire, threatening to consume her, a heat that radiated from within her heart. In the instant the two burst forth from opposite sides. Qin Ruo recognized the leading member of the Underworld Ghost Claw Alliance as an old acquaintance, Ron, the combat captain of the Sacred Family. Han Dong grasped Zhang Sheng's hand, asserting before the multitude that his words signified not only the declaration of his stance, but also a commitment. Having spoken, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. Humph. With a strike that constrained him, Dao Wu Ji's fury ignited. Amidst the roar of a dragon, his form transformed into a crimson flame dragon, its tail sweeping towards Ku Yunshang's doomsday myth. Shifting the perspective back to the battlefield, 7 mutated giant worms reared their heads and roared, their eyes like searchlights. Their crimson gazes locking onto targets before launching an assault on the 7 interstellar cruisers left behind. Behind them, in the marshal's residence, the ministers approached to examine the severed bronze swords and the iron sword held by Zhao Wu. While Wu Ming was clearing the battlefield, Qin Ruo sat upon the shoulder of the amethyst beastman, gently patting his old companion's shoulder, harboring deep affection. Zhao Wu understood the heroic sentiment of the spring and autumn people. 3 warriors were dispatched to challenge them. Ying Chu and Wei Min intended to remain at the forefront, ready to deliver a severe lesson to the audacious challengers, stemming from the spring and autumn people's reverence for heroes. Thus, the only explanation was that Xiao Wanqiu was acknowledged by Yi Luo as a captain more suitable than himself. With the infusion of essence blood, the circular patterns seemed to come alive, twisting in the air, gradually transforming into black and white, coalescing into a Taiji diagram seal. Lu Zhui nodded and inquired, "Why does the Grand Scholar target you, even going so far as to ensnare you within the Death Goddess space?" At that moment, in a bid to rescue Wen Jian and Gu Ming, Lu Zhui exerted considerable effort and ultimately, with the assistance of the God of Wilderness, managed to unravel the Grand Scholar's deadly trap. The two exchanged a glance, silently deciding to refrain from further discussion as they approached the door, eager to see who would arrive. The elite guards led by Bai Zhuozi had been dismissed from their positions among the royal guards, resulting in the absence of personal soldiers, and they had been integrated into the Longyu army under the command of Longxing Wukong. Observed the 2 individuals beside him, noting that they bore a striking resemblance to their master, the demon suppressor, their expressions exuding dominance as they each wielded a lion-headed and a tiger-headed staff, both crafted from pure copper and weighing 60 pounds each. Zhang Guodong hung his head in silence, his demeanor stubborn, as Qin Lan implored him to reconsider his decision not to part ways with Li Qiuyu. Due to the presence of patience and the fatigue of others, the group found it opportune to rest. The battle had concluded, the danger had dissipated, the enemies lay slain or had fled, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. To what extent have we arrived? Zhang Lan felt her cheeks flush upon hearing the question. Truth be told, the initial anger and frustration had significantly faded with the passage of time, and the news of Yan Hao's demise stirred her heart with tenderness. Time flows swiftly. Fate is unpredictable. The past, present, and future often see beautiful memories fade away. You caught me. I came today to surprise Jing Liken. So you must not inform him of my arrival. she declared, raising her delicate fist in a mock threat, though it lacked any real intimidation. The world dimmed. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and everything was completely enveloped by the might of that singular punch. The corpulent warden gaped, resembling a toad puffing out its cheeks. I spoke so much last night. How could I possibly know which of your words you refer to? Jiao raised her head in confusion, staring at him. As for the so-called 6 families and 7 sects, they were devoid of true sects, namely, the sect of form, the sect of heart, the sect of consciousness, the sect of illusion, and the sect of fate. These constituted the 6 families. The concept of being devoid of sects further divided into the intrinsic sect and the sect of difference, forming the 7 sections. Look at your memory, despite being a half-saint. You possess such a poor recollection. Zhou Yun shook his head and snapped his fingers suddenly, causing an oppressive aura to surge around them. The human realm, a power that must not manifest within the 3rd human tribe world, was incessantly corroding the realm of humanity. It should be tomorrow, in the afternoon. You will naturally be contacted, so rest assured, Guo Rongjiu assured. Without doubt. Without doubt. Are you well, my lord? Zhou Yong and Zhang Emo shared a close relationship, and even after many years, mentioning him still brought tears to his eyes, his heart laden with pain as he raised his glass. Calling out to the moon in a drunken haze, Bujia followed Xinchang outside, animatedly recounting the earlier events, his gestures and body language exaggeratedly illustrating the scene. If struck by this sword, death would be inevitable. In his recollection, the only artifact potentially reaching such a level could be the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, the 2 celestial kings resumed their foolish musings, still seeking excuses for their failures even at this juncture. Chapter 77. The Abduction of Lin Yi's Mother. En route to Black Rock City. Simultaneously, Li Jun received the disheartening news of the assassination attempt's failure. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hardly able to trust his ears, he glared at the butler before him, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? The mission failed? Several lives lost? Are you certain 5 4-star assassins were employed?" Faced with this barrage of inquiries, the butler was drenched in cold sweat, equally bewildered by the outcome. Initially, he believed it overly cautious to dispatch 5 golden assassins against a mere bronze-level mage. Yet, the results had left him thoroughly humbled. Reports from the blood-killing tower indicated that as soon as news spread of Chengqing offending young Master Xiao, he immediately shifted allegiance to County Magistrate Zhu. Truly a turncoat. The elderly figures, their vision dimmed, sat upon bamboo chairs, reminiscing over photographs of their youth. Xiao Mu gazed at the bloodstains on the bedsheet, resembling a flower blooming upon the pale yellow fabric. At this moment, it was unwise to recklessly employ the spatial desiccator, for even a moment's carelessness could result in a catastrophic transformation, causing uproar in the news. Though the cultivator's eyes gleamed with anticipation, it was clear he wished to prevent Dao Wui from departing. Alas, Dao Wui felt a pang of regret, with nearly 50 million points, yet no avenue for redemption. He recalled the ancestral grounds of the Tao family, where a colossal mountain of gluttonous remains lay, housing undigested spirit beasts and cultivators within. Ouyang Lai warily drew back, hesitating to rise, but was firmly restrained by Qiao Mu. No one knew what would become of the laws should they continue to evolve, as such circumstances had never been encountered. "Brother Qiao, shall we proceed?" Hua Bing's resolute gaze met mine, her demeanor suggesting that, should I consent, she would follow me into any perilous situation. Zhang Xin opened the door, observing Jace's face contorted in excitement, and sighed, "It's a day off. Shouldn't you rest a while longer?" With that, Zhang Xin stepped aside, welcoming Jace inside. The flight to America was scheduled for noon, and having returned home at the stroke of 1 in the morning, Shun Yi chose not to practice further, instead relishing a rare lazy sleep while holding Yshu close. The Tang dynasty had suffered grievously, its vitality depleted, the grandeur of the Kaiyuan era squandered, leaving only the facade of prosperity while the foundation crumbled beneath. Chen Xiaoshan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the studio and had neglected to visit the classroom. After exchanging a few words with a higher-ranking officer, the soldier leading the way departed. "Pray tell, from whence did the soldiers clad in dark iron armor behind this general originate?" Li Shiming smiled, a smile imbued with profound significance. 2 departments occupied the entire office area on the ground floor of the building, and even on weekends, employees dutifully reported for work. One evening, 2 sandblasting machines astonishingly created nearly 20 square kilometers of new land. As everyone gazed at the suddenly expanded expanse of territory, they swallowed hard in disbelief. As Yang Jian approached, Emperor Fuxi turned to Emperor Shinnong beside him, who promptly retrieved 3 medicinal pills to hand to Fuxi. Subsequently, Fuxi presented the pills to Yang Jian, advising him on their proper usage. Fear surged like a tidal wave, as Ruolin gazed into the swirling crimson pupils of the figure in black. She felt an unsettling sense of dread. Under Yi Feng's piercing gaze, she found herself devoid of the courage to resist, and, in her helplessness, could only nod slightly. The moment he could recall his grandmother's departure without sorrow would signify his return to this place. Having resolved to visit, she deemed it unwise to go empty-handed. After a moment's thought, Shioji hurried back into her bedroom, took her wallet, and dashed out with sufficient change. The distribution map not only marked the geographical features of the Jiangdu region, but also meticulously outlined the flow of spiritual veins, their nodes, and their interconnections. What is happening? Hadn't this web already ensnared me? How could I have ended up on the ground? I felt a sense of confusion. Lin Yi was unaware that Marian indulged in a moment of recklessness, believing she would not survive the night. Cui Huaqian exhaled a ring of smoke. His fingers, clasping the cigarette, trembled slightly, shedding ash into the nearby ashtray. When Zhao Yifeng was alive, the Qinglong Hall was a premier sect on Saturn, second only to the Xianfeng sect and the Demon Abyss sect. Regarding Longxing's choice for the bottom lane, several commentators unanimously agreed that there were no significant issues. Who are you? The old man in the black robe inquired, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Valentine's Day approached, yet due to a peculiar reason, Feng Tung felt no enthusiasm. Confronted with his first love, which also marked his inaugural Valentine's Day, Shan Shan was, naturally, quite enthusiastic. Just moments ago, the individual once deemed the greatest fortunate soul in the illusion realm successfully triumphed in the final battle of the throne contest amidst the gaze of countless spectators. Meng Yueyun felt a wave of helplessness. She did not fear death. If she were truly unencumbered, perhaps death would merely serve as a release for her. It was not that she was afraid. Rather, the old man's earlier words hinted at the presence of the Dragon Clan's ancestor as well. The dashing gentleman exchanged a fleeting glance with the long-haired man, who then approached Zunyayi with a mischievous grin. Consequently, she instructed Zuelinghua to arrange a secret chamber for concealment, a means to buy time. They then entered the game, swiftly orchestrating the opening of the grand door to the throne war. Lin Feng, trust me for just one more moment. This will be the last thing I say tonight, even if you doubt everything else I utter this evening. I hope you can believe this. Tang Tian spoke earnestly to Lin Feng. In truth, Zhao Meiyun's situation was dire. Yu Qingma had not arrived, and she refused medication or cooperation with the treatment. At that moment, the great elder retracted his weakened domain. Having witnessed the second and third elders shielding him from an attack, he grimaced, uncertain of what words to convey. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiandong at the entrance, upon observing the bustling kitchen scene within, was engulfed in fury. Chapter 78. Assemble the wind spirits. Prepare for city destruction. After Lin Yi departed, Cheng Batian sighed and shook his head, allowing him to proceed. He believed Lin Yi would act with discretion, and their duty was to safeguard his family. Since Lin Yi dared to pursue Li Jun, he must have been prepared and would not act recklessly. Lu Jiaoyang nodded and began to tidy up the aftermath. Concurrently, Lin Yi, riding the sacred dragon, had soared beyond Jiangqing. He held a glass vial containing Li Jun's blood, the soul crystal atop his staff shimmering faintly. Tracking technique. Earlier, in his quest to locate the wind spirits, he had employed the same spell. At this moment, a faint glow began to emanate from the blood sample, guiding his path. Within the Myriad Demon Palace, Xiaofeng overheard his senior brother proclaiming the esteemed figure of the Myriad Demon Kingdom to be his master, emboldening him to boldly venture into the capital. Despite his inner trepidation, he held his head high, cautiously navigating the steps to the arena while striving to maintain a fade of composure. Zhao Kuangyin, attuned to the subtle harmonies, recognized the underlying intent and sought to assist, largely motivated by his own embarrassment over Zhao Ji's misdeeds, which inadvertently reflected upon him. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yelv Longshu to go wherever he pleased. For her, extracting her son's spiritual essence and allowing them to continue consuming the mental fortitude enhancers took precedence. Others had yet to fully grasp the slightly awkward demeanor of the noble gentleman, Qing Xian, when a rabbit approached, wielding a gun. Gu Lixing, with his hand raised to the heavens and his feet planted upon the celestial mountains, exuded an overwhelming presence as he plunged into the essence of Tai's realm. Chun Sun longed to return to the Tai great world immediately, yet the current state of the cosmos did not permit such emotions. They lacked the strength to dominate the order of the universe. He could not bear the thought of a once-cherished empire ultimately reduced to a mere gatekeeper for noble families, exploited until deemed worthless and then summarily cast aside. The half-man, half-horse demon snorted, its human visage resembling a robust man, bald with a sharp white horn protruding from its forehead and blood-red eyes, casting a malevolent glance at the dawn as it ran. Meanwhile, a large hand, previously scratching Linglong's ticklish flesh, roamed indiscriminately across her body, indicating that a confrontation was imminent. The gathering today was transparently a ruse, ostensibly a meeting, but in reality merely an excuse to indulge in tea and spirits. Encountering acquaintances was quite commonplace. Several from Shishir Second High had successfully ascended to higher education. Thus they could be deemed slightly familiar. Regardless, the vice president was unperturbed. All preparations had been made, and the fashion show was the designer's responsibility. With the boss silent, the veteran employees, whether seasoned or mentoring newcomers, could execute their tasks methodically. What is lacking? The cold, desolate gaze faintly tinged with hope eagerly pressed for confirmation of his underlying suspicions. The designer likely envisioned the East Island, merging it with the temple. ultimately leading the Easterners to conclude she was indeed a treasure. Fortunately, his self-control was unnaturally robust, apart from displaying unusual behavior in front of Jiang Jin. Gu Hanting exhibited no signs of anxiety or disturbance, his work capabilities remaining consistently exceptional. A plane adorned with the unique totem of the Lantis family gracefully descended, coming to rest at the expansive airfield. The aircraft, a splendid blend of silver and ebony, shimmered captivatingly under the warm sunlight, instantly drawing the gazes of onlookers. As Lin Chen spoke, his voice resonated loudly enough that Miao Yunfei, stepping into the old man's room, could hear him clearly. A Yuan sensed the profound sorrow emanating from Jiang Jin and, obediently silent, offered comfort by gently patting her shoulder and caressing her hair, mimicking his father's clumsy attempts at consolation. Indeed a bit excessive, Lucius remarked, feigning seriousness as he assessed the situation. The turmoil at the center persisted unabated. Should the dissent not be quelled, the voices of doubt would multiply, potentially leading to dire consequences. As a newcomer, accepting an invitation to dine from Gu Yi, it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, yet bringing something meager would be worse than bringing nothing at all. In the employment contract, AIM's salary was set at 3,000 yuan, with the position of managerial assistant. This remuneration was quite commendable, as Ji Yuning noticed the corners of AIM's mouth curl upwards, indicating her satisfaction. Reports from below indicated that Shun Jihong had been under investigation for 3 days, during which he maintained his innocence, asserting he was a steadfast soldier of the party. Tang Delaoy and the staff of the Jinxiu Bureau were brimming with self-satisfaction, anticipating tomorrow's court banquet where they would surely earn the emperor's praise. Observing his son's lack of ambition, Zhu Chengkai was instantly filled with ire, delivering a swift kick to Zhu Xing's rear. Su Yuanyuan initially believed that there was no necessity for such endeavors, considering them a waste of time. However, recalling a past remark she had overheard, that emotions must be nurtured, and one must make a man feel needed, she reconsidered. During the First War simulation, Liu Bei obtained a detailed distribution map of the troops under Yuan Shu's command, along with insights into their respective commanders, as if they were treasured possessions. While listening to Huang Hua's account, Chu Ling maintained a calm demeanor, yet deep within her, ripples of emotion began to stir. After enduring such a stifling environment for so long, even the most mature and patient individuals would inevitably experience an emotional release when circumstances changed. Long Xian quietly extended her trembling hand, clutching a strand of hair. With a quiver, she gently inserted the hair into Zhang Yuanhao's nostril, then began to twist it. In an instant, Chao Run, Xiahou Dun, and their comrades were on high alert, utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, the enormous screen on the exhibition stage flickered to life, dividing into 3 images. The vicinity of the dragon's nest was eerily quiet, with even the sound of insects diminished. The only noise came from the crackling of burning wood, while the stars above shone resplendently in the stillness of the night. Chapter 79. The battle commences, slaying the leaf forces. The elves sensed Lin Yi's unabashed killing intent. Even those who typically cherished peace tightened their grips on their bows and staffs. Once, Lin Yi had saved the entire elven tribe. Now that he faced peril, they would not hesitate to risk their lives in his defense. Attack, Catherine commanded, prompting the elves to spring into action. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A flurry of swift arrows, imbued with sharp azure light, soared through the air towards Black Rock City. Witnessing this, the adventurers from the Cherry Blossom Nation were instantly plunged into panic. Those who had previously boasted about confronting Lin Yi and seizing the sacred dragon now trembled in fear. Previously, the sacred dragon had unleashed a series of torrential rains, causing the water level of the Azure Dragon River to rise perilously close to breaching the banks, threatening a repeat of last year's disaster that devastated farmlands and displaced countless citizens. As the most valuable player of the previous season, Karl Malone's scoring prowess ranked just behind Michael Jordan, with only Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal surpassing him on the current season's scoring leaderboard. As these words were spoken, Gong Sun Yen, unperturbed, waved his hand and led him out of the secret chamber, instantaneously appearing in the grand hall of the estate. Old you, have I not asked you before whether you believe in me? Chu Yu fixed his gaze on the entrance to the hall, as if attempting to see through its confines. Indeed, it has been a long time. Uncle, how has your health been of late? Wang Yu politely inquired, bowing toward Wang San. Among the Western Guards, Gary Payton undoubtedly led in votes, yet the second place proved more contentious. Zhu Yuning, unfazed, entered the mansion alongside Buddha 8, Hua Mei, Bai Ling, and Do Wanwan. The short, young man in their midst spoke in a tone that, though framed as a question, carried an unmistakable threat. Having made her decision, she gathered her entourage and provisions. Water was unnecessary, as the snow-covered mountains offered ample hydration. With a resolute command, she led the way, following a route that Ba Yi might have traversed, delving into the depths of Changbai Mountain. Qianxing immediately grasped the situation and suggested they enter to investigate. With that, he stepped into the rented room. Pang Yimo nodded, took a sip of tea, its warmth awakening her senses. After being inexplicably struck, nearly causing him to spit blood, Yunfeng seethed with rage, his soul power surging forth, manifesting as a colossal finger on his back. Yet, this was not the concern of the gathered crowd. They were preoccupied with Zhang Tian, who had previously made a wager. Xiao was a tough nut to crack. Even extraterrestrials would lose a tooth trying to ensnare him. He was not so easily vanquished, as Valentine reassured. Nevertheless, uncertainty gnawed at him. Xiao Minglu's demeanor before his departure was unmistakably that of a man heading to the front lines, perhaps even intending to ram an aircraft into the enemy flagship. The day before, the noble consort had fallen ill, prompting her to visit the temple. Upon her return, she encountered Yao Ruolin, who had received her in her absence. Hearing such a plea for help, Shi Qingqing was struck with realization, her face flushing with embarrassment and indignation, had it not been for Shuri beside her. She too might have fallen into a trap. As formidable as the Eagle Eye Realm King was, he had been reduced to nothingness by a single strike from the Flame Realm King, the swirling dust merely remnants of his existence. Fei Liangyan muttered under his breath, calling for his mother, but Sun Huixian remained unresponsive. When had she begun to sleep so soundly? Perhaps fatigue had overwhelmed her. Fei Liangyan commenced a frantic search throughout the house for his car keys, pondering where his father might have hidden them. Upon the stage, the once gentle strains of music abruptly shifted. The Qin and Pipa harmonized, a vigorous and majestic melody resonating throughout the grand hall of the drunken immortal pavilion. During a brief ceasefire, inside Wen Fengrin's residence, a table laden with fine delicacies awaited. Though modest in quantity, it was exquisite in presentation. Wen Fengrin, the foremost scholar of the light cavalry camp, sat across from Yi Xiankong, the camp's premier warrior, attended by Zhao Xuanca's deputy, Yuan Xiumei. Sheng Shui stifled a chuckle. Sensing the fish had taken the bait, she contemplated pulling further to see what valuables he might possess. Ouyang Ruping and his companion guided their cart toward the ancestral hall, soon meeting Xie Yunyan and his group approaching from the distance. Upon their convergence, Ouyang Ruping entrusted the defiant men to Xie Yunyan, instructing them to escort these individuals to Hangu village, while he gracefully departed with the laughter of Qiao. After being rescued, Ma Si, following the words of Ouyang Ruping, purchased a vigorous steed in Wulong County and hastened towards Lianhua village. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Situ Jin, who was escorting a shipment of wooden goods back to the mountain stronghold. This meeting ultimately led to the tale of Situ Jin leading a group of brothers from Lianhua village directly into the heart of Wulong Valley, where they set ablaze the arms depot. Has old Zhang and General Xing arrived? Chun Wanru's gentle voice floated from the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, she emerged carrying a platter of fruit. Meanwhile, on the sales side, a formidable attack ship was listed for sale, a rare opportunity to sell something of value. Lan Tong recognized the critical moment at hand. With a forceful expulsion of blood essence, he compelled the internal energy to rapidly unleash the 57th note. Osmanthus oil is alkaline, and when mixed with warm water containing a substance known as phenolphthalein, it will cause the warm water to turn red upon contact with the osmanthus oil. A cool breeze wafted through, and with a flicker of his light blue eyes, he averted his gaze and closed the window. He understood the young master's reasons for venturing there, as well as the difficulties faced by the Nangon family. He wished to convey that it was unnecessary. Many were willing to accompany this young master in overturning those who vexed him. Liamo Yin chuckled softly. I have long told you that I will not allow Bai Li Shuang to suffer any grievances. Yet, you do not believe me and insist on some form of exchange for assurance. Since you are unwilling to speak, I see no reason to waste further time. With that, he rose and departed. Junru arrived at the site of Gu Wen Liang's incident, gazing at the somewhat dried blood on the ground, his heart heavy with sorrow. He closed the office door, allowing Yihuan to sit on the sofa while he took a seat beside her, refraining from occupying his own office chair. Wang Ying glanced at the old man nearby, realizing why he had just sought to exchange for a larger blade. If he were to wield a heavy weapon like a hammer, it would likely be inferior to his own spear. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of Blackrock City. Proceeding to the first layer of the abyss. As Lin Yi's gaze shifted towards him, Taro Zetian felt an unprecedented wave of terror. Moreover, the pressure exerted by Catherine was exceedingly formidable. Had it not been for the support of several Golden Tier professionals nearby, Taro Zetian would have been slain on the spot. Even so, within those fleeting minutes, his health had diminished by over half. Taro Zetian managed to force a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself with Lin Yi, which plunged the professionals from Sakura Nation into utter despair. The fact that General Zetian was contemplating surrender to the enemy was one they could not fathom. General, how can you do this? We would rather fight until the very last moment. With a thunderous explosion, two dazzling white light circles struck solidly before Zhu Sha's face. The three horses, wounded and lamenting, stood upright, and with the arrival of Wu Song's chopsticks, struck at the horses' necks. Pan Jinlian felt a sudden warmth on her face, soon realizing it was the blood of the horses that had splattered upon her. At that moment, the two who had come to an understanding exchanged hurried glances, then turned their gaze back to Qin Shi Huang, their eyes igniting with the reckless madness reminiscent of a middle-aged swordsman who would sacrifice everything to slay a dancer. What would happen when AI Pal regained her memories was uncertain, But before that, Jia Jingjin intended to make her his shield. Ordinary individuals spend a lifetime yearning to attain such a state, only to find their minds clouded with distractions during cultivation, ultimately reaching a bottleneck and stagnation. I felt a pang of unease at my own recklessness. Although I knew I should not have appeared on the yacht uninvited, regret was futile. As I gazed at the phone number displayed on my device, a sudden epiphany struck me. My mother's voice, laced with hesitation, made me wonder if she had discovered Lin Yi's troublesome antics. There were dedicated buses from the scenic area to the city. When Li Yi appeared at the station, juggling his luggage, one hand grasping a bag while the other supported a suitcase, a backpack slung over his shoulders, he drew considerable attention, especially alongside the youthful and vibrant Muqin, who was empty-handed. Can you first tell me where we are? Why does it feel like there is no connection to the previous world? Liv asked, perplexed. The forbidden art of entering dreams required one to implant illusions into ordinary objects within another's surroundings. Upon contact with such an object, a dream would be forcibly triggered, cycling through the deepest fears of the individual until exhaustion set in. Tang Jin instinctively released her, closing his eyes and stepping back as Chen Bingwen shielded her chest and ran towards the coconut grove. Of course, Tang Jin was not entirely confident. While he perceived the 5 before him as weak, facing 5 opponents was not a matter of simply measuring one's internal strength. If the enemy coordinated their moves effectively, the resultant effects could multiply exponentially, which was his greatest concern. In response to Lu Yinghai's query, Xing Luo first nodded, then shook his head. Aside from Gan Ning, the other soldiers had never anticipated such a multitude of high-ranking officials participating in this expedition, many of whom were seasoned followers of Elbu. It seemed that the king of Qin genuinely placed significant importance on this undertaking. Hopefully, no one would let slip the matter of their reprimand into their ears. Wei Yuan exited his room and, after settling the bill downstairs, drove his Mercedes to the Jade Processing Facility, the largest according to Lu Haixing's information. From its exterior, it appeared to span at least a dozen acres. Wei Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed the newly added contact, Guopanzi. Observing Elbu's slightly grim demeanor and uncharacteristically harsh tone, the ministers recognized that Elbu's patience had reached its limit and dared not speak further. Simultaneously, Elbu issued a first-level combat readiness order to the numerous troops that had remained in a semi-rest state. These forces are organized into brigades of 3,000, equipped with superior weaponry and possessing considerable combat experience. Their commanders are seasoned veterans, not novices in the art of war. It is revealed that the 7 stars Gu Yuanying, known by the monastic name Fa Kong, is a monk from the Infinite Temple in the southern county of the empire, while the name Jing Yuan is the secular appellation of the nameless elder none prior to her ordination. At present, she has succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness, not merely due to excessive fatigue, but also a severe lack of water. Why he appears calm, yet she cannot articulate the tumult within her heart. She is a lover of wine and even gambling. The rules of the Tian Xang Gate are merely shackles raised high above her, which, though not fatal, confine her nonetheless. In due time, as long as Zhou Tian sits atop the grand hall of the sacred land of the abandoned coffin, she will wield control over the sacred land of eternal night. Very well. She promptly retrieved the cup she had just used and turned towards the water dispenser to pour another drink. If I cease to participate, will the prize of the next selected individual be identical to mine? She inquired with a hint of aloofness in her tone. Lin Jiaying, brimming with anticipation, was eager to discern whether the boy in the photograph was indeed Bo Zixiao's brother and what sort of relationship the host had with him. It is said that a good beginning constitutes half of success. Alas, her own commencement has been rather dismal. Sheng Tianyu's target is Sheng Xueqing, who has already accompanied them to the divine land. Naturally, Sheng Tianyu will undoubtedly pursue her. Were it not for Zhang Yi's prior instructions to avoid confrontation and refrain from prolonged battles, Luo Qiheng would not have let the provocations from these chosen ones slide. Zhang Yi discerned the implication in Chu Eng's words. He did not intend to eliminate Shimen Nanshan directly, yet assured her that the man would no longer pose a threat in the future. Jiang Zhong and Ma Xiaosheng exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They had never imagined that Li Manjun was already prepared for this, and he had muddled the waters right from the outset, deftly shifting the blame onto the two of them. Is death truly so terrifying? 18 years hence, I will still be a formidable hero. A hero is invincible, indomitable, and eternal, she agreed. Pei Juanhao feigned calmness, though inwardly taken aback. He maintained his composure as he casually probed further. Wei Chong turned to Li Hao and asked, Brother, is this appropriate? If not, feel free to correct me. We currently hold the initiative. It would not be a problem to eliminate these individuals before us. Wei Chong would not overly assert his authority, as the key figure here remains Li Hao. Jasmine stood frozen, staring blankly as the ethereal man before her vanished. The events that had just transpired seeming like a fleeting dream, so surreal. A chill coursed through her, pulling her from her reverie and back to reality. She tightened the garment draped over her shoulders, biting her cherry lips until they bled crimson. Li Ning had long since taken flight on his sword, wishing to avoid being seen by Long Yan. After all, the dragon's steed bore his own injuries. and to come to the rescue now might yield naught but trouble for him. Chapter 81. Unable to uncover the truth. Could it be a demigod? Upon the arrival of Hanada Yoshiko, Yamamoto Kawa, who had been waiting for quite some time, revealed a glimmer of joy in his gaze. Hanada Yoshiko held a notable reputation in Sakura country. As an epic diviner, many legendary figures regarded her as an esteemed guest. Although both were epic powerhouses, Hanada's standing was evidently superior. Might you elucidate the situation for me, Lord Yamamoto? She surveyed the grim scene before her, yet her countenance bore little shock. After all, her proficiency in divination often unveiled visions far more gruesome and terrifying than this. At this moment, she commenced her routine duties. The Panting Gang, although rooted in the senior year, had its tendrils spread throughout the lower grades, with numerous members in both the second and first years. Moreover, following the dissolution of the Tianxia Society, many of their members had disseminated into other factions, with the Panting Gang absorbing the majority. Only 3 or 4 days had elapsed since the brawl last Friday when I encountered Zhang Bin and Ban Kuntu. Their heads were still wrapped in bandages, and several areas of their bodies were swathed in gauze, the wounds I had inflicted meticulously tended to. After boasting to Su Fei for a while, I led the way, striding confidently. At this moment, I had awakened my spiritual eye, rendering the darkness around me as navigable as solid ground. If you wish for the company to continue its operations smoothly, Song Jingtian concluded, turning on his heel and departing. With their words, the atmosphere in the space became palpably tense, and without prompting, everyone instinctively dispersed to the sides. After he finished his report and confirmed my well-being, I called him back to relay what Yue had mentioned earlier, inquiring about its veracity. With a tender heart, I pressed my lips to Bai Ling's forehead, gently aiding her to sit on the ground before I firmly grasped the peach with sword once more. The surrounding crowd stood dumbfounded. Several elders nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. What? Spitting blood? Advanced spiritual technique? Danyang and Ji Wuxia did not depart directly from the ancient battlefield. Instead, they arrived above the Devil's Nest, a place Danyang had previously visited. Gazing at the familiar scene, memories of their past experiences within the Devil's Nest flooded back, including the 9-tiered stone platform. Enough chatter, let us eat, one urged. Following their meal, the two did not return to the company, but instead returned to their residence. What transpired next was self-evident. Upon returning, Zhang Bei specifically visited a nunnery to light incense and pray before diving into his hectic work. They swam into the 3rd secret chamber, where they settled on the floor, observing the 3 burning bonfires and the scattered remnants upon the ground. Bai Zhantong reminisced about the sensation of his fingers during the fateful encounter, feeling as though an invisible layer of armor had suddenly emerged on the surface of the opponent's body, rendering his touch ineffective. Reminiscent of the turtle shell technique practiced by the sea turtle master, it was evident that this formidable figure, despite not matching the power of the national master, was at least not inferior to the senior brother. In the mortal realm, Yi Fan had once acquired a method to merge the 5 elements, yet in the celestial realm, this approach was evidently no longer applicable. At best, he could only integrate a single law's power into the celestial techniques he employed through the Tai Chi Dao. This was an exceedingly wasteful endeavor compared to the terrifying existence of the Chaos Dao Dan. One could easily deduce that this individual must be a celebrity. Otherwise, who would dress so flamboyantly on such a day, unless they were unwell? The Holy Roman Empire and the Roman Empire may seem merely a matter of 2 additional words. Yet in truth, they are worlds apart. The malevolent thoughts were successfully dispelled, leaving behind a pool of dirty black blood on the island known as Fairy Island, polluting the surrounding sea. Ability characteristics: capable of serving as the commander of a special force or as a deputy commander in an army of less than 50,000. With the capacity to train archers. Thus, under the carrot and stick policy, the chubby fellow soared to new heights. It was only when he reached the level of June that he truly appreciated the good intentions of his master. Just trust her this once, Ron silently reassured himself, viewing this as an opportunity to verify whether she was indeed a genuine prophet. If the events unfolded as she predicted that very night, he might finally place his trust in her. Old Tan's judgment was not amiss. Shin Yingying's earlier disappearance was not due to her intention to flee, but rather her plan to summon nearby vengeful spirits to confront Old Tan. The beings of the Eastern Sea Sacred Mountain were astonished, witnessing their guardian ancestor nearly being split in 2, watching the madman with bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yang Tian's expression darkened as he gazed at the iron rod standing in the void, his lips twitching involuntarily. The weight of that rod was unfathomable, resembling the 3-headed, 6-armed giant he had encountered in the Danfire domain. However, Qiu Shasha, lacking experience in grand spectacles, was naturally compelled to speak her mind in the presence of Gu Jingchen's imposing aura, daring not to utter a single falsehood. The sensation of being the center of attention was rather uncomfortable, as I felt akin to a gorilla in a zoo, with the onlookers merely spectators behind the bars. Thus, I paid little heed to Zijiang and the emaciated man as they disembarked, focusing all my attention on the final arrival. Just as Guang Xiyu prepared for self-detonation, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. A breeze swept past her ears, and a familiar, yet warm sensation jolted her back to awareness. Since we did not observe anyone exiting the elevator, I wager that the smoker must have descended via the stairs. Zijiang, would you like to accompany me in seeking out the identity of this individual? Zhang Runkai remarked coldly, his tone laced with cruel amusement. The 500 taels of silver notes were to be split, with Tian Dantian receiving 250 taels, leaving the remaining 250 to be divided among the three of them. In essence, the relationship between Hua Shu and Hua Zishan transcends mere kinship, embodying a master-servant dynamic. Hua Shu affectionately addresses Hua Zishan as sister, yet the latter cannot reciprocate by calling her younger sister. When the distance between them narrows to a mere head's breadth, Chen Yu abruptly halts his stride and turns away. What is wrong with my spell? I was merely having a bit of fun, creating some mischief. Who told you to abandon the manor, allowing them to bully me collectively? Li Tengkong proclaimed with conviction. However, after the unveiling of a piece of material on the 23rd, subsequent trees failed to yield anything of significance. Chapter 82. The Title of Demon Butcher. First encounter with the lavender-haired maiden. Lin Yi began to reflect on all the information concerning the Abyss. According to records, the Abyss is divided into 9 tiers, with humanity having only reached the 6th tier at most. It is said that on the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers, demons exist that rival the gods. These realms are deemed inaccessible forbidden zones for humanity. In the first tier of the Abyss, most demons fall within the bronze or silver categories, that is, level 40 and below. Yet, a small fraction consists of gold or even platinum monsters, though such encounters are exceedingly rare. This distribution of levels aligns perfectly with Lin Yi's need for honing his skills. It is rumored that the demons within the Abyss are formidable, even ordinary monsters are scarce. On another note, Lin Ying's face flushed with embarrassment, while the keen-eyed Gu Fei swiftly discerned her current state, leading to a moment of astonishment followed by hearty laughter. To the ordinary citizen, the arduous daily existence is an inevitable trial, yet to the eldest sister, it resembles a mere game of life experiences. Her elevated spirits left Fu Yan with little choice but to establish some ground rules for their engagement. However, Ying remained silent, equally astonished. Aware of the task at hand for the night, only upon gathering everyone at the Qiao family villa did he finally encounter Steward Qiao, whose words he could not ascertain as truth or falsehood. Gulan Lan sat at the farthest western end, while Huang Zhongda and others were seated along the edge of the Kong, their hearts ablaze with rage, gritting their teeth and glaring defiantly at the dozen or so detectives standing before them. The likes of Shapet Song, Yun Yi Mo Siqian, and Ding Ling were encircled in the center, engaged in jovial banter with Ziyun. Those in the conference room, seeing there was little left to do, exchanged farewells with the staff of the local hotel as they escorted the 4 guests away. Thus, one could say that a certain individual was immensely grateful. Although Lai Jinxing perceived Meng Er's remarks as veiled sarcasm directed at him, he dared not voice his anger and could only maintain a smiling facade in their conversation. Contemplating this, Chuanri Yezhen flashed a subtle smile, clutching his base as he suddenly approached the seat occupied by Lu Ling. That was close, Zian thought, still trembling with trepidation as she shielded her neck with her hands. She had been a mere step away from death. Had Lu Ling's reaction been delayed by a second or two, her fate would have been sealed without a doubt. Let us discuss how to resolve Lin Feng's predicament, as Mage is causing him trouble and has even dispatched individuals to our country. The president of France inquired during the meeting. Although I may not excel in mechanical technology, the singularity of this objective is indeed worthy of thorough exploration. Nevertheless, Ji Mena's response, while lacking in satisfaction, did not evoke a pang of heartache. The corpulent middle-aged man appeared utterly drained by indulgence, and perched upon a rubber raft. The 2 individuals opposite him were floundering in their attempts to maneuver it. Lin Chu retained a semblance of confidence. With this thought, Zhu Shantong resolutely sprang to his feet, seizing a fragment of a table leg in the process. Jia Tsong chuckled in response, and, after exchanging knowing glances with the flushed and breathless Pinger, Bao Chai, Ying Chun, Zhan Chun, and Shang Yun, he cast his gaze over the faces of the Eastern Palace's numerous beauties. The proud spirit shall never acknowledge its transgressions, nor will it conceal the failures of its past. The current minister of the magical department, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, slumped in his armchair, trembling with uncertainty, bewildered as to how events had escalated to this point. Chu Wuzhou stood at the cliff's base, gazing up at the towering precipice, observing the Yuan River below. In one audacious leap, he ascended the sheer cliff, scaling the rocks with the agility of a gecko, akin to a red scorpion ascending a ladder of clouds. However, his purpose in employing the fireball technique had been fulfilled. He utilized this ninjutsu to thwart any potential interference from Dongfang Yongchu towards Yamashita Saori, thus granting her ample time to perform her own techniques. Over the past decade, Shanghai Jiaotong University has only seen 2 to 3 graduates selected for this society each year. Yet this year's graduates are evidently exceptional, with 8 being chosen in one fell swoop. Lin Wanbai's gaze seemed to transcend light years, as she fervently wielded her 1-meter-long lightsaber. While the Quinian's colossal sword danced through the air, effortlessly piercing through their fleet, each sweep claiming one or several of their vessels. I can unlock the latent powers within your body, the old Kai remarked with serene confidence. The terrifying Gamma Great Hound was more massive than an average tiger. Entirely devoid of fur, its grotesque visage adorned with crimson eyes, and its teeth longer than the daggers on Deadpool's person. Roya stood aloft in the sky, suspended in midair, holding the 1,000 illusions in his left hand, which dangled beside him, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy as he gazed downward. What is that? Xian Jian turned at the sound, just in time to witness a plump, yellow figure landing in his yard. The gust of wind it created dislodging numerous leaves from the nearby trees. Although the command was rather abrupt, Wind Speed Dog executed the task admirably. Its fluffy tail raised high as it swatted the flank of the passing flame horse, causing the latter to stumble in surprise and lose its balance. Upon this vast sea, it appears that only the esteemed officers of the 4 emperors of the New World, specifically the 3 calamities of the beast pirates and the 4 commanders beneath the pirate crew, are able to command bounties in the realm of 7 to 800 million, or even around 1 billion. Encouraged by Xian Yuan, the somewhat fatigued Leaf Sprite and Steel Arm Cannon Shrimp renewed their spirits, preparing to launch another assault. Suddenly, Xian Yuan gestured for them to halt, raising his gaze skyward. Ah, how intriguing, Xian Yuan mused, pondering the reasons behind his uniqueness. Was it due to his traversing through dimensions, or some other cause? I arrived with a friend, who has taken my luggage to rest in our quarters. Chen Chufan promptly responded. With a sigh of relief, Chen Chufan felt his worries dissipate. However, moments later, 2 gasps echoed within the room. Chapter 83, Ascending to 38, A Reunion Awaits. Su Yunqi lamented her unfortunate fate. After finally descending into the abyss and freshly hunting a few demons, she unexpectedly encountered a blood moon overlay. That was tolerable. In a moment of urgency, she sought refuge in an obsidian cave that could shield her from the blood moon's aura. To her astonishment, she discovered that someone was already inside. At this juncture, retreating to seek another sanctuary, while feasible, would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. This was detrimental to her goal of continuing her demon hunts after the blood moon subsided. The purpose of her journey into the abyss was to further enhance her professional skills. Time was of the essence. Su Yunqi clenched the black longsword tightly in her grasp. Meanwhile, Lin Yi encountered a bespectacled youth, equally lost in the fog-laden realm, affirming that this place did not belong to Lin Yi's subconscious, but rather to all who had plunged into the depths of dreams, a shared domain. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find that the fellow named the wave above 9 heavens matched his pace, appearing almost simultaneously within the private room. Do you not wish to engage in a contest with the Americans? Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Your homeland is often bullied by them. Do you not yearn for a chance to retaliate? The old man remarked. This stirred anxiety within them, as they questioned whether the cavalry general was indecisive, perhaps even flustered. Moreover, the name suggested a guild fond of peace, likely, at least, as their higher-ups had not arranged any activities that particularly required Lin Yi's attention, primarily involving collective ventures into a specific player's exclusive dream realm. Upon learning that Zhang Rui's situation remained unchanged, Li Ru further instructed the servants to care for Yan Yan's family, ensuring that their provisions met the standards set for those in the back courtyard, before resuming his stride towards his residence. The dream of the Red Chamber is distinct. The personalities within are wholly revealed through their actions and dialogues. Just as he finished speaking, we ascended an incline, and the vehicle jolted violently before surging past the barrier, careening outward. Mr. Qin, initially, I was indeed a bit abrupt. My grandfather has informed me that the Water Moon Cave Villa was, in fact, a gift from him to you. Upon hearing Su Meiji's words, Nan Gong Mingyue stifled a laugh, choosing not to elaborate further, as Qin Tian slowly revealed the long sword previously held by the formidable creature. A glimmer of rational focus finally emerged in Chu Jiao's bewildered gaze. Little did they anticipate that Tan Mingyang would survive such a perilous encounter. Not only intact, but also intertwined with the Zhao family. Mu Lingye silently pried off the cap of a wine bottle with his teeth, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he consumed the drink. Now, after bestowing gifts worth over 1 billion, if Mr. Qin remains unyielding, there is little recourse but to acquiesce. However, upon further reflection, it seemed amiss. Although Yang Yuhuan was granted death by Emperor Xuanzong at Mawei Slope, she remained the emperor's favored consort. Why, then, would her spirit linger within a jade hairpin? Moreover, the temperature must be meticulously regulated. Too low, and the elixir fails to form. Too high, and it is reduced to ash. In the face of the explosion, he opted to evade, while Zhang Bin, positioned at the epicenter, must have sustained considerable injury. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, he regrettably dared not employ it, for doing so would invoke systematic annihilation. My cousin remarked, "They are clearly mocking us," Lu Kuan retorted indignantly. How could this be possible? There are countless magical beasts within the mountains. No matter how formidable a person may be, it is inconceivable that one could domesticate them all. Yang Gu countered. Hong Do, astonished, waved her arms, only to find her every ounce of strength seemingly suppressed, rendering her immobile. Jalawali placed her hand upon her chest, having been poised to wield a shovel when a gopher's head unexpectedly emerged from the earth. Upon departing, he observed at least 4 or 5 groups peering at the expansive bay, offering a slight smile, indifferent to their presence. As for practical experience, Luo Ming was among the most seasoned, not to mention his encounters with magical beasts and aristocratic science since arriving in this world. In his previous life, he had endured relentless training from 2 masters who employed a myriad of methods to refine his skills, under the guise of exposing him to the world's martial arts. Game. Masao uttered this term, then approached the sole window in her room, through which she could observe the arcade below. Escaping with their lives was undoubtedly the ultimate goal for both, while the question of how many so-called barbarian tribes they could vanquish was inconsequential, as this was not a war, and thus, it mattered little. Although still somewhat puzzled, Meng Zhao chose not to intrude further, as he had gradually grown accustomed to Su Yan's approach. Seemingly discerning Ling Zikai's thoughts, the elder chuckled and said, "Young Ling, do you feel you might be at a disadvantage? In truth, every aspect of existence possesses its duality." With a powerful leap, the enormous figure traversed several miles, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it lunged towards the giant's neck. Unlike the sentiments expressed in the first section, Bilops did not react to Garnet's words with anger, but rather with confusion. "Everyone, remain calm and take cover. I will investigate," instructed Teacher Qin, his hands trembling yet steadfast in his role as an educator, reassuring his students. In the battle of the 100 strong, one could earn 1,000 potential points, with newcomers enjoying double rewards. However, this incentive seemed almost meaningless, as it had been eons since a newcomer possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Su Yingyong retreated to a corner of the corridor and retrieved a mobile phone to dial a pager number. In the market of 1998, pagers were far more prevalent than mobile phones. Ironically, it was also the year that pagers fell from their pinnacle, succumbing to the fierce competition of the market. Ezra glanced at Leon, sitting nonchalantly beside Auerbach, legs crossed and an indifferent expression on his face, thinking to himself that only he dared to act so brazenly in front of the old man, Auerbach. The middle-aged man ceased his remarks but did not proceed to the teleportation array. Instead, he entered a nearby chamber. "You are indeed a genius, an unparalleled genius, truly suited for cultivation. Thus, I shall unleash 20% of my power to battle you, as a testament to my utmost respect," roared the patriarch of the Shu family. It was akin to 2 distinct styles of swordsmanship, each with its own essence, speed, and might. To merge them was no simple task. Chapter 84. Discovery of the Purple Gold Lord Monster. Su Yunxi, in peril. Lin Yi let out a wry smile, realizing that he would indeed require assistance this evening. As he gazed upon the handsome young man before her, Su Yunxi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Yesterday, he had sheltered her. Today, she found herself sheltering him. Such a peculiar feeling. "Make yourself at home," Su Yunxi said, her voice melodious and clear. Following their tacit understanding from the previous night, Lin Yi was evidently more reassuring than a mere stranger. As for this serendipitous encounter, did it imply that Lin Yi had been trailing her? In an instant, Su Yunxi dismissed the thought. The abyss was vast, and as a demon hunter, she was no novice. Being adept in tracking and hunting, she was confident that this was mere coincidence. At the shoulders of the steel armor, 2 reactor lights suddenly illuminated, activating all 3 arc reactors on Tony's suit, causing the repulsor beams to erupt with brightness several times more intense. Elder Huang nodded at Chu Xian's command, bringing the caught mackerel to the fish chamber below, while Chu Xian transformed into a fish shape and began to devour it beneath the surface. "For those who wish to drink red wine, pour yourself some. For those who prefer not to, feel free to have a soft drink." Chu Xian gestured with the glass of red wine in her hand towards them. However, upon contemplating this peculiar place, one must endure for the time being, lift one's head, take a deep breath, and force a smile, striving to maintain a steady tone. In this situation, one is reminded of the adage, when under a roof, one must abide. Lin Bai may lack other virtues, yet he possesses a remarkable sense of timing, for gathering intelligence is of paramount importance. Despite the blazing sun overhead, a shadowy gloom emanates from the direction of the Dead Sea, where the once segregating energies of vitality and darkness have faltered, revealing countless fissures within the Dead Sea itself. Bruce's recent display of sonic abilities has a wide-reaching scope, yet his altitude leaves much to be desired, as his focus is primarily fixated on the airships wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Fortune has finally stirred, bringing with it a chilling dread that slowly creeps towards Xiaoyu, inching closer, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, incessantly etching fear into his heart. "Apologies. I neglected to dispel the ocular illusions," murmured Feng Baimian, slightly embarrassed as he brushed his hands over his eye sockets, revealing his profoundly captivating gaze anew. "This is not a trial imposed by your sister. If you are willing to stay and accompany her, she guarantees that these guests will not trouble you." Mignon cast a flirtatious glance at Xiaoyu, reflecting on actual combat scenarios, under the circumstances of a hasty retreat without sufficient distance. Two German fighter pilots were reluctant to turn back and entangle themselves with the enemy. Mo Xinians clenched his teeth and lowly growled. As his hands firmly grasped Jiang Miaoi's ankles, applying pressure with his palms and pushing upward, Ran Dang and the others wore bewildered expressions, pondering how they had managed to circle back to where they began. Upon hearing this, Pinker glanced at the flower in her hand, plucked 2 stems, and turned to report back. Why do these familiar words, though recognizable, confound Yun Jiaojiao when combined? After some consideration, Mo Liqing and the others concurred. After all, Sun Wukong is a monkey, and a monkey can hardly remain idle. Is there no surveillance here? The police, caught in their exchanges, found it impossible to discern who was right or wrong and directly inquired about the surveillance. A troubling thought surged within Hua Guobang's mind, a notion that had not surfaced in decades. Upon witnessing Yun Xianghuan's wound, they could not help but grimace. Their faces contorted in discomfort at the sight of the yellowish pus. Recently, her behavior towards him has been consistently peculiar, perhaps stemming from her visit to Su Ming during the final 2 scenes of the Res Hot segments after Heba's return. I, Huang Depeng, was taken aback that Zhui Yinin would not permit him entry into their quarters, and I appeared quite astonished, eager to explain. Following the upheaval in Dongliang, under the maintenance of Li Shud, the frigid land barely retained a semblance of vitality. As the conversation progressed, she unexpectedly shed tears, not knowing which nerve had been triggered. Though it was winter, hiding in the suffocating confines of the wardrobe, and being in a heightened state of anxiety, Wang Yafeng found herself drenched in perspiration. As soon as the enemy departed, she pushed open the wardrobe door and gulped in the fresh air, hoping to calm her frayed nerves that had been rattled by fear. Jiang Lengzi remained silent, having endured 2 harrowing journeys. Not only was he drenched from the rain, but the gnawing hunger that left his stomach pressed against his back weighed heavily on him. A natural 3-hole giant scale armor with a defense value of 492 was quite impressive for forced situations and could also be fashioned into unconventional teleportation puzzles. President Liu? Dong Ku's expression turned serious upon seeing Liu Yi, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes as she anticipated Liu's reaction to Zhuang Bai's audacity. The original command of Xingyang had been relinquished, leaving the county temple as a temporary abode for General Su Rong, who was recuperating from his wartime ailments. Very well. Before August, the 3 of you shall break through to the nascent soul stage, or else focus on your cultivation and forego any thoughts of going elsewhere. Accompanying them from the mainland was the esteemed politician Percy Weasley. Human, the chair has spoken, none dare defy it, and I can also assure Minister he has confidence. Su Yu added, but before he could finish, Sun Yuman silenced him with a gesture. 2 heads locked gazes, while those who entered this space navigated between them. He wondered how he remembered his 3 sons at that age still struggling with their speech. With the enhancement of the Qiankuan transformation technique, Lin Sheng successfully sensed Ingzhou Island within the 3 Immortals Island in less than a quarter of an hour. In their panic, the surviving water bandits scattered, as if the creatures lurking in the water were more terrifying than a powerful crossbow. Chapter 85, Slaying the Evil Demon Lord. How diabolical. At that moment, Su Yunqi found herself in a profound dilemma. Yet, her mind swiftly regained its composure, realizing she had nearly breached the greatest taboo of adventurers, greed. Although defeating the 38-level purple gold lord monster before her could yield rich experience points and precious treasures, lacking the requisite strength meant that this lord monster would not present an opportunity, but rather transform into a lethal threat. Countless adventurers had met tragic ends due to momentary impulses and overestimating their own capabilities. Though she had not been at White Tiger Academy for long, the repeated admonitions of her mentors resonated deeply within her. Never nurture unnecessary greed, and always remain vigilant. Unbeknownst to Ao Xing, he had unwittingly lent a helping hand in this process as well. Their flirtatious gestures had not escaped the keen eyes of Gao Liang from afar. The public display of affection between Liu Yu and Lin Mu Yi inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon the perpetually single Gao Liang, whose gaze revealed deep-seated envy as he eyed Lin Mu Yi's alluring figure, suffused with desire. Approaching the refrigerator beside the living room, he retrieved a bottle of cola and handed it to Liu Yu, who accepted it with a furrowed brow. Sir, are they all right? A young soldier inquired with a hint of concern directed at the nearby officer. With his sword held firmly, Manhwaedit let out a cold laugh, a disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. A surge of profound energy erupted from his dantian, enveloping his palm, and with a powerful shove, he unleashed it. A chilling roar resonated through the air as the corpse on the bed abruptly snapped its high-strength restraints, transforming into a phantom that soared towards the top of the glass column. Its long tail lifted high, the curved venomous stinger aimed directly at the rigid Li Qing, poised to strike fiercely. The toxic tail was its most potent weapon. It would always employ this tactic to severely wound its opponent, displaying its inherent caution and treating all adversaries with equal regard, regardless of their strength. It was not that the divine court had laid a trap for Wei Guan to break. Rather, they had always been ensnared in the gamble meticulously set by Wei Guan. Joyfully, Chen Jing leaped twice, her dual ponytails becoming a tangled mess. Yu Jian lightly tapped her on the head, seemingly echoing Qin Juanxi's sentiment. Even if Qin Juanxi proposed a solution, they likely would not immediately adopt his approach. This type of attack was beneath Wu Yu's notice, after all. With the indestructible Lan Ran by his side, even if struck, he would not be the one to suffer. Are you following me? Shilan's sudden appearance startled Xiao Yu, who thought, I've been discovered. Wu Yu, well aware of the formidable combat prowess honed through years of training under Kurosaki Ichigo, knew he stood no chance in a one-on-one confrontation, yet he could not divulge the truth either. Fei Bin waved his hand, causing his disciple to raise his sword slightly, poised for a gruesome scene of bloodshed and dismemberment. Liu Sha and the others from the Mo family averted their gazes in silence, incredulous that he actually believed it, and even took pride in it. The formless, intangible mental energy seemed to conjure terrifying waves of substance, relentlessly assaulting Wu Yu's mind. Given the circumstances, there was little left to discuss. Continuing the conversation with this individual felt like a descent into folly. A man who cannot even protect his own wife, easily casting her aside for the conspiracies and rumors of others, would surely become the laughingstock of the world. How much more so for a prince? If a prince cannot manage his own household, what qualifications does he possess to discuss state affairs or the matters of the world? Outside, upon seeing someone approach, the crowd erupted in triumphant shouts, rallying louder in their chants. Yet, as the figure drew near, an eerie silence enveloped them. Was he planning to leverage the economy of Hanzhong, or perhaps the economy of the Nine Borders, or even that of the entire realm? The day had brightened considerably, yet the sun remained elusive, and the morning woods were devoid of the anticipated mist. The surrounding forest resonated with the chirping of birds, creating a symphony of nature. Among the most conspicuous were the long-tailed wild chickens gliding back and forth. Yi Lingfeng nodded slightly. Given the gravity of the situation, remaining indifferent would be rather inappropriate. Those closely associated with Yang Tian turned pale, yet under such immense pressure, they felt powerless to act. Norman, Qin Tian, and Musk from the American side observed the individuals from the Chinese contingent, their faces betraying no particular expression, though they were inwardly curious as to why Li Qingfeng was absent. Turning to look, they saw Qin Jian and Du Chuan approaching, with Qin Jian fully healed and Du Chuan's great sword restored, slung over his back. This provided Yi Lingfeng with some clarity. It was no wonder the assassin dared not divulge the identity of his employer, for the latter seemed to wield considerable influence. Had he not been cradling Gu Yushi, it was likely Gong Qiqi would have resorted to flipping the table in frustration. Our Li Bing never drinks white liquor. He only partakes in red wine, Lu Yinyan interjected. In Li Chongtian's eyes, Yi Lingfeng was undoubtedly a modestly accomplished individual, unlikely to reveal his whereabouts. Yet, just as she was about to step outside, a hand abruptly seized her heel. Ouyang Xiangnan clearly had not deceived Duan Yun. She indeed knew how to ride a motorcycle, and after familiarizing herself with the vehicle, she accelerated with great proficiency, signaling her turns skillfully. Thanks to Zhou Quan's efforts, the old employee's petition incident finally came to a close. Preparations for the formal operation of the U Group education were well underway. However, there remained a slight sense of resistance, as the attire of the other party was far from presentable, leading to a sense of self-doubt. Among the 3 prestigious awards in the island nation, aside from the newcomer accolade known as the Tree Planting Award, the remaining 2, Edo Prize and Yokoyama Masashi Prize, were bestowed upon the authors of the past year. Chapter 86. 3 pieces of platinum equipment left Su Yunxi utterly bewildered. Su Yunxi's thoughts were beyond Lin Yi's comprehension. At that moment, he was entirely immersed in the exhilaration that combat brought. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown immensely powerful. Although this demon lord was merely a level 38 gold-ranked entity, its strength was still formidable. For a genius like Su Yunxi, confronting such a creature required considerable effort. Yet, before Lin Yi, this monster appeared feeble and insubstantial. Not only could Lin Yi handle this gold-ranked foe with ease, but even if several more were to appear simultaneously, he would remain unfazed. When he had faced the level 30 green dragon, Khalees, he had not displayed such composure. To ensure the evil eye and egg could mate and produce offspring, Li Xiao had crafted a den atop the low mountain, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 tigers without issue. In the next moment, a video appeared on the massive projection screen behind him, showcasing a man advancing against the gunfire of 7 or 8 formidable adversaries, an energy shield deflecting every bullet effortlessly, ultimately dispatching these fierce opponents with ease. At this juncture, Chen Yuan began to appreciate the significance of the Canhai Pu, which he had previously upgraded at the suggestion of the system through the wish altar. Before even reaching the well's edge, Su Chen's thoughts had already brushed against the well's mouth. A tranquil water surface created a barrier, rendering his mental probing ineffective, yet there was no foreboding of danger. He understood that Wu Jia's words, while seemingly comforting on the surface, actually revealed her own helplessness in the face of Li Xiao, leaving her at a loss as to how to respond. As for the lazy potion and the snail's sluggish liquid, Li Xiao was utterly unprepared to discover they were products invented by Grey Wolf. Chen Yuan arrived at Zhang's residence as invited, where Lord Zhang graciously offered him dinner. Only upon his departure did he reveal his purpose, to ask Qin Yuan to accompany Jiang Ziyu to a poetry gathering hosted by Li Ziyu at Jiang Garden the day after tomorrow. Xia Yi extracted the eyeball of the cat-faced man from his pocket. While its light was not as bright as that of a fluorescent lamp, it was sufficient to illuminate the entire laundry room. Jie Zhili had consumed little food at noon, merely sipping some white liquor, and was now undoubtedly parched. Li Xiao, unfazed, used tongs to pick up a shattered piece of eggshell. As it was lifted, onlookers could see a mixture of blood and viscous fluid within. The two searched Phoenix Mountain for 3 consecutive days, yielding nothing but a single volume of the Qinkuan palm, and ultimately returned to their estate in Ziqiong City in resignation. The dazzling brilliance persisted for a full 10 seconds before dissipating, leaving a void within a 20-kilometer radius, the ground forming a sinkhole of equal diameter, crystalline and resplendent. Witnessing the entire event, Chu Xian could hardly bear to look. This Japanese individual wore a satisfied expression even amidst the scorn directed at him. Was he truly a legendary figure? Curious, Sasuke bent down, dipped his finger into it, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Despite the enhancement of his defensive capabilities from the focus aura and the exceptional healing effects of the holy light, Liu Yang's previous mighty blow had once again left him gravely injured. Enduring the strike of a mid-tier Earth Battle King had already pushed him to his limits, and the relentless onslaught before him was beyond his capacity to withstand. Little did Yang Xiong know that within Yang Mo's tempering lotus lay a colossal sphere of mental energy, capable of unleashing powers far exceeding that of a conventional tempering lotus. Upon entering the tavern, Oliver immediately noticed the gleaming floor. Affirming that a tidy environment was advantageous for attracting patrons, a brief glance stirred something within him. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly formed hand seals and recited a hypnotic incantation, launching a counterattack. In order to defend against the northern threat posed by the Shibata clan, the Hashiba family established 3 formidable lines of defense. The first comprised of the mountains of Zoni, Tamaki, and Shinmei, located to the north of Lake Yuwu. The second was formed by the peaks of Jianzhu, Oinarimikai, and Daiwa, situated to the south of the lake. And the third was represented by the majestic Tianshan Mountain in the region of Kinoshita. Adam seized upon the term inherited memory, pondering the abyssal creatures, blood and flesh beings, that must possess organs and tissues capable of transmitting genetic information. Yet, how could sentient life convey such information? The astute individuals present swiftly comprehended Li Zicheng's intentions, discerning his ulterior motives. Faced with the impossibility of altering his fate, one must instead cherish the present companions. Yunqi graciously accepted their gestures of respect and began to chant the incantation of the contract, binding them to him and leading them into the shadowy circle. Lin Yuza, with a self-deprecating smile, reflected on the tragic irony of having to inquire about Lin Nuanyuan through a maidservant. Thus, when the figure of 400 million was announced, it was not merely the number itself that incensed the wealthy Liu, but rather the self-satisfied and arrogant demeanor of Li Qing. Wang Yulin nodded solemnly as he approached the trunk of the car, where he forcibly extracted Huang Zuxin, who was bound within. Meanwhile, Jianqi was oblivious to how she managed to drive home, her mind elsewhere throughout the journey back to her family's residence. That nothing untoward occurred was, in itself, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The Li army had already reached the opposite shore, being among the first insurrectionists to land, tasked with vigilance against any sudden threats. Perhaps this was the advantage of the capable. They were the first to cross the river, beyond dispute. The Ark of Noah resembled a fishing net, harboring fish that had slipped through, and now was the season for slaughter. She understood that whenever the demoness wore such a smile, it signified her harboring unsettling thoughts. Thoughts that could inflict tremendous harm upon certain individuals. This marked the first occasion Lin Shenmu had spoken harshly to Zhao Yusin, for to him, family and loved ones were the forbidden scales that no one could touch. Any actions that threatened them would inevitably incur his unparalleled wrath. Su Meng, startled, failed to fully grasp Ning Su's words, nor did she notice his insidious intentions. Observing this, Jing Tang immediately began to resist, yet his efforts proved futile. After all, humans were not akin to magical beasts. As an elder of the nine-tailed fox clan, the pressure exerted by them was overwhelmingly oppressive to those of lower rank or other magical creatures. Thus, regardless of Jing Tang's resistance, it bore no effect. Master, the enlightenment has been completed, and I have stabilized my power. Therefore, I wish to challenge the core disciples. I ask for your permission. Jing Tang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Elder Qiu Zhe. Upon receiving the invitation, Chang Xiao immediately sought to gauge Su Lingfeng's thoughts. Su maintained his characteristic demeanor, unyielding and sardonic, dismissing the matter with a flurry of words, mocking for a good 10 minutes without revealing a whisper of information. The second matter of concern was the identities of the group. Zhong Nan reflected carefully. After he feigned unconsciousness, the members of Guanji Wexing displayed no signs of alarm. Rather, they continued their musical performance. This suggested that the troupe and the kidnappers were either in collusion or that the criminals were impersonating the performers. He pondered whether any diary-like items had been seen. After consulting with Chief Inspector Mu, Shui Jianyue glanced around. If Li Wei or Pandora were indeed time travelers, they should possess some knowledge of the unfolding events. It would be immensely beneficial if any diaries or similar records existed to shed light on the situation.